Chapter 1. First Encounters and Partings. In the city of Tianhai, a persistent drizzle mingled with a cool breeze, gently cascading upon the earth. Within a narrow alley, a scene of brutal assault unfolded. Hit him. Strike him until he smokes. A young man with disheveled yellow hair squatted on the ground, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he shouted to his companions. Not far from him, four individuals encircled a young boy, mercilessly pummeling him with fists and kicks. The boy, named Yi Bai, curled into a protective ball, shielding his vital areas with his hands, remaining utterly silent. Raindrops trickled down his forehead, and his deep-set eyes betrayed an unsettling calmness and indifference towards life that belied his youth. Stop! A commanding voice rang out, causing the assailants to freeze mid-strike. The yellow-haired youth, momentarily taken aback, then erupted with rage, crushing the cigarette, but in his hand as he turned to face the source of the interruption. Which bastard is meddling? A luxurious, elongated sedan came to a halt at the alley's entrance, where a stern-faced man clad in black stood resolutely in the rain. It was he who had issued the authoritative command. As the car door opened slowly, a stunningly beautiful young woman emerged, her expression one of displeasure. Her name was Zhong Lexi, the cherished jewel of the Zhong family, the foremost underworld clan in Tianhai. Today, she had merely been passing through, engrossed in a mobile game titled The Sixth Personality while in the car. However, a series of foul exclamations had disrupted her focus, leading to a disastrous outcome where the survivor managed to escape. Following the source of the commotion, she beheld the sight of a boy being besieged by four attackers. Such scenes were not uncommon in Tianhai. What infuriated Zhong Lexi was the sheer volume of the assailants, who were far louder than their victim. Upon noticing the exquisite girl stepping out of the vehicle, the yellow-haired man's eyes sparkled with lewd interest. An unexpected bonus, brothers, a rare find. His lewd gaze roamed over Zhong Lexi as he stood, gradually approaching her. The other four thugs, grinning lewdly, joined him in advancing toward Zhong Lexi. These ruffians, utterly oblivious to the danger they courted, were ignorant of the formidable presence they had provoked. The man in black, standing by the car, sighed at their naivety. Did they not wish to live? Missy said, bending slightly towards Zhong Lexi. Sink the sea. Feed the fish. Zhong Lexi coldly uttered those words, her enchanting eyes flashing with a crimson light. The man in black nodded and swiftly advanced toward the group of five. That a chorus of anguished cries soon erupted, and the assailants lay sprawled on the ground like discarded ragdolls. Before long, a van arrived, from which several burly men emerged to haul the five thugs away. Just as Zhong Lexi intended to depart, she caught sight of the boy who had been assaulted, now standing, leaning against the wall, grinning foolishly at her. Curiosity stirred within her. Any normal person would have fled at the sight of such a confrontation. Yet here he was, smiling unabashedly. As Zhong Lexi approached, Yi Bai continued to wear a broad smile, undeterred by the recent chaos. Zhong Lexi stood before him, her brow furrowed as she regarded the muddy boy before her. Though he possesses a commendable appearance and a commendable height, he is rather timid, unable to retaliate even when struck. Why do you not leave? I remained here upon seeing you approach, and prior to my arrival, I anticipated you might come, so I waited for you. Zhong Lexi found herself momentarily speechless. Had she rescued a fool? Was this fellow attempting to leverage this situation against her for some benefit? Yet, in this city, Zhong Lexi would find it as simple to kill a person as to crush an ant. Should she eliminate this individual as well? However, Night White's subsequent remark caused a brief mental lapse for Zhong Lexi. With a smile gracing his features, he said, "Thank you for saving me. I have no way to repay you, so how about I assist you in eliminating someone? A friendly price of merely 200 million, give me the money, and I shall do your bidding." After a prolonged silence, Zhong Lexi erupted into laughter, her mirth so intense that she could hardly stand upright. It had been ages since she had felt such joy. The man in black beside her suppressed his laughter, regarding Night White as though he were a simpleton. Kill someone? For 200 million. Setting aside how effortlessly the Zhong family could carry out such an act, how could this fellow, who dared not even strike back when assaulted, utter such words? Eventually, Zhong Lexi stifled her laughter, her enchanting smile drawing her closer to Night White. They stood mere inches apart, allowing Night White to observe the delicate fuzz upon her face and the deep crimson hues in her eyes. Jean Lexi's voice was akin to a lover's whisper. Am I beautiful? Would you care to kiss me? That would be a different fee, Night White replied. This time, Jean Lexi laughed so heartily that tears streamed down her cheeks. She patted Night White's shoulder with vigor, exclaiming, How amusing! It would be a shame to eliminate someone as entertaining as you've made me laugh to tears. Wiping her eyes, she smiled as she entered her vehicle. Before departing, the man in black cast a penetrating glance at Night White, as if to convey, And you, my friend, are the true hero. Watching the luxurious car fade into the distance, Night White offered a wry smile. In these times, business is indeed challenging. 200 million is already a low asking price were Old By to learn of this. He would surely remark that Night White was settling for meager fare. Night White is both a killer and a university student. The extent of his prowess remains uncertain, even to him. Since reaching adulthood, he has successfully completed numerous tasks assigned by Old By, never once failing. Old By often asserts that upon his demise, Night White shall inherit his position. Night White is not well versed in these matters after being taken from the orphanage 18 years ago. Old By taught him little beyond the art of killing. The man in black who had stood beside Jean Lexi was formidable, yet Night White believed he could eliminate him in an instant. He arrived at an antiquated pawnshop, retrieved a key to unlock the door, and proceeded directly to the counter. Behind the counter lay a dimly lit small room, where an elderly man with a head of white hair lay upon a bed. The old man's cheeks were deeply sunken, his breathing feeble, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Old By, you still cling to life? Night White skillfully approached the bedside, pouring the simmering herbal concoction into a bowl. Xiao Bai, have you been beaten again? Lao Bai's voice dripped with a hint of schadenfreude. Yi Bai offered the bowl of traditional medicine to Lao Bai's lips. You said it yourself, if one strikes, it must be fatal during the day. It's hard to clean up. Those people are not worth the trouble. Those individuals referred to the local ruffians who frequently extorted money from Yi Bai, believing him an easy target due to his taciturn demeanor. Over time, their audacity grew. After one unsuccessful attempt to extract money, they resorted to physical violence against Yi Bai. Even if Jean Lexi had not intervened today, those men would not survive the night. Lao Bai shook his head, declining the herbal concoction Yi Bai offered. Xiao Bai, there is little more I can teach you. As he spoke, Lao Bai removed a white bone ring from his finger and placed it into Yi Bai's palm. Then, Lao Bai's breaths grew increasingly feeble until they ceased altogether. The herbal medicine, once steaming, gradually turned cold, while Yi Bai gazed upon the frail corpse upon the bed, striving to conjure other memories of Lao Bai, yet ultimately shook his head in despair. In his recollections, Lao Bai had imparted only the art of killing. Xiao Bai, human flesh is quite resilient. A sharp blade will dull by the 41st victim, but if you merely slit throats, you can reach the 63rd. Xiao Bai, to sever a head, the incision must be made between the neck and the vertebrae. Your hand must be steady, and after the cut, circle around the neck. Xiao Bai, piercing the heart, is unreliable. A person may not die immediately and could still retaliate, leaving you vulnerable. Xiao Bai, inserting a knife through the back of the skull could directly reach the brainstem. It is the swiftest method. Xiao Bai, if you use a gun, aim for the head. Some people have their hearts on the right side. Xiao Bai, this time you killed in merely half a second. You surpassed me in my prime. Yi Bai quietly exited the room and took a seat at the counter, peering through the weathered door of the pawnshop at the indistinct curtain of rain before him. The rain intensified. Chapter 2. A sudden series of knocks shattered the quietude of Yi Bai's thoughts. His vision gradually sharpened as he turned his gaze toward the door. The rain had ceased, and sunlight filtered through the gnarled branches of the old locust tree, casting a dappled pattern on the ground. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance, a smile playing on his lips. I have come to collect the body. Yi Bai nodded slightly, gesturing toward the room behind him, indicating that the man could proceed as he wished. He did not inquire about the man's identity, nor did he ask where the body would be taken. Once a life has departed, the destination holds little significance. The man smiled as he sidestepped Yi Bai, casting a fleeting glance at the bone ring adorning Yi Bai's left pinky, his smile growing more pronounced. With deft movements, he swiftly carried the body out and made his way outside. After the man left, Yi Bai rummaged through the house for a while before stepping out. He needed to attend to his enrollment procedures today. This year, thanks to his outstanding academic performance, Yibai had gained admission to the finest university in Tianhai City, Tianhai University. As for his motivation to pursue education, Yibai simply believed that learning presented a greater challenge than taking lives, an opinion shared by Old Bai as well. Tianhai City, being the capital of the Dragon Nation, has long been the epicenter of power, and naturally, Tianhai University has become a favored institution for the offspring of various aristocrats. Oh, you are Yibai? At the new student registration area of Tianhai University, a volunteer, upon glancing at the incoming students' information, looked up at Yibai. Yibai nodded, casting a puzzled glance at the enthusiastic volunteer. Hello, my name is Wang Heng, and I am also a student here, in my second year. Wang Heng rose to his feet and shook hands with Yibai. You know me? Yibai regarded the exuberant Wang Heng, unable to recall ever meeting him. Haha. You are the rare breed who gained admission to Tianhai University solely on your own merit. It has been years since we had one, and this year, we have 3. Wang Heng grinned widely. Yibai was at a loss for words as he completed the new student form, marking no in the accommodation section. After finishing these tasks, he made his way toward the university gates. At the entrance, Yibai spotted a familiar luxury car. Inside, a pair of slightly surprised eyes also recognized him. Zhang Lexi had not anticipated that Yibai was also a student here. The car door opened slowly, and Zhang Lexi approached Yibai with a smile. The driver, the same man in black, watched Yibai with keen interest. What a coincidence, we meet again. Intriguing fellow, Zhang Lexi said as she halted in front of Yibai. Yibai smiled in return. Indeed, what a coincidence. Are you studying here as well? Zhang Lexi did not respond to Yibai's question. Instead, she circled around him before closing the distance once more. Let me ask you again, do you think I'm beautiful? Yibai swallowed hard and spoke candidly. Yes, you are beautiful. He could not deny that Zhang Lexi was indeed a striking beauty, exuding an alluring and slightly wicked charm, akin to a quietly blooming poisonous rose. Dressed in the school uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail, she radiated youthful vibrancy. The short skirt she wore revealed her long, slender, and fair legs. Upon hearing Yibai's compliment, Zhang Lexi leaned in closer, inquiring, what makes me beautiful? Savoring the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of her nose, Yibai exclaimed. Your legs are quite fair. A sharp intake of breath escaped the black-clad man in the vehicle, his astonishment directed at Yibai. Zhang Lexi, once more amused by Yibai's antics, erupted into hearty laughter, teetering precariously on her feet. Observing her unsteady stance, Yibai kindly grasped her arm to prevent her from toppling over. Soft, the texture was delightful. Little did he know that this gesture caused Zhang Luxi's laughter to falter, and upon noticing Yibai's hand gripping hers, her laughter intensified. Inside the vehicle, the black-clad man's expression shifted dramatically. Seeing that Zhang Luxi had no intention of retaliating, he felt a surge of relief, loosening his grip on the gun handle. Yibai regarded the endlessly giggling beauty beside him with a sense of helplessness. Had he not been teasing her moments ago? Why was she so elated? Were beautiful women truly so enigmatic? The commotion between the two drew the attention of many bystanders. Upon recognizing Zhang Luxi's true visage, most recoiled as if from a venomous serpent, swiftly averting their gazes, their eyes filled with pity for Yibai. Poor lad. What a charming young man. And now he was doomed before even completing his university studies. Yibai steadied Zhang Luxi, releasing his hold, entirely indifferent to the peculiar stares surrounding them. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Stop. You think you can just walk away after touching me? Zhang Luxi managed to stifle her laughter and called out to Yibai, who was about to depart. The black-clad man approached, blocking Yibai's path. With a sigh, Yibai turned back towards Zhang Luxi. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yibai took Zhang Luxi's delicate hand and, under her astonished gaze, placed it against his face, gently rubbing it. There, now it's even. You've touched me too. Yibai declared before attempting to depart once more. You, shameless, despicable, scoundrel, are you seeking death? Fool. Zhang Luxi's face flushed crimson as she pointed at Yibai's retreating figure. The moment those words escaped her lips, she was taken aback. Had she truly uttered such things? The person who typically resorted to violence over trivial disagreements, how could she have said that? A wave of unfamiliar emotion surged within Zhang Luxi. Meanwhile, upon hearing her outburst, Yibai's silhouette trembled slightly as he turned to inquire. You've finished with the compliments, how about the criticisms? After a prolonged silence yielded no response, Yibai shrugged and gradually walked away. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The black-clad man who had obstructed Yibai's path stood as if petrified, allowing Yibai to pass by without interference. After what felt like an eternity, He suddenly came to his senses and hurried to Zhong Luxi's side. "Miss, I have failed in my duty. I shall eliminate him at once." "To the car." "Back to the company," Zhong Luxi coldly replied, the flush on her face fading, yet the crimson in her eyes deepening, accompanied by a hint of a morbid smile. In the vehicle, Zhong Luxi sat in the back seat, crossing her legs and scrutinizing her surroundings, as if lost in thought. "He truly is exceptionally fair." She lifted the hand that had touched Yi Bai's face to her nose and inhaled deeply. There seems to be an unusual fragrance." Her lips curled into a smile as she gently tapped the backrest of the driver's seat. "Xiaoqi, I require his information, all of it." The vehicle glided forward and eventually came to a halt at the entrance of the Zhong Corporation building. Upon alighting, Zhong Lexi ascended directly to the top floor using her private elevator. The headquarters of the Zhong Group, located in the heart of Tianhai City, stands as an iconic edifice, boasting 33 stories in total. The top floor's office space exudes opulence and grandeur. Zhong Lexi seated herself at her desk, awaiting patiently. The figure known as Xiaoqi, clad in black, swiftly entered the building, issuing commands to his subordinates to rapidly gather information on Yi Bai before making his way to the top floor. "Hey, Brother Qi, whose information has you in such a flurry?" One of Xiaoqi's subordinates inquired with curiosity. Xiaoqi paused momentarily before entering the elevator, turning to respond. "A true man." Chapter 3. Is it possible to borrow some money? "Miss, here is his information." Xiaoqi briskly trotted into the office, placing a stack of documents onto Zhong Lexi's desk. "Is this all?" Zhong Lexi furrowed her brow as she picked up the thin dossier before her. Xiaoqi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, his name is Yi Bai. All his details from birth to the present are contained here. His background is quite clean." "Understood. You may leave." Zhong Lexi waved her hand dismissively. "Yes." Xiaoqi exhaled in relief. Even he, who faced the formidable presence of Zhong Lexi daily, felt a sense of unease. Though merely 18 years old, Zhong Lexi had already firmly grasped the reins of the colossal Zhong family. Over the years, anyone daring to defy her wishes had become mere remnants at the bottom of the sea, their gruesome fates instilling fear in many. Once Xiaoqi departed, Zhong Lexi began to peruse Yi Bai's information. The records indicated that Yi Bai had been adopted from an orphanage 18 years prior, and thereafter had a typical progression through elementary to high school, ultimately achieving outstanding results to enroll in Tianhai University. Aside from frequently taking leave during his studies, everything appeared normal. The individual who adopted Yi Bai also bore the name Yi Bai and operated a pawnshop on the west side of the city. This was not particularly unusual. Childless individuals often regarded adopted children as extensions of their lives, and it was not uncommon for them to share the same name. Indeed, as Xiaoqi had asserted, Yi Bai's records were exceptionally clean. Zhong Lexi set aside the documents and fell into contemplation. Two possibilities could explain such a situation. The first is that Yi Bai is, as the records suggest, an ordinary person. The second is that the forces behind Yi Bai are vastly superior to the Zhong family, to the extent that they could obliterate the Zhong family with a mere snap of their fingers, rendering Zhong Lexi unable to uncover any trace of them. At this thought, Zhong Lexi scoffed, shaking her head as she swiftly dismissed the unrealistic notion. The Zhong family's influence was formidable, nearly encompassing the entirety of Tianhai City, and even ranked among the foremost families in Long Country. Thus, Yi Bai could only be an ordinary individual too frightened to fight back. Zhong Lexi picked up the phone on her desk and commanded, "Xiaoqi, drive me to the pawnshop." Upon Yi Bai's return to the pawnshop, he noticed a figure squatting beneath the old locust tree at the entrance, seemingly waiting for a considerable time. It was the middle-aged man who had come to collect the body that morning. Seeing Yi Bai return, the man rose and smiled at him. Yi Bai retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to the pawnshop. The man followed him inside, still wearing a cheerful expression. Once inside, the middle-aged man slightly bowed to Yi Bai. "Ming-Yi, I have met the master." Yi Bai glanced at Ming-Yi but did not respond. He could discern that this self-identified Ming-Yi was also an assassin, possessing slightly lesser skills than his own. "Old Bai had informed me that in your absence, I would manage this shop," Ming-Yi continued. Yi Bai nodded. "How many individuals like you are there?" 64, 2 in Long Country. "And I am the only one in Tianhai." After Ming-Yi concluded his remarks, he retrieved a chair from behind the counter and placed it beside Yi Bai. Yi Bai's heart was laden with countless questions. For 18 years, Old Bai had never broached such topics with him. The old man had solely instructed him in the art of taking lives. Yi Bai muttered softly, as if indulging in a complaint. Ming-Yi's smile deepened, as it ought to. "I do not believe you." Yabai replied. As it should be. He cast a glance at the jovial middle-aged man and gradually stood up, making his way towards the rear of the counter. Suddenly, he turned back and inquired, how high is the seat I am currently occupying? Mingy fell into a prolonged silence, seemingly contemplating his words. Ultimately, he gestured toward the chair Yabai had just vacated, as if uttering something trivial. Heaven above, all beings below. After that, no further words were exchanged between the two, and the already quiet pawnshop became so silent that a falling pin could be heard. Yabai stepped into the room behind the counter, observing the empty bed, thinking to himself that he would no longer need to brew medicine daily. A roar of car engines shattered the stillness within the pawnshop, followed by a series of footsteps. Mingy, in the hall, lifted his eyelids and beheld a stately and beautiful woman, flanked by bodyguards, entering the shop. TSK, 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 business is truly desolate. What a waste of this location. In this age, still running a pawnshop? You must be losing money. Jean Lexi, walking ahead, scrutinized the shop's antiquated items, shaking her head repeatedly. Eventually, her gaze fixed upon the grinning Mingy. Who are you? Where is Yabai? Tell him to come out. Stop being a coward. I'm the new assistant. The boss is inside, Mingy replied, his smile unwavering as he pointed towards the back of the counter. Jean Lexi scoffed. This rundown shop even employs assistants? Can you afford to keep one? Probably won't starve. Yabai's head popped out from the back room as he spoke with a smile. Upon seeing Yabai, the audacious fellow, Jean Lexi immediately began her mockery. Hiding in the room during broad daylight. Are you using that hand of mine too? For reasons unknown. Jean Lexi found herself unable to restrain her desire to gain the upper hand over Yabai through her words. Yabai, however, paid no heed to her jibes, instead emerging from the room with enthusiasm and even brought her a chair. Old Bai had left him not a single cent upon his death, and with tuition fees looming, he thought that this young lady might actually place an order. Jean Lexi glanced at the old chair Yabai had brought over, her expression one of disdain. Yet she still settled into it, crossing her legs and displaying her lovely limbs before Yabai's eyes. Humph, at least this fellow knows his place. Otherwise, I would dismantle your shop. Before Jean Lexi could utter another word, she noticed Yabai thoughtfully pouring her a glass of water and handing it to her. Gazing at Yabai's obsequious smile, she was filled with confusion. Is this guy mentally unstable? Or does he prefer that rebellious demeanor? Jean Lexi took a sip of water to clear her throat, preparing to launch into a tirade of humiliation against the one who had previously teased her. Yet, she heard Yabai inquire, "Hee, beautiful lady, have you made your decision? 200 million is truly not exorbitant. Who do you wish to eliminate? Cash or transfer? It is advisable to transfer funds, as cash is cumbersome to carry." Observing this scene, Mingy covered his forehead, utterly unable to bear the sight. The former owner had truly only taught him the art of killing. Noticing the bewildered expression on Jean Lexi's face, Yabai comprehended that this young lady was not there to place an order, and his smile promptly faded. Snatching the cup from Jean Lexi's hands, Yabai tilted his head back and drank deeply, feeling exasperated by the futile anticipation. The entire transformation of Yibai's demeanor occurred in a mere 2.5 seconds. Jean Lexi gazed at Yabai in shock. Her face flushed crimson as she attempted to articulate something, ultimately managing only to utter, "That cup, I have used. It was originally mine, and I bear no disdain for you." Yabai, nonchalant, returned the cup to the counter behind him. It was then that Jean Lexi realized she had once again been taken advantage of by this insufferable man. The bodyguards behind her were already poised for action, awaiting her command to reduce Yabai to ashes. "Is it possible to borrow some money if you won't place an order? I am currently facing financial difficulties and cannot pay my tuition." Just as Jean Lexi was about to give the order to have Yabai fed to the fishes, he approached her once more with a mischievous grin. Chapter 4. My name is Jean Lexi, and you would do well to remember it. The murderous intent in my eyes is almost palpable. Borrow money? How dare you utter such words? Just earlier, you toyed with me, and now you have taken advantage of me. You should be contemplating how to preserve your life. Gazing at the grinning knight by before me, I felt that killing him would not suffice for my vengeance. With this thought in mind, I suddenly altered my course. Since this fellow is in need of money, it would be rather simple. I have myriad ways to make him submit, to transform him into an obedient dog beneath my heel, to humiliate him thoroughly. And when I tire of the game, I shall dispose of him. A dangerous glimmer flickered in my eyes. Do you know who I am? How dare you seek to borrow from me? Or do you presume we are well acquainted? I see the individuals behind you. Your family must be quite affluent. Old Bai has passed without leaving me any funds, and I possess no friends. Are we not alumni? I merely wished to test the waters by borrowing a little from you. Night by wore an overly familiar expression, pouring me a glass of water and offering it. I regarded the cup with disdain, refraining from reaching for it. That scoundrel. Is he not even going to pretend? This is clearly the same cup from earlier. Suppressing the fury swelling within me, I forced a smile. How much shall I borrow? The tuition for 1 year is 2 million. Could you lend me 5 million to start? That wouldn't be too much trouble, would it? Seeing a glimmer of opportunity, Night by S smile widened with enthusiasm. Internally, I scoffed. Very well. I shall pay 5 million for your life. Certainly. I shall charge interest, with the principal doubling each month. By next month, you will owe me 10 million, and the month after, 20 million. Will you still lend it? A seductive crimson gleam flickered in my eyes as I fixed my gaze on Night by. Really? Oh my. I am exceedingly grateful. Interest is but a trivial matter, and I am not well versed in such affairs. I assume you must be a benevolent enterprise. Night by, seeing that I finally acquiesced, was overjoyed, even placing a hand on my shoulder. Splendid. The urgent matter has been resolved. I looked at the hand resting on my shoulder, nearly overcome with the urge to retaliate. But when I envisioned Night by's impending misfortune, I managed to quell that feeling. Prepare the contract and the money. I turned to Xiaoqi and coldly commanded. Before long, Xiaoqi returned, carrying a bag of money, which he tossed in front of Night by, along with a contract for him to sign. With a sweeping gesture, Night by inscribed his name upon the document and, cradling the bag of money, marveled at the efficiency of this so-called benevolent enterprise. I coldly chuckled as I tucked the contract away, fixing Night by with a deliberate gaze. My name is Zhong Lexi, and you would do well to remember it. With that, I rose, maintaining a frosty demeanor as I departed, gesturing toward the chair I had occupied. You may lick it to savor my essence. As a token of my generosity, as I walked away, Night by embraced the bag of money, grinning foolishly. What a paradox, she appears domineering and willful. Yet beneath it all, she possesses beauty and a kind heart. Inside the luxurious vehicle outside, Zhong Lexi's charming visage flushed with anger, and she coldly instructed. Keep a close watch on him. If he attempts to flee, bring him back immediately and execute him. Having alleviated his pressing concerns, Yi Bai's mood brightened considerably. Even his gaze towards Ming Yi became more amiable. Speaking of Ming Yi, I have successfully completed numerous tasks before. Where's my payment? Yi Bai suddenly recalled something and turned to Ming Yi with a question. Despite having accomplished many missions, Lao Bai had never compensated him, merely stating that their fee started at 500 million. After Lao Bai's demise, Yi Bai had found no valuables in the room. Ming Yi, upon hearing this, appeared bewildered. What? Lao Bai didn't pay you? What are we going to eat and drink in the future? No wonder you needed to borrow 500,000. Yi Bai was simultaneously amused and infuriated. So, the old rascal not only absconded with a fortune before his death, but also left him with a mouth to feed. Was he afraid that if Yi Bai became wealthy, he would simply languish? How considerate. You have no money? Yi Bai scrutinized Ming Yi's insincere smile, hoping this fellow could alleviate some of his financial burdens. After paying tuition, only 3 million remained, and with no knowledge of when the next income would arrive. He dared not indulge in extravagant spending in Tianhai City. Ming Yi stared intently at the ancient locust tree outside and declared emphatically, none. Yi Bai instantly felt a sense of hopelessness regarding his future. Relying on that dilapidated pawn shop, when would business ever come knocking? Ming Yi seemed to sense Yi Bai's concerns and promptly said, Master, do not worry. I can earn money too. You? Do you have work? Yi Bai regarded Ming Yi with skepticism. If this fellow had work, why was he, who was presumably more capable, without any? Indeed. Ming Yi perked up, nodded, and coughed lightly. Master, according to our rules, we can only assign you tasks that we, the 64 of us, cannot handle. Since you have been accumulating experience for 13 years, the late master took many of our assignments for you. Yi Bai immediately sensed trouble and asked, so what? Thus, unless we encounter individuals that we cannot resolve, you may take action. Furthermore, you must also assist us in finding some business opportunities. Private jobs, understand? Ming Yi scratched his head innocently, then smiled at Yi Bai. Yi Bai's heart was filled with expletives. This meant that his anticipated prospects of securing a job every few months were dashed, and it seemed he had accrued a mountain of debt. That damned old man. Outside of Longhua, all 62 of them have work? Yi Bai inquired. They are just living day by day. Most of them are taking on private jobs. The individuals we eliminate are inherently special. Ming Yi's tone was laden with helplessness. Yi Bai immediately seized upon the key phrase in Ming Yi's words. Special? How special? Ming Yi rummaged through his pocket, produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a couple of deep puffs, enveloping himself in smoke, obscuring his true visage. Yibai listened to Ming Yi's melancholic words. The organization has tasked us with eliminating only assassins, those who have defected from our ranks. After hearing Ming Yi's statement, Yibai felt an even deeper sense of despair. How could there be so many traitors? It was time to seek an alternative path. This pawnshop was owned by Old Bai, who had originally engaged in private dealings. Over the years, through Yibai's observations, he had come to understand the nuances of the transaction process. The items displayed on the shelves, each marked with a price starting in the millions, were of little worth. Only a fool would purchase them. Those who came here to place orders either offered everything they possessed, including their lives, pleading with Old Bai for assistance. Such requests were deemed death orders, which could be accepted or declined, but once accepted, they were binding. Alternatively, individuals could present a sufficient sum of money to place a job order. After accepting an order, Old Bai would provide Yibai with the details of the target and the requester. Yibai faced two choices: to eliminate the target and earn the requester's payment, or to kill the requester and demand money from the target. Chapter 5. The completion, yet burdened with 200,000 that evening, Yibai lay in bed, his thoughts consumed by contemplation for an extended period. Before Old Bai's demise, he had never worried about his livelihood. However, the circumstances had now changed drastically. Relying on Ming Yi to manage that dilapidated shop and take on side jobs seemed a recipe for starvation. The crux of the matter was that even if a job were secured, Ming Yi would likely monopolize the earnings. Yibai held little hope for this arrangement, and all he yearned for was to find alternative work that could at least sustain him. As his frustration mounted, he decided to cover his head with the blanket, choosing to disregard his worries for the night. Given the situation, it was best to seek solace in sleep. The following morning, Yibai set off for school, carrying 2 million. The pawnshop was located in the western part of the city, far from Tianhai University, necessitating a ride on a crowded bus. Considering the numerous trips he would need to make in the future, he contemplated purchasing a vehicle, but quickly dismissed the idea. Without a driver's license and with a car being quite an expensive investment, Yibai resolved to defer such plans for later. Upon arriving at the school's fee payment office, the staff members regarded Yibai with a newfound respect as he approached to pay his tuition. The previous day's incident involving him teasing Zhong Lishi had rapidly spread throughout Tianhai University, and the fact that he was alive and well enough to pay his fees astonished them. In fact, the school board had nearly begun the process of nullifying Yibai's enrollment. "Hello, here is your student ID and uniform. Please keep them safe." The staff member spoke with an unusually polite, even obsequious tone. After all, he was the audacious individual who had dared to tease Zhong Lishi and yet still remained unscathed. Yibai nodded, accepting the items before making his way back. Once Yibai had departed, a figure in the corner retrieved a phone and respectfully stated, "Miss, he has used the money at the top of Zhong's building." Zhong Lishi ended the call. "That audacious fellow, I shall ensure you kneel at my feet," she murmured, her long legs clad in black stockings intertwined beneath her desk, a wicked smile playing upon her lips. Upon returning to the pawnshop, Yibai eagerly donned the Tianhai University uniform, parading it in front of Ming Yi. Master, this outfit suits you quite well, doesn't it?" Ming Yi ventured, his ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. As if receiving the desired affirmation, Yibai subtly retreated into the room, peeking his head out to say, "From now on, simply call me boss." Ming Yi's lips twitched. It seemed that no matter how adept the young master was at taking lives, he was still very much a child. The next day, Yibai rose early, dressed, and set off for school. It was the annual opening ceremony at Tianhai University. However, the ceremony proved to be a profound disappointment for Yibai, the university's president. An elderly gentleman took to the stage and began a fervent recounting of his academic journey. The new students in attendance seemed captivated, but Yibai found the discourse to be nothing short of a cacophony, his eyes wandering restlessly. Soon, however, he was drawn to a particular sight. In one corner of the hall, a group of individuals clad in suits had formed a circle, creating a conspicuous open space amidst the throng. At the center, a grand sofa stood, unmistakably of considerable worth. On the sofa sat a young girl of unparalleled beauty, languidly perched with one leg crossed over the other. The sheer black stockings stretched delicately across her limbs. Yibai chuckled softly, recognizing her as the benevolent creditor he had long known. He maneuvered through the crowd, gradually approaching Zhong Lexi, who was savoring a cluster of grapes. She merely caught a fleeting shadow beside her before feeling the weight of her seat shift. Upon closer inspection, she discovered Yibai had taken a place beside her, grinning foolishly in her direction. With her cheeks puffed out, stuffed with grapes, she momentarily forgot to chew. On stage, the principal's incessant speech abruptly halted as he glanced towards them, eliciting gasps from the surrounding crowd. "You little fool, are you seeking death?" Xiaoqi bellowed, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist. Shock and anger coursed through him. How did this boy move so swiftly? He had failed to intervene, even while standing next to the young lady. Perhaps the principal's monotonous lecture had lulled him into drowsiness. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Zhong Lexi, regaining her composure, waved her hand to halt Xiaoqi's action, casting a glance at the principal to signal him to continue. Yi Bai chuckled, nonchalantly snatching the grapes from Zhong Lexi's hand, indulging himself. They sat closely, the bare skin of Yi Bai's legs occasionally brushing against Zhong Lexi's. Her fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly, until she finally exhaled a heavy sigh. Gritting her teeth, she managed to squeeze out a few words. "What are you doing here? I noticed you sitting alone, appearing rather lonely, so I came to keep you company," Yi Bai mumbled, finishing an entire cluster of grapes in no time. As she listened to his words, a dazed expression flickered in Zhong Lexi's eyes. Throughout her life, no one had spoken to her in such a manner. Everyone else either feared or flattered her. Even her powerful father addressed her with an icy demeanor. No one had ever considered her feelings as Yi Bai did. Zhong Lexi gazed at Yi Bai, the late summer sun casting a golden glow upon him, momentarily gifting him an ethereal radiance. His smile outshone the very sunlight. His eyes, devoid of any desire or fear, resembled a crystal-clear spring, having washed away countless hardships and impurities yet remaining pristine. After devouring a cluster of grapes, Yi Bai, seemingly unsatisfied, looked at Zhong Lexi with an innocent inquiry. "Are there more?" Yes, Xiaoqi. Zhong Lexi instinctively responded, but soon realized her slip. How could she be so accommodating to this insufferable fellow? "In the box. Go get them yourself," she exclaimed, her face flushing as she pointed to a nearby container. What was happening? Why was she being so agreeable in front of this infuriating boy? Yi Bai scurried over to the box, retrieving 2 more clusters of grapes before plopping back down beside Zhong Lexi. "These grapes are exquisite. How have I never tasted such before?" Yi Bai once again indulged in a sumptuous feast. Zhong Luxi's enchanting eyes glimmered as she coldly remarked, "These grapes are named Jade Dew, priced at $350 each. Converted into our currency, you have already consumed approximately 200,000. As Yi Bai continued to relish the grapes, his movements suddenly froze, and he began to perceive the fruit as somewhat scorching to the touch. "Could it be that I am expected to repay this sum?" He placed the remaining half-bunch of grapes down, forcing a sheepish smile as he inquired. Zhong Luxi's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly allure as she leaned closer to Yi Bai, whispering softly, "What do you think?" Just as Yi Bai opened his mouth to respond, he heard Zhong Luxi command the nearby Xiaoqi, at an additional 200,000 to Mr. U.S. Principal. Chapter 6 Major News. The opening ceremony continued to unfold. Before the enticing grapes that lay before her, Yi Bai resolutely refused to indulge. Meanwhile, Zhong Lexi was in high spirits, having regained her composure and confidence. It seemed she was intent on vindicating herself. She began to consume the grapes on the table one after another. In no time, her mouth was stuffed, and she lifted her chin slightly, directing it towards Yi Bai while making muffled sounds, reminiscent of a victorious queen returning from battle. Xiaoqi, nearby, was left astounded. He had never witnessed such a side of Zhong Lexi. "Why not eat?" Zhong Lexi grinned mischievously, offering a grape to Yi Bai's lips. Yi Bai gazed at the 2 slender fingers holding the grape, which glimmered enticingly in the sunlight. Resolutely, he leaned forward and devoured the grape in one bite. To his surprise, it tasted even better, imbued with a subtle fragrance. "Ah, you really ate it," Zhong Lexi exclaimed, quickly retracting her hand, her fingers seemingly tainted with a trace of his saliva. Yet, she soon regained her composure, coldly feeding him grape after grape. "Eat, consume until you are bankrupt, so that you may later grovel at my feet," Zhong Lexi mused inwardly. Yi Bai, accepting her offerings without hesitation, embodied the saying that one is not bothered by the abundance of lice or debts. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, prompting Xiaoqi to avert his gaze. All the new students were drawn in, astonished at the scene unfolding on the sofa. After the ceremony concluded, Yi Bai's debt had swelled by another 1,000,000. A cold smile graced Zhong Lexi's lips as she meticulously wiped her hands with a towel. This was splendid. The timeline for this fellow to submit to her had hastened. "Yi Bai, remember, you now owe me 6,000,000. I give you 6 months to repay," she stated coldly, pointing at him after the gathering. Yi Bai chuckled helplessly and eventually nodded in agreement. Satisfied by Yi Bai's rare display of defeat, Zhang Lexi let out a cold snort before turning to leave, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Watching her graceful form recede into the distance, Yibai could only manage a bitter smile as he walked back. That day, the campus network of Tianhai University erupted with activity. The headline read, "Shocking. The enigmatic Queen Zhang Lexi has captured someone's heart." Accompanying it was a photograph of Zhang Lexi feeding Yibai during the ceremony, presumably taken by an observant freshman. Below, a flurry of student comments followed. Raising chickens for 2.5 years. Wow. Is that really Zhang Lexi? I can barely bring myself to look. I came to deliver a series of 5 strikes. Is this truly the matriarch of the Zhang family? Am I dreaming? Stand up properly. Who is this man? Whose subordinate is he? In this life, I only adore half-beasts. This lad has struck gold. My master has ascended. Hee. It's all fake. None of it is real. You can't fool me. Goblin crawling in shadows. I too shall pursue a wealthy woman. Tell my mother, I am not a coward. In an instant, various comments flooded the campus network. The beginning of the new semester coincided with this astonishing revelation, which captivated many amusement seekers. However, the central figure of this significant event, Yibai, remained oblivious to it all as he listlessly returned to the pawnshop. Mingyi had set up a reclining chair under the old locust tree at the entrance of the shop. Upon seeing Yibai approach, he merely lifted his eyelids slightly, turned over, and continued to doze. Once inside the shop, Yibai heard Mingyi's languid voice drift toward him. "Boss, the organization has sent a new order, a routine task that we ordinarily wouldn't take on. I thought you might find it intriguing. So I intercepted it and placed it on the counter." Upon hearing this, Yibai walked over to the counter where 2 stacks of documents lay, both remarkably detailed. The client was named Shenyi, the powerful figure from the Shen family, which held dominion over Jing'an City. Jing'an City is adjacent to Tianhai City, and the Shen family boasts a lineage that has endured for centuries. In recent years, Shenyi had harmed numerous innocent civilians for profit, not long ago. He ordered the demolition of the old town, even resorting to midnight demolitions to hasten progress. Many who had yet to relocate were tragically buried beneath the rubble. What particularly caught Yibai's attention was the revelation that Shenyi intended to kill Zhang Lexi. The Shen family, a formidable force second only to the Zhang family, had grown increasingly ambitious, and Shenyi, unable to contain his ravenous aspirations, sought to seize control of Tianhai City. Naturally, Zhang Lexi, the current leader of the Zhang family, became his greatest obstacle. Yibai perused Zhang Lexi's information, astonished by the wealth of his creditor. After examining the documents, he formulated a plan. Although Zhang Lexi employed ruthless methods, she only eliminated those who obstructed her or provoked her ire. According to the records, she had never harmed innocent civilians. Shenyi's propensity for slaughtering hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent lives was not something Zhang Lexi could commit, at least not thus far. Yibai retreated to his room, silently organizing his thoughts before stepping out. The journey from here to Jing'an City would take merely 3 hours round trip. With the first day of school approaching, he wished to avoid tardiness. As he walked away, Mingyi, lounging beneath the old locust tree, lazily retrieved his mobile phone. After dialing, he spoke coolly. "You need not concern yourself with that order any longer." A voice on the other end interrupted, seemingly suppressing a simmering rage. "You are being quite domineering. This was assigned to us as a routine task, and it is against protocol." Mingyi narrowed his eyes, a flicker of amusement disappearing from his face. "Our rules are our rules. I'm reporting this to the organization. You." The voice on the other end could no longer contain itself, erupting in fury. Yet, before the words could finish, Mingyi interrupted. He languidly rose from his chair, coldly stating, "The order has been accepted by Bai Wuchang." Silence enveloped the line, and after a prolonged pause, the trembling voice responded, "Understood." Chapter 7. The division of spoils as night descended upon the land. A gentle rain began to fall once more over Jing'an City. The wind picked up, sweeping in from the distant sea, carrying with it the briny scent of salt. "Driver, I shall disembark here," Yibai announced, handing the taxi driver 3 crisp 100-yuan notes. The taxi came to a gradual stop. Noticing Yibai's lack of intent to seek change, the driver beamed, wishing him a pleasant evening and smooth endeavors. The neon lights flickered, casting a play of light and shadow across Yibai's visage. The Shen family's company was situated in the most bustling area of Jing'an City, where tonight, Shenyi would host a grand soiree to celebrate the demolition of the old district. At the pinnacle of the skyscraper, Shenyi inched closer to a beautiful young woman. She bore the scars of torment, her eyes brimming with desperation as she retreated until there was no further escape. tears cascading down her cheeks in a heart-wrenching display. "You wretched creature, satisfy my desires, and I shall spare your crippled father. Otherwise, I will annihilate your entire family." Shinyi gasped, his words dripping with malice. Observing the tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, a twisted smile crept across Shinye's face. At that moment, the office door swung open unexpectedly. Infuriated, Shinyi bellowed, "Do you wish for death? Did I not instruct you not to disturb me? Let those attending the soiree do as they please. It's not as if I haven tea arranged for them women. I shall be there shortly." With that, Shinye's sinister grin widened as he seized the young woman, violently tearing at her clothing. Yet, no one responded to Shinye's demands, nor did the door close again. It was then that Shinyi sensed something amiss and turned sharply. In his final moments, he beheld only a pair of clear, indifferent eyes. Yi Bai, with a delicate motion, withdrew the dagger embedded in Shinye's nape, leaving not a trace of blood upon his garments. This was a clever trick taught to him by Lao Bai. He recalled the first time he took a life. The blade had lodged in the ribs, splattering blood everywhere. While Lao Bai had laughed uproariously at his predicament, gathering the scattered clothing from the floor, he wiped the dagger clean and made his way toward the exit. The pitiful woman, enduring her pain, mustered the strength to rise and cast a lingering gaze at Yi Bai's retreating figure. It was only when he vanished from sight that she hastily donned her clothes and fled the scene. Yi Bai navigated around the numerous bodies sprawled haphazardly outside the door and descended the stairs slowly. The soiree continued unabated. With no one noticing Yi Bai's presence or questioning Shinye's absence, all were merrily engaged, striving to conceal their own desires. Seated in the taxi on his return journey, Yi Bai contemplated how to approach Zhang Lexi for payment. According to the rules, this was a live job, with a bounty of 400 million. The intended target had been Zhang Lexi. However, having personally eliminated the client Shinyi, he was entitled to demand at least 500 million. Yet, he knew his creditor would hardly believe that he had dispatched Shinyi. It seemed he would have to enlist Mingyi's assistance. A life could not be taken in vain. By the time Yi Bai returned to the pawnshop, the night was deep. Beside Mingyi stood a slender young man, who, as Mingyi introduced, was another assassin from the Dragon Kingdom, one of the 64, named Kansas. Approaching Yi Bai, Kim bowed slightly. Yi Bai nodded and inquired, "Shall he go collect the payment?" "You certainly have considered this well. Zhang Lexi has met us both." Mingyi chuckled and nodded, then inexplicably remarked, 500 million, split 80-20. Yi Bai's ears perked up, sensing impending trouble, and immediately asked, "What do you mean by 80-20? Who gets what?" "Boss, you already owe us a considerable number of jobs. This time, I intercepted a job, and Kim will go collect the payment. So," Mingyi scratched his nose and smiled. Yi Bai's expression darkened instantly. So all his efforts had only yielded a mere 100 million? "Master, in truth, 100 million is already a substantial gain." Ken leaned in, grinning. "I am not a mere slave." Yi Bai erupted in anger. Nevertheless, he ultimately relented, conceding, 100 million it is then. He stormed into the room, slamming the door behind him. In the hall, Mingyi and Ken exchanged a knowing smile before Ken departed. The Zhong family, in this prime real estate of Tianhai City, possessed an entire estate, complete with a castle-like villa. The estate was heavily fortified, employing numerous retired special forces as security. Zhang Lexi lay in her bedroom, engrossed in her favorite mobile game, Identity V. A cold breeze swept through the window, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. "Good evening, Miss Zhong." A sudden voice broke the silence of the bedroom. A gaunt figure materialized in the chair by the window. Moonlight filtered through, casting a shadow over the person's face, rendering them indistinct. Startled, Zhong Lexi instinctively reached for the handgun beneath her pillow, her heart racing with fear, given the estate's stringent security. It was illogical for anyone to breach it. "Miss Zhong, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Your guards are competent, but if a shot is fired, I may have to resort to lethal measures for self-preservation tonight," the intruder cautioned. Zhong Lexi relaxed her grip on the handgun, internally mocking her own naivety. An individual capable of silently infiltrating her bedroom rendered her firearm useless. "Haha, Miss Zhong, you are quite astute. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kan, an assassin," he said softly, settling into the chair by the window. Zhong Lexi caught the implication in Kan's words and exhaled in relief. "What brings you here?" she asked directly. The fact that he had not immediately attempted to take her life suggested he was not there to end her. Kan's shadow seemed to quiver, as if in amusement. "Miss Zhong, you are indeed intelligent. I have something for you to examine." With that, he presented the order details from Shinyu to Zhong Lexi. Upon receiving the documents, she glanced at them, and her wrist trembled violently. "It's you." she exclaimed, her usually composed voice betraying a hint of tremor. Ken nodded slightly, gesturing towards the document in Zhong Lexi's hand, and remarked, Shen Yi is deceased. I have come to seek financial recompense from Miss Zhong. It is as simple as that. Zhong Lexi furrowed her brow in confusion, inquiring, was he not one of your clients? Did you take his life? According to your rules, it should have been me who perished. Why extend your assistance to me? Miss Zhong, your inquiries are rather numerous. Ken chuckled softly a couple of times. Placing a note upon the table, Zhong Lexi cast a glance at the note, revealing it to be an account number. How much do you require? She questioned. 10 billion. Came the reply. Chapter 8. He is simply Superman in the early morning. Yi Bai stepped out of his door. In the hall, Ming Yi and Ken were huddled together, engaged in conversation, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. Upon noticing Yi Bai's arrival, Ming Yi approached him, offering a bank card with a smile, saying, Boss, the money has arrived. Your 100 million is right here. Yi Bai accepted the card, casting a skeptical glance at Ming Yi, sensing that there was something he was withholding. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Finally, having money brought him a sense of ease. After donning his school uniform, Yi Bai exited. Once he left, Ming Yi and Ken resumed their whispers. Still 900 million left, half for each. Last night, the entire Jing'an city was thrown into chaos. The news of the assassination of the head of the Shen family quickly spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The Shen family was in an uproar, searching every inch of Jing'an city, but finding not a single trace of the perpetrator. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Yi Bai, was in the locker room of Tianhai University, changing his clothes. Since its establishment, Tianhai University mandated a month of military training for all incoming freshmen, a requirement applicable to ordinary students. However, exceptions were made for privileged individuals like Zhong Lexi, who were exempt from such drills. In an unusual turn of events, Zhong Lexi decided to participate in this military training, even being assigned to the same instructor as Yi Bai. Last night had been a whirlwind for her. With Shen Ye's death, the Zhong family needed to absorb as much of the Shen family's influence as possible. Fortunately, through her tireless efforts, she managed to handle these matters. Today, however, she appeared somewhat fatigued and directed an icy demeanor towards Yi Bai. Her participation in the training was solely to observe Yi Bai's embarrassment. The instructor for their squad, whom Zhong Lexi had influenced, would unconditionally target Yi Bai. As anticipated, the moment the training commenced, the instructor began to pick on him. You. Step forward. Repeat what I just said. The instructor commanded, pointing at Yi Bai. Yi Bai slowly emerged from the ranks, replying nonchalantly, I forgot. You said so much. How could I remember? In truth, he had not been listening, his attention fixated on Zhong Lexi. Arrogant. The instructor bellowed, pointing at Yi Bai, 100 push-ups now? Yi Bai glanced at the instructor with indifference, saying nothing further, and began to execute the push-ups. The other freshmen watched in awe, as the campus network had made Yi Bai a well-known figure. What audacity to bully him in front of the young lady of the Zhong family. Yet Zhong Lexi maintained a composed expression throughout, silent and unyielding. To the new students, it seemed she was seething with rage, and the instructor's fate appeared grim. In reality, Zhong Lexi was secretly reveling in the situation. Yes, this is exactly how to deal with him. Let him be overwhelmed. Before long, Yi Bai completed the 100 push-ups, returning to the ranks with an unfazed countenance. Following this, the instructor's peculiar targeting of Yi Bai continued. You. The military posture was not held steady. 100 push-ups. You. You have been staring at the girl. 100 push-ups. You. Did you just glare at me? 200 push-ups. Ultimately, the number of push-ups Night White had to complete accumulated to 3,000. Zhong Lexi quietly leaned closer to Night White's ear, smiling as she said, Night White, please, plead with me, and I shall speak to the instructor to absolve you of this punishment. She had anticipated her victory, only to hear Night White respond, no need to trouble yourself, it's merely 3,000. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Night White commenced his task. After completing the first 100, some initially reveled in his predicament, but as time elapsed, their attitude transformed from amusement to shock, and eventually to profound respect. Night White resembled a machine, repeating the same motion. Initially, the instructor counted for him, but soon forgot this detail. Whispers began to circulate through the ranks, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. How many has he done? At least 2,000. Why does he remain expressionless? What sheer willpower? Is anyone counting? Has he surpassed 3,000? He is nothing short of superhuman. The commotion within the group escalated uncontrollably, until even newcomers from other teams began to cheer for Night White. The instructor, exasperated, had no choice but to halt this farce. Night White slowly rose, drenched in sweat, breathing lightly. In the ranks, Zhong Lexi was utterly astonished. Observing Night White's soaked clothing and the beads of sweat cascading down his neck and his shirt, her cheeks flushed crimson. How could he be so formidable? Despite his slender frame? After military training concluded that day, Zhong Lexi was eager to depart. Every time she recalled Night White's sweaty visage, her face would burn. Now, she wished to maintain distance from him, yearning to flee. However, Night White persistently chased after her. As she sensed his rapid approach from behind, an inexplicable panic surged within her, a sensation she had not experienced even when confronting the inscrutable assassin the previous night. Night White reached her side and gently patted her shoulder. To her surprise, this slight gesture caused her to exclaim, "What happened?" Night White glanced at his hand, puzzled. There was nothing amiss, he had merely applied a light touch. Zhong Lexi's cheeks visibly reddened. Your hand is so warm, don't touch me." Her voice was soft and timid, almost unrecognizable even to herself. Night White, bewildered, wondered what was amiss with this young lady today. "By the way, Miss Zhong, I intended to repay you. Thank you for your assistance. Please provide me with your account details." Night White smiled at Zhong Lexi. A look of astonishment crossed her beautiful face as she regarded him, skeptically inquiring. "You? Repay? Where would you procure such funds?" This is rather disheartening news. The fellow has repaid his debt, which means that his plan to trample him underfoot has been thwarted. He borrowed the money from a relative, Night White remarked. Zhong Lexi, with an expression of disbelief, retorted, "How am I unaware of any relatives you might have? Aren't you an orphan? Would you believe me if I claimed this is a reward for having taken a life?" Night White rolled his eyes and replied slowly. Soon, he sensed something amiss. He leaned closer to Zhong Lexi and inquired, "I am an orphan. How do you know this? Have you investigated me?" Overwhelmed by his masculine aura, Zhong Lexi stumbled over her words. "Of course. I, as the young lady I am, must ascertain your background. Otherwise, how could I lend you money?" "Oh, is that so?" Night White responded with a smile. Zhong Lexi's demeanor grew increasingly awkward. "Indeed. As the creditor, I must have some assurance, right? What if you abscond?" "Oh, is that so?" Night White echoed his earlier words. "That's enough of that." Zhong Lexi, losing her composure, pressed her foot, clad in black leather shoes, onto the back of Night White's foot and twisted it fiercely. Chapter 9. Returning to the familiar place after venting her frustrations on Yi Bai, Zhong Lexi finally felt a temporary sense of relief. The matter of repayment could wait. For the time being, she was not in dire need of funds. However, there was a hint of evasiveness in her gaze as Yi Bai's sudden insistence on repayment caught her off guard. It was the first time she encountered someone who refused to accept money, yet the burden of debt was still rather unsettling. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, she heard Zhong Lexi's voice. "Are you annoying? I'm not in a rush, so why are you?" The interest. Yi Bai hadn't finished his sentence when Zhong Lexi stepped on his foot with unexpected force. The sensation was not painful, but rather oddly pleasant. "I won't charge you any interest. Is that satisfactory?" Zhong Lexi retorted with a hint of frustration. Now, she had to devise a plan before Yi Bai demanded repayment. Observing the seemingly foolish expression on Yi Bai's face, she quickly formulated a scheme. This fellow, evidently not in need of money, seemed inexperienced in matters of the heart. If she pretended to have feelings for him and found a way to make him utterly infatuated, he could become her devoted little pet. When she grew tired of the game, she could easily cast him aside. The thought of his potential heartbreak was far more amusing than simply eliminating him. Lost in her musings, Zhong Lexi couldn't help but chuckle. "Miss Zhong, what are you laughing at?" Just then, she noticed Yi Bai's face had come uncomfortably close, his expression filled with curiosity. Startled, she felt like a child caught in a misdeed, her wide eyes darting around. Nothing at all. "Have you eaten? Allow me to treat you to a meal." The words escaped her lips, and even she felt they were somewhat presumptuous. Who invites someone to dinner right off the bat? Zhong Lexi inwardly chastised herself, suddenly realizing that not only was this fellow inexperienced in romance, but so was she. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling ripe cherries. Yi Bai was equally puzzled. The thoughts of this young lady were inscrutable. She had just been angry, only to abruptly break into laughter, and now, out of the blue, was inviting him to dinner. Nevertheless, being invited to a feast was hardly a misfortune. "All right, you must know of many delightful places to eat. I rarely dine out, so I shall rely on your expertise." Yi Bai replied with a smile. Zhong Lexi glanced at him in surprise, not expecting him to agree. Could it be that he held some interest in her? Had he readily accepted her invitation with ulterior motives? As her mind raced, the blush on her cheeks remained unyielding. Then let us go. Follow me. We'll take my car, Zhang Lexi declared, striding towards the school gate, with Yibai hastily trailing behind. At the entrance of Tianhai University, Xiaoqi had been waiting by the car for quite some time. Upon seeing Zhang Lexi emerge, he promptly opened the door. However, when Xiaoqi glanced back, she noticed that Yibai had followed closely behind. She cast a questioning look at Zhang Lushi, and upon receiving a nod from her, allowed Yibai to enter the vehicle. Once inside, Zhang Lushi merely uttered the words to the usual place, then closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. In truth, she was mentally strategizing how to handle Yibai during their upcoming meal. Seated in the luxurious car, Yibai gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, marveling at the joys of wealth. Even the sofa within the vehicle was exceedingly comfortable. Yet, it soon dawned upon him that he, too, was now a person of considerable means, as few attain a fortune of 100 million at the tender age of 18. Observing the slumbering Zhang Lushi, he could not help but find her quite enchanting. He was well aware she was feigning sleep. With his deep understanding of the human body, he could discern her breathing patterns, but he chose not to disrupt the tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, Yibai felt that simply watching her in silence was rather pleasant. As the car gradually came to a halt, he diverted his gaze from Zhang Lushi and looked out the window. However, what he beheld caused his heart to sink. The surroundings appeared desolate, with a sheer cliff ahead and the tumultuous sea crashing below. Where on earth had they come? Was this still within the confines of their homeland? At that moment, another van arrived, and several burly men emerged from it. Zhang Lushi stepped out of the vehicle, momentarily taken aback. Her expression one of astonishment as she turned to Xiaoqi, demanding an explanation. Xiaoqi, confused, stammered, "My lady, did you not say the usual place? Is this not it? To lure that boy here and dispose of him as fish bait?" Zhang Lushi was dumbfounded for a moment before breaking into laughter, fueled by indignation. "I meant the usual place for dining," she exclaimed, her anger palpable. At that moment, she genuinely wished to feed someone to the fish. Xiaoqi, astounded, quickly replied, "I am at fault, my lady. I misunderstood your intent." Their conversation was overheard by Yibai, who found the situation utterly amusing. Zhang Lushi turned to Yibai, offering an awkward smile. "Curse Xiaoqi. You've jeopardized my plans. What if this fellow takes flight?" Yet, Yibai did not react with the panic she had anticipated. Instead, he merely smiled faintly and re-entered the car. The journey continued with Xiaoqi at the wheel, while Yibai and Zhang Lushi occupied the back seat. This time, Zhang Lushi truly felt embarrassed to open her eyes, opting to sleep instead. As it was getting late, Zhang Lushi postponed their dinner to the following day, and Xiaoqi drove Yibai to the pawn shop. Upon returning, Yibai found Ming Yi still reclining beneath the old locust tree, while Ken had already departed. To his surprise, a girl was now present within the pawn shop. She was quite beautiful, timidly standing at the door, clad in a white shirt, her exposed skin marred by fresh bruises and scars. Yibai frowned. He recognized her as the unfortunate woman who had been humiliated by Xinyi on the day he had killed him. Mingyi arrived at the entrance, gesturing towards the girl and stating, "Her name is Chuli. She witnessed the entire process of your slaying of Xinyi. After escaping, she was captured by the Shin family. But we rescued her." Standing at the threshold, Chuli spoke softly to Yibai, saying, "You avenged my life by killing Xinyi. My existence is now yours." Yibai regarded Chuli, who appeared delicate and frail, yet her eyes radiated a fierce tenacity. His father had long been murdered by Xinyi, and now the Shin family was relentlessly searching for her. She was alone, unable to survive. Mingyi spoke again. "What do you intend to do?" Yibai inquired of Mingyi. While taking in this pitiable girl was not an issue at present, it was certainly not a sustainable solution, considering they were all assassins. Mingyi took a drag from his cigarette and slowly replied, "She could be the next Mingyi." Seeing Mingyi's resolution, Yibai refrained from further comment and eventually nodded in agreement. Mingyi approached Chuli, gently ruffling her hair. Echoing the words of old by Yibai from years past, he softly told Chuli, "After my demise, this position will be yours." Chuli nodded earnestly, and as she looked at Yibai and Mingyi, a radiant smile broke upon her face, tears cascading from her eyes. Yibai observed this familiar scene, momentarily lost in thought. Old Bai had only taught him the art of killing. Thus, the old pawnshop welcomed a new assistant. Chapter 10. How to capture the heart of a young man at the esteemed Zhong family estate. Xiaoqi cautiously brought his vehicle to a halt at the entrance of the villa. Observing the clouded expression on Zhang Lexi's face, he was engulfed by a wave of apprehension. His understanding had been correct. When the young mistress mentioned the old place, it was indeed the location he had surmised. Park the car properly. Your involvement ends here, Zhang Lexi stated coolly, her gaze fixed on the visibly anxious Xiaoqi. Sighing, he lamented that it was ultimately his failure to communicate effectively, and he could not blame anyone else. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoqi felt an immense relief wash over him, his unease dissipating as he cheerfully drove the car into the garage. In that fleeting moment, he had feared he might be subjected to a reprimand. Zhang Lexi had a light meal before retreating to her room. Strangely, the games she usually cherished had lost their allure. Eventually, she picked up her phone and dialed Xiaoqi's number. Xiaoqi, please send me Yibai's phone number. Just as Yibai was about to drift off to sleep, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he instinctively hung up, assuming it to be yet another bothersome telemarketer. These individuals always claim to have your best interests at heart, while their true aim was merely to exploit your finances. Moments later, the phone rang again, the same number flashing on the screen. Frowning in irritation, Yibai thought, so they are fixated on my money, are they? He answered the call, promptly stating, I am not interested in loans. I own a car and a house. My parents have passed away. I possess no significant assets. I do not require financial management. I have no desire to pursue further education, and I have no children needing early education. Moreover, I have no need for a burial plot after I pass away. After a prolonged silence on the other end, a familiar voice erupted in frustration. Yibai. You scoundrel. Imbecile. This is Zhang Lexi. How dare you hang up on me? Do you wish to court danger? Yibai distanced the phone from his ear, the volume of her outburst nearly deafening. Miss Zhang, I had no idea it was you. I thought it was a telemarketer, he chuckled, genuinely surprised that she would reach out to him. On the other end, Zhang Lexi let out a cold huff. You would do well to remain oblivious. For even if your imagination had wandered to thoughts of me engaging in craftsmanship, it would still be a lesser offense than your deliberate disconnection. Yibai found himself momentarily speechless, perplexed by her peculiar analogy. Miss Zhang, why are you calling at such a late hour? What can I do for you? He noticed it was already 10 o'clock, pondering what had rendered her so peculiar throughout the day. Zhang Lexi's voice floated through the line, I cannot sleep. And I have decided to show some benevolence by inviting you to play games with me. Additionally, you may listen to my voice as a reward for your efforts. However, Miss Zhang, my phone is quite antiquated. Having served me well for many years, it cannot support games, Yibai replied, glancing at his decade-old flip phone. Zhang Lexi fell silent once more, clearly taken aback by his response. Had she just been refused? Enough of your nonsense. What do you mean you cannot play games on your phone? Are you mocking me? She retorted, struggling to suppress her frustration. At present, one must refrain from harsh words and maintain composure, waiting for this individual to fall in love before mercilessly trampling upon him. So thought Zhang Lexi, repeating it to herself time and again. Yibai, with a resigned smile, remarked, if you were playing Tetris, I could accompany you, as I am quite the expert. On the other end of the line, Zhang Lexi was rendered utterly speechless. Tomorrow, I will come to pick you up and take you to buy a phone. Let us see what you have to say then. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Lexi declared. Small favors were insignificant. She merely wished to give this fellow a taste of sweetness in exchange for his genuine affection. A social maneuver. However, she soon heard Yibai's polite refusal. I still have military training tomorrow. I am not your esteemed Miss Zhang. If I don't go, there will be consequences. Enough of this nonsense. I assure you, nothing will happen. I will speak to the instructor. Zhang Lexi was verging on fury. To be rejected twice in a single phone call was unprecedented in her experience. Thus, Yibai was reluctantly compelled to acquiesce. After hanging up, Zhang Lexi let out a soft huff and murmured, Yibai, I wonder how long you can maintain your bravado in my presence. She nestled into her blankets, opened the web browser, and typed into the search bar, how to win a young man's heart, then clicked search. The next morning, as Yibai slumbered, he was stirred by some noise and suddenly opened his eyes, glancing towards the doorway. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Lexi entered, approaching his bedside with a distinctly unfriendly expression. This damned fellow. We had an agreement, and yet he is still asleep at 6 in the morning. Yibai exclaimed, exasperated, nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens. What is wrong with Ming-Yi? Why has Tihi called me? Zhang Lexi tossed a set of clothes onto Yibai's bed and coldly stated, I arranged for us to go out today. Past noon means today has arrived, understand? Frustration simmered within her. Had it been anyone else, they would have been waiting at the manor gates the previous night. Observing the clothes she had cast upon the bed, Yibai looked at her in confusion. Hurry and put these on. Wear this outfit and don't embarrass me, Zhong Lexi said, her gaze somewhat awkward. Finally, spurred by her insistence, Yibai reluctantly got out of bed. The attire Zhong Lexi had prepared fit impeccably, and Yibai himself felt considerably more handsome once dressed. Even Zhong Lexi couldn't help but steal glances at him. Upon exiting his room, Yibai noticed that Ming Yi and Chuli were nowhere to be found, which explained why Zhong Lexi had been able to intrude. As before, Xiaoqi drove, with Zhong Lexi feigning sleep throughout the journey, while Yibai's gaze remained fixed upon her. The difference today was that Xiaoqi did not take them to the usual place, but instead parked in front of a shopping mall. Chapter 11. The Bible of Love. Zhong Lexi entered the shopping mall with Yibai, wearing an expression of triumphant delight. Behold, this mall is owned by my family, the Zhong family, spanning an impressive 900,000 square meters. Isn't it remarkable? Zhong Lexi held her head high, her demeanor radiating pride. Having conducted thorough research online the previous night, she was well prepared. The first step to winning a young man's heart, showcasing one's formidable prowess to inspire admiration. Yibai surveyed the expansive mall, genuinely impressed. Even without considering the opulent decorations within, this vast establishment was singular in Tianhai City. It truly is impressive, Yibai exclaimed sincerely. Zhong Lexi's ears perked up upon hearing Yibai's compliment, filling her heart with joy. Yes, this is precisely how it should be. He must recognize my strength and then cling tightly to my side. Today, Zhong Lexi had opted for a white lantern-sleeved blouse instead of her school uniform, the semi-transparent cuffs hinting at her delicate wrists. Below, she wore a pleated skirt that gracefully fell about 10 centimeters above her knees. This ensemble was meticulously chosen, as online advice suggested that such a vibrant, youthful appearance would more easily captivate young boys. Her lively demeanor caught Yibai's attention, particularly her legs clad in white over-the-knee socks. Zhong Lexi discreetly observed Yibai and readily noticed his gaze. A subtle smile graced her lips. Indeed, the article titled The Bible of Love was not without merit. Humph. You little rascal, you won't escape my charms. They strolled through the mall, which seamlessly combined shopping, dining, entertainment, and sports, showcasing an array of luxury goods. Overwhelmed by the sights, Yibai appeared somewhat dazzled, as he was unaccustomed to such opulence. Observing his bewildered expression, Zhong Lexi felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, despite his wealth, it seemed he lived a rather frugal life, seldom visiting such establishments. Come, let me help you purchase a phone. Trust in my discerning taste. Zhong Lexi urged, pointing toward a nearby mobile store before striding ahead. The store manager spotted Zhong Lexi from afar, and upon recognizing her approach, he braced himself for her presence. Though it was his first encounter with her, he had seen her photographs beforehand. As understanding this formidable figure of the Zhang family was crucial for anyone running a business in the area. It was rumored that a luxury goods store owner who had once offended Zhong Lexi was now cultivating mangoes in Africa. Madam, the manager called out, sprinting to the entrance to greet her with an overly enthusiastic smile. Zhong Lexi responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement and ushered Yibai into the store. She instructed the manager to present the finest phone available, and amidst the manager's astonished gaze, Zhong Lexi completed the purchase with her card. Yibai felt a twinge of embarrassment as the phone cost over 40,000. Were it not for Zhong Lexi's insistence, he would have deemed such an extravagant purchase unnecessary. As I watched the two figures recede into the distance, the manager of the mobile phone store felt as though the sun had risen in the west. Miss Zhong actually paid for her purchases. This was, of course, a small strategy devised by Zhong Lexi, the second step in winning a young man's heart, buy him gifts, be it a home or a car, thus creating a debt of gratitude. Miss Zhong, I will repay you later, Yibai stammered. He believed he should not accept favors without reason, especially from a girl, as it felt rather peculiar. However, upon hearing this, Zhong Lexi's expression darkened. Repay? Nonsense. I told you it's a gift. How dare you refuse my kindness? Do you want to live? Listening to Zhong Lexi's fierce words, Yibai could only manage a helpless smile. Fine, if you insist. I want to repay you. Is it customary for young ladies to force gifts upon others? After scolding Yibai, Zhong Lexi suddenly lowered her head, as if recalling something. The internet advised her to be gentle and considerate, to avoid shouting. The third step in winning a young man's heart, always think of him, allowing him to feel your affection. With this in mind, Zhong Lexi quickly donned a smile she believed to be gentle. Yibai, I see that your clothes are rather worn. Let me buy you a few new pieces. Yibai's mind was filled with questions. What was happening? This young lady was changing her demeanor so rapidly. Just moments ago, she seemed ready to devour him. Oh, all right, I indeed plan to buy some clothes. Yibai eventually acquiesced, curious about the intentions of this young lady. Thus, under Zhang Lexi's guidance, the two embarked on a shopping spree at the mall. Zhang Lexi was exceedingly generous, selecting over 10 outfits for Yibai in one go and urging him to try them on one by one. Yibai, tall and lean, looked good in nearly everything. After trying on the clothes, any piece that Zhang Lexi found pleasing was promptly purchased. Before long, Yibai was laden with numerous shopping bags. All courtesy of Zhang Lexi. He wished to pay for his own items, yet each time, Zhang Lexi insisted on settling the bill. Zhang Lexi's cheeks flushed. She had sneakily caught a glimpse of Yibai while he was trying on clothes, as the fitting room door had not been properly closed. Once she caught sight of him, she found it impossible to look away, her gaze continually drifting in that direction. His physique was impressive. She had not expected him to possess such a well-defined body, and the sight of his sculpted abs made her fingers itch to touch. Yibai, noticing the crimson hue on Zhang Lexi's cheeks, inquired with curiosity, "Miss Zhang, what's wrong? Why is your face so flushed?" The young lady's face was inexplicably rosy, and the mall was not even warm. Startled, Zhang Lexi looked up, momentarily at a loss for words. "Huh, what is wrong with me? I'm fine." Yibai raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean fine? I don't believe I said anything." Miss Zhang, why is your face so red?" Yibai observed her adorable countenance, and he had to admit, she looked rather charming. Such enchanting music is a rarity indeed, brimming with vitality. Is it not so? In an impulsive outburst, Zhang Lushi expressed her thoughts, then dashed ahead of Yibai, turning her back to him as she walked on. As she strolled, Zhang Lushi suddenly turned to Yibai and said, "Don't always call me Miss Zhang. Refer to me as Zhang Lushi. I address you as Yibai." Upon uttering these words, her cheeks appeared to flush ever so slightly, prompting her to swiftly turn away. Yibai quickened his pace, laden with a multitude of shopping bags, and caught up to Zhang Lushi, casting a glance her way. So adorable. Ah, you are a creep. Stay back. You are not allowed to follow me," Zhang Lushi exclaimed, retreating further ahead. Chapter 12. I call you Lushi, you call me Xiao Bai. As noon approached, the shopping bags hanging from Yibai's arms became increasingly burdensome. At that moment, he resembled a human rack, with his arms laden with various items, even a few precariously draped around his neck. Yibai was at his wit's end. It was utterly overwhelming. The sheer volume of purchases was staggering, as Zhang Lushi appeared to be a shopping fanatic, buying everything in sight, regardless of whether it was clothing or useful items. Zhang Lushi had lavished Yibai with countless acquisitions, including 2 dresses that left him baffled as to her reasoning. Zhang Lushi was in high spirits, her laughter ringing out, and ultimately, in a rare act of mercy, she summoned Xiao Qi to help carry the burdens to the car. The liberated Yibai exhaled deeply. Lushi, perhaps we should refrain from buying more. This is already quite sufficient." Upon hearing Yibai's somewhat unfamiliar address, Zhang Lushi frowned slightly, visibly dissatisfied. "Actually, I've changed my mind. Please don't call me Zhang Lushi anymore. Just drop the Zhang." She said this with an air of feigned composure, yet felt her cheeks flush and quickly turned her head away. What on earth was happening? It should have been Yibai who was under her control. Yet she found herself feeling bashful. Yibai responded with a smile. "All right, Lushi." Zhang Lushi's body involuntarily trembled. It dawned on her that she had been careless. In her eagerness to toy with Yibai, she had not considered her own vulnerability. Her heart raced, the sound echoing in her ears, as Yibai's voice calling her Lushi reverberated in her mind. Thankfully, she had not lost her composure entirely. Her heartbeat had merely quickened, and she managed to conceal any signs of abnormality from him. Yibai raised an eyebrow. When he concentrated, he could hear the rush of blood coursing through her veins, and he was acutely aware of Zhang Lushi's physical state. Why was this young lady's heart racing so? What had caused her sudden nervousness? It was not that Yibai was foolish. He simply had not engaged in social interactions for 18 years, making it difficult for him to decipher a girl's thoughts. "How about you stop calling me Yibai as well? Just call me Xiao Bai. Old Bai has always called me that," he suggested, leaning closer to Zhang Lushi and speaking softly. Xiao Bai." Zhang Lushi was startled by his sudden proximity, instinctively shrinking back. The name Xiao Bai sent her heart racing. "All right, Xiao Bai," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Cursed be the situation. Who exactly was being manipulated here? Realizing she could not continue down this path, Zhang Lushi quickly changed the subject. Xiao Bai. After such a long time shopping, you must be hungry. Let us go eat. I'll treat you to a feast." Zhang Lushi led Yi Bai to a Western restaurant, a place she had intended to take him to the day before. Once seated, she promptly instructed the staff to retrieve the red wine she had stored there. After taking a sip, she felt her tension ease slightly. At last, the blush on her cheeks was no longer a concern. Truly, she was a genius. Yi Bai, holding the menu, stared at it for an extended period without grasping anything. Damn it, it's all in French. Why isn't there a picture? Reluctantly, Yi Bai handed the menu to Zhang Lushi. Sensing Yi Bai's awkwardness, Zhang Lushi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This is precisely the way to cultivate a sense of dependence in the little pup, ensuring he gradually becomes inseparable from me. Taking the menu, Zhang Lushi ordered a few of her usual favorites before passing it to the staff. The Western cuisine here is exquisite, prepared by a French chef, and I often indulge in it. With a sip of wine, a rosy glow graced her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Yi Bai nodded, harboring a sense of anticipation for the sumptuous feast ahead. To be honest, in the 18 years spent with Lao Bai, he had rarely savored anything truly delightful. Each meal before the age of 5 had been hastily assembled by Lao Bai. Later, Yi Bai diligently took it upon himself to learn cooking, yet his repertoire consisted merely of simple home-cooked dishes. Before long, 2 plates of steak were served, their enticing aroma heightening Yi Bai's appetite. Little Bai relished this moment in secret. I have never treated anyone to a meal, especially not a man, Zhang Lushi remarked, gracefully picking up her knife and fork to slice a small piece of steak, which she then placed in her mouth. Before she even began to chew, she was astonished to see Yi Bai's plate completely empty. Looking up, she found him taking a generous sip from his wine glass. Zhang Lushi's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Yi Bai. He winked at her and asked teasingly, "Lushi, is there more? Please don't tell me this is all we're having." Admittedly, the dish was indeed delicious, but it was rather scant. He had devoured it in a single bite. "You finished it?" Zhang Lushi blinked, scrutinizing Yi Bai from head to toe. Was this fellow capable of eating without chewing? He merely lowered his head, and it was gone. A master of table clearance. Yi Bai stared longingly at the steak before Zhang Lushi, lamenting that he hadn't even had the chance to savor the flavors before it vanished. Instantly, Zhang Lushi felt a surge of respect and pushed her own portion toward Yi Bai, summoning the staff to convey her request, essentially instructing the kitchen to prepare several more servings, as she was still unfamiliar with this fellow. Ultimately, to Zhang Lushi's astonishment, Yi Bai consumed 4 entire steaks, a whole pizza, and an uncountable number of desserts. The exquisite bottle of red wine that Zhang Lushi had brought was also drained by him. "You must be a reincarnation of a starving ghost," Zhang Lushi finally exclaimed, unable to contain her disbelief. It was unfathomable to witness someone with such an insatiable appetite. Yi Bai contentedly rubbed his belly, chuckling. Lao Bai always said, when there's food, one should eat their fill. Being hungry is worse than death. Zhang Lushi was left utterly speechless. After their meal, the two strolled around for a while, during which Zhang Lushi naturally bought numerous items for Yi Bai, regardless of whether he would use them, shoving them all into his arms. It was tea until dusk that Zhang Lushi, thoroughly satisfied with the day's shopping, returned Yi Bai to the pawn shop. The car came to a gentle stop in front of the shop, and this time, Zhang Lushi did not pretend to be asleep but engaged in casual conversation with Yi Bai. Beneath the ancient locust tree at the entrance of the pawn shop, Mingy and Chuli were drawn to the thunderous roar of an approaching vehicle. Inside the car, Zhang Lexi immediately spotted Chuli. Her pupils constricted as a deep crimson hue surged within her gaze, observing the strikingly beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared at the entrance of the pawn shop. Zhang Lexi seized the arm of Yi Bai, who was about to alight from the vehicle. With her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Yi Bai, she coldly inquired, "Yi Bai, who is she?" Chapter 13. I have a friend. As Yi Bai was about to exit the vehicle, he abruptly halted his actions. "Huh, who are you referring to?" Upon witnessing the sudden shift in Zhang Lexi's demeanor, Yi Bai found himself momentarily at a loss. Zhang Lexi's gaze shifted to Chu Li, her tone icy. "It's her. Why have I never seen her before?" Following Zhang Lexi's line of sight, Chu Li stood timidly beneath the old locust tree, resembling a frightened little rabbit. It seemed that she instinctively recoiled under Zhang Lexi's piercing stare. Mingy stepped forward slightly, shielding Zhang Lexi from her hostile gaze. "Oh, she is a new employee at my shop, a girl with a hard life," Yi Bai explained, observing Zhang Lexi intently. After scrutinizing Yi Bai's expression for a moment, Zhang Lexi let out a cold huff. "You better be." The crimson hue in her eyes gradually faded, and as she regained her composure, her brow furrowed deeply. What was wrong with her? What concern did that woman hold for her? Why was she feeling so unsettled? In the midst of her contemplation, John Lexi heard Yi-bai's voice. Lexi, what is the matter? From Yi-bai's perspective, this young lady was always capricious, and he could not decipher the cause of her distress. In nothing. Startled from her reverie, John Lexi shot Yi-bai a glare. You may leave now. Only then did Yi-bai exit the vehicle, retrieving a multitude of items from the trunk. Don't forget to keep me company tonight, John Lexi exclaimed as she leaned out of the car window, only to withdraw back inside moments later. As the sedan glided away, just before the window rose, Jean Lexi cast a challenging glance at Chu-Li. Yi-bai was well aware of Jean Lexi's intentions for the evening, as she had chattered incessantly about the game The Sixth Personality during their journey. With a new phone in hand, Yi-bai was eager to delve into the game, having never engaged in such recreational pursuits before. However, before that, Yi-bai had a more pressing matter at hand. Approaching Ming, Yi, and Chu-Li, Yi-bai hesitated for a moment before inquiring, what do you think, if I mean, hypothetically? If I had a friend Ming, Yi, and Chu-Li exchanged peculiar glances at Yi-bai's introduction, their expressions swiftly brightening. This should be entertaining. Ahem. Yi-bai cleared his throat. I have a friend who has befriended a young lady. She has lavished him with extravagant gifts, clothes, a phone, and all manner of things, insisting that he need not repay her. What do you think is going through this young lady's mind? Ming Yi's eyes sparkled with amusement, and even the typically sullen Chu-Li wore a smile. Observing their reactions, Yi-bai assumed his description was lacking in detail, so he added, moreover, this young lady often blushes in front of my friend Ming Yi couldn't suppress his laughter. Boss, there are no outsiders here. Is this truly about your friend? Indeed, it is solely about a friend of mine, not myself, Yi-bai asserted with unwavering conviction. The smiles on Ming Yi and Chu-Li's faces grew even broader. That young lady is clearly enamored with your friend. After a long while, Ming Yi stifled a laugh and remarked. Upon finishing her words, Ming Yi burst into hearty laughter, finding her master adorably foolish. After hearing Ming Yi's comment, Yi-bai was taken aback, rendered speechless for a moment. Boss, your heart seems to be racing. Ming Yi leaned in closer, tilting her head as if to listen intently. Unconsciously, Yi-bai took a step back, silently clutching a pile of belongings as he retreated to his room. Chu-Li whispered to Ming Yi, Master. It seems the boss's face has turned red. With his back turned to them, Yi-bai's ears twitched, and he quickened his pace, shutting the door immediately upon entering his room. Inside, Yi-bai listened to the chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The last time his heart raced so violently was during his first act of killing at the tender age of 5. Unbeknownst to him, the enchanting visage of Zhong Lushi surfaced in his mind. At that moment, a notification from his phone startled Yi-bai. Upon checking, he found a message from Zhong Lushi. The first thing she did after he acquired the phone was to use it to register him on a software platform and add him as a friend. Lushi, have you finished downloading the game? Little Bai, not yet. I just finished tidying up. Lushi, you better download it before I get home, or I'll start bombarding you with calls. Little Bai, I'll download it now, by the way. Where do I find it? The other party is typing. Guided by Zhang Lushi, Yi-bai opened the app market, located the game titled Identity V, and commenced the download. Within the app market, he stumbled upon another game with abysmal ratings yet high download and uninstall rates, named Rising Up. Curiously, Yi-bai clicked on it and glanced at the description. To his astonishment, it offered 5 legendary generals right from the start. In an inexplicable impulse, he added this game to his download queue as well. The game Rising Up completed its download swiftly, while Identity V was only halfway through. Consequently, Yi-bai attempted to enter and play Rising Up. As the ominous voice proclaimed the fall of a mighty territory, Yi-bai found himself swiftly defeated. His expression darkened as he accessed the customer service chat, fervently typing. The game balance is so poorly executed that no one would play this. Customer service Fei Air, not at all. Our game is on the rise. Ultimately, Yi-bai gazed at the 2 games on his phone, feeling as though he had finally found something worthwhile in life. As another notification chimed, he realized Zhong Lushi had arrived home. Lushi, Little Bai, log in quickly. Hurry up. Lushi answered the call with a flurry of activity. Yi-bai soon heard Zhong Lushi's voice. Oh my, not bad. You're learning quickly, already adept with your new phone. Her tone was laced with a hint of laziness, leading Yi-bai to surmise she must be lounging on her bed, staring at the game interface. He found himself at a loss, pondering what to do next. Was this truly a legitimate game? Why were there so many CPDDs in the public chat? Do not concern yourself with the minutiae. Follow the instructions I have imparted and first complete the beginner's tutorial. Zhang Lexi's voice tinged with suppressed laughter guided Yi Bai to commence the operations. Yi Bai was quick to learn, and before long, had mastered the fundamental maneuvers. Prepare yourself, for I am about to initiate the matchmaking process. Chapter 14. Is this a test for the cadres? Yi Bai held his breath, fully immersed in the game. While Zhang Lushi had already begun her incessant chatter. Oh dear. Why is this regulator relentlessly pursuing me? Is it a crime to have a beautiful skin? I've been knocked down. Where are my teammates? Someone, please rescue me. Haha. Silly. Xiao Bai, don't save him. Let us just run away. The two engaged in their virtual battle until the midnight hour before finally exiting the game. Zhang Lushi announced her intention to pick Yi Bai up for school the following morning, sternly warning him to avoid sleeping in. After hanging up, Yi Bai felt quite alert, glancing at the clock and realizing there were still 3 hours until dawn. He ultimately decided against sleep. Rise and shine, he declared, activating his day. The next morning, Yi Bai awoke to the distant roar of approaching vehicles, springing from his bed and rushing out the door. Ming Yi and Chu Li had once again disappeared, a phenomenon Yi Bai had grown accustomed to. After all, the pawn shop was situated in a secluded area, lacking any substantial clientele, and Yi Bai could hardly be bothered. He opened the car door and slid into the seat, his gaze continually drifting toward Zhang Lushi, who was clad in her school uniform. The sheer black stockings accentuated her long, fair legs, which appeared almost ethereal. Yi Bai's eyes roamed from her head to her feet, finally resting on her delicate calves. They seemed so smooth, so soft, and invitingly comfortable. What are you staring at? Pervert. Rogue. Zhang Lushi detected Yi Bai's lingering gaze and, with flushed cheeks, admonished him. Reluctantly, Yi Bai shifted his attention away, though he did so with evident reluctance. Caught in the act, he felt no shame. After all, beautiful things are meant to be admired, right, Lushi? Zhang Lushi was both mortified and furious, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. What kind of person blatantly behaves like this? While it is true that I dress to entice, you could at least avoid staring. She was flustered, her words becoming increasingly harsh. Observing her flushed face, Yi Bai couldn't help but recall Ming Yi's words from the previous day. Does the young lady desire my company? Is there any truth to that? Could Ming Yi, that old bachelor, truly comprehend such matters? Both were lost in their thoughts, and for a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. The car glided toward the school, with Zhang Lushi gazing out the window. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a mischievous idea, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. He seems to enjoy watching. Does he? Well, I shall give him a proper show. With a blend of shyness and audacity, Zhang Lushi discreetly removed her shoes. Leaning against the corner of the back seat, she boldly placed her long legs on the seat, curling up comfortably, then closed her eyes. Her playful feet seemed to innocently brush against Yi Bai's leg. As the internet suggested, one must occasionally reward a little puppy, allowing it to savor a sweet treat. Yet, this one appeared to be more akin to a large dog. Zhang Lushi kept her eyes tightly shut, her face growing increasingly crimson. Yi Bai, utterly astonished, could only stare at the two exquisite legs beside him, swallowing hard. Is this truly a test for the cadres? Is it possible that Ming Yi's words hold any truth? A myriad of thoughts swirled in Yi Bai's mind. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic musings. Quiet, I am contemplating. Oh no. I am suppressing my emotions. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, with only the sound of their frantic heartbeats resonating. The vehicle came to a steady halt at the school gate, and Zhang Lushi immediately opened her eyes, donned her shoes, and exited the car. Touching her heated cheeks, Zhang Lushi felt a twinge of regret. Such indulgent rewards cannot be bestowed frequently, otherwise she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. After several deep breaths, she managed to regain her composure. Glancing back into the car, she noticed Yi Bai still sitting there, seemingly dazed. We have arrived. Why are you still in the car? Observing Yi Bai's peculiar expression, she added, why don't you go ahead? I will catch up shortly. Yi Bai chuckled awkwardly in response. Zhang Lushi rolled her eyes, bewildered by his intentions. I am aware of the lingering scent of my perfume in the car. You are reluctant to leave. But please, hurry up. Xiaoqi has other matters to attend to. With that, she turned and walked towards the school gate. Yi Bai felt a silent lament as he grappled with the discomfort of his tight school trousers. Time passed, and Zhang Lushi grew impatient waiting at the gate until, spurred by Xiaoqi's persistent urging, Yi Bai finally emerged from the vehicle. Is it really necessary? You lingered in my car for so long. I am a living person, and I permit you to occasionally sneak a whiff, Zhang Lushi proclaimed proudly. As anticipated, Yi Bai was met with a barrage of mockery upon his arrival. Zhang Lushi shot him a significant eye roll and muttered pervert. Upon hearing this, Yibai leaned in towards her neck and inhaled deeply. Ah, what is wrong with you? Startled, Zhong Lushi stepped back, crossing her arms defensively. Yibai chuckled. Did you not say I could come closer and smell? Enveloped in the delightful fragrance, Yibai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Zhong Lushi was momentarily stunned, then stormed forward, stepping on his foot repeatedly. I said sneak. Do you understand what sneak means? Pervert. Rogue. Idiot. Her face flushed with anger as she vented her frustrations. Haha, I was wrong. I shall dare again next time. Yibai laughed heartily and took off running, with Zhong Lushi hot on his heels. Their playful banter continued as they entered the school, drawing the attention of numerous students. Look, it's the young lady of the Zhong family and Yibai. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to get into trouble? Oh dear, they truly are affectionate. Sigh. When will a wealthy lady take a liking to me? Oh, can you really do 3,000 push-ups at once? Today marked the third day of military training at Tianhai University. After changing into his uniform, Yibai joined the ranks. True to her word, Zhong Lushi did not disappoint him. Despite his absence from training yesterday, he faced no repercussions. Today, the instructor has ceased to focus on him. Zhong Lexi sat beside the playground, naturally abstaining from participating in the training. Were it not for her intent to win over Yibai, she would hardly have bothered to come to school before the military training concluded, observing Yibai training on the field. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. This fellow, after a prolonged gaze, seems less bothersome than before. Occasionally, she would toss him a bottle of water, and even indulge in the affectionate gesture of ruffling his hair, drawing envious glances from countless newcomers. Eventually, the gazes of the freshmen towards Yibai transformed into jealousy. It is said online that one should frequently satisfy the vanity of a puppy. In this regard, Zhong Lexi believed she was excelling, finding it to be quite effortless. As the heir of the Zhong family, he is the dream figure of countless admirers. Just as Zhong Lexi reveled in her satisfaction, her phone rang. Upon answering, the voice of Xiaoqi emerged. Young miss, I have gathered the information on the new woman at the pawnshop. Chapter 15. A hint of danger. Zhong Lexi gazed at the information regarding Chuli sent by Xiaoqi on her phone, her brows furrowing deeply. The document revealed that the new female assistant at the pawnshop was named Ming-Yi. A name as bright as sunshine, yet why did she appear so perpetually melancholic? As she delved deeper, it became evident that this girl, Ming-Yi, was indeed a pitiable soul. After graduating from high school, she had secured admission to a commendable university, only to abandon her studies following her father's untimely demise, subsequently taking up work at the pawnshop of Yibai. The information presented no apparent issues. What intrigued Zhong Lexi was Yibai's kindness. Despite his own financial struggles, he had taken this unfortunate girl under his wing. A soft-hearted fool. Zhong Lexi's beautiful eyes flickered as she observed Yibai on the playground, as if seeing him for the first time. Perhaps she had never truly understood Yibai. Even now, having unearthed all there was to know about him, she still felt a sense of incomprehensibility. Her intuition whispered that Yibai harbored secrets, one way or another. Even when basking in the sunlight, a shadow seemed to envelop him, a thin yet profoundly dense veil, dark enough to induce a sense of suffocation. Xiaobai, what manner of person are you? Zhong Lexi murmured softly. She continued to watch Yibai from a distance, lost in thought. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yibai concluded his military training for the day and sprinted towards her. Though it was late summer, the sun remained unforgiving, prompting Tianhai University to limit the new students' military training to just a morning. Lexi, shall we go? You've been sitting here for quite a while. It must be dreadfully boring, Yibai said with a cheerful smile. Throughout the training, he had quietly observed Zhong Lexi, believing that as the heiress of the Zhong family, she must be exceedingly busy and had no reason to linger. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself wanting to see her every time he glanced in her direction. Not boring at all, Zhong Lexi blurted out, then paused, quickly regaining her fierce demeanor. Why are you getting so close? You rogue. Just moments earlier, she had noticed Yibai hovering near her, alarmingly close. Pervert. If you continue to tease me, I won't hesitate to send you to jail. Zhong Lexi attempted to adopt a menacing expression, issuing a warning to Yibai. Yibai's eyes sparkled with amusement. Going to jail sounds delightful. Far better than being fed to the fish like before. After pondering for the entire morning, Yibai had begun to grasp his feelings towards Zhong Lexi. Perhaps he might even be drawn to this young lady? Uncertain, he realized that old Bai had never taught him what it felt like to like a girl. He merely found that being with Zhong Lexi was quite comfortable. Seeing Yibai remain unfazed by her threats, still sporting that silly grin, Zhong Lexi ultimately surrendered. The great dog, with a thought process distinct from others, seems oblivious to the concept of fear. Let us go, it is time for lunch. Let us see what culinary delights the university has to offer. Zhang Lexi stood up, casting a sideways glance at the great dog before leading the way. Their destination was a modest square within Tianhai University, adorned with an array of snack stalls and eateries. As they walked, they remained in close proximity, with Yi Bai often inching closer, only for Zhang Lexi to dart away, prompting Yi Bai to close the distance again. Dear classmate Bai, do clarify that for the crime of indecency, the most severe consequence could be 3 years behind bars. Each time Yi Bai drew too near, Zhang Lexi would utter similar warnings in an attempt to deter him, though her efforts proved largely ineffective. Gradually, Zhang Lexi resigned herself to letting Yi Bai have his way. What else could she do? Surely she could not truly send the great dog to prison. Unbeknownst to her, her subconscious attitude towards Yi Bai was subtly shifting. The square at Tianhai University, while not particularly small, seemed insignificant when compared to the vast expanse of the campus. Such squares were scattered throughout the university, designed for the amusement and leisure of the students. Upon their arrival, Zhang Lexi and Yi Bai found the area bustling with a considerable number of students. Numerous keen-eyed vendors from outside had stealthily infiltrated the space, setting up makeshift stalls to peddle their snacks. Zhang Lexi appeared disinclined towards the crowded and raucous environment. Her brow furrowed as she sought a quieter establishment for their meal, a task rendered difficult by the peak dining hour, where nearly every eatery was filled to capacity. However, once they entered the square, Yi Bai's playful demeanor dimmed slightly. He sensed a familiar presence, an aura of malice. Casting a discreet glance towards a certain spot within the square, he quietly trailed behind Zhang Lexi. To Yi Bai, the individual exuded an amateurish air, barely qualifying as a true assassin. Old Bai had long taught him that the foremost rule of murder was to conceal one's intent. Old Bai would be pleased to know that even in the moments before and after an act of violence, Yi Bai's murderous intent was undetectable, only to surge forth at the instant of action before dissipating swiftly. Yi Bai tugged at Zhang Lexi's sleeve, grinning as he inquired, "Lexi, is there someone at school ensuring your safety?" If possible, he preferred not to commit an act of violence here, amidst such a crowd. Zhang Lexi turned to face him, a sardonic smile curling her lips. "What's the matter? You rogue, do you intend to glean information and then make a move on me?" Yi Bai quickly denied her accusation, even though he did indeed harbor thoughts of getting too close to Zhang Lexi, but not at this moment. As the heiress of the Zhang family, I undoubtedly have someone protecting me from the shadows. Right now, there are not one, but several sniper rifles aimed at your head. Are you afraid? Zhang Lexi threatened. Yi Bai chuckled, nodding in agreement. While there might indeed be snipers, he sensed none were trained on him. Nevertheless, it seemed from Zhang Lexi's words that there were those at the school watching over her. "Lishi, I mean no harm. But it seems someone over there is gazing at you oddly, at the 6th snack stall behind you," Yi Bai remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lushi cast a glance at Yi Bai, noting that he did not appear to be jesting, and thus she subdued her smile. Slowly, she turned to look at the individual Yi Bai had mentioned. It seemed that upon sensing Zhang Lushi's piercing gaze, the young man immediately lowered his head and fumbled beneath the stall. In just a fleeting glance, Zhang Lushi surmised the man's intentions. A cold smirk crept across her heart. Had it not been for Yi Bai's timely intervention, she might have already approached him, perhaps even met her demise. In such a precarious environment, one could easily become careless and fail to safeguard oneself. Amidst the bustling crowd, whether armed with a knife or a gun, the man would need her to draw near to ensure a lethal strike. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Zhang Lushi's eyes as her lips curled into a slight smirk. She gestured strangely towards a certain direction before striding towards the snack stall. Chapter 16. No one believes me when I speak the truth. Zhang Lexi's eyes were filled with icy disdain as she approached the food stall. Her gaze was fixed intently on the young man before her. Yi Bai stood beside Zhang Lexi, his demeanor calm and composed. Should the young man decide to strike? Even if Zhang Lexi's associates failed to intervene in time, he would ensure the man's demise before he could succeed. For Yi Bai, taking a life was a trivial matter. The young man, confronted by Zhang Lexi's frigid glare, averted his gaze. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, he produced a handgun that had been concealed beneath the stall and aimed it at Zhang Lexi's head. Bang! The gunshot rang out, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream as the young man clutched his severed arm, collapsing to the ground in agonizing wails. Thick crimson blood swiftly stained the ground, flowing through the minute cracks. The students who had been leisurely wandering the square screamed and fled in terror. Soon, only Yi Bai and Zhang Lexi remained, alongside the young man who had attempted to assassinate her. On the rooftop of a teaching building at Tianhai University, A middle-aged man lay prone, cradling a sniper rifle. How could he maintain such calm? This was abnormal. The man muttered to himself, the crosshairs of his scope trained on Yibai's head. Yibai seemed to sense something. Casting a fleeting glance toward the middle-aged man, the man's heart raced. When he looked again, Yibai had already turned away. Before long, a group of men in black arrived, each wielding firearms, encircling Zhang Lexi to protect her while vigilantly surveying their surroundings for any signs of danger. With a cold expression, Zhang Lexi approached the young man. Speak of your mastermind, and I may grant you a less painful death. The man remained silent, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His lips pale from excruciating pain. A flash of crimson flickered in Zhang Lexi's eyes as she instructed the men in black, force his mouth open. I wish to discover who seeks my demise. The men nodded, ensuring the area was secure before taking the man away. Zhang Lexi turned to glance at Yibai, who still stood behind her, arching an eyebrow. Was he so frightened that he had lost his composure? His expression was devoid of emotion. She waved her hand before his eyes. Xiaobai, are you dazed? The scene was indeed gruesome, but Zhang Lexi, accustomed to such sights, felt no distress. However, Yibai's reaction intrigued her. He posed an unrelated question, innocently inquiring, is it all taken care of? Can we eat now? I'm so hungry. Zhang Lexi was momentarily taken aback. This was the second time Yibai had witnessed her taking a life. The first was when he was beaten. But this instance was far bloodier. Why did he seem so unfazed, as if watching a film? Noticing Zhang Lexi's prolonged silence, Yibai furrowed his brow and pointed at the pool of blood on the ground. Lexi, please don't tell me we have to clean this up ourselves. Zhang Lexi has now truly confirmed that this fellow is utterly fearless. Ah, eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Follow me. It's fortunate that everyone else has left, so it's peaceful now, Zhang Lexi said, her tone slightly exasperated as she led Yibai to a restaurant. This establishment was a Chinese eatery, and only the owner and a few trembling waiters remained. Upon seeing Zhang Lexi, the owner dared not be negligent and promptly served tea. Fearing that a gunshot might turn him into a victim, Yibai was indeed ravenous, ordering 3 dishes and a large bowl of rice, adding that he could always order more if needed. Throughout the meal, Zhang Lexi kept a watchful eye on Yibai, glancing up at him with nearly every bite she took. However, she gleaned nothing, as Yibai was wholeheartedly focused on devouring his food. In the blink of an eye, he had polished off the entire bowl of rice and went to refill it, while Zhang Lexi had barely made a dent in her own. A glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes. How could this fellow eat so much yet maintain such an admirable physique without gaining weight? Noticing that Yibai's pace of eating had begun to slow, Zhang Lexi speculated that he must be nearing fullness. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Xiaobai, tell me honestly. In that earlier scene, with everyone fleeing, why weren't you afraid? Yibai popped a sizable piece of braised pork into his mouth, chewed a few times. And only after swallowing did he respond, because there is nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Lexi pressed on, her inquisitiveness unyielding. Why? I really want to know your reasoning. Setting down his utensils, Yibai looked at her and slowly explained, because I've been killing since a young age. At this point in my life, I certainly am not fearful of such things. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lexi's beautiful eyes fell into a prolonged stupor, followed by a hearty laugh. Had she not investigated Yibai beforehand, she might have believed his tall tale. Moreover, he appeared so foolish, hardly resembling someone with a formidable background. Haha, Xiaobai. You're quite the character. Now you can tell lies without batting an eyelash, can you? Have you forgotten that I've looked into you? I know everything about you from birth until now. Zhang Lexi nearly doubled over in laughter at the table. This fellow, who claimed on their first meeting to help her kill, now professed to have been killing for ages. What a ludicrous jest. Yet, such humor struck a chord within her. Yibai sighed softly and picked up his utensils again, resuming his meal. In this day and age, even honesty goes disbelieved. Zhang Lexi, still chuckling, suddenly grabbed a pair of chopsticks and pointed them toward Yibai's eyes, halting just a few centimeters from them. Yibai didn't even blink. With a smirk, Zhang Lexi inquired, why do you not flinch? Yibai rolled his eyes dramatically and continued to focus on his rice. Zhang Lexi nudged his leg under the table, asserting, I'm asking you a question, respond to me. She had been testing Yibai. If he were truly a well-trained individual, he would have evaded her strike the moment she launched it. Yibai finished the rice in his bowl and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, I'm utterly dumbfounded. Is that satisfactory? He could hardly be bothered to evade the little tricks of Zhang Lexi, as he felt no inkling of malice from her. Pleased. Zhang Lexi nodded in agreement. Indeed, being rendered speechless was the appropriate response. The notion of early assassinations was something only a fool would believe. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so you must not wander off elsewhere. Wait for my call, she warned after their meal. Casting a stern glance at Yubai, she intended to investigate whether the individual who sought to take her life had spoken up, aiming to unearth the mastermind behind it all and ensnare them thoroughly. Zhang Lexi held no mercy for those who sought her demise. Yibai nodded in compliance, remaining silent. Noticing his expression, Zhang Lexi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and added, "If I catch you loitering in certain places, you shall be in grave trouble." After saying this, her demeanor softened somewhat as she took out her phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to Yibai, requesting him to confirm the receipt on his device. "Buy whatever you wish for dinner tonight, but do not expect me to treat you for every meal," she said, her cheeks flushed, before hastily departing. Yibai gazed at the money transferred by Zhang Lexi in his phone, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seemed he had indeed found himself rather pampered. Chapter 17. Come to my home in the basement of the Zhang family manor. The walls were adorned with an array of torture devices, each stained with indelible traces of blood. The young man who had attempted to assassinate Zhang Lexi was bound to a chair, his body marred by countless bloodstains. Blood flowed from the cuffs of his trousers, mingling with the dried remnants on the floor. Xiaoqi, with a stern expression, held a stack of bloody papers in his hand. At that moment, the iron door of the basement creaked open, emitting a harsh sound. Zhang Lexi entered the basement, her countenance darkened, the metallic scent of blood transforming her pale eyes into a crimson hue. Upon her arrival, Xiaoqi promptly stepped forward and reported, "Miss," he confessed. Initially thought to be tough, but after a series of interrogations, he broke down and revealed everything. Zhang Lexi nodded slightly, listening intently to Xiaoqi's account. "Miss, this individual is not from Tianhai City. The person who hired him is a wealthy businessman with the surname Lin, who has been in fierce contention with our company for the rights to develop a parcel of land," Xiaoqi recounted, carefully flipping through the papers in his grasp. As he spoke, Zhang Lexi's gaze hardened. When she first took control of the Zhong group, assassination attempts were a daily occurrence. During the tumultuous period, she had taken many lives, and the city of Tianhai finally recognized the ruthless methods of this queen of the underworld. "There is nothing left to discuss. Kill him," Zhang Lexi stated coldly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiaoqi's face as he turned to the last page of the documents. "Miss, according to our investigation, this businessman named Lin has close ties with the young master abroad, and his company is secretly funded by him." A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Zhang Lexi's eyes as she heard the name of the young master, Zhang Yichen, her half-brother who had been raised overseas. A red glint flickered in her gaze. How increasingly interesting. Xiaoqi inquired again, "Miss, what are your orders now?" "Capture him alive." "I am curious to know if my dear brother is behind this," Zhang Lexi replied, turning towards the door. As she approached, she glanced back at the man bound to the chair, instructing, "End his suffering and dispose of the body in the sea." Upon returning to her room, the sun had yet to set. She had anticipated that he would not divulge information so swiftly. Had she known it would be resolved so quickly, she would have lingered with Xiao Bai a while longer. Leaning against the window, she murmured to herself. Suddenly, she frowned, as if recalling something, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Why would she think of him? He was merely a large dog destined to be abandoned in the future. Zhang Lexi felt an inexplicable surge of annoyance. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her phone and dialed Yibai's number. The phone rang twice before Yibai's voice came through. "Lexi, what's the matter?" Hearing his voice only intensified her irritation. The absence of the large dog's bark was uncomfortable, yet its presence was even more disconcerting. "How could I not call you, dear sir? Why have you not reached out to me all afternoon? It's infuriating. I'm hanging up. Call me back." After executing a series of flamboyant moves, Zhang Lexi angrily ended the call. On the other end, Yibai wore a wry smile. Was he someone who claimed to have matters to attend to this afternoon? Moreover, they insisted on not fooling around, awaiting her call. Yibai dialed her number again, and upon connection, he heard Zhang Lexi's inquiry. "What are you doing?" Her tone had softened somewhat, yet Yibai sensed it was merely a facade. This young lady was capricious, unpredictable, and could erupt into fury at any moment. "Hey, I'm playing a game," one called rising up. Yibai replied candidly. There was a moment of silence before Zhang Lexi exclaimed in surprise, "What? You've become obsessed with it. Do you not understand that game can muddle your mind? Uninstall it immediately." Listening to Zhang Lexi's exaggerated tone, Yibai pondered over his general's level. "Oh, all right, I'll uninstall it." "Lexi, have you eaten yet?" Yibai clumsily attempted to shift the topic. He resolved that the fact he had become a general must remain a secret from Zhang Lexi, it would be quite embarrassing. On the other end, Zhang Leqi narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss. Whether it's true or not, I shall find out. She quickly continued. Quick questions. What comes after the Yangtze River's natural barrier? Jiangdong's iron wall. Yi Bai replied without hesitation. The moment the words left his lips, he realized he had made a grave mistake. Am I already losing my senses? The silence lingered on the line. Leqi, how about I treat you to a meal? What do you think about hot pot? Or perhaps barbecue? Yi Bai chuckled awkwardly. Zhang Leqi responded, Xiao Bai, I want you to appear before me right now, immediately. Her anger was not solely directed at Yi Bai for playing games, but also for attempting to deceive her. Yi Bai stepped out of his room, glancing at the setting sun, and asked, Leqi, where are you right now? Time truly flew while gaming. It felt like he had barely returned before dusk was upon him. I'll send someone to pick you up. Come to my house, Zhang Leqi replied languidly. This fellow, now so disobedient, what would happen in the future? She needed to be summoned for a thorough education. Yi Bai's heart raced. Nightfall was imminent, and Zhang Leqi expected him to go to her house. His mind began to wander with wild thoughts. As Yi Bai contemplated, he heard Zhang Leqi's voice, slightly enticing. My dad isn't home. Yi Bai could hardly withstand this. His heart raced even faster. I'll wait for you at the shop's entrance. In the Zhong family manner. Zhang Leqi stood by the window, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she hung up the phone. Little one. I shall not let you escape this time. Nightbai took 3 steps, then 2, exiting the shop. Beneath the ancient locust tree, he crouched down, met with the peculiar gazes of Mingyi and Chuli. Boss, it's nearly dark. What are you up to? Mingyi approached with a smile, his eyes brimming with mirth. Since his acquaintance with Zhang Leqi, their master had scarcely spent any time in the shop, not even dining there anymore. Nightbai felt a bit embarrassed under Mingyi's gaze and quickly replied, I have urgent matters. I won't be dining at home tonight. Mingyi nodded in understanding and inquired, So, boss, will you be returning tonight? The question struck a chord in Nightbai's heart. He had no desire to return. Perhaps. He managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Mingyi erupted into laughter, and even Chuli stifled her giggles behind her hand. Chapter 18. The peculiar melody of Zhong Lushi beneath the ancient locust tree, Yi Bai found himself crouching awkwardly, caught in the peculiar gazes of Ming, Yi, and Chuli. Finally, he spotted Zhong Lushi's luxurious car in the distance, a wave of relief washing over him. This time, it was not Xiaoqi who had come to fetch him. Yi Bai speculated that Xiaoqi must have been preoccupied with some other pressing matter. Mr. Yi Bai, the young lady has sent me to escort you, announced the driver, a man in his 30s. As he stepped out to open the car door for Yi Bai. Nodding slightly, Yi Bai took his seat inside the vehicle. Is that all the young lady instructed you to convey? She did not mention anything else. Yi Bai inquired, hoping to glean some information from the driver. As the driver gently maneuvered the car, he replied with utmost respect, Mr. Yi Bai, the young lady did not say anything further. Only that I should hasten to collect you. Hearing this, Yi Bai could only nod in resignation, internally mocking his own foolishness. That cunning young lady must have anticipated that he would inquire further. The journey was silent, and soon they arrived at the Zhong family estate. Stepping out of the car, Yi Bai gazed upon the villa, reminiscent of a grand castle, and could not help but murmur, truly magnificent at this point. He had dismissed any lingering hopes of sharing a bed with Zhong Lushi. Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. With such a vast villa, it was likely that there were many vacant rooms, and even if he were to linger here overnight, it would seem inappropriate. Upon entering the estate, Yi Bai instantly felt the weight of several guns trained upon him from a distance. There stood Zhong Lushi at the entrance of the villa, clad in a loose white nightgown, so sheer that the delicate curves of her figure were faintly discernible through the diaphanous fabric. The hem of her gown revealed her smooth, bare calves, while she wore a pair of slippers that showcased her petite, fair feet. As Yi Bai beheld this sight, his breath quickened slightly. Upon noticing his arrival, a smile blossomed on Zhong Lushi's face, and she hurried towards him, inquiring about his well-being. Xiao Bai, have you eaten yet? I'll have the servants prepare something for you. Why are you only wearing a short-sleeved shirt? It's chilly in the evening. You ought to wear a jacket or something. Her tone was gentle, a stark contrast to the person he had spoken with over the phone. She resembled a devoted wife awaiting her husband's return. Yet, alarm bells rang in Yi Bai's mind. Something felt amiss, deeply amiss. What scheme was this young lady concocting? Did she intend to poison him in his meal, or perhaps render him unconscious before forcing herself upon him? Yi Bai scrutinized Zhong Lushi's expression, seeking any signs of ulterior motives. There was no murderous intent, so his safety appeared assured, yet her smile sent chills down his spine. Could it be the latter scenario? How delightful. Although harboring such unsavory thoughts was certainly a poor habit, one could not deny the allure of Zhong Luxi's attire. Noticing Yi Bai's unwavering gaze upon her, Zhong Luxi felt her cheeks flush with warmth. She first guided Yi Bai on a tour of the villa, all the while detailing its splendid features. Just how magnificent was the villa? Yi Bai did not see. What had Zhong Luxi said? He did not hear. All of Yi Bai's attention was fixated on the two smooth and delicate calves, as well as the pair of charming little feet that moved in rhythm with Zhong Luxi's steps. Naturally, Zhong Luxi was aware that Yi Bai had no intention of exploring the villa. This was precisely her design, a deliberate temptation to lower his guard. However, as time passed, Zhong Luxi found herself unable to withstand Yi Bai's fervent gaze any longer. Yet, for the sake of her plan tonight, she could not afford to lose her temper just yet. Xiao Bai, it is rather impolite to stare at a girl for so long. Do you understand? Zhong Luxi endeavored to soften her tone as she addressed Yi Bai. Yet, he seemed oblivious, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on her legs. Zhong Luxi felt her cheeks flush with heat. This fellow had no sense of embarrassment whatsoever, and speaking to him was futile. Let us go. Dinner should be ready, she finally urged, leading Yi Bai toward the dining room. It was only when they were seated that Yi Bai diverted his gaze, for the table's barrier made it impossible for him to see much. The servant promptly brought forth the dishes, 3 courses, and a soup. As Yi Bai surveyed the offerings, a shock coursed through him. The trio of dishes consisted of oysters, chives, stir-fried pig kidneys, and turtle soup. Most notably, the turtle soup was adorned with a plethora of goji berries. Yi Bai was left speechless, according to his extensive knowledge. All these ingredients appeared to be beneficial for kidney health. Could it be that the young lady truly intended to take advantage of him tonight? But at such a young age, would he genuinely require such sustenance? Xiao Bai, the food is served. Why aren't you eating? Zhong Luxi inquired with a radiant smile, propping her chin on her hands, showing no inclination to eat herself. Observing her demeanor, Yi Bai curiously asked, Aren't you going to eat? It was specially prepared for you. I've already had my share. Zhong Luxi replied with a mysterious smile, nudging several dishes toward him. Noticing that Yi Bai still hesitated to pick up his chopsticks, she urged, Go on, drink the soup first. It's much healthier. Yi Bai chuckled and grasped the soup spoon. Drinking soup was indeed a delightful endeavor. Subsequently, Zhong Luxi quietly watched as Yi Bai devoured the meal with great enthusiasm, her smile growing ever more pronounced. After finishing the table laden with nourishing dishes, Yi Bai wiped his mouth, realizing that the dizzying sensation he had anticipated did not materialize. It seemed there were no aphrodisiacs hidden within the food. A slight disappointment flickered within him. Once Yi Bai had finished, Zhong Luxi, beaming with joy, stood and gracefully ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, she glanced down, finding Yi Bai still sitting dazedly at the dining table, gazing at her. What are you staring at? Come up, you silly goose. Zhong Luxi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she gently bit her lower lip, offering Yi Bai a bashful smile. Yi Bai's heart raced uncontrollably, feeling as though he might be entranced by her charm. Without a second thought, he hurriedly dashed up the stairs, while Zhong Luxi struggled to stifle her laughter at his flustered demeanor. Humph, you lecher. Enjoy your moment of triumph. Luxi, I have arrived. Yi Bai swiftly approached Zhong Luxi, his expression brimming with anticipation. Zhong Luxi smiled softly, turning to stride towards her room. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Bai hurriedly followed, resolute that even if the path ahead led to the gates of hell, he would uncover the truth of the matter. Chapter 19. Inviting the wolf into the house, Yi Bai followed Zhong Luxi like a shadow, trailing behind her until she entered the room. Yet, upon reaching this threshold, Yi Bai hesitated, coming to an abrupt stop, as if he were about to face a daunting challenge, feeling unprepared for what lay ahead. Xiao Bai, if you don't come in soon, I shall close the door, Zhong Luxi called out with a playful smile, peeking her head out from the doorway. Upon hearing her words, Yi Bai could no longer restrain his reason. In a swift motion, he stepped inside. Zhong Luxi was taken aback by his sudden speed, feeling a gust of wind brush past her, and when she turned to look, Yi Bai had already positioned himself within her room. Such audacity, Zhong Luxi murmured, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she closed the door. She promptly removed her shoes, sitting at the edge of the bed and crossing her legs, her fair and elongated limbs boldly displayed before Yi Bai's gaze. His breath quickened, overwhelmed by the allure before him, struggling against the turmoil within. He moved to the window and drew the curtains closed. Noticing his actions, Zhong Luxi's body shivered. What are you doing? Why are you closing the curtains? A sense of panic washed over her, Her original plan had been to entice Yi Bai into her room, and once he was unable to resist, to reject him, leaving him in a state of confusion, allowing her to reprimand him before finally offering a sweet reprieve. Thus, she believed Yi Bai would gradually become obedient to her whims. Unable to detach himself from her, the internet suggested that such training was essential for large dogs. However, Yi Bai's movement to close the curtains caused Zhang Lexi to feel alarmed. She suddenly recalled that, given Yi Bai's character, he would not remain passive, especially after consuming so many supplements. As she watched him approach, she instinctively recoiled. "What do you intend to do? I warn you not to act recklessly." Yi Bai remained silent, merely drawing closer. In a state of panic, Zhang Lexi retreated on the bed, propping herself up with her hands as she gradually moved toward the headboard. She realized she had indeed invited the wolf into her chamber. Ultimately, retreating to a point of no escape, she found herself backed against the headboard, gazing at Yi Bai, who knelt on the bed, inching nearer. Her mind went blank, momentarily forgetting that a single call for help would summon aid. Yi Bai, panting heavily, fixated on the ivory skin revealed beneath Zhang Lexi's nightgown, his heart racing. She extended a foot, pressing it against his heated chest, attempting to impede his advance. "Xiao Bai, please calm down, you mustn't." Zhang Lexi's voice bore a hint of desperation. Yet Yi Bai was impervious to her pleas, consumed solely by primal desires. With frantic hands, Zhang Lexi searched and finally grasped the gun hidden beneath her pillow. After a moment's hesitation, she raised the firearm, pressing it against Yi Bai's forehead. Though her finger did not rest on the trigger, feeling the cold metal against his skin, clarity flickered in Yi Bai's eyes, and his desire ebbed away like a receding tide. The gun conveyed a singular message that even a fool would comprehend. Zhang Lexi did not wish for this confrontation. Yi Bai furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that he had completely lost his composure, his mind consumed by the alluring figure before him. He recalled the words of Lao Bai, "Xiao Bai, remember, anything that tempts you sufficiently is capable of claiming your life." A thunderous sensation echoed in his head as he observed the disheveled clothing of Zhong Lushi and the panic reflected in her eyes, causing him to instinctively retreat. As if fleeing, "Lushi, I'm sorry, I just..." Yi Bai escaped into the shadowed corner of the room, rendering his expression obscured from Zhong Lushi's view. For reasons unknown, a deep-seated fear gripped Yi Bai's heart. He yearned to hide or to flee. Zhong Lushi, her breath uneven, slowly lowered the gun in her hand, draping a blanket over her form. Silence enveloped them for a prolonged moment, the room filled only with the sound of their disordered breaths. A gentle breeze stirred the thin curtains, wafting into the room and imbuing the night with a hint of coolness. Ultimately, Zhang Lushi shattered the silence. "You, come here. What are you hiding for?" Yi Bai's silhouette trembled, and he sluggishly emerged from the corner, taking a seat on the farthest chair from Zhang Lushi. Amusement mixed with irritation flickered across Zhang Lushi's face. He appeared more like a victim than the perpetrator. He had nearly put her in peril and yet wore a countenance of grievance. Noticing Yi Bai's averted gaze, Zhang Lushi's ire intensified. "You look so fragile now. Yet just moments ago you were anything but." With a cold smile gracing her lips, she leaned forward, scrutinizing Yi Bai. "Xiao Bai, I trust you wouldn't want a night's events to become common knowledge, would you?" Her tone regained its usual haughtiness, laced with an undercurrent of menace. Seeing Yi Bai remain mute, still seated in a daze, Zhang Lushi continued, "I can pretend tonight never occurred, but you must ensure this does not happen again. Understood?" With this, a cunning smile danced in her eyes. Despite the tumultuous circumstances, she had managed to achieve her objective. Yet, his pitiful demeanor dissuaded her from uttering any further harsh words. Yi Bai nodded stiffly. "I am truly sorry for tonight. It won't happen again. I hope I didn't hurt you." His voice was gentle, momentarily catching Zhang Lushi off guard. "No, it's fine," she stammered, her cheeks aflame. As Yi Bai gradually rose, his movement caused Zhang Lushi to instinctively shrink back. What was happening? Was he planning to make another advance now that he hadn't harmed her? However, it soon became evident that she had misjudged him. Yi Bai was merely heading toward the door. "Lushi, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now. Do rest early." Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Lushi felt an unexpected emptiness in her heart. "Stop. Where are you going?" "There's no car to take you back," she blurted out, fabricating a small lie. Yi Bai halted, turning to her with a question. "Would it be too much trouble to provide me with an empty room?" The Zhang family estate lies a considerable distance from Yi Bai's pawn shop, and no taxi dares to venture into this vicinity. Zhang Lexi let out a soft huff and declared, "There are no vacant rooms, none at all. The servants have all retired for the night. Who will tidy up a room for you?" Yi Bai's lips twitched, What on earth did this young lady want? It was neither feasible to leave nor to stay. Should I perhaps sleep in the living room? No. That would imply a lack of hospitality on my part. Then what shall I do? Surely, I cannot spend the night in your room? That is a possibility. Jean Lexi pointed to a sofa not far from her bed. Her cheeks flushed as she said, that sofa is quite large. It must be more comfortable than your own little nest. I shall lend it to you for the night. Yibai glanced at the inviting sofa and then at the distance separating it from the bed, shaking his head repeatedly. The earlier incident must not be repeated. I ought to return home, he thought, and just as he was about to pull open the door, Jean Lexi inexplicably felt a pang of distress. She immediately sprang from her bed, exclaiming, Yibai, you scoundrel, you are to stay here tonight and go nowhere. Her voice surprisingly carried a hint of tears. For reasons unknown, Jean Lexi sensed that if Yibai were to step through that door tonight, she would inevitably lose something precious. Indeed, Yibai intended to reflect deeply on the nature of his relationship with Jean Lexi upon his return. Even now, Lao Bai's words echoed relentlessly in his mind, sending shivers down his spine. However, upon hearing Jean Lexi's voice, he ultimately refrained from taking that fateful step. Chapter 20. Are you trying to guard against a paragon like me? Night White settled onto the sofa, engaging in a silent stare-down with Jean Lexi. She nestled deeper into her blankets, seemingly relieved. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes were tinged with red. Lexi, I wish to pose a question, Night White said suddenly. His clear gaze fixed intently on her eyes. A flutter of apprehension coursed through Jean Lexi. She could sense that the forthcoming inquiry was of great significance. She knew she could not respond coldly, nor could she utter sarcasm, or remain silent. With a deliberate tone, Night White inquired, I wish to know. Had I persisted in that earlier situation, would you have drawn your weapon? This question held considerable weight for him, and he assured her that such an incident would not recur. His demeanor was remarkably composed as he attuned himself to the increasingly erratic rhythm of her heartbeat. Awaiting her reply, Jean Lexi lowered her gaze, and under his scrutiny, she softly replied, the gun is unloaded. Her voice was so faint that even she could barely hear it, yet Night White caught every word. Sensing his disbelief, she retrieved the firearm and removed the magazine for him to see. Since the encounter with that assassin named Can, she had defiantly unloaded her weapon, deeming it futile. A profound sigh of relief escaped Night White, and his furrowed brow relaxed, as if a knot within him had been untied. In that moment of liberation, a smile spread across his face. Perhaps it would be wise to reload the gun, just in case a villain like him crossed her path again. Jean Lexi noticed the shift in atmosphere and gradually returned to her usual self, placing the gun on the table. With a faint fierceness, she declared, just you wait. Tomorrow, I shall load the bullets and blast your head off. Night White chuckled, finally grasping that Jean Lexi did not harbor intentions of harming him. She simply was not ready yet, as their relationship had yet to be defined. Regarding her unusual behavior that evening, he speculated it might have been a form of mischief typical of a young lady of her stature, one that almost cost her dearly. Are you planning to sit there all night? Jean Lexi asked, her cheeks flushed, addressing the perpetually grinning Night White. Observing him, she pointed towards the wardrobe. I recall there is a blanket in there. You should cover yourself to avoid catching a chill. Her voice trailed off as she spoke. Damn it. Why do I care about this guy? Night White approached the wardrobe, pulled open the door, and peered inside, feeling a surge of warmth. Jean Lexi seemed to have a thought as well. She quickly hopped out of bed, barefoot, and swiftly retrieved a row of small clothes from the wardrobe, stuffing them into the bedding. Night White maintained his previous stance, having witnessed everything with clarity. Use your blanket. You creep. Jean Lexi exclaimed. Her face flushed crimson as she indignantly grabbed a pillow from the bed and playfully struck Night White on the head. As he clutched the blanket, a sense of glee welled within him, for several small garments had been carelessly placed atop the fabric. Observing Yibai's demeanor, Zhong Lushi felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment. There he lay, draped in the blanket upon the sofa, as if attempting to conceal even his head. Scoundrel! Lech! Pervert! Zhong Lushi gritted her teeth, condemning Yibai's behavior vehemently. Unfazed, Yibai merely wrapped the blanket tighter around himself. A soft, warm, fragrant. Lushi, shall we turn off the lights? Yibai inquired in a muffled tone, enveloped in the blanket. No. And you, do not speak. I wish to ignore you right now. Zhong Lushi retorted, her voice tinged with frustration. Lushi, would you like to play a game? He ventured. No, I want to sleep. Lushi, I cannot sleep. Perhaps I could tell you a story? Back in the day, be quiet. Then good night, Lushi. Little Bai, good night at the break of dawn. Yibai slowly opened his eyes. Zhong Lushi was still asleep, tightly cocooned in her blanket, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. Yi Bai's lips twitched, wrapped so tightly. Who was she guarding against? One could understand a defense against a villain, but even a gentleman like himself? Approaching the bedside, Yi Bai gazed silently at Zhong Lushi's sleeping visage. In this adorable state, she bore no resemblance to the ruthless queen of the underworld. Under Yi Bai's watchful eyes, Zhong Lushi gradually opened her beautiful eyes. Still heavy with sleep. Ah, what are you doing? You lecherous rogue. Are you trying to take advantage of me again this early in the morning? She shrieked upon awakening. Her piercing scream quickly summoned the security personnel of the villa. Yi Bai heard hurried footsteps halt at the door, accompanied by a voice. Miss, are you all right? Zhong Lushi wiped the drool from her lips and replied towards the door. I'm fine, just had a nightmare. With that, she shot Yi Bai a warning glance. One that seemed to say, did you see that? I only need to scream once to have you thrown out. As the footsteps faded away, Yi Bai wore a bitter smile. He had merely gazed a moment longer, without any ulterior motives. After rising, Zhong Lushi entered the bathroom to freshen up, only to find Yi Bai following her inside. Perverted little Bai? This is the bathroom. What do you intend to do now? Do you have any peculiar habits besides your lecherous tendencies? I truly disdain you. She spat, her teeth clenched, wishing to devour him. Yi Bai, hearing Zhong Lushi's new moniker for him, wore a broad smile. Surprised by his reaction, Zhong Lushi widened her eyes, incredulous. Had she actually pleased him with her scolding? I need to wash my face and brush my teeth. I am quite particular about cleanliness. And I need to use the restroom as well, Yi Bai said cheerfully. Zhong Lushi frowned. She had no habit of sharing a bathroom with anyone. Yet, for this particular individual, she might consider making an exception just this once. Regardless of the circumstances, I was the one who entered first. You should wait outside. Zhong Lushi forcefully expelled Yi Bai, locked the door, and turned the faucet in the bathroom to its maximum flow. Yi Bai sprawled across Zhong Lushi's bed, inhaling the unique fragrance that permeated the air. Upon exiting the bathroom, Zhong Lushi was met with the sight of Yi Bai reclining in an exceedingly ungraceful manner on her bed, his expression one of utter contentment. Ah, you. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhong Lushi exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation. In a swift motion, Yi Bai rolled off the bed and dashed into the bathroom, promptly shutting the door behind him with seamless grace. Before long, Yi Bai's voice emerged from the bathroom. Lushi, I don't have a towel or toothbrush. Can I use yours? You fool. Didn't I leave a new one in there? Is it this pink toothbrush? No. That's mine. If you wish to perish, go ahead and use it. After they finished washing up, Zhong Lushi invited Yi Bai to partake in breakfast. The spread was lavish, likely arranged by Zhong Lushi, who was well aware of Yi Bai's hearty appetite. While dining, Yi Bai received a phone call from Manga. Boss, we have business at the shop. A deadlock. We can't make the decisions. Mingy's voice was low and devoid of its usual warmth. Yi Bai furrowed his brow and inquired of Zhong Lushi. Lushi, could you possibly help me take a day off today? Chapter 21. A deadlock resolved only by death. With a melodious tone, Zhang Lucky made a phone call to secure a leave for Yi Bai. Yi Bai explained that business had surged at the pawn shop, and the employees were unable to make decisions, necessitating his personal oversight. After dining, Zhang Lucky instructed the driver to take Yi Bai back. She had her own matters to attend to, particularly to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the wealthy merchant surnamed Lin. Shao-Chi had yet to contact her. For those who wished her harm, Zhang Lucky was resolute in ensuring their survival was thwarted. However, this situation involved her brother, Zhang Yichen, and without tangible evidence, it would be unwise to act against him. A rash move would undoubtedly provoke the interference of her enigmatic father. The mere thought of her father, Zhong Jinhan, caused her brow to furrow deeply. He was the true patriarch of the Zhong family, often absent from home. Beyond the family's influence, Zhong Jinhan possessed other forms of power, the extent of which even Zhang Lucky could not fathom. The authority she wielded was, at its core, merely a fraction bestowed upon her by Zhong Jinhan. My dear brother, I hope you were not involved. If I uncover that you orchestrated this, not even the old man could protect you. If I cannot act openly, I shall resort to more clandestine measures. Zhang Lucky murmured to herself, a cruel smile gracing her lips. Once in the vehicle, Yi Bai too found himself engulfed in contemplation. Death orders were a rarity. Such requests demanded the utmost sacrifice, including the requester's own life, and the decision to accept or decline lay solely with Yi Bai. Should he choose not to accept the order, it would be of no consequence even if the requester perished within the pawnshop. Upon returning to the pawnshop, Yi Bai alighted from the vehicle and spotted an elderly man with white hair reclining on a chair beneath an old locust tree, smoking a Mingi cigarette. Mingi and Chuli were idly seated nearby. Upon noticing Yi Bai's arrival, they rose, and Mingi gestured toward the old man, stating, "It is he who wishes to place a death order." The old man lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Bai, his murky eyes appraising him. "If you had not come, I would have breathed my last," he began, rising slowly. Yi Bai motioned for them to enter the shop to discuss matters privately. The elderly man, albeit with faltering steps, followed closely behind Yi Bai into the pawn shop. "My name is Wu Fu. I hope you can assist me in avenging my wrongs." He wheezed, coughing incessantly after a few steps, and immediately sought a chair to sit. Yi Bai poured him a glass of water and inquired, "Speak. Whom do you wish to kill? I may not necessarily accept the task." Wu Fu accepted the cup, taking a moment before he began. "I am a native of Tianhai City. I once had a blissful family. My wife is 2 years my junior, and my son is slightly older than you. He is married to a beautiful woman and has a lively daughter. I should have been the happiest man in the world." As Wu Fu recounted his tale, a palpable air of sorrow enveloped the room, causing even Chuli, who had heard the story before, to shed tears once more. As Wu Fu remarked, he enjoyed a blissful family life, cherishing this joy until the end of his days. However, a short while ago, while his daughter-in-law was picking up his granddaughter from school, a group of individuals forcibly abducted her, selling her into distant lands. Wu Fu's son reported the incident to the authorities, but tragically they only uncovered 2 lifeless bodies. Their features unrecognizable and covered in scars, clearly having endured inhumane torment before their demise. This was the work of a nefarious gang that thrived on human trafficking, perpetually roaming from city to city, specializing in the abduction of women and children. Overwhelmed by the profound grief of losing his wife and daughter, Wu Fu's son ultimately took his own life by jumping from a building. Within a matter of days, Wu Fu faced a cascade of devastating blows. His life turned utterly upside down. "Just the day before yesterday, my elderly companion succumbed to overwhelming sorrow, leaving me bereft of everything." Wu Fu's voice was hoarse, his eyes brimming with murky tears. Yi Bai listened intently, then inquired, "Do you wish for me to annihilate all members of that organization?" The old man did not respond, but continued, "As a dying man, I cannot locate those scoundrels. I am left alone in this world. I fail to comprehend why heaven has dealt me such a cruel hand. In my desire to end this life, a mysterious figure found me. From him, I learned of the existence of all beings and arrived here." Wu Fu's eyes ignited with a fierce glimmer as he gazed intently at Yi Bai and his companions. All Beings was indeed the name of the organization to which Yi Bai belonged, an entity that had persisted for millennia. "The man informed me that I could exchange my life for your intervention, and rather than merely seeking the death of one, I wish for them all to perish." As he spoke, an all-consuming hatred radiated from Wu Fu's eyes. Yi Bai fell silent for a moment, caressing the bone ring adorning his finger, and slowly replied, "I accept the contract. You need not perish just yet, for I hold sway over the establishment. The death contract mandates that the orderer must also face death, as decreed by Lao Bai." Wu Fu shook his head, stating, "I alone have long ceased to desire life. Were it not for my thirst for vengeance, I would have already embraced death. I, an old man, seek merely to join my family in the afterlife. I beseech you to take care of this wretched shell of mine." With that, Wu Fu retrieved a pill from his coat pocket and swallowed it. Soon thereafter, drawing his last breath, Mingi silently approached the old locust tree, bringing in the bag that Wu Fu had left. Chu Li gently lifted Wu Fu's corpse onto her back and made her way to the back door. Yi Bai turned to Mingi and asked, "Do you know who the mysterious figure Wu Fu spoke of might be?" This sudden appearance seemed remarkably knowledgeable about Yi Bai's organization and their affairs. According to Mingi, only Yi Bai and 64 others within the organization had the authority to accept death contracts. Mingi shook his head, stating, "I have looked into it. That individual left no trace. I believe he harbors no malicious intent." Yi Bai frowned, deciding to set the matter aside for the moment, and turned to Mingi, instructing, "Once you locate that group of traffickers, inform me." Mingi adjusted the bag in her hand and shook her head. "Boss, there's no need for you to intervene. While you were away, I had already conferred with Wu Fu regarding this matter. As long as you consent, I shall proceed. And it will also serve as a lesson for my apprentice." Inside the bag lay all of Wu Fu's savings, a modest sum, yet for Yi Bai and his companions, it bore a weight far greater than any material possession. After listening, Yi Bai nodded and finally addressed Mingi. "Once we locate those individuals, leave no survivors." Chapter 22. An elevated state of mind. Before long, Ming Yi and Chu Li had dealt with the remains, and after exchanging a word with Yibai, they stepped outside. With no tasks at hand, Yibai contemplated heading to school, but realized that by the time he arrived, the military training would have concluded, rendering the trip pointless. Consequently, after placing a call to Zhong Lushi, he locked the shop's door and affixed his phone number to it before departing. Yibai held little hope that anyone would contact him, as the shop had seen no visitors for 4 months prior to Wu Fu's recent order. He hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to Zhong's estate. Zhong Lushi had mentioned over the phone that she would be home all day. And upon learning that Yibai had resolved his matters, she urged him to hurry over. The taxi driver, upon hearing the destination was Zhong's estate, broke into a cold sweat, but after some convincing from Yibai, he calmed down and proceeded towards the location. Yibai began to ponder obtaining a driver's license and purchasing a car, as relying on taxis or public transport had proven to be exceedingly inconvenient. He also contemplated taking a road trip during his next holiday, though he was uncertain if time would permit. Upon nearing Zhong's estate, the driver halted at a distance from the grand entrance, adamant about going no further. Yibai, exasperated, exited the vehicle, watching as it sped away with tires screeching, shaking his head in amusement at the driver's hasty retreat. As he approached the entrance, a voice barked, "Halt! Who goes there? Do you not recognize this place? Are you seeking death?" A figure emerged from behind the gate, brandishing a semi-automatic rifle, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at Yibai's head. Having entered the estate by vehicle previously, this individual likely had not seen him before. Yibai's expression remained unperturbed. He had already discerned the person's presence. And even with the weapon, he felt no threat unless the individual were to lose control as he had the previous night. "Zhong Lushi sent me. Allow me a moment to call her," Yibai stated, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his phone. Once the call connected, Zhong Lushi's voice resonated swiftly. "Xiaobai, have you arrived? I told you I would send someone to fetch you. The taxi is agonizingly slow and may not even come. Lushi, I'm here. At the gate. Please inform the person at the entrance to let me in," Yibai replied, casting glances towards the villa within the estate. Upon hearing Yibai refer to Zhong Lushi, the armed guard broke into a cold sweat, watching as Yibai extended his phone towards him. "Hello. This is my friend. In the future, do not impede his entry. Remember to inform everyone." Zhong Lushi's voice rang out coldly. "Understood, Mississippi." After this brief interlude, Yibai was finally granted unobstructed access to the estate. He made his way directly towards the villa, and before reaching the entrance, he spotted Zhong Lushi peering out. Today, she was dressed modestly in a shirt and denim jeans, lacking the revealing attire that Yibai had appreciated the day before. However, Yibai's penetrating gaze could see through all barriers. Even though Zhong Lexi was clad in tightly fitting jeans, he could vividly imagine her voluptuous figure. And this only served to stir his imagination further. This exemplified a profound state of existence known in the martial world, the mind unclothed, the vision clear. "You perverse little white," Zhong Lexi remarked, blushing as she scolded him. Yibai chuckled, replying, "Very well, next time I shall steal a glance." Zhong Lexi hesitated, at a loss for words, and with a soft huff, led Yibai into the villa. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Yibai noticed Zhong Lexi's brow occasionally furrowing, indicating her troubled thoughts. "What troubles you, Lexi? Is there something weighing on your mind?" he inquired. Supporting her chin with one hand, she gazed at him, and after a moment's hesitation, divulged the matter concerning the wealthy Mr. Lin and Zhang Yichen. Ordinarily, such matters would remain private, yet Zhong Lexi felt an inexplicable trust in Yibai. After pondering briefly, Yibai asked, "What about Mr. Lin? Have they apprehended him?" Zhong Lexi shook her head. "Not yet. Xiaoqi and his team have been searching all night. I just spoke to him. They still haven't found anything." Her tone was weary, having spent the entire morning awaiting Xiaoqi's call. "Lexi, why not suggest to Xiaoqi to broaden the search? Don't just look for the living," Yibai suddenly proposed. At his suggestion, Zhong Lexi immediately lifted her head, her large eyes illuminating as if a thought had struck her. "Are you implying that Mr. Lin may already be deceased?" she queried. Yibai nodded, peeling an orange from the table as he spoke. "Lexi, considering your insight, it is plausible that Zhang Yichen orchestrated this. If I were Zhang Yichen and learned that the matter was exposed, my first course of action would be to eliminate Mr. Lin to prevent you from obtaining evidence." The more Zhang Lexi contemplated, the more sense it made. "If Mr. Lin is indeed dead, it indirectly confirms Zhang Yichen's involvement," she remarked. Yibai shook his head, countering her assertion. "We cannot conclude so hastily. We can only state that Zhang Yichen is the prime suspect at present, given the man's demise. It is also conceivable that another mastermind orchestrated the murder to silence him. Zhang Lexi scoffed at this notion. What other mastermind could there be? Who among those closely associated with Mr. Lin would possess the audacity to eliminate him, only to benefit from his death? It could only be Zhang Yichen. Zhang Yichen had certainly calculated well. Even with her knowledge of his culpability, the absence of tangible evidence rendered action difficult. The crux of the matter was that Zhang Yichen was abroad, and Zhang Lexi's influence could only extend within the Zhang family, making it challenging to reach beyond their borders. Zhang Lexi made another call to Xiao Qi, instructing him to thoroughly investigate any recent deaths or unidentified corpses. Shortly thereafter, she received a call back from Xiao Qi, reporting that a body had been found at a crematorium. Indeed, it was Mr. Lin. Ah, truly, my dear brother, it seems he has inherited our father's ruthless cunning in spades. Zhang Lexi remarked coldly. Observing the demeanor of Zhang Lexi, Yi Bai was compelled to reveal to her that Ming Yi merely required 300 million to dispose of Zhang Yichen. As for himself, it was previously stated that he would only need 200 million. However, uttering such words would undoubtedly lead Zhang Lexi to doubt him, insisting instead that she was gravely ill. Thus, Yi Bai dismissed the thought. Xiao Bai, you have been an immense help to me. This afternoon, I shall personally prepare a meal for you, Zhang Lexi exclaimed, snatching the peeled orange from Yi Bai's hand as she spoke, indulging in its sweetness. Yi Bai couldn't help but regard Zhang Lexi with newfound admiration. Could the young lady truly cook? Noticing the expression on Yi Bai's face, Zhang Lexi became somewhat displeased. What is that look? Do you doubt my abilities? Let me assure you, even my own father has never had the privilege of tasting my culinary creations. You are indeed fortunate. Yi Bai immediately nodded fervently. Zhang Lexi's declaration piqued his curiosity about her culinary skills. I shall look forward to tasting the dishes prepared by the young lady herself this afternoon. They should be quite delightful, I presume. Chapter 23. She is truly a genius. After a brief conversation in the living room, Zhang Lexi donned an apron and headed into the kitchen. Yi Bai intended to assist her, but she pressed him back onto the sofa, playfully claiming she feared he might steal her culinary secrets. Thus, Yi Bai resigned himself to the sofa, patiently awaiting the completion of the meal. With nothing to occupy his time, he retrieved his phone and engaged in a bit of gaming. Before long, Xiao Qi entered. Weariness etched across his face. He had spent the entire day and night searching for the individual surnamed Lin, only to discover a lifeless body. Aware of his own shortcomings, Xiao Qi braced himself for reprimand. Spotting Yi Bai on the sofa, he inquired, "What brings you here? Where's the young lady?" Yi Bai, appearing quite discontent, fiddled with his phone. "My lord, have you run out of patience? I am your loyal minister." After sending that message, he exited the game and looked up at Xiao Qi, saying, "I came to mooch a meal. Lexi is cooking in the kitchen." Xiao Qi's brows furrowed in disbelief. Did he hear correctly? The young lady was cooking for him? Had he been deprived of sleep for so long that he was now hallucinating? Noticing Xiao Qi in a daze, Yi Bai picked up an orange from the table, shaking it in his hand. Care for an orange? A bit of fruit can alleviate fatigue after a night of intense concentration. Xiao Qi soon realized that what lay before him was not an illusion. He could indeed hear the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen. Taking a seat on the sofa opposite Yi Bai, he asked, "How did you know I hadn't slept all night?" With a mound of orange peels piled before him, Yi Bai replied, "Lexi informed me. If I hadn't suggested you search for the corpse, you'd still be wandering about looking for someone surnamed Lin." Xiao Qi shot Yi Bai a surprised glance. No wonder the young lady had suddenly called. It was all due to this fellow's idea. He could not help but view Yi Bai with newfound respect. The two engaged in a lively conversation, during which Yi Bai learned that Xiao Qi's real name was Shang Qiqing, an unusual name that was certainly less catchy than Xiao Qi. However, when Yi Bai inquired why he was called Xiao Qi, he fell silent. Just then, Zhang Lexi emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of dishes. Seemingly eager for Yi Bai to taste her creations, "Young master," Xiao Qi immediately stood, anxiety etched across his face as he awaited her scolding. For he had failed to capture the person surnamed Lin. Noticing Xiao Qi's nervous demeanor, Zhang Lexi offered no further comment. Perhaps her brother had met his fate at the hands of a hired assassin. "You're back. Consider yourself fortunate. Come, eat with us, and fetch some chopsticks for yourself," she said coolly. Xiao Qi looked up in astonishment. Was this truly the same Zhang Lexi? She seemed like a different person altogether. In contrast to Xiao Qi's surprise, Yi Bai's attention was drawn to the dish on the table. It was difficult to discern what it was, an unidentifiable clump of black and green, emanating steam. "Lexi, what have you prepared? It appears quite unique," he remarked. Yi Bai forced a smile, hesitating to lift his chopsticks. He sensed an imminent crisis looming over the dish before him. "Zhang Lushi, with a triumphant expression, declared, "Hee hee, you wouldn't understand, would you? This is a dish I concocted myself, spinach stir-fried with tofu, enhanced with crab roe and persimmon juice for flavor. I assure you, it's far superior to anything a master chef could create." Afterward, she added playfully, "If you enjoy it, I'll gladly make it for you every day when I'm in a good mood." Upon hearing this, Yibai felt a pang of alarm. A master chef could hardly replicate such a concoction. "Lishi, are you not aware of the incompatibilities among various foods?" he inquired cautiously. "Consuming this once may not pose significant issues, but indulging in it daily could be perilous." Zhang Lishi scoffed. "Who do you look down upon?" "Of course, I understand. Did you not notice I combined two opposing ingredients? As the saying goes, a negative multiplied by a negative yields a positive. Just indulge." Yuan-Ti uttered a word of complaint. In that instant, Yibai perceived Zhang Lishi as a genius. Xiaoqi, listening nearby, felt a surge of trepidation and suddenly realized that perhaps this meal was not essential after all. "Oh, I also prepared a soup. Let me bring it for you to try," Zhang Lishi said, heading back toward the kitchen. Yibai gasped, "Is there another expert in the kitchen?" "Xiaoqi, you've come this far. We shall split this meal evenly. If you dare to flee, I will inform Lishi that you disdain her culinary skills," Yibai threatened. Casting a stern glance at Xiaoqi, the latter felt a wave of despair wash over him, pleading, "You Xiaoga, we were just engaging in such delightful conversation. How can you be so heartless?" Yibai quickly silenced him, for Zhang Lishi was approaching with a bowl of soup. Under her watchful gaze, both Yibai and Xiaoqi began to devour their food ravenously, fearing to taste it delicately. Upon sampling the dish, Yibai was overwhelmed by a peculiar blend of sour and bitter flavors saturating his palate. Observing their exaggerated eating, Zhang Lishi felt a mix of satisfaction and curiosity. Was it truly so delicious? Xiaoqi was even brought to tears. Zhang Lishi picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of tofu. The two, who had been furiously shoveling rice, abruptly halted, their eyes fixed on her. To their astonishment, after just 2 chews, tears streamed down Zhang Lishi's face. In resignation, Yibai donned an apron and headed toward the kitchen with a wry smile. Zhang Lishi, in silence, discarded all the food on the table, sensing impending doom. Xiaoqi promptly apologized and made a hasty retreat, fearing he would become the target of the young lady's ire. Yibai, on the other hand, would have to fend for himself. Before long, Yibai returned with 2 plates of simple, home-cooked dishes, edibles that posed no threat. Zhang Lishi's expression darkened. Yet lacking a valid reason to lash out, she begrudgingly tasted the meal he had prepared, chewing vigorously. Yibai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her cheeks bulging like a hamster's. Finally, Zhang Lishi found her opportunity to express her frustration, swallowing her food and pointing at Yibai, stating, "If we're eating, then eat. What else with the laughter? Keep it up, and I'll flip the table. Everyone, stop eating." Upon unleashing this bellow, Zhang Lexi immediately felt a considerable alleviation of her pent-up frustration. Yibai, chuckling, raised his hand in a gesture of surrender and buried his head in his meal, though his shoulders occasionally quivered lightly. This dinner was the most discontented one Zhang Lexi had ever experienced. Each time she caught sight of Yibai's ambiguous smile, an urge to firmly pin him to the ground and trample him arose within her. Chapter 24. Learning to drive begins with learning to curse after their meal. Yibai confided in Zhang Lexi about his intention to obtain a driver's license. With the military training at university only occupying half of the day, he found the remaining hours perfectly suited for practicing driving. To his surprise, Zhang Lexi waved her hand dismissively and instructed Yibai to select any vehicle from the garage, simultaneously arranging for someone to serve as his instructor. As for the license, a mere phone call would suffice to procure one. In that moment, Yibai truly savored the pleasures of a cushioned existence. Upon choosing a car from the garage, a man clad in camouflage emerged, driving the vehicle to a vacant area within the estate. Zhang Lexi took a seat at the entrance of the villa, intending to observe Yibai's driving lessons. "Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am Fong Lin, and the young lady has entrusted me with your driving instruction." After parking the car, Fong Lin exited and opened the door to the passenger seat. Earlier that morning, he had received a notification from the gatekeeper, making him acutely aware of Yibai's significance in Zhang Lexi's eyes, which left him no room for negligence. Thus commenced Yibai's learning journey. Sitting in the passenger seat, he watched as Fong Lin gestured towards various buttons and gear shifts within the car, providing explanations. "This is the brake, and this is the accelerator. Next, I will teach you how to drift." Yibai was taken aback, his mind racing. The car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a long arc upon the ground. He tightened his seatbelt, glancing at Fong Lin, who operated the vehicle with fierce precision, cursing inwardly. Is this fellow truly capable of teaching me how to drive? Brother Fong, your driving style is indeed unique. It may take me an eternity to reach your level. Perhaps we should start with something more basic? Once the car halted, Yibai managed a rueful smile. At this rate, I won't just struggle to drive. I might even fear riding in a car. Hearing Yibai's praise, Fong Lin erupted into hearty laughter, brimming with enthusiasm. Haha, to be honest. I used to drive tanks in the army. The basics? How about I teach you how to curse first? It's essential to know how to express yourself while driving, especially in Tianhai. If you go 5 minutes without cursing, you might find yourself at the receiving end of someone else's wrath. Yibai felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Fong Lin was indeed a character. Fortunately, Yibai possessed a remarkable aptitude for learning, and soon he could control the vehicle with relative ease. As for drifting, he believed that required further practice, along with mastering the art of navigating through tight corners like a taxi driver. Seeing Yibai adapt so swiftly, Fong Lin nodded approvingly from the passenger seat, thoroughly satisfied. He began to contemplate the idea of becoming a driving instructor at a driving school as a side venture. After several hours of practice and having grasped some fundamental maneuvers, Yibai disembarked from the car, planning to resume his lessons the following day. Zhong Lexi, seated at the entrance, smiled as Yibai approached and inquired, "So, how was it? The instructor I found for you is quite good, isn't he? He taught me how to perform a vertical spiral takeoff while driving. Impressive, right?" Yibai raised an eyebrow, hoping that only the car would be taking off into the sky. Zhong Lexi pointed to the luxurious vehicle that Yibai had just driven, stating, "Once you master your skills, that car will be yours. When the time comes, you shall serve as my personal chauffeur during our outings." Yibai, gazing at the opulent automobile, was about to decline when he noticed Zhong Lexi's furrowed brow. "Xiaobai, you are not permitted to refuse," she insisted. Faced with her unwavering demeanor, Yibai reluctantly accepted this unexpected fortune, realizing that he had no choice but to acquiesce. Observing his silence, Zhong Lexi finally revealed a satisfied expression. "Xiaobai, hand me your phone." Seated in the living room, she extended her hand towards him, her smile tinged with an air of danger. Without inquiring about her intentions, Yibai handed over his phone, watching intently as she navigated through its contents. Zhong Lexi opened the messaging app and noted with approval that he had no contacts aside from her. She then perused his text messages and call history, finding nothing amiss. Finally, her finger hovered over an application, and with a decisive tap, she uninstalled it. Yibai winced at the loss, silently lamenting the situation. This woman was intent on thwarting his ambitions. He resolved to re-download the app, Rising Prosperity, upon returning home and leave a glowing review as compensation. After dinner, Yibai found himself back in Fong Lin's vehicle, en route to the pawnshop, where Ming-Yi and the others were expected to have returned. According to Ming-Yi, uncovering the identities of certain individuals would pose no challenge, and eliminating them would prove even simpler, though it might take some time on the road. Zhong Lexi watched as the car gradually disappeared from sight, a flicker of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Quickly startled by her own emotions, her cheeks flushed crimson. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for this man? That seemed implausible. Her original plan was to mold Yibai into her loyal companion and then cast him aside. Yet, what was this stirring within her now? The more she pondered, the more unsettled she became, finding the sense of losing control utterly vexing, especially as she realized she could no longer muster the resolve to harm Yibai. "Xiaobai, you are infuriating," she muttered to herself, visibly annoyed. With a frustrated stomp of her foot, she turned away from the sight of Yibai's vanished vehicle and retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Yibai remained unbothered during the ride, as Fong Lin, a loquacious individual, regaled him with amusing anecdotes from his time in the military, mentioning how, as a special forces soldier, he had seldom encountered true villains, but had since taken many lives under Zhong Lexi's influence. Yibai could fully relate to this, having reviewed Zhong Lexi's dossier, which detailed her numerous eliminations of those who vied for power since she took charge of the Zhang family at the age of 15, all while sparing innocents. In essence, those who fell at her hands met with tragic fates, not unjust ones. This was precisely why Yibai had decided to retaliate against Xinyi after receiving his orders. Yibai held the authority to oversee the ordinary missions assigned by the common people, alongside his 64 subordinates. In the realm of mutual assassinations between two formidable factions, it is customary to adhere to the directives of the client and proceed with conventional operations. However, should a client of notorious repute command the assassination of virtuous individuals, Those such as Yi Bai and his associates would demand that the contracted assassin turn against the client in retaliation. Ming Yi once proudly proclaimed that the 65 individuals, including Yi Bai, served as the organization's veil of modesty, as well as a sharp sword looming over all assassins, instilling in them a sense of restraint. Upon returning to the pawnshop, Yi Bai found the door ajar, where Ming Yi sat at the entrance, indulging in a cigarette. As Yi Bai stepped inside, he was greeted by an intense aroma of traditional Chinese medicine mingled with a subtle hint of perfume. Before he could utter a word, a stunning woman emerged from Chu Li's chamber, swaying her voluptuous figure gracefully towards him. Chapter 25, A captivating woman, exuding an air of irresistible charm, approached Yi Bai with a sultry smile gracing her lips. Up close, he could detect the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her. As she swayed her hips, she leaned closer, her crimson lips parting enticingly. "Gueme, at your service, my master." Her voice sent shivers down Yi Bai's spine, prompting him to take a slight step back to create some distance between them. Observing his reaction, Gueme's expression shifted to one of sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Master, your heart is truly cruel. I think of you every single day." Ming Yi, who had been lingering at the door smoking, could no longer contain himself and muttered a soft curse. "Vixen." Gueme perked up at the sound, turning towards the entrance and retorting, "Oh, whose sick dog is that? Your barking is truly bothersome. Go find a secluded spot to play with your little toys." With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Ming Yi stepped inside and addressed Yi Bai. "Pay her no mind. This vixen will flirt with any man. She even tried to seduce me back in the day. But fortunately, I remained resolute." He pointed an accusatory finger at Gueme, his expression laced with disdain. "How laughable. You, Ming Yi, consider yourself a man? I only spoke to you because I thought you might possess some skills in bed due to your robust physique, but you truly overestimate yourself," Gueme scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Ming Yi, feeling exasperated, knew that no one could outmatch her in a war of words. "I completed the task with Chu Li. Over 100 lives were extinguished, not a single survivor. Chu Li sustained some injuries during her first assignment, and since I am unable to treat her, I brought this vixen in from overseas." He gestured towards Gueme as he spoke. Yi Bai nodded, having recognized Gueme's identity and discerned that her abilities matched those of Ming Yi. "Is Chu Li's condition serious?" he inquired. That stubborn girl entered the field rather late. Ming Yi hasn't trained her extensively, and it is only natural for her to incur injuries on her first mission. Ming Yi was about to elaborate when Gueme interjected, pushing him aside to speak. "The little sister is fine, just a minor bullet wound that has been treated. She merely needs to rest. My master truly cares for others." How lovely. Yi Bai felt overwhelmed. He imagined that if Zhang Lexi were to discover he was chatting with a married woman, she might well be infuriated. "Gueme, please refrain from such behavior. I am not accustomed to it. Just call me boss," he replied with a smile. Though Gueme's lips were quick to retort, she complied with Yi Bai's request unconditionally, albeit with some lingering complaints. "Very well, boss. Alas, this is truly a case of unrequited affection. My heart feels colder than the biting chill of winter's frost." Yi Bai shivered at her words, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. "Have you two eaten yet?" he asked, glancing at their expressions and surmising they had likely not dined, before quietly making his way into the kitchen. As Yi Bai gazed at the retreating figure of Gueme, she leaned against Ming Yi, her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with allure. "Ah, just like the former master. She exudes such tenderness. Truly, it makes one fall in love. Go away, off to the side." Ming Yi brusquely pushed aside the coquetry of Gueme and reclined beneath the old locust tree to indulge in a smoke. Gueme muttered a complaint about his lack of romantic sensibility before turning to enter Chu Li's room. Before long, Yi Bai had prepared several simple dishes, inviting everyone to dine. Gueme also assisted in bringing Chu Li out from her chamber. Upon observing Chu Li's condition, Yi Bai noted that she had been shot in the thigh, which explained Ming Yi's remarks about her difficulty in recovery. "Boss, I'm sorry, I've become a burden to master," Chu Li said, her face filled with remorse upon seeing Yi Bai. Yi Bai served her a bowl of rice, gently reproaching her, "Do not speak such nonsense. Given how little training you've had, it's remarkable you are still alive. I took 5 years before embarking on my first mission." Chu Li nodded weakly, for her. It sufficed that Yi Bai harbored no resentment towards her. After the meal, Yi Bai returned to her room and sent a message to Zhong Lushi. While Yi Bai was cooking, Zhong Lushi had called, urging her to join for a game. "Little Bai, Lushi, I'm here. Just finished eating." "Lushi, why did it take so long?" Little Bai, confess honestly, were you flirting with some enchanting vixen? Little Bai. Lishi, enough chit-chat. Log in. Unmute. The following morning, Yi Bai rose bleary-eyed. Zhang Lushi, a quintessential gaming enthusiast, had played until 2 in the morning, leaving Yi Bai with scarcely 2 hours of sleep. Ultimately, Yi Bai had brought this upon herself. She could have enjoyed 5 hours of rest before her 8 o'clock class. However, after exiting the game, Yi Bai had spent several more hours on rising up. This morning, when Yi Bai called Zhang Lushi, it took a while for her to answer. Her voice was unmistakably drowsy, mumbling incoherently, and before Yi Bai could comprehend, Zhang Lushi disconnected the call. Reflecting on it now, it seemed Zhang Lushi had been in a half-asleep state, possibly saying, "Naughty little Bai, you messed up my hair." Unsurprisingly, Zhang Lushi would likely skip school today. After all, even if she did not participate in military training, no one dared to question her. Meng Yi remained reclining beneath the old locust tree, smoking, while Gue Mei and Chu Li chatted amiably in the room, their laughter occasionally wafting through the air. What surprised Yi Bai, however, was that Xiao Qi was also squatting beside Meng Yi, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing Yi Bai emerge, Xiao Qi stood up and informed her, "The young lady instructed me last night to drive you to school. Since she hasn't called today, she likely won't be going." Yi Bai nodded, glancing at Zhang Lushi's designated vehicle, and climbed in. "Xiao Qi, does the pawn shop still turn a profit? Very few people run such establishments nowadays." Xiao Qi inquired, feeling quite at ease in the absence of Zhang Lushi, as she struck up a conversation with Yi Bai in the passenger seat. "The establishment is reasonably satisfactory. One might say it operates on a 3-year cycle of no profit, followed by a 3-year period of financial gain," Yi Bai remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi's lips twitched. What did he mean by 3 years of eating? In the beginning, he had to borrow 5 million from the young lady, and it seems that has yet to be repaid. Ironically, it appears that this young scoundrel has managed to win her affections. Just yesterday, Xiao Qi overheard one of his subordinates, responsible for the estate security, mention that on the night he went to find the Lin fellow, Yi Bai had spent the night at the villa, and he hadn't even seen him occupy any guest room. This revelation sent a shiver down Xiao Qi's spine, leaving him both in awe of Yi Bai and consumed by envy. At such a tender age, he has seemingly bypassed several generations of struggle. Truly, comparisons can be quite disheartening. Chapter 26. What are you even? While conversing with Xiao Qi, they soon arrived at the school. "Yi, we're here. Once your military training is over, I'll come to pick you up to practice driving at the estate," Xiao Qi said with a smile. Yi Bai was an affable individual, and their journey was filled with laughter and joy. Having shared a rather peculiar dining experience the previous day, their bond had notably strengthened. "All right, I appreciate your help," Yi Bai replied. Upon disembarking, Yi Bai headed straight to the changing room. The traffic had been a bit congested, and Xiao Qi, engrossed in their conversation, had driven cautiously, resulting in a delay of nearly 10 minutes. His military training was somewhat sporadic, yet thanks to the protective presence of Zhang Lexi, the instructor generally turned a blind eye. After changing, Yi Bai made his way to the playground. Just as he found his designated team, he witnessed the instructor reprimanding a student harshly. The instructors here, having been enlisted at great expense from the military by Tianhai University, were not hesitant to scold the privileged students. Except for individuals like Zhang Lexi, who wielded considerable influence, hardly anyone dared to provoke the instructors. "Xiaomuyun, why are you late every day? And what with your pants? Don't you realize they're on backward? The zipper is at the back. How embarrassing," the instructor scolded sternly. Xiaomuyun's face flushed crimson as he finally managed to respond. "Uncle Zhao, please calm down. Our housekeeper took the day off, and no one woke me up or reminded me about my pants." However, this only served to infuriate instructor Zhao Yu further, who unleashed another tirade upon Xiaomuyun. "A housekeeper? Really? Always relying on others? I know your father and I are friends, and your family is quite affluent. But how can you expect to achieve anything if you depend on others for everything? If you don't take your military training seriously and later neglect your studies, what will you do after graduation? As a youth of the new era, you must strive for self-improvement. If you continue this way, aside from inheriting your father's companies, 3 real estate projects, 2 commercial streets, and over 100 stores, what else will you accomplish? What are you even?" Instructor Zhao's words were accompanied by spittle, leaving Xiaomuyun with his head bowed lower and lower. "I lack talent, Uncle Zhao. Perhaps I should just go back to inheriting my father's businesses." Those 3 real estate projects, 2 commercial streets, and over 100 stores, Xiaomuyun finally could not hold back and spoke weakly. Hearing this, Zhao Yu displayed an expression of disappointment, sighing repeatedly. How tragic, how tragic. I truly feel for you. Yi Bai, observing from a distance, felt an odd expression come over him. With his guardian absent today, would he also face such scolding? His family certainly did not possess such vast enterprises to inherit. Should he call Zhang Lexi and request another day off? But what if the young lady had yet to awaken? Just then, Zhao Yu turned his head and caught sight of Yi Bai's hesitant expression. Their eyes met, plunging them into a momentary silence. After a while, Zhao Yu remarked, ahem. It's Yi Bai? Well, you should return to the team. It's understandable to be occasionally late. You must have been diligently studying last night. Even before embarking on your university journey, you already know the importance of previewing your lessons. Quite commendable. The crowd was taken aback. As the new students glanced at Yi Bai and then at the wide-eyed Xiamu Yun, utterly bewildered. Ah, so this is how you're going to show favoritism? Yi Bai wore an awkward smile as he stepped into the ranks. This instructor truly possessed a talent for words. Xiamu Yun immediately protested. Leaping up and pointing at Yi Bai, Uncle Zhao, this is blatant bias. He was late too. Why are you arrogant? Zhao Yu interrupted sharply, delivering a kick to Xiamu Yun's backside. He then grasped Xiamu Yun by the collar and tossed him back into the ranks, warning, if you are late again or fail to apply yourself, I will inform your father and tell him to donate all his assets before he dies, leaving you with not a single cent. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Xiamu Yun wilted, adjusting his trousers and standing properly in line. Though his eyes frequently darted towards Yi Bai, the military training proceeded as usual, starting with laps around the playground, followed by standing at attention and practicing various stances. Zhao Yu mentioned that in a few days, additional activities would be introduced, but the new students shivered at the sight of his mischievous smile. For Yi Bai, the military training was remarkably easy, as his physical condition was exceptional, having been trained by Lao Bai since childhood. It could be said that his physique now surpassed that of the average person. Lao Bai did not mold Yi Bai into a brutish figure. Rather, he believed that excessive muscle would only become a burden, boasting that although he was all skin and bones, there was no one he couldn't defeat. Zhao Yu took a keen interest in Yi Bai's performance and, during a break, inquired whether Yi Bai would be interested in enlisting and developing a military career. Naturally, Yi Bai deflected the question, citing his academic priorities and promising to consider it after graduation. Zhao Yu looked regretful. Someone like Yi Bai would surely rise to an officer's rank within a few years in the military. The military training continued until noon, concluding amidst the lamentations of all the new students. Yi Bai had no intention of dining at the school. As Zhong Lu, she had already instructed someone at home to prepare food. Ah, Yi Bai, wait a moment. Just as Yi Bai was about to leave, he spotted someone rushing towards him, panting heavily, none other than the disheveled Xiamu Yun, still recovering from Zhao Yu's reprimand. Oh, Xiamu Yun, right? What brings you to me? Yi Bai inquired with a smile, intrigued by what this young master might want. Xiamu Yun stepped closer, catching his breath as he said, Uncle Zhao told me to take you as a model. I was just about to ask you how you managed to train for an entire morning without turning red or out of breath. Do you have some secret? He had long heard of Yi Bai's illustrious achievements and saw this as an opportunity to get to know him better. Upon hearing the matter, Yi Bai chuckled and remarked, I have been in good health since childhood, and coupled with my disciplined lifestyle, I have gradually built up my stamina. Hence, I do not find this training particularly exhausting. Xian Miyun, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows and fell into deep contemplation. Soon his eyes sparkled with realization. He seized upon the key term in Yi Bai's words, discipline. Yi Bai, I am quite disciplined as well. Is maintaining a lack of discipline not a form of discipline in itself? Xian Miyun gazed at Yi Bai. His eyes filled with a naive brilliance. Yi Bai was taken aback, thinking, what a genius. Thereafter, as they walked, Yi Bai earnestly shared insights on how to cultivate discipline, along with some tips for physical training. Xiamu Yu nodded vigorously, his expression brimming with gratitude as he looked at Yi Bai. Oh, I truly appreciate you for imparting so much wisdom. My father often calls me a good-for-nothing and makes comments about me shooting at walls. I must strive diligently in university to silence that old man. Once I secure the family fortune, I'll pull his oxygen tube. Xiamu Yun said with a cheeky grin. Yi Bai regarded Xiamu Yun with a thoughtful gaze, recognizing him as not only a prodigy, but also a dutiful son. The two continued walking until they reached the school gate. Xiamu Yun wished to invite Yi Bai to his home for a meal, but upon learning that Yi Bai was headed to Zhong Yeshi's residence, he hesitated to press further. Later, Xiamu Yun extended an invitation for Yi Bai to visit his home the following Saturday, to which Yi Bai readily agreed. With school being on holiday for the next 2 days, and no military training scheduled, Yi Bai had no other plans. Delighted by Yi Bai's acceptance, Yun immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Hey, Lao Dang, I'm bringing a friend over tomorrow. If you have nothing to do, don't stay at home. Go get a massage with Uncle Zhao. As for my mom, don't worry. I told her the school is asking for parents to attend. And she is expecting you. What? Oh, please, there is no need for formality between us. Chapter 27. It seems I really like him as before. Upon Night White's arrival at the manor, he found Zhong Lushi sitting at the entrance. Night White felt that in recent days, he had frequented Zhong Lushi's place more diligently than his own shop. Hey, Lushi, were you waiting for me? Night White approached Zhong Lushi with a smile. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she immediately denied. How self-indulgent. Who would wait for you? I just woke up. It was too stuffy in my room, so I came out. You just happened to return, understand? Zhong Lushi herself could not comprehend why she felt this way. Whenever Night White was absent, a sense of emptiness lingered in her heart, and she even dreamt of him the previous night. Night White quietly observed the growing redness on her face, suppressing his amusement as he remarked, Ah, I see. It was too stuffy in your room, so you ran out barefoot to get some fresh air. After spending time with this young lady, Night White had grown familiar with some of her habits. Whenever her face turned red, it indicated a tempest of thoughts brewing in her mind, and invariably, those thoughts pertained to him. Startled, Zhong Lushi's face turned crimson as she found herself at a loss for a retort to Night White's words. Damn it, how could he notice my bare feet? She thought. Indeed, she had felt stifled in her room and, upon hearing the sound of a vehicle, had uncontrollably dashed outside. As these thoughts raced through her mind, an inexplicable flame ignited within her, and Night White was the very source of that fire. She suddenly stood up, fiercely stepping on Night White's foot before angrily turning to stride towards the living room. Lushi, put on your shoes. The floor is cold, Night White called after her. Zhong Lushi covered her ears with her hands and abruptly changed direction, sprinting back to her room. Night White looked at her somewhat flustered retreating figure, a broad smile illuminating his face. During dinner, the typically loquacious Zhong Lushi fell silent before Night White, merely nibbling on her food. The blush on her face showed no signs of fading, and she occasionally stole glances at him. In contrast, Night White chattered incessantly about how he had not faced any difficulties during military training that day and had even made new friends. Zhong Lushi hardly paid attention, for she had spent considerable time contemplating her interactions with Night White since waking up, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. It seemed she truly had developed feelings for him. Moreover, the moment she spotted Night White's return, she had rushed out simply to see him sooner. Lushi, Yun has invited me to his home tomorrow. Would you like to join? Night White asked while serving Zhong Lushi some dishes. With her head bowed, she obediently consumed everything he offered, and upon hearing his question, she instinctively replied, sure, as you wish. However, she quickly followed up, of course, I'll accompany you. This young lady is showing some kindness, allowing you to bring me along. Surely, that would earn you some face in front of others. Now, don't you forget to thank me? With a smile, Yibai expressed gratitude for Zhong Lexi's kindness and praised her, noting that not only was she beautiful, but also remarkably empathetic, simply perfect. Yibai had long since acquired profound experience in interacting with this young lady. She was akin to an irritable kitten, requiring gentle coaxing to bring out her better nature. Indeed, upon hearing Yibai's compliments, Zhong Lexi maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, while internally, she was beaming with joy, her appetite significantly improving, causing her to eat at a quicker pace. After their meal, it was naturally time for Yibai to practice driving. This time, Zhong Lexi dismissed Fong Lin and took the passenger seat herself. The driving lesson proved to be quite challenging for Yibai, as Zhong Lexi, from her seasoned perspective, offered an array of misguided advice, which appeared plausible yet was fraught with peril. Xiaobai, press the accelerator all the way down, then instantly pull the handbrake and release it. Thrilling, isn't it? Xiaobai, let me teach you how to launch. Xiaobai, do it this way. Listening to Zhong Lexi's misguided instructions, Yibai nearly lost control of the vehicle multiple times, breaking into a cold sweat, while Zhong Lexi found the experience exhilarating. Yibai resolved to limit Zhong Lexi's involvement in driving in the future, as her behind-the-wheel antics were unlikely to benefit the world. Nonetheless, Zhong Lexi imparted numerous lessons to Yibai, particularly through her various counterproductive maneuvers, which left a lasting impression on him. Even after their practice session, Zhong Lexi unabashedly remarked, Xiaobai, you drive quite well, you just lack a bit of courage. Yibai had no retort. Who could possibly be bolder than her? She treated the car like a fighter jet. At that moment, Xiaoqi, who had been absent all afternoon, rushed over. Standing at the villa's entrance and waiting for Zhong Lexi, holding a few documents that appeared intended for her review. Zhong Lexi had not been to the office much in recent days, a frequent occurrence, with Xiaoqi typically managing the company's affairs, earning Zhong Lexi's trust. Yibai recalled Zhong Lexi mentioning that when she first took over the Zhong family business, many had conspired to eliminate her, with several close calls. In one particularly perilous incident, Xiaoqi had shielded Zhong Lexi from a lethal bullet, which pierced through his chest and lung, nearly costing him his life. Subsequently, Xiaoqi became Zhong Lexi's steward, taking charge of most company matters. Miss, here are several business contracts recently negotiated by the company. Please review them and sign if there are no issues. The trio settled into the living room, as Xiaoqi laid the contracts on the table. Zhong Lexi, demonstrating her formidable work capabilities, swiftly handled the documents. Xiaobai, do you know the magnitude of these contracts? Zhong Lexi asked with a proud expression. She always sought to showcase her accomplishments before Yibai, fearful that he might overlook her exceptional abilities. Yibai's response was nothing short of exemplary. He chuckled and remarked, I know not the scale of the business, but I am certain that as long as I cling to Luxi's thigh, I shall never have to worry about food and drink in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhong Luxi's face indeed blossomed further. Yet she flushed and retorted, Are you dreaming? I have never claimed to support you. My allowing you to dine at my home these past few days is merely a reflection of my good mood. Undeterred, Yibai shamelessly inquired, Then, Luxi, what must I do to become your kept man? Such a question left Zhong Luxi speechless, her embarrassment rendering her utterly mute. Who asked such things? Was he not effectively inquiring how to win her affection? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhong Luxi suddenly declared her intention to dine at Yibai's establishment that evening, offering a rationale that left him without a rebuttal. You've freeloaded so many meals at my place. What is wrong with me having one at yours? I command you to prepare a lavish banquet for me tonight. With no other option, Yibai reluctantly called Ming Yi to request an abundance of ingredients. Before departing, Yibai firmly declined Zhong Luxi's suggestion to drive, asserting that he was perfectly capable of handling the vehicle himself. He also pondered a pressing concern. Had Gue Mei departed? Logically, once Chu Li's injury was addressed, she ought to return to Japan. The thought of Zhong Luxi encountering a mature and alluring woman like Gue Mei at his shop was daunting. How would he explain that? While his conscience was clear, he feared Zhong Luxi might read too much into the situation. Yibai felt overwhelmed. Chapter 28. How terrifying. Your girlfriend. As Yibai drove steadily along the road, his gaze repeatedly flickered towards the passenger seat, unable to restrain himself. Zhong Lexi had changed into a new outfit. Shedding her conservative home attire for an incredibly short skirt, her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, elegantly folded in the passenger seat. This posture rendered the fabric thin at her thighs, revealing glimpses of her fair skin beneath. Yibai felt an overwhelming heat rise within him. Was this not an invitation to transgression? Perverted Xiaobai, if you can't control your eyes any longer, I wouldn't mind sending you to prison for some education, Zhong Lexi admonished. Her cheeks flushed. In merely 5 minutes, Yibai had stolen glances at her thighs over 20 times. Though he felt no resistance, even finding a certain delight in it, he understood that a girl had to maintain some modesty. In response to Zhong Lexi's stern warning, Yibai merely chuckled foolishly, continuing his wayward behavior. Zhong Lexi rolled her eyes dramatically, realizing that such warnings were futile against this audacious fellow. Perverted Yibai, do you often gaze at other girls like this? How lewd? She suddenly inquired, her large eyes scrutinizing his expression. With a smile, Yibai replied, Not at all. I have always only had eyes for you. Zhong Lexi found herself momentarily speechless. Such queries were awkward to ponder, yet even more so to ask. You only look at me? Should I feel honored? Yet, Yibai relished the moment, candidly stating, Lexi, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Why would I look at anyone else? The passenger seat's Zhong Lexi shivered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, quickly turning her face away to feign interest in the scenery outside. You. Be quiet and drive properly, she murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper. From that point onward, Zhong Lexi fell silent, no longer glancing at Yibai, nor reminding him to keep his eyes to himself. Yibai drove slowly, taking over half an hour to reach the pawn shop. Lexi, we've arrived. What is so captivating outside? You've been staring for so long, Yibai teased, suppressing a laugh as he addressed her. Zhong Lexi finally realized the car had stopped. Oh, we're here? I was daydreaming. Even now, Yibai's earlier compliment lingered in her thoughts. Ah, I see. Yibai said with a smirk, observing her flushed cheeks and feeling an irresistible urge to lean over and kiss her. Zhang Lexi opened the car door and stepped out, not forgetting to remind Yibai. Remember, you big-headed idiot, when I get out of the car, you must open the door for me. With that, she strode towards the shop's entrance. Ah, the boss is back. It seems we'll get to enjoy the dishes prepared by the boss tonight. How wonderful. At that moment, a sultry voice resonated, followed by Gue Mei, who swayed her alluring figure into view at the shop's entrance. Zhang Lexi's steps faltered as she stood rooted in place, her eyes fixed intently on Gue Mei. Yibai suddenly sensed impending trouble. Why had this woman not yet left? Yibai approached Zhong Lushi, casting a glance at her expression, and felt a deep sense of foreboding. Zhong Lushi's once charming visage was now shrouded in frost, devoid of the bashfulness she had exhibited in the car. Her eyes, now blood-red, exuded a murderous intent. Lushi, you. Yibai attempted to utter something, but was met with Zhong Lushi's cold smile directed at him. She regarded Yibai icily, saying, Xiaobai, you are quite remarkable, indeed a surprise. The sudden appearance of the girl named Ming had initially evoked sympathy in Zhong Lushi, prompting her to overlook the matter. However, the emergence of this seductive vixen was inexplicable. The way she addressed him as boss was almost insufferable, surely making that insufferable little bone of his quiver with delight. Fortunately, at that moment, Ming poked her head out, delivering a swift kick to Gue Mei's rear, exclaiming, What are you flaunting? Get lost, and take a look at the trouble you've caused. Noting the tension between Yibai and Zhang Lushi, Gue Mei flashed a flirtatious smile and swayed her hips into the shop. Ming, chuckling, reassured Zhang Lushi, Miss Zhang, please do not take offense. This provocative woman is my sister. Having spent too long in the island nation, she has picked up some rather undesirable habits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lushi's expression softened slightly, though her displeasure remained evident. She huffed coldly at Yibai before raising her long legs to enter the shop. Yibai cast a grateful glance at Ming, following Zhang Lushi inside. Once inside, Zhang Lushi seated herself silently, her demeanor as frosty as ice, her gaze towards Gue Mei brimming with hostility. Although this woman was Yibai's partner's sister, one could not dismiss the possibility of her attempts to entice him. Ahem. Lushi, would you like some fruit? Yibai stammered, offering a peeled orange to Zhang Lushi. She cast him a cold glance, refusing to accept it, and with a mocking tone remarked, Ah, how fortunate that the boss has personally peeled an orange for me today. Despite her words, there was not a hint of a smile on her face. Yibai could only bitterly smile inwardly, recognizing that this young lady had a knack for conjuring imaginary rivals. Boss, your girlfriend is quite fierce. She wouldn't harm me, would she? How terrifying your girlfriend is, unlike me, who merely listens to the boss. At that moment, Gue Mei chimed in with a sugary tone, her eyes misty, presenting an innocent facade. Yet, to Yibai, this display was nothing short of repulsive. Moreover, the deepening crimson hue in Zhong Lushi's eyes heightened his anxiety. Upon hearing Gue Mei's words, Zhong Lushi abruptly stood, her sharp gaze fixed upon Gue Mei as she gritted her teeth and declared, Do you wish to die? Zhong Lushi was not one to engage in indiscriminate violence, but she would show no mercy to those who repeatedly tested her limits. Yibai immediately interjected, You should say less. Gue Mei fell silent, merely smiling at the two. Yibai swiftly turned to soothe Zhong Lushi's emotions, fearing that this young lady might truly lose her temper. Oh dear, Lushi, do calm down. My relationship with her is quite innocuous. She merely came to visit her brother and shall return to her homeland in a few days. Hee. Her manner of speaking may be peculiar, yet she does express some commendable sentiments, particularly regarding matters of romance. Yibai's face was adorned with a broad smile as he sought to placate Zhong Lushi before taking a seat once more. Zhong Lushi huffed disdainfully and retorted, What you and she have is of no concern to me. Keep your distance. You are encroaching upon my personal space. Beware, or I shall ensure you serve a long sentence. Furthermore, what of this girlfriend nonsense? Indulge in your fanciful daydreams. Upon hearing Zhong Lushi's tone, especially the ominous reference to a lengthy imprisonment, Yibai discerned that the young lady's ire had somewhat subsided. In a swift motion, Zhong Lushi seized the orange from Yibai's hand and devoured it whole, chewing with vigor. What are you dawdling for? Get to cooking. This young lady is famished. Hee. Lushi, how about lending me a hand in the kitchen? Humph. Since you beseech me so, I shall reluctantly oblige and make my way there. Chapter 29. The Art of Cooking Chicken Xiaobai. Shouldn't you add some salt? Of course, but Lushi, you're using MSG. Is that so? I certainly know. You. Stop staring at my legs. In the kitchen, Yi Bai and Zhong Lushi busied themselves preparing a meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation. In reality, it was Yi Bai who was diligently working, while Zhong Lushi merely contributed to the chaos, causing Yi Bai to flounder. It was only when Zhong Lushi placed the rice cooker atop the induction stove that Yi Bai realized her utter lack of culinary knowledge. Yet, there was no alternative. Leaving Zhong Lushi outside would inevitably lead to arguments with Gui Mei. Given her temperament, she might even summon a group to feed Gui Mei to the fish. Although Gui Mei was likely untroubled, the aftermath would certainly be difficult to resolve. At last, with the combined efforts of Yi Bai and Zhong Lushi, dinner was ready. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. This meal relied entirely on my efforts. Xiao Bai, you really need to practice your cooking skills. Zhong Lushi exclaimed after washing her hands, her pride evident. Yi Bai nodded in agreement, conceding, whatever you say, as the dishes were served. Zhong Lushi's smile faded upon noticing Gui Mei across the table, striking a pose for an unknown audience. Ming Yi entered the room, supporting Chu Li, and took a seat as well. Zhong Lushi quickly noticed Chu Li's condition and inquired, what happened to Ming Yi's leg? Yi Bai, aware that Zhong Lushi was referring to Chu Li, explained, when she first joined us, Ming Yi helped her create a false identity. A while ago, she accidentally injured her leg on a nail while moving things, but she has already received treatment. Zhong Lushi responded with a simple, oh, and did not press further. Instead stating, how can you call yourself a boss? You are utterly incompetent. This shabby little shop is too outdated. There must be numerous safety hazards. If I were Ming Yi, I would never endure such conditions here. Hearing this, Chu Li smiled at Zhong Lushi, finding her to be quite amiable. Once you're healed, why not come work at my company? It would be far better than here, Zhong Lushi suggested. She felt sympathy for the girl and was willing to assist as long as she didn't have to witness any more of Yi Bai's flirtations. However, upon hearing this, Chu Li shook her head vigorously, her eyes pleading with Yi Bai, fearful that he might dismiss her. Aha, Lushi. Ming Yi has already gotten accustomed to being here. I doubt she would be suited for the work you have, Yi Bai chuckled, coming to Chu Li's defense. Seeing Chu Li's reaction, Zhong Lushi refrained from further persuasion, casting a sharp glare at Yi Bai. You talk too much. Let us eat. During the meal, Zhong Lushi continually served Yi Bai, occasionally glancing at Gui Mei, seemingly asserting her claim. Oh, I don't want to return to the island nation. Gui Mei suddenly interjected. Zhong Lushi immediately perked up, clearly anxious for more information. Ming Yi, irritated, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? If you don't go, who will? What will happen to the shop over there? Yi Bai understood that the two were discussing future tasks in the island nation and shifted his gaze in that direction. You're going to the island, huh? I could just stay here and be a helper, Gui Mei remarked with a charming smile, turning to Yi Bai and inquiring, is that all right, boss? Gui Mei, being quite astute, immediately discerned that Yi Bai and Zhong Lushi had yet to break through the final barrier of their relationship, and she sought to ignite the flames of their connection. As anticipated, upon hearing this news, Zhong Lushi erupted in fury, slamming her chopsticks on the table with a resounding crack, rising to her feet. You dare. If you choose to remain in Tianhai, believe me, I will find someone to kill you. Zhong Lushi spat vehemently, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Bai. If you dare to let her be your assistant, I will dismantle your establishment. Ming Yi sighed in resignation, covering his face to indicate his desire to abstain from the conflict. Chu Li quietly picked at her rice, her eyes keenly observing the dynamics at the table, clearly viewing Yi Bai and Zhong Lushi as mere entertainment. Before Yi Bai could utter a word, he noticed Gui Mei also standing up, covering her mouth with a smile, entirely disregarding Zhong Lushi's threats. On what grounds do you dictate our boss's choices? I just asked my brother, and you two are not in a romantic relationship. Our boss is still single. Yi Bai, who had been about to speak, instantly closed his mouth, grasping the implied meaning behind Gui Mei's words. Well done, Gui Mei, a masterstroke. Zhong Lushi let out a cold laugh, gritting her teeth. Humph. On what grounds? Today, I shall show you precisely that. Under the gaze of everyone present, Zhong Lushi leaned down and planted a kiss on Yi Bai's cheek. Yi Bai was momentarily stunned, feeling the lingering warmth on his face, and glanced at Gui Mei with eyes full of gratitude. Now do you understand the grounds? I warn you to keep your distance from Xiao Bai, or your fate will be nothing short of death. Zhong Lushi's face remained stern as she unexpectedly retrieved a handgun from her bag, aiming it at Gui Mei's head. Gui Mei appeared startled, slowly sitting back down to continue her meal, but discreetly winked at Yi Bai. Master, I can only assist you to this extent. Seeing that Gui Mei had calmed down, Zhong Lushi let out a huff, and, under Yi Bai's persuasion, holstered the gun and resumed eating. Hee, Lishi. That gun isn't loaded, right? Yi Bai boldly leaned towards Zhang Lishi and whispered. Once seated, Zhang Lishi's face began to flush. Recalling that impulsive moment when she had kissed Yi Bai, her heart racing. Humph, you can certainly find out. This time the magazine is full, Zhang Lishi replied, her cheeks reddening. Since she had come to Yi Bai's home without any personal protection, she had brought the gun, never expecting to actually use it. That audacious vixen was indeed afraid of death. Fortunately, she had brought the means for self-defense. The atmosphere during the meal grew considerably quieter, with Zhang Lishi's face growing increasingly crimson as she occasionally stole glances at Yi Bai from the corner of her eye. Yi Bai continued to eat heartily, occasionally pausing to touch his cheek, grinning foolishly. Gue Mei seemed to shift her focus, playfully rubbing her foot against Ming Yi's pant leg beneath the table. Chu Li's large, expressive eyes were constantly observing the interactions between Yi Bai and Zhang Lishi, her pace of eating gradually slowing as she felt satiated. After finishing their meal, Zhang Lishi forcibly ushered Yi Bai into the car, declaring that they would return only when that vixen had departed. Xiao Bai, you had better heed my words, otherwise I shall confine you, she asserted from the passenger seat, her crimson gaze fixed firmly on Yi Bai, her expression devoid of any levity. Yi Bai, maintaining a foolish grin, leaned towards the passenger seat and remarked, Lishi, you kissed me just now. At this, Zhang Lishi's delicate form quivered momentarily before she quickly retorted, what are you thinking? That was merely an act to avoid showing weakness in front of that vixen. It has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? Noticing Yi Bai still grinning foolishly at her, Zhang Lishi, flustered and infuriated, pushed his head away as he leaned closer. What are you laughing at? Drive us home. No looking at me. Be careful, or I shall pluck out your eyes. Chapter 30. A meeting. Yi Bai smiled foolishly all the way, gradually driving to the Zhong family estate. The journey, though not extensive, took him a full hour, and by the time he arrived at the estate, it was already past 10. This slowpoke, does he just want to admire my legs? Zhang Lexi shot a glare at Yi Bai, who was opening the car door for her, her cheeks still flushed. Yi Bai did not deny it. Indeed, he harbored such thoughts. Yet, Zhang Lexi had not urged him to speed up during the drive, had she? Upon entering the villa, Yi Bai followed Zhang Lexi upstairs, walking all the way to the door of her room. Why are you trailing me? Are you eager for a stay in jail? Zhang Lexi pointed at Yi Bai, her tone sharp. Did he really intend to sleep in her room? They had already shared a kiss today. She couldn't afford to be too indulgent. While she had acknowledged her feelings, and there was indeed a flicker of affection for the big dog, that did not imply she would give in easily. The training of the big dog must continue, with the sole difference that this time, she would contemplate not abandoning him. Hee, Lexi, what a question. Of course. I intend to sleep. That sofa in your room looks quite inviting. Yi Bai audaciously declared his intentions. Hee, what dreams are you weaving? Do you think I am unaware of your scheme to share a room with me? There are plenty of vacant rooms. Choose one yourself, Zhang Lexi retorted, gesturing towards several empty rooms. Yi Bai was still unwilling to concede, saying, but Lexi, didn't you mention last time that the empty rooms were all unkempt? Zhang Lexi seemed to have anticipated his response, smiling as she replied, that was then, and this is now. In any case, you are not allowed to come over tonight. With that, Zhang Lexi turned to enter her room, but noticed that Yi Bai was still following her, seemingly determined to enter. Classmate Xiao Bai, please comprehend this. This is my home. If I merely raise my voice, you shall receive a thorough thrashing and find yourself in jail, Zhang Lexi warned. Yi Bai peered into Zhang Lexi's room, realizing that his dreams of a pleasant night were dashed. He could only say, Lexi, you misunderstand. I merely wish to retrieve my blanket, the one I covered with last time. Zhang Lexi paused, recalling that Yi Bai had indeed wrapped himself tightly in her blanket during their previous encounter. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, she retorted, Go, go, go. Fetch it yourself, and if you dare linger in my room, you'll regret it. Yi Bai sheepishly entered the room, finding the blanket still draped over the sofa. He embraced it, inhaling its scent, nodding in satisfaction. Delightful, the fragrance remains. Watching Yi Bai's actions, Zhang Lexi was at a loss for words. After shooing him out, she firmly shut her door, then headed to the bathroom to wash up, preparing for bed. Yi Bai, clutching the blanket, chose a room nearest to Zhang Lexi and stepped inside. This room was slightly smaller than hers and lacked the faint scent, but fortunately, he had the blanket. Yi Bai believed that this decision was exceedingly astute. He truly considered himself a clever little imp. After a brief grooming ritual, Yibai reclined upon the soft bed, enveloping himself in a cozy blanket. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Zhong Lexi. Little Bai, Lexi, are you asleep? Lexi, I am asleep, do not disturb. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Within an English church, a tall man grasped a crucifix in his hands, fervently praying. Behind him stood a figure cloaked entirely in black, silently observing his devotions. Wu Wang, does the Lord you speak of truly exist? The figure in black queried, his voice gravelly. The man known as Wu Wang reattached the crucifix to his chest and slowly turned, revealing a gaunt visage. I have always firmly believed that the Lord exists, he declared. His cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon the cloaked figure. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he gripped it in hand, unfazed by the chilling blade pointed at him. The figure in black continued, if the Lord truly exists, why must suffering prevail in this world, and why do we exist? Wu Wang cast a glance at the corpse nailed to the cross behind him, his expression still devoid of warmth. It is quite simple. The Lord requires gratitude, Wu Wang replied. Addressing the cloaked man, you have come to see me, disrupting the established order. The figure in black's shoulders quivered slightly, as if in mirth. You know well that your Lord cannot save all. The multitude must discover their own path to redemption. He spoke slowly, his hands concealed within the folds of his robe, standing motionless while the wind from outside billowed the fabric. Occasionally, the breeze would lift his hem, revealing a leg that gleamed with a metallic sheen. I care not for your so-called path. I have my own to traverse. If you are here for vengeance on his behalf, feel free to act. Wu Wang gestured toward the corpse behind him. The cloaked figure scoffed. You overestimate him. I have come for you. Upon hearing this, Wu Wang furrowed his brow, visibly taken aback. This era increasingly has no need for us. We are gradually receding from the annals of history. The figure in black's voice echoed within the church. Wu Wang remained silent, his brow still knitted in concern. Observing Wu Wang's reticence, the cloaked man grew more animated, continuing, to break free from the impending predicament, the multitude must change. To change, everything must be dismantled and rebuilt. Silence, Wu Wang bellowed, interrupting the black-robed figure. Gradually calming, the figure remarked, he is but a child, and you, Wu Wang, once stood but a step away from that position. Wu Wang's demeanor hardened, gripping the dagger tightly, his gaze piercing into the cloaked man, glinting with a deadly chill. Either depart or perish, I heed only that ring. The figure cloaked in black sighed deeply before turning away. The sound of metal striking the ground resonating throughout the entire church with each step he took. Wu Wang approached the entrance, hesitated momentarily, then stepped forward and gently closed the grand doors behind him. He resembled a solitary spirit traversing the darkness of night, the pale moonlight casting an elongated shadow in its wake. I cannot ascertain whether I possess the strength to end your life, yet I shall seek a meeting, my master. Chapter 31. The etiquette of the Xie family. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhong Lexi was roused from her slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Without a moment's hesitation, she knew who it was. In this estate, aside from Yibai, none possessed the audacity to disturb her dreams. With bleary eyes, she opened the door to find Yibai standing at the threshold, his tousled hair a disarray, a grin adorning his face. Xiaobai, you are utterly insufferable. It's Saturday. For heaven's sake, why on earth are you being so unreasonable so early in the morning? Zhong Lexi exclaimed, rubbing her eyes. She was clad in a sleek black silk nightgown that shimmered enticingly, prompting Yibai's desire to touch the fabric. Noticing Yibai's relentless gaze upon her, Zhong Lexi glanced down at her nightgown, reassured that there was nothing amiss. Then, as if struck by a thought, she swiftly turned to don her slippers. Casting a disdainful look at Yibai, Xiaobai, you truly are beyond redemption, she remarked, her expression akin to that of one regarding refuse. Yibai, invigorated by her disdainful gaze, responded with delight. Ah, this is the very expression I adore. More, please. Zhong Lexi felt utterly exasperated, evidently reduced to a mere reward for someone else's amusement. At this ungodly hour, depriving me of my sleep warrants a flawless explanation, she glared at Yibai. Yibai stepped forward, invading her personal space, which infuriated Zhong Lexi even further. Hee, Lexi, have you forgotten? We agreed to visit Xie Muyun's residence today. As he squeezed into her room, his eyes roamed about, eager to uncover things usually hidden from view. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lexi finally remembered that indeed, they had discussed such an arrangement the previous day, and she had consented. Even so, what gives you the right to barge in here? You must consider the consequences of your brazen behavior in my home, she admonished. Pointing towards the bathroom, Yibai triumphantly declared, haha. My towel and toothbrush are here from last time. Naturally, I must come in to freshen up. Zhang Lexi stood momentarily stunned, then pressed her palm to her forehead in realization. Damn it, I overlooked that detail. No wonder he came over looking like a bird's nest this early. With Yubai's antics shattering her remaining drowsiness, Zhang Lexi gestured toward the bathroom. Hurry up and finish, and remember to turn the faucet to the maximum. I do not wish to hear any unbecoming sounds from you. Yibai chuckled mischievously, humming a tune as he entered the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, occasionally emitting odd noises. Zhang Lexi collapsed onto her bed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What on earth had she gotten herself into? When Zhang Lexi emerged from the bathroom, she found Yibai sprawled across her bed. Just as before, as she prepared to unleash her frustration, Yibai suddenly sprang up and darted out of the room, leaving her unable to pinpoint his trajectory. Lexi, I'm off to make you breakfast, came Yibai's voice, though he had already vanished from sight. Zhang Lexi took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding herself that this big dog would eventually learn to be obedient, that this big dog would gradually become compliant. However, when she descended the stairs, she was met with the sight of Yibai seated in the living room, engrossed in a video game. Xiaobai, what about your breakfast? Oh, still playing with the steamer? Are you hoping to feast on eggs in the game? Zhang Lexi's face was cold, clearly still affected by her morning grumpiness. Yibai put down his phone and replied, I intended to make breakfast, but upon entering the kitchen, I found 2 aunties already at work, so I stepped out. His reasoning left Zhang Lexi momentarily speechless, thwarting her attempt to reprimand him. After breakfast, a call from Xie Muyun came through. Hello? Yibai. When are you coming over? I'm all set here, and I've sent my parents out. Yibai glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. We should arrive around 11, he responded. Xie Muyun, residing in a villa district in the southern part of Tianhai City, was quite far from Zhang Lexi's place, usually requiring about an hour's drive. Upon hearing Yibai's reply, Xie Muyun inquired, Huh? You? Who else is coming? Oh, just me and Lexi, Yibai answered. Lexi? Which Lexi? Do I know her? Just as Yibai was about to respond, Zhang Lexi snatched the phone from his hand and said with irritation, It's me, Zhang Lexi. Who else could possibly accompany Yibai? A prolonged silence ensued on the other end, followed by a piercing scream. Zhang Lexi held the phone slightly away from her ear, pondering how Xie Muyun managed to get into Tianhai University. Surely, it was through monetary means. After a few more exchanges, Yibai ended the call, and he and Zhang Lexi prepared to set off. Ever since discovering Yibai's fondness for black stockings, Zhang Lexi had taken to wearing them on their outings together, leaving Yibai utterly captivated. Drive carefully, keep your eyes on the road. If you can't help yourself, just pull over and look your fill before we continue. You creep, Zhang Lexi remarked. She intended to caution Yibai against his brazen behavior, but to her surprise, he actually parked the car by the roadside and leaned over, staring at her legs. Xiaobai, I can't take this anymore. You're such an idiot, Zhang Lexi exclaimed, shoving his overly close head away and blushing furiously. Yibai felt quite aggrieved. Women's thoughts were truly perplexing. Didn't you say to look my fill before we left? They dawdled until just past 11 when Yibai finally drove up to Xie Muyun's home, parking directly beneath the villa. Xie Muyun had been waiting at the entrance, taken aback to see Zhang Lexi accompanying Yibai, which left him somewhat flustered. Although the Xie family was relatively affluent, it was merely in comparison to the average citizens of Tianhai City. Someone like Zhang Lexi was an unattainable presence for the Xie family, let alone sharing a meal together. Welcome, Yibai, Zhang. Zhang Zong, Xie Muyun stumbled over the appropriate address. Zhang Lexi glanced at him and said, No need for formalities. Just call me Zhang Lexi. This is your home, and we are your guests. There's no need to be so nervous. In truth, she wished to add, Don't be anxious. I'm not someone who bites. However, upon witnessing the expression on Xie Muyun's face, Zhang Lexi refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing it might render him faint. Although the Zhong family has engaged in legitimate business over the years, in the eyes of the people of Tianhai City, they remain the ruthless gang family of yore. Xie Muyun cordially invited Yibai and Zhang Lexi into his home, pouring them each a cup of tea. Yibai had initially presumed that Xie Muyun had extended invitations to numerous others. Yet the absence of any other guests hinted that his original intention was solely to invite him. With a keen eye, Zhang Lexi noticed a humanoid object on the sofa, partially concealed by a blanket, with just a corner exposed. Curiosity compelled her to poke it with her finger. A sensation of inflation coursed through her fingertips, and she instantly comprehended the nature of the object. Goodness, it was that vulgar and sordid item. Xie Muyun's complexion paled. Realizing the blunder, this was originally meant for Yi Bai, yet he had forgotten to conceal it. Zhong Lushi slowly turned her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. Her gaze fixed on Xie Muyun with a distinctly unfriendly intensity. Well, Xie Muyun, is this how the Xie family entertains their guests? Thankfully, I arrived. Otherwise, Yi Bai would have been led astray by you. Chapter 32. A day of peculiarities in the living room of the Xie residence. Xie Muyun was drenched in cold sweat. Yi Bai scrutinized the humanoid object, utterly perplexed by its nature, and curiously approached to investigate further. Xiao Bai, if you dare touch that thing, you shall meet your end. Zhong Lexi warned sternly, her face a mask of frost. How ungrateful. Here I am, a living being before you. And you choose to meddle with that object. What an affront to my presence. Yet, upon further reflection, Zhong Lexi realized she had not engaged with Yi Bai either. Xie Muyun, swift and agile, leaped onto the sofa and grasped the object, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Yi Bai could attest that Xie Muyun had displayed a speed far surpassing that of military training. As for the object, Yi Bai had only glimpsed a portion of it, which appeared to be a woman of considerable beauty. His immediate assumption was that it was a corpse, and he felt a profound respect for Xie Muyun, evidently. The wealthy harbored various eccentricities. In comparison, Zhong Lexi's temperamental demeanor seemed trivial. After a brief while, Xie Muyun emerged, his expression one of embarrassment. Confronted by Zhong Lexi's piercing gaze, he erupted, "Family matters should not be aired in public. This is certainly the doing of that old fool in my family. So shameful. Rest assured, Zhong, when he returns, I shall give him a thorough reprimand." Meanwhile, Yi Bai resolved to seize the opportunity to inquire about the secrets to preserving a corpse indefinitely, a skill that might prove useful in the future. Remarkably, he had detected no trace of decay, a testament to Xie Muyun's remarkable expertise. Zhong Lexi scoffed, choosing not to expose Xie Muyun's clumsy lies, instead contemplating how she would caution Yi Bai against associating with him in the future. Xie Muyun, visibly anxious, noticed Yi Bai discreetly giving him a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with respect. Xie Muyun's eyes brightened. Could it be that Yi Bai was also well-versed in such matters? This was splendid news. They could engage in frequent discussions, and as long as he passed Zhong Lexi's scrutiny today, he would be content. All three harbored their own thoughts, and a palpable silence enveloped the living room. Ultimately, it was Zhong Lexi who shattered the stillness. "Xie Muyun, did you invite us here merely to showcase your father's collection?" Her brows knitted in evident impatience. Had it not been for Yi Bai's presence, she would have departed long ago. Xie Muyun, upon hearing this, immediately denied. "Of course not. The housekeeper has gone out to buy groceries. In honor of your visit, I even hired a chef, who will arrive shortly, and I may have borrowed a fine bottle of wine from my father's collection." As he spoke, Xie Muyun rushed to the television, swiftly ejecting a USB drive and replacing it with another. Before that, let us indulge in a game to unwind. This is the latest game I purchased. It is quite challenging, with exhilarating combat scenes. He produced several game controllers and handed them to Zhong Lexi and Yi Bai. With no choice but to oblige, they entered the game, following the host's lead. Xie Muyun rushed over, pointing at the game controller and screen, and explained, "Behold, this is the attack, this is the defense, and this is Watanabe Kianikiro." Indeed, as Xie Muyun had stated, this game proved to be quite challenging and was designed for solo play. However, within mere minutes, Yi Bai was vanquished, leading to Zhong Lexi taking the stage. Zhong Lexi fared no better. Upon encountering the enemy, she succumbed to 2 swift strikes. And soon the television displayed a large character for noob. Gradually, Zhong Lexi ignited her true potential, dying countless times, ultimately monopolizing Yi Bai's opportunity to play. "What a dreadful game. I'll try again. I refuse to be defeated," she declared. "Lexi, he has a red dot on his back. You must execute a sneak attack for a guaranteed kill." "Am I unaware of how to sneak attack? He shot me with arrows." After enduring a grueling half-hour of torment, Yi Bai and Zhong Lexi finally unraveled the strategy and defeated the boss. At that moment, the housekeeper at Xie Muyun's residence had completed the grocery shopping and commenced preparing the ingredients in the kitchen, awaiting the arrival of the chef Xie Muyun had invited. As Xie Muyun glanced at the clock, nearing 1 o'clock, he pondered the late arrival of the chef. It wasn't until 2 o'clock that the chef finally arrived. Xie Muyun opened the door to let him in. The man was tall and slender, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, and curiously, he wore a cross around his neck. The moment he entered, Wulong's piercing gaze locked onto Yi Bai. Yibai had long since set down the game controller, his smile fading as he took a slight step forward, positioning Zhang Lexi behind him. Why are you so late? Wasn't it agreed upon for 12 o'clock? My guests have been waiting for so long. Furthermore, I recall inviting a different chef. You have taken liberties, and I shall lodge a complaint. Xie Muyun expressed his dissatisfaction as he regarded Wu Wang. Wu Wang smiled, responding to Xie Muyun. My master is unwell today, so I have come to serve Mr. Xie. Rest assured, I have mastered my master's culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Xie Muyun's expression softened slightly, yet he continued to grumble. Cooking is one thing. But what is with the cross and all these absurdities? No sooner had he spoken than the doorbell rang again. Xie Muyun opened the door to find a middle-aged man sporting a broad smile, accompanied by a stunning woman. Wait, who are you? Have you come to the wrong place? What is going on today with all these peculiar individuals? Xie Muyun exclaimed, grinning at the two at the door. The middle-aged man chuckled, peering into the room and stating, Pardon the intrusion. We are here to see our boss, Yibai. Upon hearing Yibai's name, Xie Muyun permitted them to enter. Ming Yi and Gui Mei stepped inside, positioning themselves one before the other beside Wu Wang. The atmosphere turned tense. Yibai remained in his stance, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Wang. Ming Yi wore a broad smile, yet his hands remained tucked within his pants pockets. Gui Mei, with a flirtatious smile, stood closely behind Wu Wang, nearly pressing against him. Xie Muyun initially intended to urge the chef to hasten the meal preparation. However, for reasons unknown, the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, unspoken. Meanwhile, Zhang Lexi, engrossed in her game, sensed an abrupt stillness enveloping the surroundings and paused her actions, casting her gaze in that direction. Her eyes immediately fell upon Gui Mei, who promptly rose to her feet, a fierce glint of hostility igniting within her gaze. Do you wish for death? How dare you come here? Zhang Lexi shattered the silence, brandishing a firearm that she leveled directly at Gui Mei. In that instant, as the tension escalated, Wu Wang took a small step toward Yibai. Mingyi, whose hand had been tucked into his trouser pocket, suddenly retracted it, revealing a glimmer of silver. Observing Wu Wang's lack of further movement, he returned his hand to its previous position. Gui Mei, undeterred by Zhang Lexi's gun aimed at her head, discreetly stowed her steel needle back within her sleeve. Wu Wang chuckled softly twice, caressing the cross at his chest, and remarked, Thank you for your patience. I shall prepare the meal now. Chapter 33. Learning to be human. Lu Shi, please lower your weapon. Yibai grasped the hand of Zhang Lu Shi that held the gun, gently pressing it downward to divert the barrel away from Gui Mei's brow. A tumult of emotion surged within him. The person cooking in the kitchen imparted a sensation he had never experienced before. This feeling bore a resemblance to his encounters with Lao Bai but was tinged with a distinct difference. For the first time, Yibai found himself facing someone with only a 70% certainty of being able to kill. In contrast, when confronting Lao Bai, he possessed less than 50% confidence. Furious, Zhang Lishi's murderous intent boiled over at Yibai's defensive Gui Mei. How dare you stop me? Her eyes blazed crimson as she attempted to shake off Yibai's grip, intent on firing at Gui Mei without a second thought. At that moment, she felt a sudden warmth upon her lips, followed by a sharp pang, akin to being bitten by something. Looking up, she found Yibai's face mere inches away, his eyes sparkling with an astonishing clarity, suffused with an infinite tenderness that nearly melted her heart. Like a pebble cast into the ocean, it left no trace yet stirred tumultuous waves. Or like a strong wind sweeping across miles, it transformed into a gentle caress entwined around her fingers. The gun in Zhang Lishi's hand slipped away silently, her face flushed a deep crimson, as if blood might spill forth. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yibai's eyes. Gui Mei observed the two with a wry smile, shaking her head. Alas, this family will disband without me. Meanwhile, Xie Muyun stood nearby, utterly stunned. Zhang Lishi's sudden draw of the gun had nearly terrified him into submission. Yet, when he witnessed Yibai lean in to kiss Zhang Lishi, his shock deepened, leaving him utterly speechless. Zhang Lishi sat on the couch, her face, neck, and ears aflame, emanating waves of heat. She turned her back to Yibai, even as he occasionally brazenly approached her, only to be evaded time and again. Damn you. Xiaobai, how can you be so audacious? I am wielding a gun, not a mere fire poker. And with so many people around, I can't even think about going back. Ugh, going back isn't an option either. Her mind was a tangled mess, filled with thoughts of Yibai's captivating eyes and the gentle touch they had shared. Yibai exhaled in relief. At least the immediate crisis had been averted. As for the man in the kitchen, even lacking complete certainty, should he dare to act, Yibai would not hesitate to eliminate him. After a considerable time, Zhang Lishi finally calmed her emotions. She glared at Yi Bai, her voice dripping with resentment. You wait until we get back, Xiao Bai. I will settle the score with you. Turning toward Gue Mei, her tone remained laced with hostility. What are you doing here? Do you truly wish for death? Gue Mei smiled and stepped closer to Zhong Lushi. Do not misunderstand. I have come to bid farewell to my boss. I will be returning to the island nation tomorrow, as my husband is waiting for me at home. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhong Lushi's eyes, and she furrowed her brow. Farewell? Your husband? She seized upon the useful information embedded in Gue Mei's words. Gue Mei was leaving, and this woman had a husband. Gue Mei covered her mouth with a smile, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glancing at Zhong Lushi and Yi Bai. Yes, my husband is in the island country, urging me to return. I was just teasing you earlier. How could I possibly linger here? Ming Yi silently sipped her tea, finding little surprise in Gue Mei's spontaneous fib. Her words were a blend of truth and deception. She indeed had to return to the island, as there were tasks awaiting her. As for her so-called husband, that was entirely fabricated, merely a ruse to ease Zhang Lushi's mind. Upon hearing Gue Mei's words, Zhang Lushi's animosity towards her dissipated significantly. Though she still harbored some resentment. What on earth was she doing, playing games? I nearly lost my life. I apologize. I acted impulsively. Zhong Lushi said to Gue Mei. As long as Gue Mei refrained from exchanging glances with Yi Bai, Zhong Lushi was not inclined to pursue the matter further. After all, she had nearly crossed a line moments ago. Once calm, Zhong Lushi pondered. It seemed that the greatest beneficiary of her commotion with Gue Mei was none other than the mischievous Yi Bai sitting beside her. She turned to see Yi Bai chuckling to himself, a look of triumph adorning his face. Xiao Bai, what are you laughing at? Speak honestly. Zhong Lushi inquired suspiciously. Could it be that Xiao Bai had orchestrated this charade with that woman? If that were the case, she had indeed fallen into a trap. Yi Bai wore a silly grin, evading her question. Just now, it was so soft. Too bad we couldn't linger. He licked his lips afterward. Zhong Lushi immediately felt overwhelmed, blushing furiously and turning her back to Yi Bai. What a rogue. Does he already know I can't bear to harm him? How audacious. Haha. Is everything all right now? By the way, I'll go urge the chef to hurry up. Xiamu Yun. Relieved to see Zhong Lushi and Gue Mei no longer at odds, headed towards the kitchen. Before long, Xiamu Yun's loud voice echoed from the kitchen. Bro, how did you manage to make Western cuisine? What? You can't cook Chinese? Then why did you claim to master the craft? Can't you just put a bit more caviar? If others see, they'll think I can't afford it. Give me another can. What do you mean you can cook? It doesn't look like it to me. I'll definitely report you. What else with that look? Are you trying to eat me? Fuming. Xiamu Yun stormed out of the kitchen and plopped down on the sofa, sulking. He vowed never to hire their chef again, given such service attitude. Despite being labeled a gourmet chef, little did he know he had narrowly escaped danger moments earlier. Ming Yi and Gue Mei exchanged knowing smiles. Their gazes filled with admiration for the young man. Such bravery. After all, he had once almost become the current by Wu Chang's Wu Wang, a being that devours without a trace. Meanwhile, Yi Bai and Zhong Lushi sat together, engrossed in conversation. The Zhong Lushi now was entirely different from her usual self, resembling a gentle, demure girl, completely shedding her sharpness. After more than 40 minutes, Wu Wang emerged from the kitchen, first bowing gracefully to the guests before smilingly announcing, "The meal is prepared. Please enjoy." He then gestured towards the maid in the kitchen and added, "The ingredients she procured today are excellent, consisting entirely of premium meats." Chapter 34. The great Epicurean Wu Wang gradually served the dishes onto the dining table, inviting everyone to take their seats and partake in the meal. Ming Yi approached to inspect the offerings. Thankfully, there were no peculiar meats in sight. He could never forget the night he passed by Wu Wang's church while on a mission, thinking to himself that perhaps he could procure a drink. Upon entering, however, he was met with the sight of Wu Wang crouched before a meat grinder, crafting ham while simultaneously offering prayers to the crucifix on the wall. That day at Wu Wang's home, Ming Yi could only muster enough stomach for drink. Despite Wu Wang's repeated assurances that the meat before him was beef, Ming Yi persistently waved his hands in refusal. Once everyone was seated, Wu Wang removed his apron and joined them, clearly intending to dine together. Xiamu Yun noticed Wu Wang's action and immediately rose, banging the table as he pointed at Wu Wang, exclaiming, "Excuse me, my friend, how presumptuous of you. I have paid handsomely for your culinary services, yet I did not invite you to share our meal. Even if I were to, it certainly would not be this occasion. These are my guests. What do you think you are doing? I will lodge a complaint against you right now. You, just wait for your comeuppance." With that, he took out his phone, preparing to make a call. Such a lack of decorum was utterly intolerable. It was bad enough that Wu Wang could only prepare Western cuisine. Now he sought to mooch off their meal, which was simply beyond bearing. Wu Wang took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the knife and fork. Casting a glance at Yi Bai. Were it not for Yi Bai's presence, coupled with their code against harming ordinary folks, Xie Muyun would have found himself in dire straits. As a distinguished Epicurean, Wu Wang could not abide others pointing fingers while he cooked or disrupting his dining experience. Unfortunately, Xie Muyun embodied both transgressions. Just when Wu Wang felt compelled to rise, Yi Bai interjected, "Xie Muyun, why not let it go? Dining together can be quite lively, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Xie Muyun lowered his phone, shot a glare at Wu Wang, and replied, "Fine, since Yi Bai has interceded on your behalf, I shall allow you to join us for the meal, and I will refrain from lodging a complaint. But let me tell you, you lack manners, and sooner or later, you will pay dearly for it, not even knowing how your demise shall come." Wu Wang, on the verge of releasing his grip on the cutlery, tightened it once more, the veins on his temples standing out prominently. "Ha ha ha, all right then, let us all speak a little less and eat. I have heard that this red wine should not be aerated for too long. What do you think, Lishi?" Yi Bai quickly intervened, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Wang. Ultimately, Wu Wang refrained from retaliating against Xie Muyun and elegantly sliced a piece of steak, bringing it to his mouth to savor. Yama, the king of hell, mused. Who is this Xie Muyun, whose name flickers on the death register? As everyone began to eat, it became apparent that Wu Wang's dishes were indeed delectable, rivaling those prepared by renowned chefs. Zhang Lushi praised the meal with unreserved enthusiasm. Xie Muyun, being the son of a wealthy merchant, was well versed in the nuances of the dining table. Although they were enjoying Western cuisine, he still raised a toast to each person present, not neglecting even the chef, Wu Wang. "Hey, chef, let's share a drink. Though my words may sound harsh, my actions are equally lacking, so please don't take offense." With that, Wu Wang, despite his disheveled appearance, clinked glasses with Xie Muyun. Mingyi and Guimei, witnessing this absurdity, could barely contain their laughter as their heads drooped toward the table. As the drinks flowed, Xie Muyun, his tongue heavy with intoxication, remarked to Yi Bai, "Yi Bai, you may find this hard to believe, but although my Xie family possesses a modest fortune, I am often looked down upon at school. The reason is simple. My family has wealth but lacks power. My late father was consumed by the pursuit of money, adept at making it yet with only a few connections. Compared to the privileged youths of the school, I am nothing at all. Thus, my dream is to become an official, a high-ranking one. Money is secondary. When that day comes, I shall ensure those who have ridiculed me face their reckoning." Upon hearing Xie Muyun's heartfelt confession, Yi Bai fell into contemplation. It is commendable for the youth to have aspirations, yet the origin of his ambition felt rather peculiar. At this moment, Zhang Leki interjected, "What constitutes a high-ranking official?" Xie Muyun did not respond, as his head had already slumped onto the table, lost to unconsciousness. Ultimately, Yi Bai and Mingyi assisted Xie Muyun to his bed, entrusting him to the care of his family's maid. In summary, the visit to Xie Muyun's residence by Yi Bai and Zhang Leki had been enjoyable, albeit fraught with unexpected occurrences. When they finally stepped outside, the sun had set, and night was swiftly approaching. "Leki, I must return to the shop tonight to attend to some matters. Shall we go out tomorrow morning? Is that agreeable?" Yi Bai said to Zhang Leki at the entrance of the villa. Tonight promised to be tumultuous. The chef would undoubtedly seek him out again. Having made his intentions clear upon entering, Zhang Leki remained silent for a moment, refraining from further commentary. She no longer worried about the temptress luring Yi Bai, and allowing him to return was acceptable. "Fine, but you must answer my calls at any hour. If you dare ignore them, you shall face dire consequences," Zhang Leki warned fiercely. At that moment, Shaoqi arrived, driving a car with Fong Lin, halting at the villa's entrance. Since both Yi Bai and Zhang Leki had consumed alcohol, they could not drive, and thus summoned the two to take them home. Zhang Leki climbed directly into Shaoqi's vehicle, heading back to the estate, while Yi Bai took the passenger seat beside Fong Lin, with Mingyi and Guimei in the back. Returning to the pawnshop, Wu Wang removed his chef's attire and stood at the villa's entrance, watching as Yi Bai's vehicle disappeared into the distance, his posture upright. It was not until the night began to envelop the surroundings that Wu Wang turned and departed, his figure fading into the shadows. Chapter 35, Life and Death. Fong Lin drove recklessly, speeding through the streets. Many drivers were startled, intending to lean out of their windows to greet him warmly. But upon glimpsing his license plate, they promptly fell silent. Before long, Fong Lin returned to the pawnshop with Yi Bai and his companions. Yi Bai did not linger. He merely instructed Fong Lin to drive away and promised to call him the following day. In the shop, aside from Chuli, there was a tall man who appeared to have arrived only recently, sipping tea leisurely. On the table beside him lay a dagger, glimmering ominously. You may travel by car, but it cannot match my speed in leaping from buildings, Wu Wang remarked jovially as he set down his teacup. Gui Mei scoffed, saying, What era are we in? There's no need to rush. Who leaps around like you? You fancy yourself a British gentleman, yet you're merely a monkey. Wu Wang, in good spirits while eating, merely chuckled at Gui Mei's mockery. Ming Yi stepped forward, gesturing towards Wu Wang as he introduced him to Yi Bai. This is Wu Wang, one among the 64. Initially, the old master intended for him to occupy your position, but his social skills were lacking and his temperament unsatisfactory, which is why Lao Bai chose to nurture you instead. At this revelation, Wu Wang could no longer remain composed. The smile vanished from his face. How dare you say I lack social grace? Ming Yi, I assure you, once you are dead, I shall sprinkle you with cumin and fry you to a crisp. Wu Wang's tone was cold, and those present understood that his threat was not mere bravado. Ming Yi maintained his smile and replied, What does it matter once dead? It's uncertain who will perish first. Let us discuss serious matters. Why are you here instead of staying in Britain? As he spoke, Ming Yi drew a dagger from his pocket, while Gui Mei gripped a steel needle hidden in her sleeve. They were wary of this individual who nearly ascended to the position of Bai Wuchang. Wu Wang slowly rose, gripping the dagger on the table with a reverse hold. Fixing his gaze on Yi Bai with a smile, I refrained from taking action at the Sief family in deference to the ring on your hand. Now, I wish to know in what way I fall short of you. The smile faded from Ming Yi's face, his voice turning icy. The old master has made his decision. You dare to rebel? Wu Wang disregarded Ming Yi's words, his piercing gaze locked onto Yi Bai. Defeat me, or kill me, and I shall address you as my master. Yi Bai remained silent, gradually retreating to his room. When he emerged, he bore a dagger in his hand, mirroring Wu Wang's reverse grip. He spoke softly, If I lose or die, simply call me boss. As he spoke, the black hair atop Yi Bai's head began to turn white from the roots, the silver sheen spreading until it transformed into a mane of white hair. Even Chuli, who had witnessed Yi Bai's lethal prowess, had never seen him in such a state, signaling that Yi Bai was prepared to unleash his full power. Seeing Yi Bai's transformation, Wu Wang burst into manic laughter. Excellent, it seems you have indeed inherited the true teachings of the old master. Outside the shop, a sudden tempest arose, causing the branches and leaves of the old locust tree at the entrance to rustle violently. The atmosphere within the room was stifling. Chuli, seated beside the counter, appeared pallid and struggled to breathe. Even Ming Yi and Gui Mei gradually retreated to a distance, keeping a cautious watch. Yi Bai moved swiftly. His figure vanished only to reappear behind Wu Wang, his dagger aimed directly at Wu Wang's nape. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, nearly rendering Chuli unconscious from afar. However, Yi Bai's strike was thwarted. Wu Wang's form had already evaded him. Only Yi Bai perceived that Wu Wang had darted beside him, his dagger poised to pierce Yi Bai's temple. Yi Bai instinctively tilted his head aside, the cold blade grazing his cheek and causing blood to spurt forth. Simultaneously, Yi Bai's dagger plunged into Wu Wang's chest. The entire exchange transpired in a mere instant. A fierce contest between two elite assassins, where life and death could be determined in the blink of an eye. Yi Bai swiftly disengaged from the fray to evade any counterattack from Wu Wang. Wu Wang's knees buckled, his towering frame collapsing to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth as he chuckled, Master, boss, I concede. Yi Bai wiped the blood from his dagger, saying, Old Bai said, when escaping, one must think of taking another's life. When seeking another's life, one must also consider their own escape. Wu Wang paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, as if experiencing joy for the first time. Gui Mei approached, delivering a swift kick to Wu Wang's face, admonishing, What are you laughing at? In this sorry state, aren't you still reliant on me? As she spoke, Gui Mei produced several steel needles, deftly inserting them into Wu Wang's acupoints. Haha, if you weren't here, I wouldn't dare to show up, Wu Wang retorted, despite the blood continually flowing from his mouth. Gui Mei glanced at Yi Bai, complaining, Boss, you were too lenient. You should have aimed directly for his heart or head. Yi Bai chuckled softly, saying nothing. If Wu Wang survived this, it would merely be a stroke of luck. From Gui Mei's expression, it seemed that Wu Wang was not destined to die today. Chuli approached with a smile, offering Yi Bai a towel to clean the wounds on his face. She had unwavering faith that Yi Bai would emerge victorious. Yi Bai accepted the towel and began to dab at his wounds, suddenly exclaiming, Oh no, Am I going to be left with a scar? Please, no. A gash extended from his cheekbone down to the corner of his mouth. Oh dear, how will I face Lishi like this? Wu Wang, you shall pay. The shop resonated with Yi Bai's lamentations. At last, Gu Mei could bear it no longer, saying with exasperation, Boss, stop your wailing. Calm down. I have ointment that will ensure no scar remains. Wu Wang, sprawled on the ground, was taken aback. He had not expected the seemingly cold-blooded Yi Bai to be so concerned about his appearance. Realizing this, Wu Wang chuckled again, only to receive another swift kick from the busy Gu Mei. What are you laughing at? I've just finished stitching you up, and now you're trying to escape. If you want to die, I'll gladly bury you. In a state of agitation, Yi Bai paced anxiously near Gu Mei, who had just tended to the wounds of Wu Wang. He hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, Gu Mei, please fetch me the medicine. My wound is on the verge of scabbing, and I fear that if I wait, the medicine may no longer be effective. With a broad grin, he urged her on. Gu Mei rolled her eyes and retorted, My dear boss, once the wound has scabbed, you won't be reopening it, will you? Rest assured, my medicine is indeed potent. Despite her sarcastic remarks, Gu Mei complied and promptly retrieved the medicine for him. Wu Wang lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog, with only the faint sound of his breathing attesting to his continued existence. Ming Yi crouched beside Wu Wang, a cigarette dangling from his lips, carelessly flicking ash onto Wu Wang's head. I've been quite displeased with you for a while now. So you've learned to navigate the world, have you? This is what they call a fitting retribution, Ming Yi said, his face alight with mockery as he relentlessly ridiculed Wu Wang. Fearing further strain on his injury, Wu Wang chose to ignore him, though internally he cursed Ming Yi vehemently. I may be defeated, yet I remain proud. You, Ming Yi, dare to test your mettle against the likes of Bai Wuchang? If you manage to survive, it would be a testament to your ancestors' good fortune. Returning to his room, Yi Bai stood before the mirror, meticulously applying the medicine to his wound, ensuring every inch was covered without a hint of carelessness. His handsome visage was crucial to his aspirations with Zhong Lushi. Oh dear, old Bai, grant me protection. Do not let me mar my appearance. He fervently prayed, finally settling his nerves. Before long, a call from Zhong Lushi rang through, and as he answered, her irate voice echoed through the line, Xiao Bai, what time is it? I told you to wait for my call, yet here you are, simply waiting like a fool instead of calling me. Chapter 36. The culprit Yi Bai lay on the bed, conversing with Zhong Lushi, his expression rigid, wary of revealing too much emotion. Lushi, I was just busy handling a little matter, and I was about to call you when your call came in. It seems we truly share a telepathic connection. With a stream of flattering words, Yi Bai quickly quelled Zhong Lushi's anger. You better be. Why does your voice sound so peculiar? As if you're gritting your teeth? Zhong Lushi inquired, sensing something amiss in Yi Bai's tone, which suggested he was reluctant to speak freely. Yi Bai, choosing not to respond to her question, cautiously probed. Lushi, may I ask you something? Suppose I were to suddenly acquire a scar on my face, what would you think? Upon finishing his question, Yi Bai anxiously awaited Zhong Lushi's response. After a moment of silence, she exclaimed, Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Have you disfigured yourself? Yi Bai was taken aback, perplexed by her reaction. What is going on? Am I not concealing it well enough? Xiao Bai, if you've really disfigured yourself, you must look dreadful. You were never handsome to begin with. Hurry. Let us do a video call so I can see. With that, Zhong Lushi abruptly ended the call. In a state of panic, Yi Bai thought, I absolutely cannot let Zhong Lushi see me like this, especially with my hair still white. However, a video call from Zhong Lushi soon came through, ringing insistently. Rapidly devising a plan, Yi Bai ultimately pressed the answer button. On the screen, Zhong Lushi was seated on her bed, covered with a blanket, revealing only her shoulders clad in lace pajamas. Xiao Bai, what is going on? Why are you hiding the camera? Show me, she urged repeatedly, gritting his teeth. Yi Bai resigned himself to his fate and leaned closer to the camera. Zhong Lushi gasped, followed by a long silence. His hair was white, and a deep gash ran from his cheekbone to the corner of his mouth, already scabbed over. He positioned his face in front of the camera, allowing Zhong Lushi to see it clearly. Yi Bai's visage conveyed a multitude of messages, leaving Zhong Lushi momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, she urgently inquired, Xiao Bai, what happened? How did you get that injury on your face? And what about your hair? Speak. Zhong Lushi's eyes sparkled with a deep crimson as she gazed at the wound on Yi Bai's face. Her greatest fear was that her enemies had sought revenge on Yi Bai. If that were the case, she would undoubtedly go mad. Seeing Zhong Luxi's distressed demeanor, Yi Bai, in a moment of desperation, finally conjured an excuse. Adopting a woeful expression, he said, it's all Su Mingyi's fault. I just gave him his salary today. That man, once he has money, loses all semblance of decency and insisted I accompany him to dye his hair. As a result, on the way back, I was struck by a piece of glass that fell from above and wounded my face. I regret it so much. Su Mingyi was indeed Mingyi's name used in public. With no other recourse, Yi Bai had no choice but to shift the blame onto him. As Yi Bai finished spinning a web of lies, he anxiously observed the reaction of Zhong Luxi on the video. Oh, Xiaobai, I am at a loss for words regarding you. Zhong Luxi's chest heaved violently, yet she seemed to harbor no doubts about Yi Bai's words. How could someone be so unfortunate? Stay at home. I will take you to the hospital now, Zhong Luxi declared. Rising from her bed in preparation to find Yi Bai hastily intervened, insisting that she must not come over at this moment. For Wu Wang lay outside like a lifeless dog. No, Luxi, I have already been to the hospital. Can we wait until tomorrow for me to see you? Yi Bai implored, his face etched with anxiety. However, Zhong Luxi had already donned her shoes and left the room. Less talking. Can the hospital you went to properly tend to your wounds? If you end up with scars, I shall never speak to you again. I am coming over now. You just wait, she asserted before abruptly ending the video call. Yi Bai felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Bouncing up from the bed and heading outside. Mingyi, Gui Mei, Chuli, come quickly, get that damned Wu Wang inside and lying down, he shouted. Upon hearing Yi Bai's call, the three rushed over, their faces reflecting palpable tension. When Gui Mei arrived and saw the situation, she sighed in relief, having feared from Yi Bai's tone that Wu Wang might have perished. Upon learning that Zhong Luxi was on her way, they promptly lifted Wu Wang and threw him onto Mingyi's bed, during which he muttered some incoherent phrases, inevitably earning a few kicks from Gui Mei. After dealing with Wu Wang, Yi Bai pondered deeply, realizing that this matter must remain concealed. Once a lie is spoken, one must fabricate 100 more to cover it. Yi Bai was currently contemplating those 100 lies. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he directed his gaze towards Ming-Yi, who was smoking. The sudden intensity of Yi Bai's stare caused Ming-Yi to shudder, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. Gui Mei, quickly bring that bucket of red paint from the backyard. I have a significant use for it, Yi Bai called out, striding towards Ming-Yi. Sensing impending doom, Ming-Yi contemplated fleeing, but Yi Bai grasped his collar firmly. Hee Ming-Yi, I have no choice but to put you through some discomfort, Yi Bai chuckled. However, to Ming-Yi, Yi Bai's smile sent a chill racing from his feet up his spine to his head. Ultimately, Yi Bai brandished a brush saturated with red paint and aimed it directly at Ming-Yi's head. Ming-Yi, don't move, it's not evenly applied yet. Chuli, come help me check if it's all red. Gui Mei, put down that green paint. We are only using red today. When Zhong Luxi arrived at the pawn shop, she found Yi Bai waiting beneath the old locust tree. Beside him, a middle-aged man was furiously smoking one cigarette after another, and his face lacked the usual jovial expression. What is even more surprising is that the man, already scant of hair, had dyed it a vivid shade of red, slicked against his scalp, as if still damp. In such a state, Su Mingyi was indeed a sight that made Zhong Luxi's eyes ache. At his age, indulging in such frivolities, and worse yet, he had the audacity to drag Yi Bai into it. Xiaobai, come here. Just look at the company you keep every day. Those old enough to know better. Still sporting red or yellow hair, what future do they expect? Not learning anything worthwhile. Zhong Luxi stood by the car, her voice icy and loud, clearly suppressing her anger while indirectly chastising. Mingyi crouched behind the old locust tree, took a more vigorous drag from his cigarette and turned his back to Yi Bai and Zhong Luxi. Yi Bai, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, cast a glance at Mingyi before walking towards Zhong Luxi. She gently tilted Yi Bai's chin to inspect the wound on his face, her gaze filled with concern. Get in the car. I'll take you to the hospital, Zhong Luxi said, ushering Yi Bai into the vehicle before following suit. As they departed, she shot a cold glance at the red-haired Su Mingyi still squatting beneath the old locust tree. Chapter 37. Fortunately, you arrived early inside the vehicle. Yi Bai gazed intently out the window while Zhong Luxi fixated on the injuries adorning his face. The scrutiny made Yi Bai feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to hesitantly inquire. Ahem, Lexi, do I look particularly unattractive right now? After posing the question, he perked up his ears, eagerly awaiting her response. Well, it is somewhat unappealing. Not as handsome as before, but it's bearable. You'll get used to it after a while, Zhong Lexi replied with a smile. In truth, the sudden scar on his face endowed him with a rugged masculinity. However, such sentiments were ones she would never express to Yi Bai. Honestly, she still preferred his former appearance. Upon hearing Zhong Lexi's words, Yi Bai seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze immediately shifting from the window to Zhong Lexi's long, fair legs. In her haste to leave, she hadn't donned her stockings, and Yi Bai found it difficult to tear his eyes away after that first glance. Sensing his intense stare, Zhong Lexi drew her legs closer, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She took several deep breaths, deciding to refrain from chastising him this time, given his injured state. However, Yi Bai, emboldened by the moment, leaned in closer, his eyes nearly landing on her legs. Xiao Bai, you are being rather excessive. Please be mindful of your actions. Even though you are currently injured, I would not hesitate to have you treated in a prison cell, Zhong Lexi finally cautioned, unable to contain herself any longer. If she remained silent, he might have attempted to advance further. Although she was not entirely opposed to his advances, she could not allow him to easily seize the opportunity. Yi Bai recoiled slightly, a look of disappointment crossing his face, as he offered Zhong Lexi a silly grin, having hoped for a different outcome. Zhong Lexi instructed Xiao Qi to drive swiftly, and soon they arrived at the largest hospital in Tianhai City. She led Yi Bai directly into a doctor's office, where a physician awaited them. This was the finest surgeon in Tianhai City, known as Yi Bangxia, who had originally planned to take the day off on this Saturday. Zhong Lexi and Yi Bai entered, and it was evident that she was quite concerned about Yi Bai's facial injuries. Yi Bangxia, now graying at the temples, stood up immediately upon seeing Zhong Lexi. Zhong, President Zhong, you're here? Yi Bangxia stammered, perfectly embodying the phrase a physician who cannot heal himself. Zhong Lexi frowned slightly. While Yi Bangxia was competent, his speech was less than fluent, and he did not seem to seek remedies for his own shortcomings. Nevertheless, as long as it did not impede the treatment, she was disinclined to dwell on these minor details. Examine him, use the best medicine available, and ensure there are no scars left behind, Zhong Lexi instructed, gesturing toward Yi Bai as she took a seat. Yi Bangxia wasted no time, moving to Yi Bai's side and gently lifting his face for a closer inspection. Zhong, President Zhong, it is fortunate that you arrived early. Otherwise, Yi Bangxia spoke in a fragmented manner. Zhong Lexi could no longer remain seated. She sprang to her feet, asking, is it serious? Will his face be able to return to its original state? As Yi Bangxia attempted to articulate his thoughts, his anxiety only exacerbated his stutter. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, if not, then it will heal. Zhong Lexi's eyes widened in astonishment. She opened her mouth to speak but ultimately refrained, returning to her seat with a furrowed brow and coldly commanded, continue. Yi Bangxia gazed at Yi Bai's face, marveling, how peculiar. In my decades of medical practice, I have never encountered such a situation. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lexi felt a wave of apprehension. For a seasoned physician like Yi Bangxia to witness something unprecedented was hardly a promising sign. Yi Bangxia continued, What medication did you apply to your injury? It is astonishing. The wound has regenerated new flesh so swiftly. Yi Bai hesitantly replied, it was just a common ointment. Perhaps my healing abilities are rather robust? As long as there are no major issues, I'm fine. Yi Bangxia shook his head, affirming, of course, it's certainly satisfactory. Zhong Lexi, seated, took a deep breath. Yi Bangxia released his grip on Yi Bai's head and turned to scribble notes on a piece of paper, which he then handed to Zhong Lexi. Zhong, Mr. Zhong, this is. Zhong Lexi sprang to his feet, impatiently interjecting, this is the medication, right? Just bring it over for application? You only need to nod or shake your head. At last, under Zhong Lexi's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Bangxia nodded. Zhong Lexi exhaled in relief and handed the note to the attendant, Xiao Qi, instructing him to fetch the medicine. Shortly after, Xiao Qi returned with several medications and placed them before Yi Bangxia. Zhong Lexi approached and inquired, once this medication is applied, will his face quickly return to its original state? How long will it take? Yi Bangxia stood, reassuringly saying, do not worry. At most, 5 days. Zhong Lexi clenched his jaw, his expression darkening as he returned to his chair. Yi Bangxia proceeded to clean Yi Bai's wound and applied his medication. Yi Bai felt a refreshing coolness on his face, quite comforting, though the ointment also induced sharp stinging and itching. Once the wound was tended to, Zhong Lexi had no desire to linger and promptly took Yi Bai out of the hospital. Yi Bangxia, though somewhat disjointed in speech, was quite loquacious, conversing with Zhong Lexi while treating Yi Bai's injury. Throughout, Zhang Leqi maintained a stern demeanor, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. After a few more exchanges with Yibangxia, Zhang Leqi felt as if he too might stutter. Xiaoqi drove swiftly, admonishing, "Stop touching your face. Are your hands clean? Don't risk infection." In the vehicle, Yi Bai's fidgeting prompted Zhang Leqi's reprimand. Yi Bai felt a warm glow inside, ceasing his actions and breaking into a silly grin. "What are you smiling about, foolish boy?" Zhang Leqi's cheeks flushed as she looked down and murmured. The car glided smoothly into the Zhang family estate. It was already quite late, and Zhang Lexi had no intention of escorting Yi Bai back. Yi Bai, intent on masquerading as an injured party, attempted to sneak into Zhang Lexi's room for the night. Yet his efforts were thwarted, and he found himself branded with the label of a lecher. "Tomorrow is the weekend. I shall take you out for a delightful outing as a token of my immense benevolence. Now, off to bed with you," Zhang Lexi proclaimed before firmly shutting the door and securing it with a lock. Yi Bai, standing at the threshold, declared with a tinge of defiance, "Lexi, are you wary of thieves? Do you believe I won't climb in through the window tonight?" No sooner had he spoken than he heard the unmistakable sound of Zhang Lexi closing her window, followed by her voice, seemingly directed at him. "Listen closely. If any nefarious individuals dare to lurk around the estate tonight, especially those who attempt to pry open doors or windows, they shall be shot on sight." After issuing her warning, Zhang Lexi did not forget to send Yi Bai a message. "Lexi, did you hear that, you perverted little Bai? Test your luck if you value your life." Little Bai. With a heavy heart, Yi Bai trudged back to his room, but soon enough, a spark of joy ignited within him as he began to anticipate their rendezvous the following day. Chapter 38. An excellent matching mechanism the following day. Yi Bai arose early once more, determined to disturb Zhang Lexi's slumber. "Xiao Bai, are you doing this on purpose? It's only 7 o'clock, and I genuinely feel like giving you a good thrashing." Zhang Lexi, clearly irritable upon waking, opened her door and stepped forcefully on Yi Bai's foot. Surprisingly, Yi Bai displayed no sign of pain. Instead, he wore a look of sheer enjoyment. "You're such a weirdo. Stay away from me." Upon seeing Yi Bai's expression, Zhang Lexi quickly realized that she had once again succumbed to his antics. In frustration, she slammed the door shut, leaving Yi Bai on the other side. Yi Bai, stifling laughter, began to knock rhythmically on the door. "Lexi, open up. I can't sleep. I'm so bored. There is nothing to do. And I'm hungry. I didn't have dinner last night. My hair needs washing, and I have no clothes to wear. Do you have any neutral outfits? I think I might need more underwear too." His incessant murmuring from the door annoyed Zhang Lexi to no end. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, Zhang Lexi flung open the door and pulled Yi Bai inside. "Shut up. You just wanted to come in, didn't you? So annoying." After closing the door behind them, she snuggled back into her blankets, hoping to steal a few more moments of sleep. However, after Yi Bai entered, a peculiar silence enveloped the room. Curiosity got the better of Zhang Lexi, and she opened her eyes. There lay Yi Bai on the sofa where he had spent the previous night, his eyes firmly shut as if he were asleep. As she gazed at his tousled white hair, she felt an irresistible urge to reach out and ruffle it. It dawned on her that he merely sought the comfort of her room for a nap. After all, how could such a big puppy harbor any ill intentions? With that thought, she gradually closed her eyes again, slipping into the realms of dreams. Moments later, her breathing became steady, and she was fast asleep. Meanwhile, Yi Bai, who had been lying on the sofa, suddenly sat up and stealthily approached Zhang Lexi's bedside. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he prepared to enact his little scheme. Leaning down, he pressed a gentle kiss on Zhang Lexi's cheek. Yet, sensing that it was tea enough, he turned his gaze towards her tightly shut, rosy lips. Swallowing hard, Yi Bai internally admonished himself to limit his actions to just a kiss. However, as their lips met, he realized he had vastly overestimated his self-control. The softness against his lips intensified his breaths, making it difficult for him to pull away. At that moment, Zhang Lexi murmured something, likely in her sleep, startling Yi Bai, who shrank back as if he were a thief caught in the act. "Xiao Bai, don't act recklessly," she mumbled, rolling over and burying herself deeper into her blankets. Yi Bai was taken aback by her words, contemplating whether lifting the covers would rouse her from her slumber. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, inwardly scolding himself for his earlier actions. Gradually regaining his composure, Yi Bai quietly admired Zhang Lexi's serene sleeping face. Undoubtedly, he held feelings for her. That much was certain, but until she expressed her consent, he knew he must exercise restraint. After all, she was a girl. Though it would be quite feasible for her to forcibly obtain Zhang Yuexi's affection, it is highly probable that she would not refuse. However, such an approach would inevitably alter the essence of their relationship. Yi Bai resolved that occurrences like today must not transpire in the future, should they happen again. It must be when Zhang Yuexi is fully conscious. When Zhang Yuexi awakened, Yi Bai remained in the same position on the sofa, appearing to be still asleep. Yet, Zhang Yuexi felt an inexplicable sensation, as though she had just dreamt of a large dog. In her dream, the big dog sought to engage in mischief, but was subdued by her mere words, exhibiting an unprecedented obedience. Gradually, she descended from the bed, her bare feet padding softly to the side of Yi Bai's sofa. With deliberate slowness, she reached out to caress his hair, noticing that since it had turned white, it seemed to possess an even more delightful texture, soft and fluffy. As her gentle touch transformed into playful tousling, it wasn't long before Yi Bai's hair became a delightful mess. Then, Zhang Yuexi tenderly brushed her fingers over the scar on Yi Bai's face, her movements exceedingly gentle. The medicinal treatment had proven effective. Merely a night had passed, and the edges of the wound were nearly healed, leaving only faint traces behind. As she leaned in closer, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Taking advantage of the slumbering dog, she pondered whether it would be acceptable to bestow upon him a secret reward. With this thought, she slowly leaned forward and placed a delicate peck upon Yi Bai's lips. Immediately afterward, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she sprang to her feet, darting back to the bed to burrow beneath the covers. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuexi, as she turned to leave, a subtle smile crept onto the corners of Yi Bai's lips. After a considerable time, Yi Bai yawned and leisurely awakened from the sofa, intentionally creating a bit of noise. Zhang Yuexi remained cocooned in her blankets, feigning sleep. Yi Bai chose not to expose her charade, instead approaching the bedside, murmuring to himself, "Ah, Yuexi is yet to awaken. I wonder if she would notice if I kissed her now?" Inside the blankets, Zhang Yuexi's body visibly trembled, and the once fading blush returned to her cheeks. "That mischievous little Bai, if you wish to kiss, then just do it. Why must you vocalize it? How annoying." As she gradually opened her eyes, she was met with Yi Bai's gaze, filled with mirth. "You perverse little Bai, are you attempting to take advantage of my slumber? Do you wish to land yourself in prison?" Upon seeing this, Zhang Yuexi's face turned a deeper shade of red as she began to reprimand Yi Bai. Yi Bai remained silent, amused, recalling who had been the one to act mischievously while he slept. Feeling guilty, Zhang Yuexi averted her gaze and hurriedly descended from the bed. Seeking refuge in the bathroom, Yi Bai burst into laughter, diving into the very blankets where Zhang Yuexi had just been. Once Zhang Yuexi had finished her morning routine, she found Yi Bai burrowing playfully in her covers. Rolling her eyes, she felt no inclination to scold him. It only seemed to delight him further. "You shameless little Bai. Aren't you going to wash up? Hurry and get up," she exclaimed, marching over to yank the covers away. Yi Bai, unabashedly grinning, replied, "Yuexi, I have an injury on my face. I'm afraid of getting it wet, but I still wish to wash my hair." With that, he looked at her with eager anticipation. Zhang Lexi gazed at Yi Bai, whose eyes sparkled with eager anticipation, and blurted out, "And then? Surely you do not expect me to wash your hair, do you? You must be dreaming." Upon hearing her words, Yi Bai feigned disappointment and turned to exit the room. This tactic was known as the art of feigned indifference. As anticipated, Zhang Lexi called out, "Stop. Where are you going?" Yi Bai, with a downcast demeanor, replied, "I was merely going to see which aunt is free to help me wash my hair. It's a tangled mess, and I can't recall if I was dreaming of tussling it about in my sleep. Regardless, I cannot venture out in this state. I fear I might lose you." Listening to Yi Bai, Zhang Lexi felt her cheeks grow increasingly warm. "You come here. Step into the bathroom." "I will do it just this once," she said softly, pointing towards the bathroom. Yi Bai's face lit up with joy as he dashed into the bathroom, exclaiming, "I knew Lexi would come through for me." Observing his exuberance, Zhang Lexi felt as though she had unwittingly walked into a trap. Blushing, she took the shower head and tested the water temperature. Once satisfied, she poured the water over Yi Bai's head. "Xiao Bai, keep your eyes to yourself. No staring at my legs. And don't fidget. What if water gets into your wound?" she scolded. "Oh dear, I've soaked my pajamas while washing your hair. This is maddening." It was evident that it was Zhang Lexi's first time washing someone else's hair. She fumbled about and took a good half an hour to complete the task. Yet, Yi Bai relished the experience, enjoying the warmth of Zhang Lexi's gentle touch, wishing he had more than one head to offer her. "Are you satisfied now, Xiao Bai? To have me wash your hair is a stroke of fortune that one could only hope for in 8 lifetimes," she proclaimed proudly as she held a hairdryer. Yibai looked at Zhong Lexi with eyes full of tenderness, affirming, "Indeed, Lexi, I am so fortunate." Suddenly, Zhong Lexi's hand trembled violently as she lowered her gaze shyly. "You, dry it yourself. Hurry and finish so we can have breakfast and then go out," she said before hurriedly making her exit. Chapter 39. The shift of offense and defense. After dinner, Zhong Lexi returned to her room, busying herself for quite some time, resolutely refusing to allow Yibai to enter. When she finally emerged, she had transformed her attire entirely. Her naturally wavy long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she adorned a figure-hugging dress that accentuated her already alluring curves. Her slender legs were clad in the black stockings that Yibai favored, and her feet were elevated by a pair of elegant black high heels, adding an air of mature charm. Yibai stood in awe. It was the first time he had witnessed Zhong Lexi in such an ensemble. Though she was already remarkably beautiful, this particular attire wielded an even more profound impact on him. Observing Yibai's reaction, a satisfied smile lit up Zhong Lexi's eyes. Yes, just as planned, she felt as if she could make him drool. "Humph, perverted Xiaobai, let us go." "Stop staring," she teased, stepping closer to tug at Yibai's white hair before striding toward the door. Yibai quickly followed, unable to resist the allure. "Hey, Lexi, wait for me. Slow down a bit." He trailed behind her, captivated by her long, alluring legs. Zhong Lexi shot him a glance, clearly indicating he should temper his gaze. But Yibai was oblivious to her hints, his eyes glued to her. "Xiaobai, could you please act normal? You make it feel like I'm sitting next to a lovesick fool." Zhong Lexi sighed, exasperated, and felt compelled to remind him. Yibai chuckled sheepishly, instinctively reaching to touch his face, only to have Zhong Lexi grasp his hand firmly. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten about your injury? Mind your hands," she scolded, tossing his hand aside. Yibai, undeterred, shifted slightly closer to Zhong Lexi, inching nearer until they nearly touched, at which point he halted. Zhong Lexi felt her cheeks flush, yet she did not protest his subtle advances. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating Yibai's face, making his white hair appear even more radiant, while the scar on his face evoked a pang of sympathy in her heart. Zhong Lexi found herself lost in thought, her emotions drifting away. It felt dreamlike. She recalled how she had once called for his defeat, yet somewhere along the way, she had inexplicably desired to claim him as her own, making it impossible to part with him. Now, even the slightest injury to Yibai stirred a deep concern within her, and every little gesture from him captured her undivided attention. Initially, the intention was to make Yibai suffer immensely. However, it appears that not only did the scheme fail, but it also ensnared oneself in its web. Contemplating this, Zhong Lexi felt overly passive, as if she were perpetually led by the nose by the large canine. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a wicked smile gradually graced her lips. "So close, are we? Enjoying the view of my legs, are we?" With a playful grin, Zhong Lexi stifled her shyness and boldly placed her legs upon Yibai's lap, gazing at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Humph, naughty little Bai. I shall unleash my trump card. How shall you respond now?" Indeed, Yibai's body trembled slightly, his gaze widening in surprise as he looked at Zhong Lexi. Leaning against the corner, she propped her head with her hand, a smirk curling her lips, and her large eyes shimmered with a hint of crimson allure. Yibai's eyes drifted down to her legs, which were tantalizingly close, as if a mere inclination of his head would grant him the pleasure of a kiss. "Little Bai, do not move, or else I shall ignore you," Zhong Lexi teased, her cheeks aflame with a rosy hue. Yibai felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. While such a reward was coveted, the restriction on movement was the true torment, was it not? Who was it that was truly engaging in such playful antics? "Eh? Little Bai, what is the matter? Lost your voice? Oh dear, something is pressing against my leg," Zhong Lexi exclaimed, her face flushed as she shifted her legs slightly. Naturally, she felt a surge of shyness, but in comparison to Yibai's flustered state, she deemed it worthwhile. At that moment, Yibai felt parched, longing for a bottle of water, yet he feared that any movement would result in Zhong Lexi reclaiming her legs. Witnessing Yibai's awkwardness filled Zhong Lexi with secret delight. Indeed, all that one reads online is fallacy. The notion that a girl must remain reserved is mere nonsense. Only through boldness can one truly captivate a man. And the bewildered canine before her stood as the finest testament to that truth. Regardless of his usual disobedience, with just a hint of strategy, he became completely compliant. Zhong Lexi felt exceedingly clever, envisioning herself authoring a tome titled, "How to Properly Interact with Men." The two maintained their position for quite some time. Ahead, Xiaoqi was entirely absorbed in driving, even adjusting the rearview mirror with utmost concentration. Shaoqi succeeded in keeping his gaze averted, his ears closed, and his lips sealed. Suddenly, Zhang Lexi shifted her posture, resting her legs upon Yi Bai's lap, her calves cascading down naturally as she straightened her back. Yi Bai had never encountered such a scenario. Despite his thick skin, an undeniable embarrassment washed over him. What on earth was going on with Zhang Lexi today? She seemed transformed. As Yi Bai pondered this, he failed to notice Zhang Lexi leaning closer to his ear. "Perverse little Bai, are you satisfied?" Her voice wafted into Yi Bai's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Just as he prepared to respond, he caught sight of Zhang Lexi stifling a laugh behind her hand, and in an instant, he felt the absence of her legs as she withdrew them. In that moment, Yi Bai felt a profound sense of loss, yet he found it difficult to request her to place them back. Zhang Lexi, with a playful smile, remarked, "Look at your demeanor, it's nearly sufficient. However, if you manage to amuse me, I wouldn't mind bestowing upon you a further reward." Humph. This is the way to ensure that the big dog becomes obedient, no longer allowing him to take the initiative as he did before. From this moment on, the roles of offense and defense shall be transformed. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai was genuinely curious to inquire how delighted he needed to be to earn the privilege of sleeping in her room rather than on the sofa. Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing his question, fearing that asking might forfeit the promised small reward. Lexi, could you perhaps divulge what this reward entails?" Yi Bai, feigning ignorance, inquired. Zhang Lexi, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Why are you prying? In due time, you shall naturally discover." As she playfully teased Yi Bai, time seemed to fly by. And when the vehicle came to a halt, they had already arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. "Get out, little Bai, what's the matter? Reluctant to leave?" Zhang Lexi laughed, affectionately ruffling Yi Bai's hair. Ever since Yi Bai's hair turned white, Zhang Lexi had taken every opportunity to touzle it. Once they exited the car, they made their way toward the ticket counter of the amusement park. Outside the gate, Yi Bai noticed a gigantic Ferris wheel and thought to himself that he must ride it with Zhang Lexi. Just as they were about to purchase their tickets, a voice of astonishment rang out. "Oh, is that Lexi? What a coincidence to encounter you here." Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Lexi's brows knitted together. Her eyes filled with disdain. Yi Bai turned to follow the sound and beheld a handsome man clad in a tailored suit, approaching Zhang Lexi with a broad smile plastered across his face. Chapter 40. The naive Night Bai. A sharply dressed gentleman approached Zhang Lexi, accompanied by a flamboyantly adorned woman. The man extended his hand with a smile, seemingly eager to engage in a handshake with Zhang Lexi. However, she remained indifferent, offering him no acknowledgement. His hand lingered awkwardly in the air, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, though he swiftly masked it. "Lexi, what a coincidence to see you again," he said, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Zhang Lexi furrowed her brow and coolly replied, "Suziyu, we are not acquainted. And I have never permitted you to address me as Lexi." The smile on Suziyu's face faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by a renewed grin. "Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding between us." Throughout this exchange, Suziyu did not so much as glance at Night Bai, completely disregarding him. At that moment, the woman beside Suziyu, observing his excessive flattery towards another woman, was seized by jealousy. "Ziyu, who is she? Let us hurry inside and have some fun. You promised to buy me that handbag." Her voice was sweet and melodious as she leaned closer to him. Unexpectedly, Suziyu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He pushed her away forcefully, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? You think you deserve that? Get lost." His interest in the woman stemmed merely from her superficial beauty. A fleeting whim. Compared to Zhang Lexi, the woman paled in significance. Thus, Suziyu unceremoniously dismissed the woman who had previously been vying for his attention. The woman, incensed by his behavior, stormed off, her face contorted in anger. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lexi felt an even deeper aversion towards Suziyu. Such a man was utterly repugnant. "Xiao Bai, let us go," she said, tugging at Night Bai as they entered the amusement park. Only then did Suziyu take a proper look at Night Bai, his mind racing to ascertain the identity of this peculiar white-haired individual. He quickly concluded that he had never encountered Night Bai before. This was advantageous in Tianhai. He was a figure of considerable power, having seen it all. "Hey Lexi, wait for me. Can we explore together?" Suziyu pressed on, shamelessly pursuing Zhang Lexi and Night Bai. In Tianhai City, the Zhang family unequivocally reigned as the foremost underworld clan, while the Su family wielded influence throughout the government. Suziyu was the second son of the Su family. The Zhang and Su families had collaborated for many years. However, after the Zhang family's criminal activities were cleansed, their interactions diminished significantly, the remnants of their connection remained. During a banquet, upon laying eyes on Zhang Lexi, Suziyu was immediately captivated and embarked on a fervent pursuit. Unlike the frivolous women he had previously entertained, Zhang Lexi had long been aware of Suziyu's notorious character, and from the outset, she had met him with nothing but disdain. Suziyu, let me reiterate, we are not acquainted, so do not refer to me as Lexi. Out of respect for your father, I shall refrain from holding it against you. However, I must make it abundantly clear that should I firmly resolve to end your life, even your father would be powerless to protect you. After all, you do not embody the entirety of the Su family. Zhang Lexi spoke coldly, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she fixed her eyes upon the advancing Suziyu. Upon hearing her words, Suziyu indeed halted his advance, daunted, and stood in place, saying, Miss Zhang, please do not keep me at arm's length. You are aware of my affections for you. Faced with such a resolute Zhang Lexi, Suziyu dared not persist in his advances. As she aptly pointed out, if she were to truly take his life, the Su family would have no choice but to endure in silence, for a mere Suziyu could not possibly threaten the foundation of the Su clan. Zhang Lexi let out a cold chuckle. Suziyu, if you have the time to spare, you might as well consider how to entice that woman from earlier to your bed, for your sole value seems to lie in perpetuating the Su lineage. With that, Zhang Lexi turned to leave, accompanied by Yi Bai. Without a backward glance as they entered the amusement park, Suziyu stood at the entrance, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white. Damn that wretched woman. One day, I shall make you kneel before me, begging for mercy, he uttered coldly. Watching Zhang Lexi's retreating figure, inside the amusement park, Yi Bai observed the still icy demeanor of Zhang Lexi and approached her with a smile, offering consolation. Lexi, don't let someone like him bring you down. Here, let me give your head a rub. With that, Yi Bai leaned forward, aware that since his transformation to white hair, Zhang Lexi had taken a liking to ruffling his hair. Seeing the white-haired figure before her, Zhang Lexi finally covered her mouth and laughed, then playfully grasped Yi Bai's head, tousling it. All right, Lexi, if you keep this up, I'll be bald before you know it. Look, I'm losing hair. Yi Bai chuckled as he freed himself from her playful grasp. Zhang Lexi beamed, her earlier discontent vanishing without a trace. Once inside the amusement park, Yi Bai appeared like a country bumpkin, marveling at everything around him. It was no wonder. He had never anticipated being brought to such a place unless it was to eliminate a target. Aha, little white, you've never been on a carousel? That's a child's plaything. How could you even consider riding it? Aren't you embarrassed? Zhang Lexi laughed heartily, standing beside the carousel. Yet, when Yi Bai invited her to join, she did not decline. Instead of riding like Yi Bai, she elegantly perched herself with her legs crossed, revealing the full length of her long legs from his vantage point. Stop ogling my legs, you pervert. Hold on tight to the handrail, or you might fall off. Zhang Lexi chided softly, her cheeks flushing. The two shared joyful laughter, reveling in the beauty and delight of the moment. Yi Bai and Zhang Lexi experienced numerous attractions at the amusement park, most of which were initiated by Yi Bai's enthusiastic requests. Zhang Lexi cradled a large plush toy in her arms, a prize won by Yi Bai in a balloon-popping game. Yi Bai's prowess in the game left Zhang Lexi in awe. He was nothing short of impeccable, ultimately winning enough prizes to empty the vendor's stall. Yet, Zhang Lexi chose only the one she desired most. According to Yi Bai, he could hit the balloons with precision merely by glancing at their position beforehand, even with his eyes closed. Zhang Lexi regarded this claim with skepticism, dismissing it as bravado. The two indulged in a day of carefree revelry until the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the earth. Yi Bai insisted on riding the grand Ferris wheel, and Zhang Lexi obliged, selecting a cabin devoid of other passengers. As the Ferris wheel ascended slowly, they sat within, exchanging cheerful conversation. Lexi, thank you, Yi Bai suddenly remarked. Zhang Lexi blinked in confusion and inquired, what brings this on? Yi Bai smiled, his gaze drifting through the cabin's glass window to the crimson clouds on the horizon. Because I never had a childhood, he replied. Zhang Lexi paused, realization dawning upon her. Yi Bai was an orphan, and the person who adopted him had likely never brought him to such a place. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, Yi Bai's white hair cascaded naturally, partially obscuring his forehead. The scar on his face evoked in Zhang Lexi a sense of fragility, as if he were a delicate porcelain piece, shattering silently, causing an inexplicable ache in her heart. Yi Bai turned to Zhang Lexi, his eyes filled with tenderness. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Zhang Lexi's cheeks flushed with warmth. Yi Bai leaned closer, his clear gaze locking onto hers, and softly asked, Lexi, may I? Chapter 41. The Vulnerability of the Great Dog as the Ferris wheel ascended to its zenith. The evening glow painted the faces of Zhong Yueshi and Yi Bai in hues of crimson. The cacophony of the amusement park below began to fade into the distance. Zhong Yueshi's eyelids gradually descended, and soon she felt the softness of lips brushing against hers, like a butterfly delicately landing upon a flower petal. Love surged within her like an ebbing tide. Unable to contain herself, Zhong Yueshi extended her arms, encircling Yi Bai's neck, her palm tenderly caressing his silky hair. Encouraged by her affection, Yi Bai embraced her petite form, his movements gentle yet fervent. The two shared an ardent kiss, composing a poem that was uniquely theirs. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, a silken thread connecting them, glistening like dew under the twilight. Zhong Yueshi's gaze fell. Her cheeks flushed a deep scarlet, as if they might bleed, her heart racing in a tumultuous rhythm. It was simply that the evening glow was too exquisite. Yi Bai's clear eyes sparkled with joy as he clasped Zhong Yueshi's small hand tightly in his, drawing her closer into his embrace. Feeling utterly spent, she offered no resistance, burying her face in the warmth of his chest, her lips slightly parted, breathing softly. Yueshi, I shall Bai, do not speak. Just be still. They remained in this intimate posture until the Ferris wheel descended to the ground, at which point they emerged hand in hand. Several times Zhong Yueshi attempted to withdraw her hand from Yi Bai's grasp, yet each attempt proved futile. You mischievous Xiao Bai, this time you have truly triumphed, she thought, casting a playful yet reproachful glance at him. She hadn't intended to yield so soon, but the allure was simply irresistible. Yi Bai savored the softness of Zhong Yueshi's hand, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Just smiling, as expected. Today you've gained quite an advantage. Now you must cook for me when we return home. Zhong Yueshi playfully shoved a plush toy into Yi Bai's arms, seizing the moment to free her hand and dart away. Yi Bai, clutching the large rabbit plush, chased after her. The two engaged in a playful scuffle as they made their way out of the amusement park. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Bai dashed behind Zhong Yueshi, one arm cradling the large rabbit while the other reached for her. Zhong Yueshi squealed in delight, swiftly turning to seize the plush, placing it between them as a barrier. For the first time, Yi Bai felt that the soft toy might be a hindrance. With laughter, Zhong Yueshi hopped into the car, sticking her tongue out at Yi Bai. He promptly followed, tossing the rabbit into the passenger seat before grasping her hand with determination. Humph, let us see where you can hide now, Zhong Yueshi squeaked, gently pushing against Yi Bai's encroaching form. Ah, Xiao Qi, this guy is being mischievous. Hurry and take him to the old spot to feed the fish. Unfazed, Xiao Qi, seated in the driver's seat, quietly started the car, steering towards Zhong's South family estate. Even if he were oblivious, he recognized the bond between Zhong Yueshi and Yi Bai, and he certainly would not heed her playful remarks. The essence of being a driver lies in understanding human relationships. The car glided slowly, and Zhong Lexi once again placed her leg upon Yi Bai's. Hee, naughty Xiao Bai, I had such a delightful time today. As a reward, my legs are quite weary. Do give them a gentle massage, she purred, rubbing her leg against Yi Bai's knee. Yi Bai was overjoyed. Such a reward was simply beyond his wildest dreams. His hand trembled slightly as he reached out, and the moment of contact caused Zhong Lexi to shiver, echoing the tremor in Yi Bai's heart. For Yi Bai, this was an exquisite experience. Observing the infatuated expression on Yi Bai's face, Zhong Lexi smiled with satisfaction. She leaned back slightly, withdrawing her leg a bit, and mischievously remarked, Xiao Bai, my feet are tired as well. With that, she wiggled her foot, signaling Yi Bai to remove her shoes. Yi Bai felt as though today was his fortunate day. However, he was cautious not to appear overly eager. As Zhong Lexi had pointed out, he did not wish to be perceived as a pervert, even though his actions had already suggested otherwise. With a serious demeanor, he expressionlessly removed Zhong Lexi's high heels and placed them aside before commencing the massage. As he continued, his gaze began to drift toward the window, seemingly unable to hold on to the beauty before him. Zhong Lexi appeared to have guessed his reason, as her playful little feet began to stir in his embrace. Haha, someone is about to be completely enchanted. Upon arriving at the estate, Zhong Lexi did not permit Yi Bai to open her car door. Instead, she exited from her side. Xiao Qi also stepped out, wandering toward a corner of the estate. Hee, Xiao Bai, I allow you to linger in the car a bit longer. Do hurry, as I await you at home to prepare dinner, she said with a sly smile before shutting the door. After she departed, Yi Bai's first action was to grab a bottle of water, tilting his head back and gulping it down. He lingered in the car for a while longer before slowly disembarking and making his way toward the villa. Damn it. The young lady has discovered my weakness. What am I to do? He resolved to find a way to turn the tide, refusing to be dominated by her. With this determination, he entered the villa. Jean Lexi was curled up on the living room sofa, savoring a glass of red wine, her shoes scattered carelessly beneath the couch. This trip to the amusement park had confirmed her suspicions about the big dog's little quirks, which delighted her immensely. Armed with knowledge of Yi Bai's Achilles heel, Jean Lexi resumed her regal demeanor. Xiao Bai, quite impressive. You stayed in the car for half an hour before emerging, she teased, elegantly swirling her wine glass. Yi Bai's face flushed at her remark. Was time really a measure of being a good person? Jean Lexi couldn't help but burst into laughter at his awkwardness. Go on. Prepare dinner, you naughty Xiao Bai. She playfully chided, adding, if the meal is delicious, there may be a reward. In her heart, Jean Lexi reveled in her newfound mastery over Yi Bai. Night White resolved that this could not continue any longer, rebelliously settling onto the sofa. I am weary and have no desire to cook, he declared. Jean Lexi smiled faintly, as if she anticipated Night White's response. Ever since she gained the upper hand, her intelligence had soared as if propelled by a rocket. Jean Lexi elegantly leaned against the sofa, her legs crossed, and pointed playfully at the high heels on the floor. A fleeting glimmer of crimson flashing in her eyes. These are for you. You mustn't refuse me, she purred, her voice dripping with allure, causing Night White's heart to flutter like a cat's pawing at a delicate string. With a serious demeanor, Night White retorted, preposterous. What use could I have for those? Do you think I am someone trivial? Jean Lexi's lips curled into a teasing smile as she replied softly, they are indeed a gift for you, little White. Stop pretending and go cook. I am quite famished. Night White found himself utterly defeated. Yet, he persisted in his verbal sparring. I am merely preparing a meal out of concern for your hunger, nothing more. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Jean Lexi merely chuckled, remaining silent as she tilted her head back to sip a small amount of red wine, contentedly licking her lips. Ah, little White. I intend to show you that I can command the entire Zhong family, and controlling you is but a trivial matter, especially now that I am aware of your vulnerabilities. Chapter 42. The terrifying Melody Yi Bai swiftly prepared several dishes, which he served on the table in the living room. Zhang Yueshi sat on the sofa, savoring the meal he had crafted, her satisfaction evident. Quite delightful, Xiao Bai. You may now claim your reward, she teased, playfully biting her chopsticks while casting a gleeful glance at Yi Bai. Yi Bai discreetly observed the high heels beneath the sofa, remaining silent and motionless. Noticing this, Zhang Yueshi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh, little one, playing hard to get, are we? I have plenty of ways to make you accept it. Yueshi, tomorrow is Monday. Will you be attending school? Yi Bai inquired during their meal. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown increasingly eager to see Zhang Yueshi each day. Why should I? If I don't go, wouldn't you be utterly heartbroken? So, I suppose I shall reluctantly accompany you, Zhang Yueshi replied with a playful grin. In truth, it was not only Yi Bai who felt this way. Zhang Yueshi too found herself increasingly dependent on him. Even when he occasionally had to return to the pawn shop at night, she felt a twinge of reluctance. I really wish to keep that big dog by my side, she mused, her crimson eyes fixated on Yi Bai. Upon hearing her words, a smile spread across Yi Bai's face, though he was momentarily taken aback when he met her gaze. Her blood-red eyes were strikingly beautiful, yet they harbored an intense, almost frenzied possessiveness. Yi Bai often sensed that Zhang Yueshi seemed to have awakened some peculiar trait within herself. Yueshi, why do you keep staring at me? Yi Bai ventured to ask, sensing that the smile gracing her lips bordered on madness. At the sound of his voice, the crimson glow in Zhang Yueshi's eyes gradually faded, returning to normalcy. Just moments ago, she had entertained the thought of finding a way to drug Yi Bai, confining him within the villa, guarding him every day. The very notion startled her, leaving her perplexed as to why such a plan had formed in her mind. And nothing. Just look at you devouring your food like a starving ghost reborn. You mustn't eat like that in public. It's embarrassing, she retorted, lowering her gaze and taking delicate bites of her meal. However, once that thought took root in her mind, she could not suppress it. Zhang Yueshi found herself ruminating on it incessantly, increasingly convinced of its feasibility. Suddenly, she realized that she was now powerful and attractive, the embodiment of every man's dream. Yet, what if Yi Bai encountered someone more beautiful or accomplished? What would she do then? Would she resort to violence? And if so, would it be against the woman alone? Or would Yi Bai meet a similar fate? Kill Yi Bai? Could she truly do that? Perhaps she could merely break his legs. Meanwhile, Yi Bai remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his meal. As Zhang Yuexi's mind conjured an entire novel's worth of scenarios in mere moments, just as he reached to transfer a piece of fish from his plate to his bowl. Zhang Yuexi suddenly slammed her hand on the table, rising abruptly. With an icy glare, she demanded, "Xiaobai, confess. Who is the woman more beautiful than I?" "Yabai? Miss, what troubles you? Have you consumed your thoughts along with your meal?" Yabai found himself momentarily stunned. From where had this extraordinarily beautiful woman, surpassing even Zhang Lushi, suddenly appeared? "Lushi, are you all right?" Yabai inquired softly as he took a seat beside her, testing the waters. Zhang Lushi appeared lost in her own reverie, seemingly oblivious to Yibai's words. An unsettling feeling crept over him. She stood there, as if petrified, her eyes growing increasingly red. Without hesitation, Yibai enveloped Zhang Lushi in his arms and kissed her fervently. Her gaze finally flickered with life, gradually focusing on his face, the redness in her eyes slowly dissipating as she gently closed them. As Yibai kissed her, he felt a sharp sting on his lips and opened his eyes to find Zhang Lushi looking at him with a teasing glimmer. With a swift motion, she pushed him away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and irritation. "You audacious little bai, your courage knows no bounds, daring to behave so in my home. Did I grant you permission to kiss me?" Seeing Zhang Lushi return to her senses brought a sigh of relief to Yibai, who broke into a silly grin. She huffed in annoyance, playfully tousling his white hair into disarray before relenting. "Hey, Lushi, what were you lost in thought about? You asked me such peculiar questions." Yibai teased, taking her hand and gently rubbing it in his palm. Zhang Lushi's eyes flickered away, unsure of how to respond to his inquiry. Should she confess that she had been contemplating breaking his legs to confine him and eliminating all the other women around him? Such thoughts were not something she would dare share with Yibai, fearing they might frighten him away. Instead of answering directly, Zhang Lushi warned, "Little Bai, now that you have kissed me, you belong to me. I must caution you against any flirtations with other women. The consequences would be dire. I do not enjoy unnecessary violence, but in matters pertaining to you, I could make an exception." Yibai nodded earnestly, realizing that the young lady had merely been indulging in her imagination, creating a rival in her mind. Noticing the playful smile on his face, Zhang Lushi pinched him sharply and coldly questioned, "Little Bai, are you mocking me?" As she continued to tug and pinch him, Yibai surrendered with laughter. "Not at all, Lushi. I would never mock you. I was merely pondering." He paused deliberately, glancing at her exquisite features. Zhang Lushi, anticipating his next words, lifted her chin and demanded, "What were you thinking? Confess, or you will rue the day. Do you believe I wouldn't sleep unclothed and tie you to a chair by my bedside?" Yibai was taken aback. He could assure her that such a fate would be the epitome of despair. "Oh dear, I was merely contemplating whether your legs and feet are tired. Would you like a massage?" he replied, revealing his true intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lexi's eyes widened slightly. She did not expect that after much stammering, Yibai was merely concerned about such a trivial matter. "Xiaobai, you are truly beyond redemption, just a maggot with a mind full of yellow nonsense." Although Zhang Lexi uttered these words, she nonetheless extended her legs into Yibai's embrace. Yibai, evidently pleased by the scolding, chuckled with delight. Just as Yibai and Zhang Lexi were relishing their intimate moment, Yibai's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to discover it was Mingyi calling. Upon answering, a languid voice emerged. "Hello, boss. A group of people has stormed into our shop, claiming they intend to demolish it. Should we retaliate? There are too many of them. It would be troublesome to bury them." Yibai furrowed his brow. He had not antagonized anyone, so why was this happening? Nonetheless, this shop was a legacy left to him by Old Bai, and he had no intention of allowing it to be destroyed without cause. "I will return immediately," Yibai replied coolly, hoping the intruders had not yet taken any action. It would be unwise to lose a life over the demolition of an old establishment. Yibai did not activate the speakerphone, so Zhang Lexi could not hear Mingyi's words, only that Yibai seemed to be saying he needed to go back. She leaned in closer and inquired, "Xiaobai, what is the matter?" Chapter 43. The means are ruthless. Yet my affection for you is profound. Xiao Qi drove at breakneck speed, trailed by a convoy of over a dozen vehicles. His expression was grim. He had just settled into slumber when this matter disturbed him. In the back seat, Zhang Lexi's face was as dark as a stormy cloud, seemingly on the verge of weeping. She had not anticipated that someone would act against Yibai so swiftly. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Yibai, however, remained unperturbed, regarding those individuals as mere harbingers of their own demise. By the time he and Zhang Lexi arrived, it was likely that those fools would be in disarray, scattered like leaves in the wind. After all, both Mingyi and Gue Mei were more than capable of annihilating them. Xiaoqi, accelerate further. Instruct those behind us to draw their weapons. Once we arrive, encircle the establishment. Allow not a single soul to escape, Zhong Lexi commanded coldly, her eyes brimming with ferocity. Understood. Miss, Xiaoqi replied, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while using the other to relay orders through the intercom. Outside the pawnshop, a throng of people clamored loudly. At the forefront stood a handsome man in a suit, the second young master of the Su family, Suziyu. Quickly summon that brat Yibai back here to kneel before me, or I shall set this wretched place ablaze. Suziyu barked, pointing at Mingyi with a fierce glare. After encountering Yibai at the amusement park earlier that day, Suziyu had managed to uncover Yibai's name at the ticket counter. Utilizing the influence of the Su family, he swiftly learned about Yibai's background. Upon discovering that Yibai was merely an ordinary person, Suziyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, and, that evening, he had brought a large entourage to confront him. In Suziyu's eyes, Yibai was nothing more than a dog kept by Zhong Lexi, after all. In the power-driven realm of Tianhai, Zhong Lexi had no reason to harbor any genuine affection for Yibai. He was merely a plaything. Fueled by the humiliation Zhong Lexi had inflicted upon him during the day, Suziyu sought to vent his frustrations on Yibai, while simultaneously warning him to keep his distance from Zhong Lexi in the future. Mingyi sat silently at the entrance, quietly smoking, while Gue Mei and Chuli found this entire affair beneath their notice and chose not to appear. Hearing the roar of approaching vehicles, Suziyu turned to see Yibai striding toward him. However, his attention was swiftly diverted as Zhong Lexi, her countenance icy, gracefully descended from the vehicle. Simultaneously, a multitude of individuals clad in camouflage spilled forth from the cars behind her, each wielding firearms. In less than a minute, Zhong Lexi's forces had completely encircled Suziyu and his entourage. The ominous muzzles of the guns were trained on Suziyu's head, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He had not expected Zhong Lexi to arrive as well, let alone with such a formidable display of intent. Suziyu felt his legs weaken, yet as the second young master of the Su family, he forced a smile and inquired, "Lexi, what brings you here?" Little did he know that this question would prove ill-fated. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhong Lexi drew a gun and fired directly at his leg. The deafening gunshot shattered the night's silence, followed by Suziyu's anguished cries. "Suziyu," she intoned, "I warned you not to call me Lexi. Perhaps this will serve as a reminder." In her eyes, a bloodthirsty glimmer flickered, and her voice resonated with chilling coldness. Suziyu writhed on the ground in agony, a series of anguished cries escaping his lips. "Ah, Zhong Lexi, how dare you? My Su family will not spare you." Zhong Lexi frowned, hearing Suziyu's incessant shouts. She raised her gun and fired at his other leg. "Ah!" Suziyu let out a more harrowing wail before his voice gradually faded, succumbing to unconsciousness from the sheer pain. The group of individuals who accompanied Suziyu trembled in fear upon witnessing Zhong Lexi's brutal methods. Gazing at Suziyu, who lay motionless on the ground, regret gnawed at their insides. They had often assisted him in various nefarious deeds over the years, contributing to the suffering of many, particularly women whom Suziyu desired but could not attain. They thought this time would be no different, that following Suziyu's lead would yield a hefty reward. But they never anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. "Zhong, please spare us. It was all Suziyu's doing. We won't dare to do it again." One of them, recognizing Zhong Lexi, immediately knelt and begged for mercy. This prompted the others to mimic his actions, all of them kneeling and weeping profusely. For such individuals, Xiaoqi did not need to consult Zhong Lexi. He simply exchanged a glance with the armed men nearby, who swiftly bound the culprits and forced them into a vehicle. Awaiting them was nothing but the frigid embrace of the sea and the relentless gnawing of various fish. Zhong Lexi slowly approached, aiming her handgun at Suziyu's forehead, who lay there like a lifeless dog, still unconscious. "Lexi, wait." At that moment, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air, and a middle-aged man with graying temples leaned out of a car window, shouting at Zhong Lexi. However, upon hearing his voice, she did not hesitate. Instead, she quickened her actions and decisively pulled the trigger against Suziyu's head. With the sound of the gunshot, Suziyu's body convulsed a few times before falling utterly still. After completing her grim task, Zhong Lexi turned her gaze towards the middle-aged man. Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback. He had thought, upon hearing the man's urgent call, that Suziyu might survive this encounter. The man who had hurriedly arrived was none other than Suziyu's father and the current head of the Su family, Su Maching. Standing beside Zhong Lexi, Yibai gazed at her, who had just committed murder, and found her increasingly captivating. Her methods were gruesome, yet he felt an undeniable attraction. Su Maching, upon hearing the gunshot, was momentarily stunned, his face transforming from fury to helpless resignation after a prolonged inner struggle. Zhang Leki, how could you? Sigh. He approached, gazing at Su Ziyu's lifeless body, sighing repeatedly. Despite his profound anger, faced with Zhang Leki, the current power holder of the Zhang family, Su Maching found himself utterly powerless. Engaging in conflict with her would ignite a war between the Zhong and Su families, upheaving the entire Tianhai. A mere Su Ziyu hardly warrants such consideration from Su Mosh. The head of the Su family, he has repeatedly tested my boundaries. I have spared him on numerous occasions out of respect for you, yet my patience wanes, coldly stated Zhang Leishi. Upon hearing Zhang Leishi's reference to herself, Su Mosh's brow furrowed, his gaze flickering with a sinister glint. Traditionally, the Zhong and Su families have maintained amicable relations, and Zhang Leishi ought to have addressed him as Uncle Su. However, her abrupt designation of him as the head of the Su family signified that this matter was one pertaining to the Zhang family. Should Su Mosh take issue, he could very well provoke a conflict between the two clans. Su Mosh's serpent-like eyes fixed on Zhang Leishi for a moment before shifting to Yi Bai. It was this silver-haired youth who had compelled Zhang Leishi to risk war with the Su family to eliminate Su Ziyu. In the face of Su Mosh's frosty gaze, Yi Bai remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet, Zhang Leishi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively before Yi Bai, her eyes suffused with a fierce crimson. Head of the Su family, this is my man. Should any harm befall him, I, Zhang Leishi, will ensure that the Su family pays a bloody price, even if it leads to mutual destruction. Su Mosh's expression darkened, and after absorbing Zhang Leishi's menacing warning, he cast one last penetrating look at Yi Bai. Truly, the youth is formidable. With that remark, Su Mosh departed, leaving even Su Ziyu's body behind. Yet, Zhang Leishi understood all too well that Su Mosh would not let this matter rest. Nevertheless, she resolved that, given the chance to relive this moment, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Meanwhile, seated in his car, Su Mosh's countenance was ashen, his chest heaving with agitation. Ultimately, he retrieved his phone, dialed the number, and spoke in a low voice. I agree to collaborate with you. We shall discuss the specifics upon your return. Chapter 44. The injured world of Mingy. At the entrance of the pawnshop, Zhang Lexi's subordinates dragged away Su Ziyu's lifeless body, cleaned the ground thoroughly, and then dispersed. Zhang Lexi remained, knowing they would not truly leave, but instead seek nearby concealment to secretly safeguard her. Outside, Yi Bai gazed at Zhang Lexi, his eyes nearly transforming into hearts. She had utterly enchanted him. However, Zhang Lexi was taken aback by Yi Bai's reaction. Had she not just taken a life with her own hands? It was hardly a game. Why did this fellow look as though he wished to marry her on the spot? Xiao Bai, you aren't so frightened that you've lost your mind, are you? Zhang Lexi furrowed her brow, concerned that Yi Bai might have developed some psychological affliction. In a flurry, Yi Bai rushed to Zhang Lexi and embraced her tightly. Haha, Lexi. You just called me your man. I am so happy. In this vast world, I adore you, and you just so happen to adore me too. How wonderful. Yi Bai exclaimed, his joy akin to that of a child. Zhang Lexi stood in stunned silence, then rolled her eyes dramatically. It seemed she had been overly worried. Her Xiao Bai's thought process was perpetually unconventional. It was precisely this peculiarity that had initially drawn her to him. Soon, a deep blush crept across Zhang Lexi's face as she recalled Yi Bai's words. How could he express such sentiments so outrightly? It was utterly mortifying. Be quiet. Xiao Bai, you rogue, brazen fool, Zhang Lexi scolded, her cheeks flushed as she turned to enter the shop. Mingy, sitting at the door, pointed at his own head of red hair when he saw Zhang Lexi go in. It seemed he was implying, see, boss? Your current situation owes much to my splendid mane. Yi Bai disregarded Mingy's self-congratulatory gesture and swiftly pursued Zhang Lexi. Inside the shop, Gui Mei and Chu Li, having heard the commotion outside subside, finally emerged. Facing Gui Mei, Zhang Lexi no longer harbored the initial animosity and curiously inquired, why haven't you returned to the island yet? Gui Mei had mentioned during dinner at Xie Muyun's house that she would be leaving today, yet she lingered. With a chuckle, Gui Mei replied, oh, don't mention it. Last night, I called my deadbeat partner, and he didn't answer all night. I suspect he's off gallivanting somewhere, so I decided not to return today. I'll let him stew for a while. In truth, Gui Mei intended to wait until Wang was well before departing, ever since Yi Bai had severely injured him. Her heart had been in turmoil. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lexi felt a pang of sympathy for Gui Mei and remarked, men must be kept on a short leash. As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance at Yi Bai. Yi Bai, with a playful grin, bounded to Zhang Lexi's side and took her hand. Mr. Xiaobai, please exhibit some decorum. Is it so blatant to be holding this young lady's hand now? We are not that familiar. Zhang Lexi repeatedly attempted to shake off Yi Bai's hand, a sense of unwarranted anxiety creeping in after hearing Gui Mei's ordeal. Her imagination was both vivid and prone to flights of fancy. Hey, Lexi, let me hold on for just a moment, Yi Bai insisted, drawing closer with a tenacious demeanor. Zhang Lexi let out a cold huff. Observing Yi Bai's antics eased her worries significantly. At least for now, the large dog remained quite affectionate. I am tired and wish to sleep, she declared, casting a glance at Yi Bai, who immediately perked up and eagerly responded, Hey, Lexi, are you not returning home tonight? My bed is rather spacious. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lexi scoffed and playfully ruffled Yi Bai's hair. You perverted little white, what are you thinking? You wish to sleep with me? In your dreams. With that, she strode towards Yi Bai's room, firmly shutting the door behind her. Yi Bai was left utterly disheartened. Realizing he would have to spend the night in the room once occupied by old Bai, Ming Yi, standing by the door, sensed something amiss. With 4 rooms in the establishment, it seemed all were now occupied. He glanced at the lounge chair beneath the old locust tree with a long sigh. Resigned to the reality of his own wounded world. The following morning, Zhang Lexi abruptly changed her plans to accompany Yi Bai to school, instructing him to go ahead while she returned to the company first, intending to head to school later. After the incident with Su Ziyu last night, and the subsequent fallout with Su Maching, Zhang Lexi needed to ensure that the Zhong family's business dealings with the Su family were safeguarded against any potential backstabbing. Yi Bai, upon hearing this, could only admonish Zhang Lexi to avoid overexerting herself before boarding a bus to school. Throughout the journey, he contemplated whether he should confess his true identity to Zhang Lexi, yet no suitable opportunity presented itself, fearing she might not believe him if he disclosed it outright. Upon arriving at school after changing into his military training uniform, Yi Bai spotted Xie Muyun rushing towards him excitedly. Oh, Yi Bai, I heard that Miss Zhong shot Su Ziyu last night. Well done, that scoundrel deserved it. Xie Muyun exclaimed. Yi Bai furrowed his brow and asked, How do you know about this? Logically, Zhong Lexi's subordinates would not divulge such matters, and given the sparse crowd around his shop, the 3 gunshots fired by Zhong Lexi had not drawn attention. Thus, it seemed the Su family must have leaked the information themselves. My goodness, that was Su Ziyu, the second young master of the Su family. Such a significant event spread like wildfire throughout Tianhai overnight, Xie Muyun chattered excitedly. Yi Bai's frown deepened. What could be the Su family's motive in doing this? As a prominent family in Tianhai, they should not want such a disgraceful incident to become widely known. Was this incident truly attributed to Lexi? Would it have any repercussions for her? Yi Bai posed the question that weighed most heavily on his heart. Upon hearing it, Xie Muyun smiled and leaned closer to Yi Bai, whispering with an air of mystery, Yi Bai, you underestimate Miss Zhong far too much. For the Zhong family, even if she were to eliminate Su Imo Chung directly, it would hardly be a significant matter. Do not forget, Miss Zhong has a father who is as elusive as a shadow. After hearing Xie Muyun's words, Yi Bai finally felt a sense of relief. He harbored no concerns for Zhong Luxi's safety, for even if all members of the Zhang family were to perish, he would still be there to protect her. His true worry lay in the detrimental rumors that might drain Zhang Luxi's energy, fearing she would become overwhelmed. In the Zhang Corporation building, Zhong Luxi sat in her office, her brows furrowed. Are you saying that the Su family merely spread the news of my alleged involvement in Su Ziyu's death, and beyond that, has taken no action? She asked, crossing her legs. Xiaoqi nodded and replied, Indeed, miss, that is the case. Furthermore, there is one more matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luxi cast a questioning glance at Xiaoqi. After a moment of hesitation, as if carefully choosing her words, Xiaoqi finally spoke. Miss, we've just received word that the young master is returning to Tianhai soon. Chapter 45. You speak your mind. I speak mine at Tianhai University. Today's military training concluded amidst the cacophony of the freshmen's lamentations. For these first-year students, the rigors of military training felt utterly exhausting, particularly since many hailed from affluent families and had been coddled since childhood, making it exceedingly difficult for them to endure the intense regimen. Recently, rumors circulated that a few young scions were plotting to leverage their family connections to orchestrate a prolonged artificial rainfall over Tianhai City, thereby evading the military training altogether. However, their scheme was destined to fail. Upon learning of their intentions, the university promptly announced that any military training time lost due to weather conditions would ultimately be made up. As a prestigious institution for the elite, Tianhai University undoubtedly possessed the means to manage these privileged youths. Yibai and Xiamuyan found themselves beside a shop, each savoring an ice pop to alleviate the heat. Despite the conclusion of military training, Zhang Lushi had yet to arrive. Yibai had messaged her, and she replied, asking him to wait for her at the school. Xiamuyan, intrigued by the injury on Yibai's face, inquired about its origin, laughing uncontrollably after hearing the story. Yibai, I must say, your sudden transformation to white hair has made you quite handsome. I'm contemplating whether I should dye my hair as well, she remarked. Gazing at his locks, Yibai pointed towards the distant instructor, Zhao Yu, and quipped, that's a splendid idea. Then Instructor Zhao can kick you daily and keep a close watch on your training. Upon hearing this, Xiamuyan immediately abandoned her earlier thought. Suddenly, Yibai remembered to inquire about Xiamuyan's expertise. Ahem, Xiamuyan. I have a question regarding that item we saw on your sofa the other day when Lishi and I visited your home, he began, continuing to enjoy his ice pop. Xiamuyan perked up at this, exclaiming, Haha, Yibai, I knew I was right about you. We are kindred spirits. Yibai, slightly bemused, pondered the term kindred spirits. Perhaps it held some truth, albeit with different roles. I'm curious, how do you typically maintain that item? It appears to be well preserved. He asked earnestly. Xiamuyan paused, puzzled. How else does one maintain it? Just inflate it, of course. After a moment's thought, she concluded that Yibai must have been referring to cleanliness. Realizing this, she promptly added, Oh, it's not complicated. Just watch it daily, inside and out. Especially certain areas which require turning inside out for cleaning. Yibai's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with newfound respect. You wash it inside and out? Do you really do that? Isn't that a bit off-putting? It seemed that the peculiar habits of the wealthy could indeed be quite alarming. And he was grateful that Zhang Lushi did not share such eccentricities. Noticing Yibai's shocked expression, Xiamuyan wondered what could possibly astonish him so. Was it that he rarely engaged in such cleanliness? With this thought, her gaze towards Yibai shifted to one of increased admiration. Yibai, if you share an affinity for these things, it would be best if you were to embrace them as I do. Xiamuyan ventured to suggest. Attempting to persuade Yibai promptly waved his hand, exclaiming, No, I do not harbor any fondness for such matters. You are rather adept. Xiamuyan nodded, feigning understanding. It was evident that Yibai wished to conceal this peculiar inclination from others, a sentiment one could comprehend. Yibai immediately relinquished his interest in this intriguing skill. He could engage in acts of violence. Yet the thought of lingering with a corpse all day was utterly beyond him. Unbeknownst to either of them, following this exchange, they had both etched a formidable impression of each other. After conversing for a while longer, Zhang Lushi finally called, presumably having concluded her busy morning. Xiaobai, I may not have time to come over today. Perhaps you could come to my company instead? I'll have Xiaoqi pick you up. Zhang Lushi's voice carried a hint of fatigue, indicating that she had been preoccupied with company matters all morning. Yibai replied, I shall make my own way. There is no need to trouble Xiaoqi. He can assist you with some tasks at the company. All right then, come over, and we shall dine together. Zhang Lushi concluded before hanging up. Xiamuyan had initially intended to invite Yibai to experience a visit at his home. But he was met with a firm refusal from Yibai. After parting ways with Xiamuyan, Yibai hurriedly hailed a taxi at the street corner by the school, bound for the Zheng Corporation building. As he entered the taxi, he cast a glance in one direction, where a black business vehicle was parked. The windows were made of a special material, rendering the interior invisible through the darkened glass. Yibai lost interest after a mere glance. The fleeting sense of danger he had felt was hardly a fraction of what he experienced during perilous moments. Inside the black business vehicle, the driver was a burly man wearing sunglasses, his hands bearing the calluses of someone accustomed to wielding a firearm. In the back seat sat an elderly gentleman with white hair alongside a middle-aged man. The elder's gaze shifted from the window back inside the vehicle, while the middle-aged man exhibited a cold demeanor, his face devoid of any emotion. Xiaozhong, did you come here today just to see that white-haired youth? The elder inquired, his fierce eyes sparkling with intensity as they settled on the man clad in a Zhongshan suit. That man was none other than Zhong Lishi's father, Zhang Zhenhan. Upon hearing the elder's question, Zhang Zhenhan promptly replied, Indeed, Li Lao. I was merely curious about the appearance of the person with whom Zhang Lishi has become enamored. His tone was notably respectful, hinting at the elder's distinguished standing. This Li Lao, beside Zhang Zhenhan, was a master of martial arts, holding a significant position within the martial arts community. Renowned not only in Long Country but also abroad, with countless disciples under his tutelage. Recently, he had even secured the championship in a national martial arts competition. Martial arts? having evolved into a more performance-oriented discipline, contrasted sharply with the authentic combat techniques that Li Lao imparted. Xiao Zhong, your plan may require some adjustments. Even with your covert assistance, Zhang Yiqin will not prevail, Li Lao remarked, a complex expression crossing his face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenhan's eyes glimmered with surprise as he turned to look at Old Li. What is it, Old Li? Is something amiss? He inquired, a frown adorning his brow. Old Li gazed at Zhang Zhenhan and, after a moment's pause, spoke softly. That young man I just encountered, I am certain I could defeat him in a match. Upon hearing this, a trace of amusement flickered across Zhang Zhenhan's otherwise impassive face. Isn't that self-evident? You are the national martial arts champion. Who could possibly contend with you? However, Old Li's subsequent words left Zhang Zhenhan utterly astounded. With a voice steeped in melancholy and resignation, Old Li remarked, yet should I engage in combat with him, I would undoubtedly meet my demise. Chapter 46. One can't possibly slaughter the father-in-law within the confines of a taxi. Yi Bai gazed in awe at the magnificent Zhong Corporation building outside the window. Truly, it surpassed even the grandeur of Zhang Lexi's castle-like villa. Well, young man, you seem quite remarkable to be employed here. If only my son could achieve even half of your success, remarked the taxi driver with a smile. His eyes filled with longing as they followed the towering structure. Yi Bai handed the fare to the driver and replied with a chuckle, actually, I'm not working here. I'm here to see my girlfriend. After disembarking, he made his way toward the building. The driver watched Yi Bai's retreating figure, sighing wistfully, if only I could turn back the clock 20 years, I too would pursue a wealthy woman. Yi Bai recalled Zhang Lexi mentioning that her office was on the top floor, accessible only by a single elevator. However, when he inquired with the staff, they regarded him with incredulous expressions upon learning of his destination. Security. A madman is here, get him out, exclaimed a young man in a suit, clutching a walkie-talkie. Yi Bai rolled his eyes and resorted to calling Xiaoqi to come down and fetch him. Before long, Xiaoqi arrived in the elevator, leading Yi Bai to the top floor amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Upon reaching Zhang Lexi's office, he found her seated on the sofa, her brow furrowed in concentration. Lexi, I'm here. It's been ages, Yi Bai exclaimed playfully as he approached her. Zhang Lexi glanced his way, her tight frown softening slightly, and retorted, What do you mean, been ages? It's only been half a day. Yi Bai settled beside her, grinning. Well, an hour apart feels like an eternity. During their military training, he had eagerly awaited her presence, truly longing for her company. A faint blush crept onto Zhang Lexi's cheeks as she playfully scolded, You lecher. Always so smooth with your words. With that, she comfortably propped her legs onto Yi Bai's lap. Understanding her unspoken invitation, he placed his hands atop her legs, gently kneading them. Zhang Lexi gradually closed her eyes, appearing to revel in the moment, her breathing becoming steady, eventually drifting into slumber. Yi Bai chuckled softly to himself, realizing that she had spent the night in his room, where the bed was rather firm, likely causing her unrestful sleep. Adjusting her into a more comfortable position, he draped her jacket over her for warmth. With a sense of ennui, Yi Bai began to wander around Zhang Lexi's office, marveling at its opulence, which surpassed that of an ordinary wealthy person's living room, adorned with a myriad of dazzling decor. Soon, his attention was captured by a document resting on her desk. A peculiar smile spread across his face as he recognized it, his own resume. Moreover, the files of Ming Yi and Chuli were included as well. Looking at Zhang Lexi, who was peacefully asleep on the sofa, Yi Bai couldn't help but smile wryly. The young lady claims she has never investigated herself. Yet it is evident that she has never truly discovered her own essence. The means of the multitude are quite elusive, and even with the influence of the Zhang family, it remains exceedingly difficult to uncover. Moreover, the information regarding Yi Bai and his associates is classified within the multitude. Yi Bai holds no objections to Zhang Lexi's cautious thoughts. As the matriarch of the Zhang family, she must be well acquainted with the backgrounds of everyone around her. On her desk lies a dossier that piques Yi Bai's interest. It pertains to Zhang Lexi's younger brother, Zhang Yichun, indicating that he, having grown up abroad, is set to return to Tianhai soon. A power struggle? How intriguing, Yi Bai mused. No wonder Zhang Lexi appeared so troubled when he saw her earlier. It is evidently related to this matter. As Zhang Lexi's half-brother, he is likely discontent with a woman wielding such control over the vast Zhang family. Yet, Zhang Lexi has held her position of authority for several years, and toppling her would not be an easy feat nonetheless. Zhang Yiqin's return suggests he has some form of support. Yi Bai entertained numerous possibilities in his mind. But soon his thoughts shifted to whether he should eliminate Zhang Yiqin. Compared to the intricate schemes at play, Murder felt almost straightforward to him. Previously, there were suspicions that Zhang Yichen had secretly orchestrated an assassination attempt on Zhang Lushi at her school, and she was adamant that he was behind it. Yi Bai resolved to wait until Zhang Lushi awoke to inquire about her thoughts. While it would be a simple matter for him to dispose of Zhang Yichen, his death could provoke Zhang Zhenhan's ire towards Zhang Lushi. What then? Surely, one cannot eliminate the father-in-law as well. With a faint sigh, Yi Bai reflected on the complexities of clandestine affairs, which are often simpler than those conducted in the light of day. Regardless of the situation, he vowed that Zhang Lushi would not suffer as long as he was present. After returning the documents to their original place, Yi Bai settled beside Zhang Lushi. Gazing at her serene, sleeping visage, he murmured, "Lushi, you've struck gold. From now on, you needn't pay to eliminate anyone. Are you not elated?" Zhang Lushi slept soundly until 4 in the afternoon, leaving Yi Bai's stomach growling in hunger. Upon arriving, he had heard her grand plans of dining once he arrived. Yet she succumbed to slumber instead. Gradually awakening, she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Though the sofa was far more comfortable than Yi Bai's bed, she still felt restless. Seeing Yi Bai beside her, wearing an expression of deep lament, she shot him an exasperated glance. This blockhead. Does he not know to pull her into his embrace for a slumber? He is usually so bold, yet now, when given the opportunity, he proves ineffectual. "Lushi, you're finally awake? I'm so hungry," Yi Bai exclaimed, as his stomach audibly protested in agreement. Only then did Zhang Lushi recall her earlier promise to eat with him upon his arrival. She had not felt hunger while asleep, but it was clear he was starved. No wonder he looked like a pouting little spouse when she opened her eyes. "Xiao Bai, are you foolish? Could you not have asked Xiao Qi to bring us some food first?" Zhang Lexi's tone was tinged with a hint of apology. She then rose from her seat, picked up the telephone from the desk, and instructed Xiao Qi to bring some food. "Oh dear, I was merely concerned about disturbing your slumber. My bed is rather firm, and I apologize for any discomfort you endured last night," Yi Bai remarked with a smile. Zhang Lexi's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "It's good that you recognize this. You should count yourself fortunate that your bed is merely hard, devoid of any peculiar odors. Otherwise, you would be in quite a predicament." Yi Bai chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond to Zhang Lexi's lighthearted jest. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Qi arrived with the meal. A hot pot prepared as per Zhang Lexi's prior instructions. As Yi Bai gazed around the opulent office, he felt a sense of incongruity in the act of enjoying hot pot within such a lavish setting. "Hurry up, Xiao Bai. Quickly toss the meatballs in. Let us feast," Zhang Lexi urged, handing Yi Bai a pair of chopsticks and beckoning him to eat. During the meal, after a moment of contemplation, Yi Bai inquired, "Lexi, could you share what kind of person your father is?" Chapter 47. A reluctant heart. Upon hearing Yi Bai's inquiry, Zhang Lixiang's eating motion momentarily faltered. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "As for my father, there is little to commend him. Throughout my life, he has maintained a frigid demeanor towards me. My mother passed away when I was young, and after her death, I seldom saw him, sometimes not even once a year. When I turned 15, he entrusted the Zhang family to me. Deep down, I understood that no matter how well I performed, the Zhang family would eventually belong to Zhang Yichen. I was merely a temporary steward. Once Zhang Yichen matured, I would have to relinquish my position. This was my father Zhang Zhenhan's plan." Zhang Lixiang's voice was heavy with resignation and bitterness. With Zhang Yichen returning to Tianhai, she was acutely aware that Zhang Zhenhan was undoubtedly providing covert support. It was clear that he intended to hand over the Zhang family to his son, Zhang Yichen, and have Zhang Lixiang assist in its growth. "Then, Lixiang, are you willing to follow your father's arrangements?" Yi Bai gazed at her with eager anticipation for her response. With a self-deprecating smile, Zhang Lixiang replied, "Xiao Bai, you may not understand, but once one possesses power, the desire to relinquish it becomes unfathomable. Even if I lack the confidence to confront my father, I am unwilling to surrender. Why should I, as a woman, hand over everything I have painstakingly built? If it comes to that, I'll fight to the bitter end." As she spoke, a flicker of fervor illuminated her striking eyes. After hearing Zhang Lixiang's words, Yi Bai seemed to make a decisive resolution and smiled, saying, "Lixiang, you are right. You need not adhere to your father's plans. Strive for what you desire." Zhang Lixiang regarded Yi Bai intently, asking earnestly, "Xiao Bai, if one day I am no longer the head of the Zhang family, or even left with nothing, would you still?" However, before she could finish, Yi Bai interjected, "Of course, I would still cherish you. Besides, you have me. You could never be devoid of everything." Yi Bai chuckled, placing a cooked dumpling into Zhang Lixiang's bowl. Zhong Lixiong gazed at Yi Bai's radiant smile, her eyes misting over, rendering her vision hazy. Oh dear, Lixiong, are you crying? Have I touched your heart? Yi Bai feigned astonishment as she leaned closer. Startled, Zhong Lixiong quickly wiped her face, realizing that tears had not actually fallen, and understood that Yi Bai was teasing her. Infuriated, she reached out with both hands, playfully ruffling Yi Bai's hair. How dare you mock me, Sebai? You're in for it. I'll turn you into a bald head. Zhong Lixiong declared as she embraced Yi Bai and began to tussle with her. Yi Bai, with a playful grin, begged for mercy while gently wriggling in Zhong Lixiong's embrace. Oh, Lixiong, I was wrong. Please don't pull my hair. In this moment of playful banter, both Zhong Lixiong and Yi Bai momentarily forgot their troubles, laughing joyfully together. After finishing her meal, Zhong Lexi attended to some company matters before preparing to head home. Yi Bai had initially intended to accompany her, but a phone call from Mingyi prompted him to first check on the shop. Mingyi had informed him that 2 individuals had arrived, claiming they wished to discuss business, yet they did not specify the nature of the business and merely requested a meeting. Upon learning that Yi Bai was returning to the shop, Zhong Lexi felt a pang of reluctance but refrained from insisting he stay, her face betraying her displeasure. Yi Bai, using all his persuasive skills, assured her that he would call her as soon as he resolved the matter, which slightly lifted her mood. Mr. Xiaobai, please resolve your affairs swiftly. If I am left waiting too long, the consequences will be dire. And do not associate with that unscrupulous partner of yours. Zhong Lexi admonished sternly as she entered her vehicle. Yi Bai nodded repeatedly, watching as her car disappeared into the distance. Upon returning to the pawnshop, Yi Bai found Ming Yi lounging beneath the old locust tree. After casting a glance at Yi Bai, he simply turned over and continued his slumber. Inside the shop sat an elderly man and a middle-aged one, neither of whom had been offered tea by Mingyi. The elder rose first upon Yi Bai's arrival, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. The middle-aged man remained seated, appraising Yi Bai from head to toe. Yi Bai cast a casual glance at the elder, recognizing him as the individual he had sensed earlier at the school gate. You must be Yi Bai, correct? Is it profitable to run a pawnshop? Zhong Zhenhan inquired first. Having encountered Yi Bai earlier that day, he had subsequently sought out this pawnshop. He had reviewed Yi Bai's background, which revealed no formal training. Yet Old Li had claimed he was no ordinary individual, likely having received guidance from a master. Zhong Zhenhan approached this information with a skeptical mindset, not out of disbelief in Old Li, but because the assertions were astonishingly extraordinary. He could hardly fathom how a mere 18-year-old boy could command such seriousness from Old Li. It's adequate for making ends meet. I hear you wish to discuss business with me? Yi Bai replied in a neutral tone, taking a seat unceremoniously. Zhong Zhenhan frowned, his expression darkening. Since entering the shop, neither he nor Old Li had been greeted, which he could dismiss as the staff's ignorance of decorum, but the owner's arrogance was intolerable. I am Zhong Zhenhan, the father of Zhong Lexi, he announced with a cold snort, revealing his identity. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. However, having already heard about Zhong Zhenhan from Zhong Lexi, he held no favorable opinion of him. With Zhang Yichen's imminent return, Zhong Zhenhan's presence in Tian'ai City was all too obvious. Yi Bai slowly rose, retrieved a disposable cup, and poured 2 glasses of water, placing them on the table before Zhong Zhenhan and Old Li. Out of respect for you as Zhong Lexi's father, it is only fitting that I offer you a drink. Now, let us discuss the business at hand, he stated, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Zhong Zhenhan's gaze darkened further. Yet the memory of Old Li's apprehension towards Yi Bai quelled the surge of anger that had just arisen within him. Just as he was about to speak again, Old Li suddenly exclaimed, his emaciated finger pointing towards the ring adorning Yi Bai's hand, his eyes filled with dread. Zhong Zhenhan had previously overlooked the hand with which Yi Bai held the cup, but now, following the direction of Old Li's trembling finger, his pupils constricted instantly, revealing a countenance mirroring that of Old Li's. They were not fully aware of the specific significance of the ring, however. They were familiar with an ancient legend that had endured for millennia concerning an organization known as Zhongsheng, which had been a nightmare in the hearts of many throughout the ages. Chapter 48. What does a single finger signify? In the pawnshop, the eyes of Li Lao and Zhong Zhenhan were fixed in horror upon the white bone ring adorning Yi Bai's finger. Legends tell of a time a millennium ago when foreign invaders besieged the Central Plains, leaving the land awash in sorrow, as the common folk resorted to cannibalism. The rulers of that era were woefully timid, retreating time and again in the face of the invading forces, dispatching envoys to plead for peace. Among the treasures offered to placate the invaders was a princess, sent to be wed to a foreign lord. This princess, endowed with extraordinary talent from a young age, possessed a remarkable literary prowess and an innate understanding of military strategy, making her an exceptional woman. Yet, in those times, such a woman was destined to become a mere sacrificial offering for the stability of the dynasty, trading her very essence for the realm's security. By her side was a devoted bodyguard, tasked with ensuring her safety, who accompanied her on the journey to the foreign lands. This bodyguard had long since fallen deeply in love with the princess, unwilling to see her become a pitiful victim. He longed for her to live a vibrant life. One fateful night, he secretly eliminated the guards watching over her, whisking her away from the group in a desperate bid for freedom. However, evading the emperor and the intricate web of foreign forces proved impossible, and soon their whereabouts were discovered. The princess, seemingly foreseeing her grim fate, concocted a pretext to send her bodyguard away. When he returned, she had vanished without a trace. He searched tirelessly for her over countless days and nights, only to learn of her abduction back to the foreign territory, where she ultimately met a horrific demise. In the wake of her death, the foreign invaders renewed their assault on the Central Plains. Overwhelmed with grief, the bodyguard found himself in a world devoid of solace, his beloved lost to a cruel fate. Driven to madness, he wandered aimlessly like a lost soul for 2 long years. One day, he passed through a village steeped in silence, its ground stained with blood, congealed into grotesque patches that emitted a foul stench. Amidst a pile of lifeless bodies lay a child, his torso severed, his face pale and devoid of strength to even cry out. The deranged bodyguard, upon discovering the child, approached with a maniacal laugh, pointing at the child's bisected form while howling with mirth. Yet, tears of despair streamed down his face. With his last vestiges of strength, the child crawled to the bodyguard's feet, whispering, "Uncle, the bad men killed my father and mother. Can you avenge them? I will give you my money, all of it." The bodyguard's laughter faltered as he gazed down at the lifeless child, whose small hand lay open, revealing a solitary coin. Thereafter, he remained in that village of corpses, guarding the child's memory for an entire day and night. As the first light of dawn pierced the night sky, clarity returned to his mind, and he discovered a newfound purpose for his existence. Thus, he drifted along the precipice of light and darkness, becoming an assassin, eliminating countless foes from foreign lands, and ultimately forming the organization known as All Beings. In a time of chaos, countless souls found themselves homeless and bereft, leading to the ever-growing power of the multitude. Ultimately, from the nobility to the common folk, there was no one whom the multitude could not vanquish. The guard, having finally realized his ambition, personally beheaded the king of a foreign tribe on a stormy night. The severed head of the foreign king was transformed into 3 bone rings, crafted from the forehead, back, and crown of the skull. The ring fashioned from the forehead was worn by the guard himself, while the other 2 were gifted to his most capable lieutenants. For a millennium, countless dynasties rose and fell, yet the multitude has endured to this day. Of the 3 bone rings, only one remains, preserved alongside a child's copper coin, revered as a treasure by the multitude. The ring upon Yi Bai's hand is indeed that legendary piece. Zhong Zhenhan could scarcely believe that Yi Bai adorned himself with such a fabled ring. Yet, Li Lao insisted with unwavering certainty that Yi Bai's ring was authentic. He sensed a kinship between the middle-aged man under the old locust tree and Yi Bai, both formidable assassins. Li Lao could feel the chilling aura emanating from them. "Who on earth are you?" Zhong Zhenhan could not restrain his curiosity, his expression a complex tapestry as he regarded the indifferent Yi Bai. At that moment, he comprehended that all his plans had become trivial. The very name of the multitude loomed over him like a mountain, stifling any rebellious thoughts. Lushi said it. "I am her man," Yi Bai chuckled, pulling out his phone to send Zhong Lushi a playful kiss emoji. The mere thought of Zhong Lushi lifted his spirits considerably. "Aren't you here to discuss business?" "Go on. I'm in a hurry," Yi Bai said, operating his phone, as Zhong Lushi had replied almost instantly. Zhang Zhenhan managed a bitter smile. The notion of business had lost all significance. "Can I leave now?" His only desire was to find Zhong Yiqin and implore him not to contend with Zhong Lushi. Without lifting his gaze, Yi Bai simply replied, "No send-offs." With that, he retreated to his room, phone in hand. "Wait." Just then, Li Lao called out to Yi Bai, as if he had a pressing question. Yi Bai slowly turned, directing his attention to Li Lao. "Please tell me, if you were to kill me, how many moves would it take?" Li Lao bowed deeply before Yi Bai, awaiting his answer. One hand typed rapidly on the phone screen, while the other extended a single finger toward Li Lao. The light in Li Lao's eyes dimmed significantly as he gazed at the finger, murmuring, "One move? Truly, there are those beyond the realm of men." Yi Bai withdrew his hand, turning back toward his room, casually stating, "1 second." Li Lao's eyes completely lost their luster. Yi Bai strode into his room, fingers swiftly tapping on the phone screen. "Little White, hee, Lishi, I was at a loss about what to have for dinner in your absence. Lishi, let us not stray from the topic at hand. Confess honestly, why did you not respond to my message instantaneously?" Little White, alas. "I was merely lost in thoughts of you, and thus failed to hear my phone ring." Lishi, who taught you such smooth-tongued antics? Is it that old man Su Ming? Little White. Hee, Lishi, the quilt you have slept under carries a delightful fragrance. Lishi, you are quite the weirdo. Call me at once so I can give you a proper scolding. Chapter 49. Is Yi Bai a monster? At the break of dawn the next day, Yi Bai was awakened by the sounds outside. It was Zhong Luxi's arrival. Remaining undisturbed, he feigned sleep, for he had learned from experience that pretending to be asleep in her presence often yielded delightful outcomes. The footsteps drew nearer, and with the creak of the door opening, Yi Bai caught a whiff of the enchanting fragrance that lingered about Zhong Luxi. She tiptoed to his bedside, gently ruffling his hair. A look of satisfaction adorned her face. No matter how many times she did this, the sensation was irresistibly charming to her. The wounds on Yi Bai's face were nearly healed, leaving only a faint trace behind. After caressing his head for a while, Zhong Luxi's hand began to descend slowly. Yi Bai could feel her warm hands kneading and pinching his face, seemingly unafraid of waking him. This was not as he had envisioned. Where were the tender kisses he had imagined? With a playful thought, Yi Bai gently rubbed his face against her hand. A mischievous smile crept across Zhong Luxi's lips, which soon blossomed into a full-blown laugh. "You mischievous little Bai. How long do you intend to keep pretending to sleep? Are you still fantasizing about my hand moving further down?" Her melodious laughter rang in his ears, and she playfully tousled his hair once more. Realizing his plans had been foiled, Yi Bai opened his eyes and offered an awkward smile to Zhong Luxi. Today, she was clad in casual attire, one knee propped on his bed, her cascading hair brushing against his face, tickling him. He was mesmerized, wishing for nothing more than to awaken to such a lovely sight every day. "Little Bai, are you not getting up yet? I'm taking you to school today. But after that, I shall not accompany you. You'll have to find me after your military training. Think about what you want for lunch." "I will have Xiao Qi prepare it," Zhong Luxi declared, watching for a hint of reluctance in his expression. However, she noticed that since he opened his eyes, he had been fixated on her neckline. Realizing this, Zhong Luxi gasped, immediately straightening her posture, her breath quickening. "Ah, you rogue. Pervert. Truly hopeless." She seized a pillow from the bed and hurled it at Yi Bai. He remained still, his mind still savoring the delightful view he had just witnessed. Zhong Luxi, flustered and irritated, pelted him repeatedly with the pillow. "Rogue, you've infuriated me. If you don't get up soon, I shall leave," she warned. Yi Bai rolled over in bed, evading her playful assault, a broad smile gracing his face. "Luxi, I'll get up right now. You might want to step aside." Zhong Luxi paused momentarily, then resumed her playful barrage, saying, "If you're getting up, then just get up. It's not like you're not wearing clothes. Why should I step aside? What mischief are you planning behind my back?" With a cheeky grin, Yi Bai replied, "Aha, Luxi, if you don't leave, don't regret it. Let me tell you, it's not just the sun that rises in the morning." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Bai sprang from the bed. After a prolonged silence, a deafening scream erupted from the pristine white room, prompting Zhong Luxi to flee in disarray, her face concealed in her hands. Seated in the car, Zhong Luxi remained utterly silent, her entire visage, along with her neck, flushed crimson, deliberately distancing herself from Yi Bai. Despite Yi Bai's multiple attempts to draw closer, he was consistently rebuffed by Zhong Luxi's shrill protests. "Ah, Xiao Bai, do not approach me, you monster." She positioned her legs between them to thwart any further advances from Yi Bai. He struggled to suppress his amusement as he observed the extreme embarrassment radiating from Zhong Luxi. "Hiki, Lexi, you must take responsibility for me." Yi Bai feigned grievance, playfully casting a flirtatious glance in her direction. Overwhelmed, Zhong Luxi covered her face with both hands, exclaiming, "Be quiet. If you say another word, I will throw you out." For Zhong Luxi, the journey was sheer torment. Yi Bai incessantly engaged in playful antics, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds that kept the blush on her cheeks ever present. Upon arriving at school, Zhong Luxi refused to exit the vehicle, urging Yi Bai to hurry away, as she could no longer endure the situation. Yi Bai, bursting with laughter, exited the car, only to receive a playful kick to his backside from Zhong Luxi before she hastily shut the door and rolled up the window, instructing Xiao Qi to drive off quickly. Many freshmen watching Yi Bai disembark from Zhong Lexi's car were visibly envious. Yet their admiration was tempered by the recognition of Yi Bai's exceptional physical prowess. Such a well-built individual, indeed, deserved to enjoy the benefits of her companionship. As Yi Bai stepped out, he spotted Xie Muyun standing beside a vehicle, chattering incessantly to someone inside. With his exceptional hearing, Yi Bai caught snippets of Xie Muyun's conversation. "Old Ding, since you're here, you should come inside with me and tell Uncle Zhao to keep an eye on me during military training. Am I not your flesh and blood? Can't you see I'm struggling to get out of bed these past 2 days? If you don't help me out this time, I'll tell my mom you were out partying last night. When you grow old, I'll be sure to remove your oxygen supply." Xie Muyun grinned widely, reaching into the car to tug at someone inside. "Stop messing around. You lured me here for this. Tell me, where is that esteemed university girl you claim to admire? Damn it, you threaten me every day. You might as well consider me your father. Let go." A middle-aged voice emerged from the car, laced with exasperation. Yi Bai stood by, astonished, his lips twitching at the shocking dynamic between Xie Muyun and his father. Were they perhaps acquainted through an online forum? As Yi Bai approached, he witnessed the father-son duo exchanging a flurry of profanities. Xie Muyun incessantly vowed to scatter his father's ashes, his tone fierce, while Xie Muyun's father recounted the story of his son's arrival into the world with a seamless switch between nouns and verbs. Just as Xie Muyun was unleashing a torrent of insults, he caught sight of Yi Bai approaching and immediately silenced his colorful language. Family disgrace, after all, was not to be aired publicly. This was a lesson Xie Muyun understood well. Although Night Bai might already be aware of these domestic troubles, Xie Muyun exclaimed, "Oh, Night Bai, how is it that you arrived so early? This is unlike you, as you are typically punctual to the last moment." His voice was loud, seemingly intended for someone inside the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Xie Feng, who had been cursing profusely, gradually fell silent. Night Bai offered an awkward smile, sensing he had intruded upon the father-son moment. "Lushi sent me to the company early, so I arrived ahead of time. What about you?" Night Bai inquired, feigning ignorance. Before Xie Muyun could respond, Xie Feng interjected, "Ah, you must be Night Bai? What a handsome young man you are. Muyun often speaks highly of you." "Haha. I brought him here for school. You two chat. Driver, please proceed." Xie Feng, seeking an opportunity to escape, felt that even a moment less of bickering with Xie Muyun would be a loss. Watching the car with Xie Feng speed away, Xie Muyun's frustration mounted. As Night Bai and Xie Muyun walked toward the school, they were greeted by a cacophony of noise upon entering. Turning his head, Night Bai beheld several wealthy young men assaulting a solitary boy. "What are you trying to prove? Is excelling in academics so remarkable? How can your 10 years of hard work compare to my family's 3 generations in business?" Chapter 50. A true genius emerges as Yi Bai stepped through the school gates. He was met with a disconcerting scene that made him furrow his brow. However, upon recognizing the individual being assaulted, Xie Muyun's expression transformed into one of indifference. Curiously, Yi Bai inquired, "What is happening? Why are these individuals permitted to beat a student at the school entrance without intervention from the administration? Ordinarily, Tianhai University would not tolerate such brawls." With a wry smile, Xie Muyun explained, "The victim is Yi Zhichun, who, like you, excelled academically to gain admission to Tianhai University. Rumor has it that his grades surpass yours. However, in this institution, a powerless person like him is easily looked down upon, especially since he possesses an air of arrogance that irks others. The administration would never risk offending the privileged elite for someone like him." After a moment's hesitation, Xie Muyun glanced at Yi Bai and continued, "Were it not for your connection with Zhong Leshi, given your temperament, you too would likely be subject to their bullying. In Tianhai, the powerless are treated as lesser beings." Listening to Xie Muyun's words, Yi Bai turned his gaze toward the beaten youth, intrigued by the cold smirk plastered across the boy's face. As he remained silent, his eyes fixated on Yi Bai. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bai seemed to resolve himself and slowly approached Yi Zhichun. Xie Muyun was taken aback, not expecting Yi Bai to exhibit such a propensity for heroism. The wealthy young men, noticing Yi Bai's approach, ceased their actions. They were certainly familiar with Yi Bai, as the photographs of him alongside Zhong Lushi had circulated on the campus network for several days. The leader of the group regarded Yi Bai and said, "Yi Bai, this is a private matter between us and Yi Zhichun, and we hope you will refrain from interfering." His tone lacked any semblance of respect. In the eyes of these affluent youths, Yi Bai was merely a man living off the fortunes of others. Had it not been for Zhong Lushi's support, his fate would not differ much from Yi Zhichun's. Yi Bai smiled, his demeanor remaining placid as he replied, I do not intend to meddle. I merely wish to offer a word of caution. This is the school entrance, and should your actions be captured and shared online, the university would surely face embarrassment and would not hesitate to pursue you. After speaking, Yibai leaned against the wall, observing the group. The leader fell silent for a moment before finally responding, "Thank you for the reminder." With that, he and his companions departed. He understood that Yibai was intervening on behalf of Yushichen, but the latter's words held a modicum of truth, and he chose to grant Yibai a semblance of respect. Yushichen rose from the ground, retrieving his damaged glasses and placing them back upon his nose. The effort caused his face to contort in pain, yet he steadfastly straightened his back. It was then that Yibai noticed his strikingly delicate features. Though his frail physique made the military training uniform appear oversized and ill-fitting. Approaching Yibai, Yiji-chun regarded him for a moment before extending his hand. Seemingly wishing to shake hands with Yibai, Yibai observed the pair of slender hands, dusted yet unassuming, and without much contemplation, extended his own. Your hands possess considerable strength, particularly in the palms. Such power cannot be cultivated merely through writing with a pen, suggesting frequent engagement with cylindrical objects, exerting substantial force. Perhaps akin to a horizontal bar or a knife handle. Yushichen spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Yibai's face. Out of politeness, Yushichen also shook hands with Siemu Yun, only to find his grip lacking. It was soft and feeble, somewhat clammy. It would serve you well to engage less in manual labor, and should you choose to do so, remember to wash your hands. Upon hearing this assessment, Siemu Yun's expression immediately fell. He finally understood why the affluent youths held disdain for this individual, who analyzes others during a handshake. Yet Yibai chuckled, finding Yi Zhichen rather intriguing. He sensed that Yi Zhichen's eyes were intent on deciphering his expressions. Military training is about to commence. Shall we proceed to change our attire? Yibai suggested, refraining from further conversation with Yushichen as he beckoned Siemu Yun towards the changing room. Nevertheless, Yushichen followed closely behind, trailing them to the locker room. What are you doing, buddy? Are you some kind of voyeur? You ought to head to the women's changing room. Are you tempted by my 200 pounds? Siemu Yun finally could not restrain himself, launching into a tirade of odd remarks. Yi Zhichen paid no heed to Siemu Yun's peculiar comments. Instead, he gazed intently at Yibai and declared, "Yibai, I wish to belong to you. I am willing to comply with your every request." At this proclamation, Siemu Yun's jaw nearly hit the ground in astonishment as he stared wide-eyed at Yushichen. Could this fellow be of the legendary sort? How thrilling. Yibai, upon hearing this statement, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yushichen's words bore significant ambiguity. Glancing at the time, he noted that military training would commence in less than 5 minutes, prompting him to suggest that Siemu Yun head over first to avoid a reprimand from the instructor. Yushichen, however, seemed unperturbed by the prospect of being late for military training, despite the stern consequences that awaited him. What do you mean? Why do you harbor such thoughts? Yibai inquired, sensing from Yushichen's tone that he might have inferred something. Yi Zhichen smiled as he seated himself and replied, "It's quite simple. I lack support, and I am constantly bullied. Hence I seek a protector at Tianhai University." Yibai furrowed his brow and remarked, "Zhong Lishi, perhaps? I can arrange for her to notify the school authorities to look after you." However, upon hearing this, Yi Zhichen scoffed dismissively. "What use is the school? Yibai, when I speak of a protector, I do not mean the institution or Zhong Lishi. I mean you, purely you." Yushichen fixed his gaze firmly on Yibai. As Yushichen contemplated the reasons behind the matter, he continued, "You are quite handsome. Yet there are others in the school who surpass you in looks. However, they have not won the affection of Zhong Lexi. This indicates that her attraction isn't merely superficial. There must be some compelling quality or trait within you that captivates her, something that none of us possess. Zhong Lexi, being the heir of the Zhong family, is certainly not lacking in wealth, and given her ruthless nature, anyone wishing to approach her must do so from a position of equality. You must exude an aura of fearlessness in her presence, for once you display even a hint of trepidation, you risk becoming her plaything." Yi Zhichen calmly analyzed the situation, adjusting his broken glasses perched on his nose, and continued his reasoning. To be unafraid of Zhong Lexi, you must wield power that is commensurate with hers. To truly win her over, your influence must surpass that of the Zhong family, or perhaps your power must be so formidable that you can regard the Zhong family with disdain. At this juncture, Yi Zhichen cautiously posed a question, keenly observing Yibai's subtle expressions, eventually revealing a look of realization. Indeed, Only in this manner can you possess the audacity to pursue a relationship with Zhong Lexi. I have deduced correctly. Yi Zhichen sighed in relief. In Tianhai, one cannot find a force more potent than the Zhong family, and even across the entirety of Longhua, there exists no power capable of overshadowing theirs. Thus, the force backing you is frighteningly formidable. Yi Zhichen's conjectures were validated, leading him to this conclusion. Upon hearing Yi Zhichen's analysis, Yi Bai recognized that he had encountered a true genius today. The ability to deduce so much from such intricate details left him profoundly impressed. You are indeed remarkable, but why should I acquiesce to your request? Yi Bai inquired with keen interest. Chapter 51. Yi Zhichen's own way when faced with Yi Bai's inquiry. A hint of tension crossed Yi Zhichen's face. He remained silent for a considerable time before finally stating, "As you can see, I possess a high level of intelligence. Although I am aware that at your level, all schemes and tricks hold little efficacy, I believe that with my intellect, I can assist you in resolving certain predicaments." Upon finishing, Yi Zhichen gazed at Yi Bai with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Yi Bai did not provide a definitive answer. Instead, he inquired, "If I am not mistaken, the beating you endured at the school gate today was part of your plan, wasn't it? Let me think. Your scheme likely extended beyond that. You probably intended for them to inflict even greater harm upon you, creating a more tragic appearance to elicit my sympathy. Unfortunately, I arrived a bit too early today, and they were halted before they could strike you for long." After hearing Yi Bai's words, Yi Zhichen fell into a prolonged silence before finally nodding and smiling. "You truly are a blade of wisdom." The military training had been underway for quite some time, and Yi Bai had no intention of attending. He gradually seated himself and remarked, "Being bullied by those individuals is not a valid reason for you to exhaust yourself seeking support. Speak your true reasons." Yi Zhichen again succumbed to an extended silence, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. "My hometown is far from Tianhai, and my family is impoverished. I have 2 elder sisters who left school in their teenage years to support my education. I did not disappoint their expectations and gained admission to Tianhai University. To gather enough tuition, my family sold everything they had. My parents have sold their blood more than once." After a long pause, Yi Zhichen finally spoke, his tone laden with resignation. Yi Bai did not interrupt him. He merely sat quietly, listening. Yi Zhichen tugged at the ill-fitting military training uniform and continued. "My forebears believe that my admission to such a prestigious university would lead to my success. The education I received reinforced this notion. All pursuits are inferior. Only education holds value. Yet, from the moment I entered university, I understood that many things, once absent, are difficult to attain later. Thus, I resolved to address my challenges in my own way, which brings us to the present moment. I sought you out." At this juncture, Yi Zhichen turned to look at Yi Bai, but his expression revealed no flicker of emotion. He remained inscrutable. "If I wish to investigate your background, it would be a simple task," Yi Bai remarked nonchalantly. Yi Zhichen beamed, acknowledging the truth in that statement. "Indeed, that is why I have not lied." He was unafraid of Yi Bai's potential rejection. What truly frightened him was the prospect of Yi Bai remaining silent, offering him no information. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bai posed the question, "Why must it be me? In this Tianhai University, there is an abundance of wealthy science. With your intellect, you could simply ingratiate yourself with a few of them to resolve your issues, could you not? Take your time to ponder this question before answering." Yi Zhichen immediately rose to his feet and declared, "No need for contemplation. I can answer you right now." Yi Bai turned to Yi Zhichen, observing his expression of disdain, and remarked, "Those individuals are nothing but parasites feasting on the laurels of their forebears. I hold them in contempt. Despite my own lack of possessions, I still look down upon them." Yi Bai chuckled, amused by the young man's audacious pride. "Before me, did your benefactor not consider Zhang Luxi? After all, she is the most powerful figure in Tianhai," he inquired with a smile. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Yi Zhichen's face as he hesitated before responding, "Of course, I have thought about it. However, I devised numerous plans to approach Miss Zhong, yet based on her modus operandi, without exception, I would ultimately meet my demise at her hands." Yi Bai laughed heartily. "Are you so certain that upon discovering my identity, I would not be the one to end your life?" Seeing the smile on Yi Bai's face, Yi Zhichen couldn't help but join in the laughter. "One path leads to certain death, while the other remains uncertain. I rarely gamble, but on occasion, when I do, I believe I shall not lose. In truth, I have already won. I can see that you have no intention of killing me. Are you afraid of death?" Yi Bai asked with a grin. "Not at all," Yi Zhichen replied without hesitation. "In fact, I find it somewhat intriguing. Yi Bai's expression turned peculiar, pondering how it seemed everyone he encountered had their eccentricities. Xiamuyun was one thing, but now they're Su. Noticing Yi Bai's strange demeanor, Yi Zhichen quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. It is not that kind of intrigue. I merely enjoy studying such matters. Nothing is more worthy of our examination than humanity itself, is there?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bai regarded Yi Zhichen with an appreciative gaze. "You may visit my shop tonight. I trust you have already discovered its location. Before that, you should concoct a perfect excuse to explain your absence from military training today to your instructor." Yi Zhichen leapt up joyfully, realizing that Yi Bai had accepted him. "Haha, so you're off to find Miss Zhong, are you? It's nearly mealtime, and you've arranged to dine together, correct? Yet, I suspect your thoughts extend beyond mere dinner with her. Had you not invited me to your shop tonight, you likely would not return there this evening, would you? Is someone else overseeing your shop? Or perhaps, a kindred spirit? That ring is exquisite, not resembling mere animal bone. Given your status, it can only signify something hidden, I presume." Yi Zhichen posed a series of questions, fixating intently on Yi Bai's eyes. Many inquiries required no answer, for he already comprehended the responses. Yi Bai felt an urge to disengage from the conversation. This fellow possessed an uncanny ability to read minds. He sensed that allowing him to continue would render his secrets exposed. Though he could maintain a stoic expression, certain incisive questions would inevitably elicit subtle reactions. "Enough questions. I can sense your irritation," Yi Bai said, hastily making his exit. Once seated in a taxi, he directed the driver to Zhong's building. This time, he ascended to the top floor, where Zhong Lixi's office lay, unimpeded by any barriers. Zhong Lexi was slumped over her desk, teetering on the brink of slumber. This was the nature of handling company affairs. Seldom did she make decisions herself, as most matters were resolved by Xiaoqi and the others. "Lexi. It has been a while," Yi Bai exclaimed, rushing to Zhong Lexi's side and whispering in her ear. Startled from her drowsiness, Zhong Lexi looked up to behold Yi Bai's radiant smile. "Ah, Xiao Bai, you certainly know how to seize the moment. Don't get so close, or I'll summon security to escort you out," Zhong Lexi exclaimed in alarm. With a mischievous grin, Yi Bai took the opportunity to plant a kiss on her cheek, leaving Zhong Lexi's face flushed with embarrassment. "Xiao Bai, you are becoming increasingly brazen," Zhong Lexi said shyly. Yi Bai remained silent, believing that one must always strive for growth and that one's courage should also expand. Zhong Lexi shot a reproachful glance at the large dog and suddenly inquired, "Xiao Bai, if, hypothetically, I were to kill my brother, would you consider me a heartless person?" Chapter 52. Let us dine first in the office. Zhong Lexi gazed at Yi Bai with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Yi Bai smiled softly and began. "Zhang Yichen has covertly instigated others to take your life and seeks to usurp your power. Should you choose to eliminate him, I would not deem you heartless. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in." Hearing this, Zhong Lexi's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she quickly inquired, "What is the essence?" Yi Bai leaned in closer, gently caressing Zhong Lexi's silky hair, and spoke slowly. "The essence is that, regardless of the decision you make in this matter, Lexi, I shall support you unconditionally." As he contemplated Zhong Yichen, he mused that the latter likely lacked the audacity to return to Tianhai, unless he wished to challenge the masses in a game of strength. Yi Bai observed the blush gradually spreading across Zhong Lexi's fair complexion, rendering her irresistibly charming. He would choose only the most pleasing words. Blushing shyly, Zhong Lexi gently pushed away Yi Bai's south increasingly close head. One must not allow the big dog to feast too heartily at once, lest he grow unappreciative. Initially, Yi Bai had fantasized about winning a kiss through his sweet talk, but it seemed that hope had been dashed. "Have you decided what to eat? I'll call Xiaoqi. Otherwise, some hungry ghost will surely complain soon," Zhong Lexi said. Rubbing Yi Bai's hair, she reached for the phone on the desk. In a playful tone, Yi Bai quipped, "I want to eat you." Zhong Lexi's wrist trembled, nearly causing her to drop the phone. "Curse little Bai, where on earth did you learn such lewd words? Hold. If you continue to tease me so, I shall summon security to expel you. Am I someone you can toy with at your leisure?" Zhong Lexi feigned anger, admonishing Yi Bai fiercely. However, knowing her character well, Yi Bai immediately recognized this as a typical display of false bravado, for he had already noted the crimson hue illuminating her ears. "Shall we dine first, then?" Yi Bai said, suppressing a chuckle, his demeanor serious. Zhong Lexi huffed, evidently amused that the big dog was easily intimidated. Yet, she swiftly discerned the peculiarity in Yi Bai's words. What did he mean by "let us dine first"? What of the next meal? Curse perverse little Bai, you still wish to indulge. Zhang Lexi could no longer contain herself, ever since their relationship began. She found herself on the losing end of their verbal duels. Unable to gain the upper hand with words, Zhang Lexi resorted to physicality, tousling Yi Bai's hair into a chaotic mess. Mr. Little Bai, please mind your conduct. Though I may have mentioned you are my man, that does not grant you license to tease me recklessly. I suspect you are eager for a stay in prison. With that, she pushed Yi Bai away, seating herself atop the desk, crossing her legs in a posture of superiority. Yi Bai, however, paid no heed to her warning, his gaze fixated on her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings. Like a chocolate cream cake, so dark yet so fair. Lexi, I am suddenly quite hungry, Yi Bai declared, feeling an insatiable appetite arise within him. Zhang Lexi's lips curled into a subtle smile as she observed Yi Bai's dazed expression, relishing the delightful sensation of being desired yet withholding. Speak up. Well, would you like to eat? Chocolate cream cake. That one. If I ate anything else, I might cough. Zhang Lexi burst into laughter, ultimately succumbing to Yi Bai's small wish. While indulging in cake, Yi Bai's gaze was fixated not on the dessert before him, but rather beneath the table. Mr. Bai, I must remind you that a lack of focus while eating may lead to choking, Zhang Lexi cautioned, having already noticed the intensity of his gaze. Though her words betrayed her, her heart swelled with joy. It was indeed a good thing that this big dog was utterly infatuated with her. With this thought in mind, she shifted her legs to offer him a better view. After finishing his meal, Yi Bai mentioned he needed to return to the shop, as he had arranged to meet Yi Zhichen for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lexi involuntarily furrowed her brows, her demeanor growing cold. Oh, if you must go, then go. What do you need to tell me for? I want to interfere with your freedom, she retorted icily, moving to sit at her desk and shielding her legs. How annoying. I want to let you see, she thought, exasperated by his incessant talk of returning to that dilapidated shop. Yi Bai wore a bitter smile. The past few days had indeed been consumed by various trivial matters, preventing him from spending quality time with Zhang Lexi. Furthermore, Zhang Lexi had been preoccupied at the company, likely due to the Su family's affairs and the news of Zhang Yichen's impending return. Hey, Lexi, are you upset? How about I make a quick trip back and then come over for dinner tonight? Yi Bai suggested with an endearing smile, leaning over her desk. Zhang Lexi, unable to resist the urge to tease the close proximity of his white hair, reached out and playfully began to tousle it. Huh, what a joke. Do you really think I can't live without you? You speak as if I'm desperately inviting you over. How ridiculous. Though her anger had dissipated, her words remained sharp. After speaking, she cast a sidelong glance at Yi Bai, who was still resting on the desk, and stated haughtily, whether you come over tonight is inconsequential, but since you mentioned it, you must keep your word and be a person of integrity, understood? Yi Bai chuckled and nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Lexi called out, Wait a moment, Bai, I have something for you. As she walked to a corner of the office, she warned him not to peek. Yi Bai waited quietly, the sound of rustling filling the air. When Zhang Lexi re-emerged before him, Yi Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. Her long legs, once clad in black stockings, now appeared unadorned. And as she approached with her hands clasped behind her back, Yi Bai's heart raced. Zhang Lexi intended to present her belongings, could it be? With a smile gracing her lips, she approached Yi Bai, her cheeks flushed as she placed a small bundle into his embrace. Xiao Bai, a little gift for you. Do you like it? Though you cannot have me, you may secretly use it, and I shall remain silent. Zhang Lexi's face was alight with mischief, her delicate crimson eyes fixed upon Yi Bai. As Yi Bai inhaled the subtle fragrance emanating from the bundle, he confirmed it was indeed what he had imagined. His heart swelled with joy, yet he maintained a solemn expression as he replied, I will take it home to wash for you. No need to thank me. With that, Yi Bai, under the teasing gaze of Zhang Lexi, instinctively touched his chest before making a hasty retreat. Zhang Lexi watched Yi Bai's somewhat flustered figure disappear, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Upon Yi Bai's return to the pawnshop, Yu Shichen was already present. Seated on a chair, he faced Ming Yi, Gui Mei, and Chu Li, while even the usually absent Wu Wang had made an appearance. A table separated the group, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. Chapter 53, where the oddity came from. Upon the return of Yi Bai, 5 pairs of eyes in the shop simultaneously turned towards him. Ming Yi was the first to voice his discontent. Boss, where on earth did you find this fellow? We haven't uttered a word, yet he has deduced our identities with astonishing accuracy. Gui Mei supported her head in her hands, her expression laced with grievance. Boss, if you don't return soon, he might even guess the color of my undergarments. That fellow has been staring at my chest with an unsettling gaze. Wu Wang, ever straightforward, coldly remarked, "Why not dispose of him? I've heard that you become what you consume. A clever person like him might just elevate our intelligence after being dealt with." Chu Li, with her head hung low and devoid of any guile, had inadvertently revealed a plethora of information to Yi Zhichun. Yi Bai observed the rare side of these individuals, typically unflappable, now visibly perturbed. A smile gracing his face as he found himself holding Yi Zhichun in even higher regard. Today, he had intended to discuss these matters with Yi Zhichun, and the fact that he had figured it out on his own saved Yi Bai the trouble. "Allow me to introduce him. This is Yu Zhichun, a strategist I stumbled upon at school," Yi Bai said with a chuckle directed at Ming Yi and the others. At this declaration, Ming Yi and the others shook their heads in unison. Wu Wang bluntly stated, "In our line of work, how much does intellect truly matter? A fool wielding a knife can be just as deadly if he strikes true." Upon hearing this, Yu Zhichun's expression shifted to one of anxiety as he cast a pleading glance at Yi Bai for assistance. After deducing their identities, a flicker of fear had crossed his mind, only to be swiftly overshadowed by overwhelming joy. Yu Zhichun resolved to join Yi Bai and his companions, regardless of the task at hand. Ming Yi, attempting to reason, added, "Indeed, boss, among us, there is no place for him. Even if someone were to perish, he would still be inadequate. Relying solely on intellect is insufficient." Ming Yi's words were considerably more tactful, yet they plunged Yi Bai into contemplation. Indeed, for this group, a singular objective sufficed. Their capabilities rendered elaborate schemes unnecessary. At this juncture, Gue Mei interjected with a smile, "Unless he is akin to this little brother and Chu Li." Upon hearing this, Yi Bai nodded in agreement. For Yi Zhichun to enter this realm, mere high intelligence was insufficient. He needed some degree of practical ability as well. Listening intently, Yi Zhichun seized the moment. "I am capable. I can do anything. Just give me a chance." Yi Bai surveyed the three assassins seated at the table, one by one. "Oh dear, boss, I must return to the island nation. It is rather inconvenient. Moreover, I do not fancy becoming a transparent individual devoid of secrets." Gue Mei giggled, casting a flirtatious glance at Yi Zhichun. "Little brother, it's not that I look down upon you." Yi Bai's gaze moved downward, yet before it could land on Wu Wang's face, he interjected, "Boss, I too must return to England. I shall speak plainly. I genuinely find him lacking. He is too slight." And his earlier comment about liking corpses struck even a pervert like me as peculiar. Yi Bai was left speechless once more. "I already have a successor." Ming Yi merely uttered a single statement. Upon witnessing this situation, Yi Zhichun felt a significant diminish in his hopes. Although Wu Wang and Gue Mei had accepted him, due to family circumstances, Yi Zhichun could not depart from Tianhai, let alone venture abroad. What of Kan? Did he have a successor? Yi Bai recalled Kan. After he had slain Shen Yi, Kan had approached the Zhang family estate to seek financial assistance from Zhang Lushi. After speaking, Yi Bai turned his gaze toward Ming Yi, awaiting his response. Realizing there was still a glimmer of hope, Yi Zhichun's eyes brightened once more, filled with anticipation as he looked at Ming Yi. Casting a glance at Yi Zhichun, Ming Yi finally remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate, lad. Kan is a lean fellow and might take a liking to you. In a couple of days, I shall summon him to assess the situation." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhichun nodded repeatedly, his face unable to conceal the ecstatic joy. Yi Bai shot a puzzled glance at Yi Zhichun, unable to comprehend why he was so elated. "Yi Zhichun, the matter is not yet settled, and you already feel assured of victory? Such a mindset is unwise." Yi Bai jested. Yi Zhichun, however, did not temper his smile, responding, "Aha. For someone like me, even the slightest flicker of hope is enough to bring me immense joy. I fear nothing, save for the absence of hope." Yi Bai nodded in understanding. Yi Zhichun possessed a character that many lacked. From our conversation, you might have surmised that here, one must be skilled in the art of killing, which may entail enduring excruciating training, Yi Bai cautioned. Yi Zhichun became even more exhilarated, leaping from his chair and spinning in place several times. "This is marvelous. I relish suffering." Yi Bai was left utterly speechless. Wu Wang scoffed, "What did I tell you? Even a pervert like me finds him peculiar." After sending Yu Zhichun away, Yi Bai decided to notify him when Kan arrived. Once Yu Zhichun had departed, Ming Yi chuckled, "Boss, there truly are those who fear not death. That Zhong Yichun has returned to Tianhai, and I am beginning to doubt whether the sentient beings have indeed killed fewer over the years, losing their prestige." Yi Bai, intrigued by this news, immediately took an interest. No wonder Zhang Lushi had inquired about his thoughts on killing Zhong Yichun today. It appeared that Zhang Yichun was resolutely intent on seizing control of the Zhang family. Zhang Zhenhan must have warned him of the terror of the sentient beings, yet Zhong Yichen remained resolute in his folly. Human desire can often render individuals profoundly foolish. Zhong Yichen was still too young to grasp the true horror of the sentient beings as described by Zhang Zhenhan. Boss, we ought not to involve ourselves in this matter. After all, he is your brother-in-law, Mingyi remarked with a smile, with Gui Mei and Wu Wang nodding in agreement. Yu Bai rolled his eyes, having no intention of letting them intervene. All right, I understand. I shall handle it myself, Yu Bai stated as he made his way outside the shop. Mingyi, now intrigued, stood up and asked, Boss, are you taking action tonight? You certainly show no mercy towards your brother-in-law. Yu Bai paused momentarily, glancing back, and replied, Who said I am going to kill him tonight? I have pressing matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Ming-Yi immediately displayed an expression of understanding. As the injuries showed signs of improvement, Wu Wang, witnessing Yi Bai preparing to depart, hesitated for a moment before resolutely making up his mind. Boss, please don't leave just yet. I have something to discuss with you. His voice was low, effectively halting Yi Bai, who had already taken a step out the door. Yi Bai turned back, glanced at Wu Wang's expression, and returned to his seat. What is it? Wu Wang took a deep breath and slowly began. Hey Wu Chang has sought me out. Upon hearing this, a rare seriousness crossed Yu Bai's face. Chapter 54. Whom should we save? A seemingly innocuous remark from Wu Wang instantly captured the attention of everyone present, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. After a prolonged pause, Mingyi sighed and remarked, You and he should never have crossed paths. Yi Bai sat opposite Wu Wang, patiently awaiting his words. I did not seek him, rather. He sought me out after I had slain his deputy. Wu Wang shifted into a more comfortable position, continuing his narrative. Even now, the wound inflicted by Yi Bai still throbbed painfully. Following the demise of the former master, they wished for me to ascend to the position of leader, likely due to my nature, which would not interfere with their ulterior motives. At this juncture, Wu Wang cast a fleeting glance at Yi Bai, who remained inscrutable. Gui Mei let out a cold laugh, remarking, He certainly has a cunning strategy. Should you become Bai Wu Chang, he would wield absolute power. For you seem disinterested in governance and prefer a simpler existence. Wu Wang shook his head, stating, It must be more than that. They have sought me out numerous times. Yet I refused to meet until a week ago. As they listened to Wu Wang's account, the furrows on several brows deepened. A week prior, He Wu Chang's deputy had come to confront Wu Wang, yet he remained elusive, in a bid to compel Wu Wang into the open. The deputy slaughtered many congregants within the church. This act ignited Wu Wang's fury, prompting him to dispatch He Wu Chang's deputy, whose corpse still hangs upon the church's crucifix. Subsequently, He Wu Chang himself paid a visit. Wu Wang had assumed he came for retribution, but he was mistaken. He Wu Chang merely had a few words for Wu Wang, which prompted him to seek out Yi Bai. The authority of Zhongxing has evolved over millennia, culminating a century ago in a delicate balance of power between two figures, He Wu Chang and Bai Wu Chang. He Wu Chang wields a copper coin, commanding thousands of assassins under the banner of Zhongsheng, while Bai Wu Chang, now embodied by Yi Bai, oversees 64 individuals named after the 64 hexagrams, monitoring all assassins within the organization. I remain oblivious to their precise intentions, but I surmise that He Wu Chang yearns for a return to chaos, a time when we thrived amidst anarchy. Presently, we are gradually fading into obscurity, becoming increasingly obsolete. Wu Wang's voice carried a note of melancholy. The lineage of Zhongsheng has dwindled from a peak of 700,000 to fewer than 100,000 assassins today. Though we remain an indomitable force, it is undeniable that Zhongsheng is in decline. In its heyday, a saying echoed among the populace, wherever the light of the sun and moon shines, there lies the domain of Zhongxing. To be honest, boss, were it not for your presence, I would have followed He Wu Chang, Wu Wang remarked with a smile. Gui Mei, upon hearing this, sneered derisively. Thus, you shall never become Bai Wu Chang. Yi Bai regarded Wu Wang's smile with a tumult of emotions. If He Wu Chang's desires were to come to fruition, countless innocents would perish. Yi Bai murmured, If this era were to revert to chaos, how many lives would be lost then? The flourishing of all beings necessitates their sacrifices. Glory, power, desire. These elements have enabled this world to persist, and there are no innocents among the multitude. Wu Wang gently clasped the cross upon his chest, murmuring softly. In Yi Bai's mind, two conflicting thoughts continually intertwined, whether to save the beings or to save the essence of existence itself. Where's Haiba-Chang? I wish to speak with him, Yi Bai suddenly declared. No sooner had he spoken than Mingyi, who had remained silent until then, rose to his feet, his face flickering in the shadows cast by the light. Boss. The law of kings dictates that one king must not meet another, Mingy asserted resolutely. After a prolonged silence, Yabai finally responded, I need to ponder this carefully. Aligning with Haibichang could yield a partnership strong enough to ensure the ascendance of the beings, but such an alliance would inevitably birth a greater chaos. Conversely, failing to do so would lead to the downfall of the beings themselves. Gently caressing the bone ring on his left hand, Yabai rose slowly, his steps heavy as he retreated to his chamber. What are your thoughts, my children? What decision do you wish your master to make? Guimei inquired, her gaze fixed on the pallid Wuwang and the inscrutable Mingy. Mingy remained silent, his countenance obscured in the shadows, as if he were in a deep slumber. As for me, I only recognize that ring, Wuwang replied softly before clutching his chest and making his way to his sleeping quarters. Guimei rolled her eyes in exasperation. Resigning to the futility of her inquiry, Yabai sat in his room, contemplating the bone ring in his palm. A sudden pang of nostalgia for Laobai washed over him. In an aging courtyard within Tianhai City, a brooding young man sat at a stone table. Opposite him, an elderly man with white hair sipped tea, his demeanor tranquil. Li Lao cast a glance at the young man, whose expression was as dark as a stormy sea, and spoke, Zhong Yichen, you should not have returned. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yichen clenched his jaw, anger flickering across his features. I refuse to accept this. The Zhong family rightfully belongs to me. He spat, gripping the teacup tightly. Li Lao sighed, choosing silence. Just then, the courtyard door creaked open, and Zhong Junhan strode in with a stern expression. Upon seeing him, Zhong Yichen leapt to his feet. Father. Zhong Junhan approached his son and delivered a stinging slap across Zhong Yichen's face, sending him crashing to the ground. You fool. I warned you against returning. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Zhong Junhan roared, his gaze devoid of any compassion as he looked down at the fallen Zhong Yichen. Slowly rising, Zhong Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury. He screamed in desperation. Why? You promised me the Zhong family was mine. What is Zhong Lexi? A mere woman. How can she lead the Zhong family? Before he could finish, another resounding slap from Zhong Junhan silenced him. You foolish child. I have told you. We are nothing compared to the beings. Are you seeking death? Zhong Junhan's fury intensified as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the prostrate Zhong Yichen. Observing this scene, Elderly furrowed his brow and could no longer contain himself, rising to intervene. Zhong Yichen, heed your father's words and depart. Relinquish any thoughts of the Zhong family. Your father is contemplating granting you other forms of power, Elderly advised, gently urging Zhong Junhan to sit. However, the already beaten Zhong Yichen, unable to rise, became even more unhinged upon hearing these words. I refuse. I desire nothing but the Zhong family. It rightfully belongs to me, he bellowed, his gaze fixed intently on Zhong Junhan. Seeing Zhong Junhan prepare to strike again, Zhong Yichen mustered all his strength to stand, albeit unsteadily. If you will not assist me, I shall seize it myself. What are those commoners? Merely a band of cowardly assassins. The Zhong family has never been ruled by a woman. With that, he limped out of the courtyard. Elderly, do we possess the means to protect Zhong Yichen? Zhong Junhan rasped, his voice hoarse. All of this was a consequence of their own actions. Zhong Yichen's perception of the Zhong family as his personal possession was entirely the result of Zhong Junhan's teachings over the years. Elderly sighed and shook his head, noting that throughout history, there have been no recorded instances of a commoner ever failing. Zhong Junhan sat beside the stone table, his eyes hollow, as though he had aged several decades in an instant. After leaving the courtyard, Zhong Yichen entered a vehicle and retrieved his phone, dialing the number of Su Mosh, the head of the Su family. Uncle Su, let us meet this evening. I have returned. Chapter 55, Dearest Mr. Bai in the shop, Yi Bai remained ensnared in contemplation, grappling with a difficult decision. Time slipped by imperceptibly until he was abruptly roused from his reverie by the insistent ringing of his phone. It dawned on him that he had promised to visit Zhong Lexi. The urgency of the call sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Oh no, the young lady might be on the verge of losing her composure. Cough, cough, Lexi? I've been delayed by some matters, but I'll head over right away, Yi Bai stammered anxiously. To his surprise, Zhong Lexi's voice was not as frantic as he had anticipated. Rather, it was remarkably composed. There's no need to come over, she replied coolly. It's quite late. Prepare yourself, as someone will be visiting your shop shortly. You should attend to them. As Yi Bai absorbed her words, an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over him. Lexi, at this late hour. Who would come to see me? He ventured cautiously, glancing out the window to confirm that night had indeed fallen. With a scornful chuckle, Zhong Lushi replied, "Oh, Mr. Bai, it's rare that you acknowledge the lateness of the hour. No matter, I've summoned a construction crew to renovate your shop." Yi Bai's heart raced at the mention of a construction crew. Renovations? Surely they were not intending to demolish his establishment? "Oh dear, Lushi, please don't. I lost track of time while busy with work. I promise it won't happen again. I'll come to see you immediately. Please don't be upset," he said, forcing a smile as he resolved to placate her. Zhong Lushi's tone turned icy. "Mr. Bai, you must understand that my frustration is substantial enough to devour you whole. I advise against coming here to meet your demise." Yi Bai promptly sensed a shift in her demeanor. Her earlier calm had given way to a more playful tone. Seizing the moment, he adopted an excessively flattering tone. "Lushi, how about I come over and prepare a meal for you? I haven't eaten yet, and am quite hungry. I miss you dearly. I long to kiss you." As he employed his charms, Zhong Lushi's voice softened, losing some of its previous sternness. "Dearest Mr. Bai, I expect you to appear before me within 1 minute, or your shop shall be reduced to ruins," she declared haughtily. Yi Bai's expression shifted dramatically. 1 minute? He wouldn't even have time to fly over. Just as he contemplated negotiating with her, he heard her voice on the other end. "Less chatter. I'm across the street from your shop. Hurry over. I have some serious tidying up to do with you." Initially stunned, Yi Bai's spirits soared with delight. She had merely been teasing him. What a clever young lady. In the shop's main hall, Ming Yi observed Yi Bai's elated departure and chuckled, "Boss, you ought to take time to unwind. Staying cooped up in here won't yield any brilliant ideas." He had already discerned that Zhong Lushi awaited across the street, hence his remark. Yi Bai nodded with a smile and dashed outside. Upon spotting Zhong Lushi, before he could utter a word, his head was subjected to a barrage of playful reprimands. "Damn you, Mr. Bai, daring to stand me up, while countless individuals have longed for the opportunity to share a meal with me. You, on the other hand." Zhong Lexi grasped Yi Bai's head, vigorously tousling his hair. Sitting in the driver's seat, Xiao Qi observed the scene with a silent smile. In recent days, the young lady had been overwhelmed with strategies to counter Zhong Yiqin and Zhong Jinhan, and it was high time for her to find an outlet for her pent-up frustrations. Yi Bai, unable to withstand Zhong Lexi's relentless assault any longer, felt his hair being mercilessly ruffled. He swiftly wrapped his arms around Zhong Lexi's slender waist, pleading with urgency. "Lexi, I was wrong. Please be gentle. You wouldn't want me to become bald, would you? That would be quite embarrassing for you." Zhong Lexi's waist was suddenly under siege, causing her delicate frame to nearly falter, and her hands instinctively softened their grip. "Ah, you rogue, Xiao Bai. Who permitted you to embrace my waist? Release me at once," she exclaimed, her breath quickening, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Yi Bai, however, remained oblivious, savoring the exquisite sensation coursing through his arms. "Xiao Bai, let go. If someone sees us, you shouldn't. Why are you holding on even tighter?" Zhong Lexi admonished softly, cradling Yi Bai's head. The situation had shifted abruptly. The once unyielding Zhong Lexi now spoke with a hint of supplication. "Oh, Lexi, why have you stopped?" Yi Bai teased, nudging his head further into her embrace. Startled, Zhong Lexi let out a gasp and began to squirm. "No more. Move away." After much wriggling, Yi Bai finally relented, a joyful grin illuminating his face as he regarded Zhong Lexi. She pointed an accusing finger at him, holding back her words, yet failing to articulate even a single sentence. This audacious canine companion, what has come over him? Previously, he would only dare to hold my hand, yet now he brazenly. "Come home with me. I shall deal with you properly once we return," Zhong Lexi declared defiantly before diving into the car. Yi Bai followed suit, snuggling closely beside her. "Perverse Xiao Bai, please refrain from pressing against me incessantly, like some beast." Zhong Lexi curled up in her seat, casting a glance at the large dog beside her. Despite the ample space available next to him, he insisted on squeezing in tightly. Hearing such a peculiar analogy from Zhong Lexi, Yi Bai's smile widened even further. "Hee, Lexi, you are truly benevolent towards me, always rewarding me," he chuckled awkwardly. Zhong Lexi paused, then covered her forehead with her hand, exuding a sense of resignation. "Xiao Bai, you are truly beyond words." After uttering this, she tightly shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight, choosing to remain oblivious to his antics. Throughout the journey, Yi Bai found immense satisfaction. He would hold Zhong Lexi's hand, steal kisses on her cheeks, and engage in playful mischief. Though he was often met with her mild rebukes, he remained undeterred. As the vehicle slowly approached the Zhong family estate, Yi Bai naturally held the car door open, extending his hand to assist Zhang Lexi as she exited. Zhang Lexi felt a profound satisfaction with Yi Bai's actions. Upon exiting the vehicle, she did not release his hand. Together, they strolled towards the villa, hand in hand. However, as soon as they entered the villa, the shyness and smile that adorned Zhang Lexi's face vanished entirely, replaced by an expression of icy demeanor. In the living room, Zhang Jinhan sat on the sofa, seemingly awaiting his daughter's return. "My daughter, it has been quite some time," he remarked, rising to his feet with a faint smile gracing his lips. Zhang Lexi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Bai, and coldly replied, "It has indeed been a while, father." Chapter 56. The request of Zhang Jinhan. Within the confines of the villa, Zhang Lexi confronted her father, Zhang Jinhan, with a visage marked by indifference. Throughout her life, she harbored little affection for this father, who was consumed by an obsession with power. From her childhood, he had bestowed upon her not a shred of paternal love. Both Zhang Lexi and Zhang Yichen were merely instruments for him to solidify his authority. The atmosphere grew tense, and as Zhang Jinhan's gaze lingered on Yi Bai, Zhang Lexi's demeanor turned even colder. "Father, Yi Bai has no relation to the Zhang family. Let him leave for now, and we shall converse," Zhang Lexi uttered icily. Without waiting for her father's consent, she turned to Yi Bai, saying, "Xiao Bai, would you please return for the time being? Once I have settled matters here, I will come to find you. Be obedient." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. As if fearing Yi Bai would refuse to depart, she gently urged him away. A flicker of shrewdness crossed Zhang Jinhan's eyes as he observed the scene before him. Unaware that Zhang Lexi remained oblivious to Yi Bai's formidable identity, this revelation strengthened his resolve to protect Zhang Yichen's life. "It is quite all right, Lexi. Let him stay a while longer. We will all be family in the future," Zhang Jinhan remarked, his tone inexplicably warm. Shocked, Zhang Lexi turned to face him, for she had never heard such a tone from him in her life. It felt utterly bizarre, and suddenly, a thought struck her, transforming her gaze into one of blood-red intensity. "Father, should you dare to harm Yi Bai, I am capable of anything," she declared with deliberate emphasis. Despite the trepidation she felt in the presence of Zhang Jinhan, she was resolute that no harm must befall Yi Bai. At that moment, Yi Bai, who had remained silent thus far, spoke up. He looked at Zhang Jinhan and smiled. "Lexi, it is no trouble for me to remain here a bit longer." As he spoke, he grasped Zhang Lexi's hand gently, offering a reassuring squeeze. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Zhang Lexi tightened her grip on Yi Bai's hand and guided him to sit as close to Zhang Jinhan as possible. Retrieving a miniature handgun from her bag to hold discreetly, she realized that allowing Yi Bai to leave was not the safest option. Zhang Jinhan might prevent him from exiting the estate altogether. Zhang Jinhan regarded Zhang Lexi with a bitter smile, recognizing that his daughter had become quite ruthless. He discerned her intentions. Her presence beside him served as a warning. Should he entertain any violent thoughts towards Yi Bai, the proximity might very well cost him his life. In the face of Zhang Jinhan, Zhang Lexi placed her trust solely in herself, dismissing any reliance on the other members of the Zhang family within the estate. "Lexi, please do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions." Zhang Jinhan attempted to ease the tension that hung in the air. In truth, he was even more apprehensive than Zhang Lexi, for he was acutely aware that seated beside him was not merely his daughter, but a harbinger of death. His presence here today was the result of considerable resolve. Zhang Lexi, however, interpreted Zhang Jinhan's words as mere formalities, her expression remaining unwaveringly stern. "Father, you didn't come to engage in idle chatter with me, did you?" Zhang Lexi inquired. Only Yi Bai was aware of the clamminess of her grip on his hand. Zhang Jinhan chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, Lexi, I will be frank. I have encountered Zhang Yichen. He has returned to Tianhai." Zhang Lexi furrowed her brow, already aware of this news, though it was not something she expected to hear from Zhang Jinhan's lips. "And what now, father? Are you here to coerce me into abdicating?" she asked with a cold smile. In the face of the formidable Zhang family, the tenuous bonds of kinship were eclipsed by the allure of power. Zhang Jinhan scrutinized Yi Bai's expression before continuing. "The Zhang family is now yours. Henceforth, I shall not interfere in any matters concerning the Zhang family." A look of astonishment crossed Zhang Lexi's face, leaving her questioning whether she had misheard. "What about my dear brother? He covertly orchestrates attempts on my life. You cannot possibly be oblivious to that." Zhang Lexi tightened her grip on the gun in her hand. Today's behavior from Zhang Jinhan was exceedingly unusual, prompting her to wonder if he had perished and someone else was masquerading in his skin. Zhang Jinhan noticed her subtle movements and straightened slightly, stating, "I have warned him not to contend with you, Yet he remains obstinate, seeking to ally with the Su family to usurp your position. The revelation intensified the bewilderment in Zhang Lexi's eyes. So, father, do you intend to assist me? What price must I pay? Her question cut to the quick, momentarily leaving Zhong Jinhan taken aback. As I said, the Zhong family is yours. All my shares in Zhongshe Group have been transferred to your name, and the process should now be complete. You may verify it with a phone call. Zhang Jinhan spoke slowly. Zhang Lexi found it hard to believe that Zhong Jinhan had so readily relinquished the Zhang family to her. Soon, she regained her composure and pressed on with her previous inquiry. What must I sacrifice? Zhong Jinhan glanced at Yi Bai again and remarked, Zhong Yiqin is far too immature. Even in collusion with the Su family, he cannot rival you. I will also provide you with additional support, but I implore you, once you secure your position as the head of the Zhang family, spare his life for the sake of our relationship as father and daughter. Though Zhong Jinhan appeared to be addressing Zhang Lexi, his peripheral vision remained fixed on Yi Bai. Zhang Lexi fell into a prolonged contemplation before finally asking, what is your rationale for this? Despite Zhong Jinhan's intentions, she had no intention of forgiving Zhong Yiqin. She would show no mercy to one who sought her demise. Zhong Jinhan replied with a smile, I simply wish for neither of you to perish. If this conflict continues unchecked, one of you will inevitably be lost. In truth, there was a half-formed thought he withheld. If death were to claim one, it would surely be Zhong Yiqin. With a cold laugh, Zhang Lexi recognized the insincerity in Zhong Jinhan's words. If he truly felt that way, Zhong Yiqin would not have returned. Lexi, our discussion is concluded. May I stay here for a meal? I hope it is not an inconvenience, Zhong Jinhan inquired. Zhong Lexi glanced at a document that had arrived on her phone, confirming, as Zhong Jinhan had stated, that she now possessed the entirety of the Zhong family. Xiaobai, please summon the servants to prepare a meal. Just tell them what you wish to eat. Zhang Lexi remained seated beside Zhong Jinhan, merely instructing Yi Bai to notify the servants. Zhong Jinhan could only manage a wry smile. Despite having acquired the entire Zhong family, did Zhong Lexi still harbor doubts about him? The meal concluded amidst a profound silence among the three, with Zhong Lexi focused on her food, consuming the dishes that Yi Bai had served her. More than once, Zhong Jinhan cast a complex gaze toward Yi Bai. Ultimately, it was Zhong Lexi who personally escorted Zhong Jinhan to the car. As he departed, he glanced back at Yi Bai, words unspoken yet lingering in the air. He fervently hoped that, through this gesture, Yi Bai would spare Zhong Yiqin, at least granting him a reprieve. Once Zhong Jinhan had left, Zhong Lexi regained a semblance of her vivacity. As if releasing a breath of relief, she curled up on the sofa. In truth, Zhong Jinhan was in an even more precarious state. Cold sweat had long since drenched his back. In the past few days, he had utilized all available resources to comprehend the significance of that bone ring. This urgency compelled him to take risks, necessitating a meeting with Zhang Lexi, especially in Yi Bai's presence. Seeing that Zhang Lexi had finally begun to relax, Yi Bai settled beside her, gently kneading her legs in an attempt to soothe her frayed nerves. After a considerable time, Zhong Lexi fully relaxed, a smile gracing her face. Observing Yi Bai's diligent efforts, she playfully extended a small foot to tap his chest, inquiring, Xiaobai, do confess. Have you made use of the small gift I presented to you this afternoon? Chapter 57. The structure of your body. Night White felt the soft touch against his chest, his eyes widening slightly. It was still September, and the temperature was quite warm. He was clad only in a short-sleeved shirt. The delicate foot of Zhang Lexi rested upon his chest, separated by merely a thin layer of fabric. Night White, driven by a greedy impulse, leaned forward to press against her. Zhang Lexi's face flushed a shade of crimson, her heart brimming with delight, yet her words belied her joy. Perverted little White. I'm asking you a question. Have you used it, or not? Night White shook his head in denial, responding, Lexi, do I seem like that kind of person? What do you mean by used it? I need time. Zhang Lexi chuckled, as if she had heard the most amusing joke, playfully nudging him away with her leg. Oh, so you're too embarrassed to admit it, huh? I bet you lost track of time and were holed up in your room doing something naughty, right? Night White found himself at a loss for words. It was a dilemma with no easy escape. To deny using it would require explaining why he had stood her up, while admitting to using it would tarnish his reputation as a pervert. Observing the expression on Night White's face, Zhong Lexi wore a mischievous smile, saying, If you find yourself lacking, I'll gladly lend you mine for tomorrow. Yet Night White, with a smile, replied, Actually, Lexi, more than that, I long for you. As he spoke, his gaze continually drifted toward her delicate feet resting on the sofa. Dream on. Pervert. Zhang Lexi, blushing, had guessed his thoughts and scolded him playfully before descending from the sofa and making her way upstairs, playfully stepping on one of his legs as she passed. "Lexi, where will I sleep?" Night White feigned ignorance, though he felt a glimmer of hope despite knowing it was unlikely. Standing on the staircase leading to the second floor, John Lexi turned back with a shy smile. "Of course, in the room you usually sleep in. What else would it be? Have you grown fond of the sofa?" Night White wished to confess his newfound affinity for the sofa, but found that Jean Lexi had already dashed into her room, shutting the door firmly behind her. Once inside, her cheeks were aflame, and her breath quickened. She gently patted her chest, repeatedly admonishing herself internally, "I must not give in. I must not give in." The following day, after breakfast, Jean Lexi accompanied Night White to school. Now fully in control of the Jean family, she had numerous matters to attend to. The first order of business was to eliminate dissenters. She needed to dismiss all of Zhang Zhenhan's former subordinates, as she could not trust them. Previously, due to Zhang Zhenhan, she had hesitated to act, but with the family now firmly in her grasp, she could finally put her plans into motion. Additionally, she had to remain vigilant of Zhang Yiqin and the Su family, who would likely make moves soon. Jean Lexi had lost all faith in Zhang Zhenhan and did not rely on him for assistance. Upon arriving at school, Night White spotted Yu Shichen waiting at the gate. Having arrived early, as soon as she saw him, she hurried over, a light jog carrying her to his side. "Hey, has my master arrived?" Yu Shichen asked with a smile. He was residing at the school and had returned last night from the pawnshop, exhilarated to the point of being unable to sleep. Hearing Yu Shichen refer to him with such an unfamiliar title, Yi Bai felt slightly uncomfortable. It had only been a night. What master? It was far too premature. Also, "Don't call me boss. It sounds odd," Yi Bai remarked as he walked towards the school. Yu Shichen followed closely behind, chuckling, "I have always been a patient person. But I must admit, I am quite anxious about this matter." Yi Bai understood that he spoke the truth. Most individuals would likely linger at the shop given such an opportunity. Although Ken was in Longhua, he was not in Tianhai, and he might still have tasks at hand. "Just be patient and wait a couple of days," Yi Bai explained to Yu Shichen. Yu Shichen nodded, resigning himself to wait a little longer. Upon reaching the changing room to don his military training uniform, Yu Shichen continued to trail Yi Bai. While changing, Yu Shichen's gaze was fixated on Yi Bai's physique, his eyes gleaming with an unusual curiosity. Yi Bai felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Yu Shichen harbored some peculiar inclination? If that were the case, he would have to reconsider Yu Shichen's desire to join Zhangxing. Noticing Yi Bai's discomfort, Yu Shichen quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand. I'm perfectly normal. I merely heard that you once performed over 3,000 push-ups, nearly 4,000, which exceeds the physical limits of an average person. I am genuinely curious about the structure of your body." He continued to scrutinize Yi Bai intently. Yi Bai hurriedly finished dressing, his face darkening as he retorted, "If you wish to dissect me, just say so." With his thoughts laid bare, Yu Shichen showed no sign of embarrassment and inquired, "If not a dissection, may I at least touch?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bai furrowed his brows, instinctively recoiling, and made his way outside. Yu Shichen trailed behind, incessantly chattering, much to Yi Bai's annoyance. "If you happen to die, could you arrange for someone to deliver your body to me? Please, are all your companions as strong as you? If any have perished, could you tell me where they are buried? I beg you, once I join, could you allow me a personal dissection to observe?" Yi Bai could no longer tolerate Yu Shichen's incessant chatter. Initially, dealing with one oddity was more than enough, and now here was another. Moreover, Ming Yi had mentioned that aside from the 4 Yi Bai had encountered, the other 60 individuals each had their own peculiar quirks. Yi Bai quickened his pace and soon arrived at his military training team, finally shaking off Yu Shichen. Moments later, military training commenced, and predictably, Xia Miyun was late once again, earning a thorough reprimand from Zhao Yu. During training, Yi Bai also received a call from Zhong Lexi. She informed him that she was busy today and that he need not come over. He should find something to eat on his own. And she transferred several thousand yuan to him. Yi Bai felt a surge of delight, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of being treated like a son. Since the acquaintance with Zhong Lexi, Yi Bai has not spent a single penny. To this day, that 100 million remains untouched in his account. Yi Bai has finally grasped why so many people aspire to live off others' fortunes. It is indeed a delightful prospect. Recently, the intensity of military training has gradually escalated, leaving many in a state of despair. However, with over half a month still remaining, the end seems a distant dream. After enduring to the conclusion of today's session, Yi Bai felt no physical fatigue, merely an overwhelming sense of ennui. He is now contemplating whether to trouble Zhong Lexi for an extended leave, postponing his return to school until after the military training concludes. After sharing a meal at school with Yushichin, Yibai returned to his shop. Under the old locust tree at the entrance, Mingy noticed Yibai's arrival and stood up, as if he had been waiting for him all along. "Is there something you need?" Yibai inquired, as Mingy typically could not be bothered to even lift his eyelids upon Yibai's return. Mingy smiled, picked up a notebook from the ground, shook off the ash on it, and then handed it to Yibai. The notebook was quite ordinary. The sort one could purchase for merely 2 or 3 yuan, and many pages had been torn out, suggesting that the writer had grappled with their thoughts, dissatisfied with their own words, resulting in repeated tearing and rewriting. The paper had yellowed, indicating it had been frequently perused. Old Bai wrote this in the year before his passing. He advised me that when you find yourself at a crossroads, you should entrust it to you. Mingy remarked before reclining once more, slowly closing his eyes. Yibai stared at the notebook in his hands, lost in thought for a considerable time before he made his way to his room. Chapter 58. The Memoir of the White Wuchang. Yibai sat in his room for an extended period, holding the few pages left to him by Lao Bai, before finally turning to the first page. Lao Bai's handwriting was somewhat hasty, each line was crooked, yet it did not impede comprehension. Yibai meticulously read every word, wishing to imprint each character into his memory. These were reflections penned by Lao Bai in the year preceding his death, a personal memoir intended for Yibai. It did not instruct Yibai on how to navigate life or resolve dilemmas, but it left him gasping for breath. Little Bai, by the time you read this, I believe you will have encountered a formidable decision. However, I cannot dictate your course of action. These are merely my antiquated tales, and I hope my experiences will serve you well. As you have noted, I have only taught you the art of killing. You are remarkably gifted, far surpassing my former self, and that is the sole merit I possess to offer. When I was 7, my master passed away, leaving me with nothing but a bone ring and a head full of lethal skills. Initially, no one from the organization came to seek me out, likely because my master had not made arrangements for me. At that time, I was oblivious to my role as the next White Wuchang. I merely wished to tend to the shop he had left behind and follow the rules he established, yet no orders came my way. In my era, securing a meal was no easy feat. My skills were of little use, as my master had taught me that I must not harm ordinary people. After my master's death, I could no longer endure the pangs of hunger and wandered aimlessly. In a village, I received my first commission, a death order placed by an elderly woman. Her son had been slain by bandits, and her daughter-in-law had perished from torment. When I offered to help her seek vengeance, she readily consented, which took me by surprise. It was only much later that I understood, for someone in her position, the truth had become irrelevant. The old woman produced a few ears of corn, her entire stash, ground them into flour, and prepared a bowl of porridge for me. That bowl of corn porridge was scalding hot, and to this day, it still seems to sear my chest. I exterminated all 71 bandits on the mountain and presented the head of their leader before her. As she passed away, she grasped my hand and uttered a single sentence. I wish for people like you to exist, yet I also wish for your kind to be unnecessary. The calluses on her hands pressed painfully against my palm, a discomfort that haunted me for several sleepless nights, leaving me perplexed. Eventually, the previous Qian and Kuan found me, and it was then that I became aware of my true identity. I felt little about my newfound status, only relief that I might no longer experience hunger. From that point on, my life began to improve. I not only fulfilled the orders received at the shop, but also hunted down traitorous assassins who had fled from Zhongxing. Years passed, how many I cannot precisely recall. During this time, my shop received various commissions, most of which were live orders, with death orders being a rarity. I eventually discerned a pattern. Those who sought live orders genuinely wished for others to perish. Those who take their own lives do so out of a sheer desire to escape existence. Furthermore, those who choose to end their lives are often individuals who should not meet such a fate. The year the Black Wuchang sought me out, I had already occupied the position of White Wuchang for a decade, while he had just assumed his role as Black Wuchang. He requested my assistance in executing a certain individual, a task that, upon reaching his station, necessitated personal involvement. And the assignment he sought my help with was far from ordinary. He assured me that this endeavor was shrouded in secrecy, known only to us. I surmised that, having recently taken on the mantle of Black Wuchang, he must have lacked trustworthy allies, hence my selection, as I bore no motive to harm him. The target proved to be exceptionally elusive, a sentiment I had never before experienced, and Black Wuchang shared my apprehension. In our pursuit of this individual, The number of his subordinates we vanquished became a blur. I only recall the blood that inundated the ground, submerging my ankles, accompanied by the wails of the dying, akin to the cries of malevolent spirits. Fortunately, we succeeded in our mission, yet his followers retaliated fiercely, driving us into the depths of the mountains, where their numbers seemed endless. During our days and nights concealed within the mountains, we dispatched enough of them to instill fear, yet they persistently trailed us from a distance, ultimately cornering us atop the peak. No one dared to confront us, for the mountain was littered with their fallen comrades. Black Wuchang bore numerous fragments of shrapnel embedded in his flesh, and I was not much better off. A bullet had grazed his leg. I resorted to slicing open his charred calf, only to discover the bullet lodged within his bone, resisting all attempts to extract it. We endured our entrapment for what felt like over a month. The exact duration eludes me. Yet I vividly recall gnawing on the bark of the trees atop the mountain and claiming the lives of several adversaries during that time. In those moments, I found myself yearning for the bowl of corn porridge I had savored at the age of 7. As Black Wuchang's wounds began to fester, he resolved to sever his leg, slicing it into numerous pieces. The mingling sense of charred flesh and rancid decay lingered, and for years thereafter, I abstained from consuming meat. Thankfully, Black Wuchang's presence ensured we did not succumb to starvation. After the demise of our target, war erupted, and the encircling forces gradually retreated. As we descended the mountain, the last rays of twilight were devoured by the horizon, reminiscent of the light that flickered in the eyes of that old woman at her passing. I had been but a pawn in Black Wuchang's game. As the scale of the conflict burgeoned, ushering in a period of prosperity for the realm. In the years that followed, I eliminated many of Black Wuchang's subordinates and established a new rule for my successor. Kings should not meet. Little White, do you recall the tale I once shared with you from 1,000 years ago? I deceived you. The love story between the guard and the princess is but a poignant legend spun by the realm. The truth is that the guard indeed cherished the princess. He forcibly liberated her for her freedom, only to be betrayed by the princess, who became enamored with power. She left a trail of markers along their journey, leading to their swift discovery by foreign tribes. Ultimately, the princess, utilizing her exceptional intellect, ascended to become the queen of the foreign tribes. Commanding their invasion of the Central Plains, the guard was sent into the ranks of a foreign army, alongside other captured Han individuals, serving as the first line of sacrifice during the war. Miraculously, he survived subsequent battles, and the vigilance of the foreign forces towards him gradually diminished. At last, on a fateful night, the guard seized an opportunity to escape. With a heart heavy as ash, he encountered a child who would irrevocably alter the course of his life. This child founded the Zhongxing, ultimately slaying the princess who had ascended to become the queen of the foreign realm. The bone ring crafted from the skull of the princess, known as Xiaobai, endures to this day, not as a symbol of power, but as a poignant reminder to refrain from excessive lust for authority. Xiaobai, I am not adept at moralizing, yet you must acknowledge a stark truth. The exalted Zhongxing exists solely due to the humble origins of a mere child. Long before my demise, I foresaw that in the near future, Pei Wuchang would undoubtedly seek you out, leaving you restless through the night. I cannot discern whether he is right or wrong, nor can I dictate the choices you ought to make. It seems that whatever decision you arrive at, it shall be for the sake of Zhongxing. Xiaobai, I truly wish to see you more often. As Yabai turned the final page, tears streamed down his face. He gazed out at the night sky, which had slowly enveloped the world, and after a lengthy pause, he rose, wiped his face, and exited the room. In the hall, everyone awaited Yabai's emergence. Kan had also arrived, accompanied by 2 individuals whom Yabai had yet to meet. According to Mingyi, they were the most enigmatic among the 64, known as Qian, Ang, and Kuan. They all awaited Yabai's words, eager to learn what decision he had reached. Chapter 59. The weary duo Yabai gazed at the assembly of onlookers in the hall and began to speak slowly. All beings in this world have their own paths to traverse. Our duty is to oversee all assassins, including Pei Wuchang. With this solitary declaration, Yabai fell silent. The expressions of those present varied, mirroring Yibai's own quandary as they too faced their choices. Ming-Yi revealed a genuine smile. The notebook left to him by Lao Bai had been perused countless times, leading him to discern the appropriate course of action. Such circumstances might plunge the beings into chaos, perhaps even leading to their utter annihilation, a lamentable prospect. Wu Wang clutched the crucifix at his chest, his complexion ashen. He scrutinized Yibai's visage for an extended period before releasing his grip on the crucifix, resolutely stating, "Regardless, I pledge allegiance to the ring you bear. Gue Mei, with a playful laugh, leaned against Ming Yi's shoulder, her face radiant with allure. She looked at Yi Bai and remarked, "You possess a handsome visage. I shall heed your counsel." Ken approached Yu Bai, his frail form seemingly susceptible to being swept away by a mere gust of wind. "I hear you have found me a disciple. If it pleases me, I entrust my fate to you." Qian and Kuan lingered in the shadows of the hall's corner, their features obscured from even Yi Bai's discerning gaze. Judging by their silhouettes, one appeared male and the other female. They uttered no further words, merely bowing slightly and in unison proclaiming, "We obey." After this, they resumed their prior stance, resembling two statues. "Inform everyone, and additionally, notify He Wuchang. His plan shall not come to fruition, not while I hold my position," Yi Bai declared. Once he had conveyed his orders, he furrowed his brow and retreated into a room. Should He Wuchang be resolute in his desire to plunge this world back into chaos, then Yi Bai and his companions would undoubtedly serve as his greatest impediment. Yi Bai was unconcerned for the safety of his allies, for even in a confrontation with He Wuchang, few within the beings could bring about their demise. His true concern lay with the safety of Zhong Liueshi. Unlike Ming Yi and others who were largely solitary, Yi Bai was different. Unless He Wuchang himself intervened, Yi Bai considered himself invulnerable. However, Zhong Liueshi was not afforded the same protection. Should internal strife within the beings jeopardize her, Yi Bai would be engulfed in guilt. Having made this arduous decision, he felt a tremendous weight lift from his chest. Yet, it was soon replaced by an overwhelming dread for the future. "How I wish Lao Bai were still here. That cursed old man departed far too soon," Yi Bai murmured, gazing out at the night sky, his vision blurring. Upon returning to the manor, Zhong Liueshi collapsed onto her bed, fatigue etched across her features. Throughout the day, she had been managing the remnants left by Zhong Jinhan, instilling a sense of trepidation within the entire Zhong group. What troubled Zhong Liueshi further was the dissatisfaction among some of the senior figures within the group, who were deeply discontent with her actions, stirring considerable unrest. This day marked the most tumultuous period for the Zhong group, with certain departments initiating strikes and protests. In a particularly alarming incident, an elderly man had drawn a gun upon encountering Zhong Liueshi, intent on ending her life. These individuals, as long as their interests remain unchallenged, typically allow Zhong Lexi to direct them without hesitation. However, this time, her actions transgressed their limits, prompting them to fight tooth and nail. Left with no other choice, Zhong Lexi resorted to brutal measures to suppress some individuals, temporarily quelling the chaos. Throughout today, she had long since lost count of how many times she had sent Xiaoqi to the old location. It seemed the fish in that expansive sea were nearing their limit. The transition of power, both old and new, was destined to be paved with blood. As Zhong Lexi lay in bed, her crimson eyes gazing at the ceiling, she understood that today was merely the beginning. The Zhong family would find it difficult to attain tranquility for a considerable time ahead. Her greatest concern was the possibility of Zhong Yichen and the Su family taking advantage of the situation. For such an alliance would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon the Zhong family. The more she pondered, the wearier she felt. Ultimately, she reached for her phone and dialed Yi Bai's number. Upon answering, Yi Bai anticipated Zhong Lexi's ire, as he had yet again failed to call her first. However, he was taken aback when he did not hear her scolding voice on the other end. Instead, her tone was laced with exhaustion as she softly inquired, "Xiao Bai, are you busy? Could you come and keep me company?" Hearing her almost pleading tone shattered Yi Bai's heart. "Lexi, wait for me. I will be there shortly," he replied before hastily exiting his room. In the hall, only Ming Yi remained, as Qian and Kuan had long since departed. Ming Yi remarked that those two were always in a hurry. Ken mentioned he wanted to sneak into the school tonight to check on his prospective apprentice, clearly impatient. Yi Bai exchanged a few brief words with Ming Yi before heading out, hailing a cab straight to the estate. Upon entering the villa, Yi Bai ascended to the second floor and knocked on Zhong Lexi's door. It opened swiftly, revealing a visibly fatigued Zhong Lexi, who without a word, dove into his embrace. "Lexi, you've worked hard," Yi Bai murmured, tenderly stroking her hair. Zhong Lexi remained silent in his arms, her head pressed firmly against his chest. He lifted her gently and laid her on the bed, gazing at her with warmth. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes darted away as she cautioned, "Xiao Bai. No funny business. I am utterly exhausted." Yi Bai nodded, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, refraining from any inappropriate gestures. "Rest assured, Lexi. How could I bear to?" he said with a smile. In the face of Zhong Lexi's profound fatigue, all Yi Bai desired was to quietly remain by her side. Thus, as she lay there, he sat quietly on her bed, listening to her recount the events of the day at the company. Xiaobai, those old geezers are utterly detestable. They take advantage of their status as my father's former subordinates, having committed numerous unsavory deeds for him in the past. They've grown arrogant. And now that they've heard I intend to take full control, they've all emerged, spouting lofty rhetoric that leaves me with no justification to eliminate them. It's infuriating. Zhong Lexi spoke softly, aware that Yabai might not be of much assistance, yet still yearning for someone to confide her innermost thoughts. Yabai listened quietly to Zhong Lexi's heartfelt revelations, his thoughts on the matter quite simplistic. If you find it inconvenient to take action, then I shall. However, Zhong Lexi's subsequent words elicited a peculiar expression from Yabai. She remarked, I plan to hire an assassin to eliminate them discreetly, without anyone being the wiser. By the way, there exists a formidable assassin organization known as All Beings. What do you think? Chapter 60. Late in the dimly lit room, Zhong Lexi observed Yabai, whose countenance appeared somewhat peculiar, and her large eyes flickered with concern. She sat up, gently pressing Yibai's head onto her lap and tenderly massaging it. Xiaobai, do not be afraid of me. And remember, do not divulge my plans. Zhong Lexi softly pinched Yibai's ear, as if to offer him reassurance. She understood that any rational individual hearing her audacious scheme would likely feel trepidation, yet she did not wish for Yibai to succumb to the same fear. Lexi, I am not afraid. On the contrary, I find this side of you utterly captivating, Yibai replied with a smile as he reclined there. Zhong Lexi, with a charming smile, playfully tugged at Yibai's face. You just know how to make me happy. Now, get away. This young lady needs her rest. As she pushed Yibai away, he watched her curl up snugly in the blankets. Just as Yibai contemplated returning to the sofa, he heard Zhong Lexi's melodious voice beckoning him. Xiaobai, come here and hold me as I sleep. Remember, do not move around. Otherwise, I shall bind you. Obediently, Yibai slipped beneath the corner of Zhong Lexi's quilt, refraining from any movement and encircling her head with his arm. Zhong Lexi's cheeks flushed crimson as she nestled into Yibai's embrace, feeling a profound sense of tranquility wash over her. Yibai held her gently, listening as her breathing gradually steadied. Once Zhong Lexi had drifted into a deep slumber, Yibai carefully extricated himself from the bed and made his way to the window. He gazed upon Zhong Lexi's beautiful sleeping visage, whispering softly, Rest well, my dear. When you awaken, the Zhong family shall be entirely yours. With that, Yibai silently slipped out through the window, causing no disturbance to anyone. From his very first visit to the estate, Yibai had familiarized himself with its security measures, allowing him to exit effortlessly into the embrace of the night. At the pawnshop, Mingyi was preparing to close the door when he spotted Yibai returning. Oh, boss. What brings you back at this hour? Did the young lady cast you out? Mingyi's tone brimmed with sympathy, as he assumed that Yibai had angered Miss Zhong and was now returning in defeat. Yibai cast a sidelong glance at Mingyi and replied, Do not overthink it. What family status do I possess that she could possibly expel me? I have serious matters to attend to. Mingyi's mirth diminished slightly. It was now late at night, and Yibai's business was undoubtedly of a grave nature. Investigate the upper echelons of the Zhong Corporation and provide me with detailed profiles of each individual. How long will it take? Yibai inquired directly. He intended to return before dawn, and according to Zhong Lexi's earlier remarks, for individuals had been particularly aggressive in opposing her, all of whom were veterans of the Zhong Corporation. He had taken note of their names. Mingyi chuckled. 1 minute. Upon hearing this, Yibai's expression turned quizzical. So soon? Indeed, boss. Ever since you began your association with Zhong Lexi, I took the liberty of gathering information on the Zhong family, anticipating that you would find it useful. Just a moment, I shall retrieve it, Mingyi explained with a broad smile. Soon, Mingyi gathered a substantial stack of documents pertaining to the Zhong group and selected several of them. All the pertinent information regarding the senior executives of the Zhong group was contained within. Mingyi handed the chosen documents to Yabai, who subsequently sifted through and selected 4 of them for examination. After reviewing each one, he set them down and turned to leave. Mingyi, observing Yabai's retreating figure, wore a pained expression. He murmured to himself, Alas, 500 million per person, and here we are facing a loss of 2 billion. Should I ask Miss Zhong to reclaim it from Can? Perhaps not. Being caught by the boss in the act would be disastrous. This endeavor, it seems, is more distressing when profits dwindle than when losses accrue. Upon leaving the pawnshop, Yabai immediately hailed a taxi, heading towards his first target's residence. He hoped to complete his task swiftly so that he could return and embrace Zhang Lexi for a restful slumber. Yibai's first target was named Chen Changming, a 47-year-old who had once been a close confidant of Zhang Jinhan. In his youth, Chen had been entrusted with many dubious tasks during the Zhang family's foray into the underworld, proving himself worthy of Zhang Jinhan's trust by employing any means necessary to achieve his objectives. When Zhang Jinhan first entrusted the Zhang family to Zhang Lexi, he intended for Chen Changming to remain within the Zhang group as his eyes and ears, constantly surveilling Zhang Lexi and later aiding Zhang Yichen in his quest for power. However, the sudden transfer of all shares to Zhang Lexi took Chen Changming by surprise. He could not comprehend Zhang Jinhan's motivations and had received no prior warnings. Earlier that day at the Zhang building, he audaciously accused Zhang Lexi of imprisoning Zhang Jinhan and coercing him into transferring the Group's shares entirely to her name. With Chen Changming as the scapegoat, the other three elders soon emerged to malign Zhang Lexi further. Furious, Zhang Lexi found herself constrained by their familial ties, making it difficult to retaliate against them within the company. Thus, she sought a pretext to eliminate some of their loyal subordinates, temporarily intimidating the dissenters. Before long, Yibai arrived at a solitary villa perched on the mountainside, the residence of Chen Changming. Even in the dead of night, the villa was brightly illuminated, with numerous suited bodyguards patrolling the grounds, their bulging waistbands indicating they were armed. Hey, should we go down the mountain for some fun later? My buddy has recently acquired a batch of attractive young things, one bodyguard suggested. Are you out of your mind? Not a chance. Mister, Chen has instructed us to closely monitor the villa's defenses these days. If we get caught, our lives will be forfeit, the other replied. True enough. We must wait until Mr. Chen finds the right people to bring down Zhang Lexi before we can breathe easy. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness not far from their conversation. Upon confirming that Chen Changming was indeed in the villa, Yibai was about to depart when he overheard the conversation between two individuals. Brother, Miss Zhang's figure is simply enchanting. If Chen manages to bring her down this time, who knows if we could have our way with her? Heh, just thinking about it is thrilling. The other replied, dream on. A woman like that. Wouldn't Chen enjoy her himself? If she were to fall into our hands, I would offer 500,000 as the first bid. Heh. The two chuckled lewdly, oblivious to the impending doom that loomed nearby. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept past, startling the two men mid-conversation. What was that? One exclaimed, clutching his neck. Blood. They collapsed instantly, convulsing on the ground as they clutched their throats, their lives extinguished in an instant. Yibai's eyes flickered with fury as he wiped the blade of his knife clean of blood and stealthily re-entered the villa. Inside, Chen Changming was on the phone, speaking with Zhang Jinhan. Brother Zhang, why did you transfer the shares to Zhang Lexi? She has been ruthlessly suppressing us old friends today. We've reached a breaking point and are resorting to violence, Chen Changming exclaimed, visibly agitated. On the other end of the line, Zhang Jinhan's breath quickened significantly. What did you say? Without my orders, who gave you the audacity to act on your own? Inform those three to apologize to Zhang Lexi immediately. It is the only way for you to preserve your lives. Zhang Jinhan was taken aback by Chen Changming and his reckless companions, who, knowing full well that the shares had been given to Zhang Lexi, still stirred up such chaos. Ultimately, it stemmed from the fact that Zhang Lexi had encroached upon their interests. When a person suddenly loses something they once possessed, the shock can be unbearable, driving them to the brink of desperation. Seemingly aware of the urgency in Zhang Jinhan's voice, Chen Changming finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He immediately responded, Brother Zhang, what exactly should we do? His voice abruptly cut off. Hello? Hello? Zhang Jinhan called out repeatedly, receiving no reply. Sensing something amiss, his hand trembled violently as he held the phone. Shortly thereafter, a chilling voice emanated from the other end, sending a wave of cold sweat cascading down Zhang Jinhan's back. It's too late. Chapter 61. What else could be called Lushi? At 4 a.m, Yibai returned to Zhang Lushi's room. She remained in a deep slumber, curled up at the edge of the bed, as if in her dreams she had been searching for Yibai's embrace. Inching closer to the bed's edge, gently, Yibai lay down beside Zhang Lushi, pulling her into his arms once more. Zhang Lushi let out a soft murmur, feeling the familiar warmth of his embrace. Nestling against him, she inadvertently left a trace of drool upon his shoulder. Yibai gazed tenderly at her, tightening his hold slightly, savoring the enchanting fragrance enveloping him. Ah, Xiaobai, it's warm, Zhang Lushi whispered, then reached out to lift the covers. While her arms around Yibai tightened further, Yibai's gaze gradually ignited with passion as he leaned down to capture Zhang Lushi's soft lips with a fervent kiss. Zhang Lushi furrowed her brows slightly, stirred awake by his actions. She opened her eyes, resembling shimmering autumn waters, only to close them again, responding to his ardent kiss. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Zhong Lushi, with drowsy eyes, gasped softly, "Naughty Xiaobai, didn't we agree you wouldn't be so reckless?" Caught red-handed, Yi Bai chuckled. "Lushi, you can't blame me. You are simply too enchanting." Zhong Lushi playfully pinched him from beneath the covers and nestled back into his embrace. "Xiaobai, confess honestly. Did you find it too warm holding me and sneak away to sleep elsewhere?" she inquired, gently stroking his hair with half-closed eyes. Yi Bai's gaze flickered momentarily before he replied, "Not at all. I merely got up to use the restroom and returned to hold you again." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lushi closed her eyes once more and huffed. "Humph, Xiaobai, shouldn't you exercise some restraint? Getting up in the middle of the night. Are you trying to see me without my clothes?" With that, Zhong Lushi drifted back into her dreams, forever feeling like she had slept enough in Yi Bai's embrace. Yi Bai, filled with astonishment, couldn't help but smile at Zhong Lushi's half-asleep musings. He chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around her before slowly closing his eyes. The next morning, as Zhong Lushi opened her eyes, she found Yi Bai, unbeknownst to her, nestled in her embrace. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. "How embarrassing. I must have been too exhausted last night to realize I slept with this guy," she thought. Although nothing had occurred, she felt she had indulged the big dog too much. It was undeniable that last night had been the most restful sleep she had ever experienced. Slowly, Zhong Lushi began to inch backward, attempting to escape from the bed. However, the already feigning sleep Yi Bai sensed her every movement. With each retreat she made, he would inch forward. The two kept shifting to the edge of the bed, and Zhong Lushi was well aware that he was pretending to be asleep. But she felt too shy to call him out. "Ah, Lushi, you're awake? Did you sleep well last night?" Eventually, after a considerable time, Yi Bai opened his eyes, a smile brightening his face as he looked at Zhong Lushi. Startled, Zhong Lushi's body jolted, and she immediately pushed Yi Bai away before leaping out of bed. "I have not slept well at all, and I warn you, Xiaobai. I never claimed that sleeping in your arms was comfortable," Zhong Lushi said in a flustered tone. Listening to her incoherent words, the amusement in Yi Bai's eyes only deepened. "Oh, Lushi, it's still early. Shall we sleep a little longer?" Yi Bai said playfully, opening his arms to Zhong Lushi. Her delicate face flushed a deeper shade of red. Despite the temptation to dive into his embrace, she restrained herself. "If I go to him, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" "Be quiet, Xiaobai. You are far too greedy. I will tell you this. Last night was a one-time occurrence, so do not harbor any thoughts of sleeping with me again. Moreover, it was shameless of you to burrow into my arms, so I shall punish you by forbidding you from calling me Lushi for 2 hours." Zhong Lushi huffed lightly before circling around the bed toward the bathroom. Just as she was about to step inside, Yi Bai's voice floated from behind her. Then, "If not Lushi, what shall I call you?" "Baby." Yi Bai suddenly recalled how Zhong Lushi had wiped her saliva onto him. Hearing his words, Zhong Lushi's body trembled violently, her eyes wide with disbelief. In an instant, her face turned beet red, her neck and ears flushing as well. "Ah, fool. Idiot. Be quiet," she exclaimed, pressing her hands tightly over her ears as she hurried into the bathroom. Slamming the door shut, she leaned against it, panting heavily. That dreadful dog. What nonsense is he spouting? It's utterly mortifying. Zhong Lushi touched her burning cheeks and glared at the laughing Yi Bai outside the door. Her teeth clenched in frustration. "Be quiet. No noise allowed," she shouted at the door. Outside, Yi Bai buried his head under the covers, laughing uncontrollably. Zhong Lushi lingered in the bathroom for a full 30 minutes before emerging, her blush still evident. She shot a resentful glance at the bundled-up Yi Bai. Her words caught in her throat. "Damn it. I have truly fallen for this guy. Get up quickly. I must head to the company. I have work to do." "Unlike some people who are just lounging about," Zhong Lushi said with a hint of sarcasm. Only then did Yi Bai poke his head out from under the covers. His hair a chaotic mess. "Lushi, please help me request a half-month leave. I don't want to attend military training." Yi Bai had decided to wait until the military training was over before returning to school. By then Zhong Lushi would also be less busy, allowing them to spend every day together. Most importantly, Yi Bai wanted to guard against the possibility that He Wuchang might take some adverse action against him. Upon hearing Yi Bai's request, Zhong Lushi felt a surge of delight. The big dog had finally begun to shamelessly enjoy her support. "Humph, why should I help you? You'll need to beg me, and then I might consider it," Zhong Lushi retorted coolly, lifting her head high and tilting her chin at Yi Bai. Embodying the demeanor of a lofty queen, Yi Bai, unperturbed, leaned closer to Zhong Lixi's ear and whispered softly, "How about it, baby?" Zhong Lexi was immediately thrown into disarray, retreating several steps as her breath quickened once more. "All right, fine, I'll grant you a year off," she exclaimed. "But you must cease addressing me in that manner. Hurry and get out of bed." In a fit of both embarrassment and anger, she hurled her pillow at Yi Bai's face. Subsequently, she covered her face and fled the room as if escaping. After Yi Bai completed his morning routine, he made his way to the living room and settled beside Zhong Lexi. Breakfast was not yet prepared. Zhong Lexi had planned to take Yi Bai to the company right after their meal. Although Yi Bai might not be of much assistance, having him in the office as company was acceptable. Just then, Xiao Qi rushed in, visibly agitated and chattering excitedly. "Miss, something has happened, a significant event. And it's a good thing." Zhong Lexi, who had been playfully bantering with Yi Bai, immediately turned serious and inquired of the elated Xiao Qi, "Speak up. What is it? I hope it is indeed a good thing." No sooner had Zhong Lexi finished speaking than they heard the screech of tires. And upon glancing towards the entrance, they saw Zhong Jinhan hastily entering. Chapter 62. My wife calls the shots in the grand hall of the villa. The expressions of the four individuals varied significantly. Zhong Lexi wore a look of confusion, unable to comprehend why the usually composed Xiao Qi appeared so flustered. Meanwhile, the hurriedly arrived Zhong Jinhan bore an anxious countenance, frequently casting fearful glances at Yi Bai. In contrast, Yi Bai maintained an expression as placid as still water. Seated closely beside Zhong Lexi, "Xiao Qi, do enlighten us. What exactly is the matter?" Zhong Lexi inquired, stealing a glance at Zhong Jinhan before directing her attention to the already present Xiao Qi. Zhong Jinhan hesitated, yet wisely chose to remain silent. "Oh dear, miss. It is the most fortuitous news. Chun Changming and his 3 associates have perished, all slain in a single night. The assailant displayed remarkable skill, leaving no one aware. And all fell to a single strike," Xiao Qi exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. These 4 scoundrels had relentlessly pressured Zhong Lexi at the company the previous day, and Xiao Qi had observed it all. Upon hearing this news, Zhong Lexi immediately rose to her feet, incredulous. "Is this information reliable? Are they truly the only casualties? Who is responsible?" she pressed. Xiao Qi replied, "The news is indeed reliable. Their deaths have spread throughout Tianhai. The perpetrator left no trace, not even a hint on the surveillance cameras. Besides the 4 of them, only 2 bodyguards of Chun Changming met their end, which is perplexing, as the assailant seemed intent on avoiding further bloodshed, yet chose to eliminate those 2 bodyguards." Zhong Lexi furrowed her brow, her mind reeling with disbelief. What are the odds that the 4 individuals she wished to be rid of were the very ones who met their demise? By some strange twist of fate. She glanced at Yi Bai, who was busy stuffing a half-orange into his mouth. Noticing her gaze, Yi Bai, cheeks bulging, remarked, "Lexi, I'm hungry, just having an orange to tide me over." Zhong Lexi rolled her eyes, chiding herself for her earlier thoughts. How could she think of Yi Bai as merely a glutton? Taking a deep breath to suppress the surging joy within her, she turned to Zhong Jinhan and asked, "Father, have you come to lay blame upon me? I did not murder them, although I certainly wished for their demise." Zhong Jinhan broke into a cold sweat. "Blame you? Who would dare? Those 4 did not reside together. To traverse half of Tianhai and eliminate them all within mere hours, Yi Bai must be terrifyingly formidable." Zhong Jinhan was even certain that during those hours, Yi Bai had spent a significant portion of his time traveling. "Lexi, you misunderstand. I am merely here to clarify one thing. Their opposition to you is not orchestrated by me," Zhong Jinhan stated. He was desperate to ensure that Yi Bai did not think he had instigated this. The death of those 4 was inconsequential, but he could not allow it to implicate him. Zhong Lexi raised an eyebrow in surprise, and after a prolonged silence, she replied, "I understand, Father, for reasons unknown." She sensed a peculiar change in Zhong Jinhan upon his return, as if he were somewhat afraid of her. Meanwhile, Yi Bai, on his second orange, paused in surprise, glancing at Zhong Jinhan. His father-in-law was rather overly sensitive. However, when Yi Bai's gaze fell upon Zhong Jinhan, it instilled a profound sense of dread in him, as if he had glimpsed a vengeful spirit. Lishi, as long as you understand, it truly is not me," Zhong Jinhan reiterated. "Oh, my dear daughter, merely your understanding is insufficient. It is imperative that this gentleman beside you also believes me." Yi Bai, with a wry smile within, turned to the furrowed brow of Zhong Lishi and said, "Uncle has asserted that he was not the one orchestrating this, thus it should be taken as such." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lishi nodded. Although the day's news had been favorable, an unsettling feeling lingered. "Xiao Qi, you may return to the company. I shall have Yi Bai drive me there after I finish my meal." Zhong Lushi instructed the nearby Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi nodded and departed the villa. Zhong Zhenhan heaved a sigh of relief and slowly made his way to the sofa, taking a seat. Lushi, I have mobilized my influence across various factions. Should Zhong Yichen and the Su family dare to act, we shall unite to suppress them. With a calmer demeanor, Zhong Zhenhan spoke, once again attempting to win favor with Zhong Lushi. To this day, she remained puzzled as to why Zhong Zhenhan was extending his assistance, yet she acquiesced. Expressing her gratitude, "Thank you, father. I shall check if breakfast is ready." With that, Zhong Lushi rose and headed towards the kitchen. Now that she wielded significant authority, her previous fear of Zhong Zhenhan had dissipated. Just yesterday, she had commanded Xiao Qi to replace the entire security detail of the estate. Now, it was composed of her loyalists, alleviating her concern regarding Zhong Zhenhan's potential threat to Yi Bai. After her departure, Zhong Zhenhan found himself alone with Yi Bai, and once again felt a surge of anxiety. "Haha, uncle, you are, after all, Lushi's father. As long as she remains silent, I will not take action against you," Yi Bai remarked with a smile, offering Zhong Zhenhan a sense of reassurance. He was acutely aware of Zhong Zhenhan's underlying concerns, chiefly the preservation of his own life. Zhong Zhenhan nodded fervently, a smile gracing his face. "And what about that rascal Zhong Yichen? Is there any possibility?" Zhong Zhenhan probed cautiously. Although he recognized he was overstepping, he still wished to implore Yi Bai to spare Zhong Yichen. Yi Bai peeled an orange and handed it to Zhong Zhenhan, stating nonchalantly, "His fate also hinges on Lushi's wishes." Surprised by the unexpected favor, Zhong Zhenhan accepted the orange. As they conversed, Zhong Lushi approached. Observing the two seemingly engrossed in amiable dialogue, which only heightened her sense of strangeness. "Xiao Bai, breakfast is ready. Come and eat," she called to Yi Bai before turning towards the dining table. Yi Bai rose and, glancing at Zhong Zhenhan, inquired, "Uncle, have you eaten? Would you care to join us?" Zhong Zhenhan immediately waved his hand in refusal, stating that he had already dined and had matters to attend to, thus he would take his leave. Remaining in Yi Bai's presence was exceedingly taxing, akin to sitting on pins and needles. Were it not for these troublesome affairs, Zhong Zhenhan would have preferred never to encounter Yi Bai again. At the dining table, Zhong Lushi observed Yi Bai devouring his meal with gusto and asked, "What were you two discussing earlier? It seemed quite cordial." Yi Bai halted his movements and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, really. He asked me to persuade you to spare a life for Zhong Yichen, but I told him that this matter is beyond my control. My wife makes the decisions." Zhong Lexi nodded, realizing the situation. "Wait, something is amiss. Wife?" Zhong Lexi felt as though struck by lightning, her chopsticks slipping from her grip and clattering onto the table. She abruptly stood up, trembling as she pointed at Yi Bai, her face flushed crimson. "You, rogue." After a moment of struggle, Zhong Lexi managed to utter this single phrase, unable to conjure any other words. Yi Bai's casual mention of wife echoed incessantly in her mind, leaving her feeling utterly foolish. Observing her adorable expression, Yi Bai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Ah, what a delightful little advantage to gain through words. It was quite some time before Zhong Lexi resumed her seat, her head lowered as she silently picked at her food. Yi Bai noticed her cheeks were aflame and her bowl remained empty, yet she continued to absent-mindedly push her chopsticks around. I'm full. I'll wait for you in the car. Hurry and eat. I have much to do." After a few more futile attempts to scrape the empty bowl, Zhong Lexi dashed out of the villa. Yi Bai sighed in resignation, hastily gathering a few takeout containers to pack some breakfast for Zhong Lexi. Indeed, had that just impacted her more than he realized? Yi Bai pondered. Meanwhile, as she sat in the passenger seat, Zhong Lexi bit her silver teeth in frustration, muttering, "That naughty dog must be taught a proper lesson." Before long, a spark of inspiration ignited within her mind. Chapter 63. Office Romance Strictly Prohibited. As Yi Bai entered the car, Zhong Lushi had already returned to her usual self. He observed a subtle, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips, immediately raising his guard. From his understanding, whenever Zhong Lushi wore such an expression, it was a challenge he often found hard to resist. True to form, the moment Yi Bai settled into the driver's seat, Zhong Lushi began her playful antics. With a teasing tone, she exclaimed that it was hot. Promptly removing her shoes and lifting her legs, playfully placing her feet against the windshield while wiggling her toes. Yi Bai felt a rush of anxiety, pondering whether he should focus on the road or on her. "Mr. Xiao Bai, please drive faster. I am in a hurry to get to the office," she said with a mischievous smile, one foot daringly positioned in front of Yi Bai's seat. Zhang Lushi was well aware of this big dog's preferences, and his rapt attention served as the best testament to her influence over him. As Yi Bai felt parched, Zhang Lushi launched another bold maneuver. "Oh dear, it's truly hot," she remarked, slowly peeling off her black stockings right before his eyes. Yi Bai widened his gaze, hastily adjusting the seat back. "Mr. Xiaobai, if you heed my words, you might just consider this as a gift for you," Zhang Lushi purred enticingly. Yi Bai opened his mouth. His mind flooded with her alluring smile, contemplating the possibility of acquiescence. Pleased with his reaction, Zhang Lushi tossed an item onto his lap. "A reward for you. Drive swiftly, or you shall never receive such rewards again," she declared haughtily, then lowered her elevated leg. After all, someone needed to prioritize safety while driving, and she couldn't let him become too distracted. Upon hearing her words, Yi Bai panicked and pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward at great speed. Zhang Lushi, seated in the passenger seat, wore a triumphant grin. "Humph, can I not have you at my beck and call? I intend to make you obedient step by step." Under Yi Bai's swift driving, they soon arrived at the company. Xiao Qi awaited them at the entrance, exuding an air of arrogance. Since the demise of the four old men the previous night, everyone in the company regarded him with trepidation. Although this was not his doing, it did not hinder him from basking in borrowed glory. "Well, look at you. I thought you drove slowly, but it seems you can pick up the pace," Zhang Lushi remarked with a smile. Yi Bai was left speechless. His previous slow driving had been a distraction, admiring the beauty beside him, yet this time was different. Who doesn't desire a reward, right? Zhang Lushi laughed heartily. "Good boy, Xiaobai. Bring my breakfast, and keep your reward safe. Accompany me upstairs." Yi Bai swiftly concealed the item that had been resting on his lap into his pocket, maintaining an expression of nonchalance. Today, the Zhang Corporation building felt different. Everyone who spotted Zhang Lushi immediately averted their gaze in fear. Just yesterday, amidst the turmoil within the organization, many were still deliberating on how to align themselves. The deaths of the four individuals, who were high-ranking officials of the Zhang Group, sent shockwaves throughout the entire Tianhai. Countless individuals were astonished by Zhang Lexi's ruthless methods. Now, no one dared to oppose her within the company. Overnight, the attitudes of all had undergone a remarkable transformation. Leading the charge was Zhang Lexi. Her visage as frigid as ice, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Yet, Yi Bai trailed behind her, stifling laughter, as Zhang Lexi had just been teasing him. Her mood shifted too swiftly. Upon entering her office, Yi Bai could no longer contain his amusement and burst into laughter. "Haha, Lexi, you're killing me. Your acting is superb. Those people were utterly petrified by you." After a moment of laughter, he noticed Zhang Lexi remained unresponsive, standing before him with her back turned. Just as Yi Bai contemplated embracing her, she abruptly turned her head. Her beautiful eyes were icy and laced with disdain, gazing coldly at him. For a fleeting moment, Yi Bai's movement froze, but he stubbornly leaned closer. "Oomph, lecherous fool. This is not a place for your reckless abandon. You're always preoccupied with such trivialities. Truly a waste. A maggot." Zhang Lexi's tone was icy, unlike anything Yi Bai had ever heard. She grasped his collar and forcefully pushed him onto the sofa, towering above him with a gaze that seemed to regard him as nothing more than an insect. Full of contempt. Yet, Yi Bai was exhilarated. He seized her delicate hand and pulled her down with him onto the sofa. Zhang Lexi's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? With her previous demeanor and aura, it was inconceivable that anyone could withstand it. They would surely bow to her. In their past interactions, she had not revealed her dominant side, always playfully chastising him, but this time she had exerted her full force. She had anticipated frightening Yi Bai, yet, lost in her thoughts, Zhang Lexi felt her mouth suddenly blocked, prompting her to close her eyes. "Well, it is what it is. I might as well enjoy it." "Oh, Lexi, I adored that look you had just now," Yi Bai shamelessly remarked, tenderly embracing Zhang Lexi. She felt herself blushing, initially intending to train the big dog, only to be caught in his trap. "Mr. Bai, our company strictly prohibits office romances. Please adhere to the rules." Zhang Lexi struggled to stand and retreated to her desk, pretending to peruse a document to shield her face. "Lexi, it seems you've turned it upside down. Thank you for the reminder." "Lexi, are you going to keep staring at that document? I'm feeling a bit bored." "Humph, if you're bored, take the reward I gave you and go to the restroom to entertain yourself. Don't disturb me." Yi Bai was left speechless, unable to respond to Zhang Lexi's retort. With no other option, he sprawled out on the sofa, ready to catch up on some sleep. "Last night, I was bustling about, scarcely catching a few hours of sleep." After a while of silence, Zhang Lexi cautiously peeked out, discovering that Yi Bai seemed to be in slumber. with a dissatisfied huff. She pondered whether her restless sleep had disturbed him. Had he not rested well? With that thought, Zhong Lexi quietly approached Yi Bai to ascertain if he was truly asleep. Upon closer inspection, she noted his eyes were gently closed, his breathing even, suggesting he was not feigning slumber. Once assured, she gradually leaned closer to him. Since the big dog is asleep, stealing a kiss surely wouldn't matter, would it? Just as her lips were about to make contact, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her intentions. Stiffening, she cast an annoyed glance toward the entrance and coldly commanded, "Come in." This mischievous little Chi better have a good reason for interrupting. Meanwhile, the feigning sleeping Yi Bai was inwardly cursing. Why did she have to arrive at this very moment? Upon opening the door, Chi hurriedly entered and reported to Zhong Lexi, "Miss, the Su family has made their move. Since this morning, several enterprises under the Zhong Group have faced mounting pressure, and even matters from years past have been dredged up." Hearing this, Zhong Lexi let out a cold laugh. Striding to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze down upon the city of Tianhai, Su watching, with the demise of those four old men. You thought your dreams of chaos within the Zhang family could come to fruition. Have you finally reached your breaking point? Chapter 64, Mr. Bai. Please do not be greedy within the confines of the office. Zhong Lexi remained silent, seemingly contemplating strategies to counter the Su family. Xiao Qi stood at the doorway, patiently awaiting Zhong Lexi's commands. The slumbering Yi Bai turned over, appearing languid and unperturbed. In truth, however, Yi Bai had already harbored murderous intent. Su Maching had woven his own path to demise. Was it insufficient to instill fear in Su Maching by eliminating those four individuals overnight? Or did he naively believe that having Zhong Yichen, a member of the Zhang family, in his grasp rendered him invulnerable? Perhaps it would be better to simply eliminate him altogether. Zhong Lexi's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the desk as she coldly instructed Xiao Qi, "Sever all ties with the Su family, terminate all commercial dealings with them, and submit the prepared materials." Ever since Zhong Lexi had taken the life of Su Ziyu, she had anticipated that Su Maching would not let the matter rest. Thus she had foreseen this day. The Zhong family had previously maintained close relations with the Su family, who naturally possessed numerous secrets about the Zhang family that were best left unspoken. However, conversely, Zhong Lexi harbored her share of compromising information regarding the Su family. Understood, Mississippi. Xiaoqi gradually made her way to the door, methodically executing Zhong Lexi's orders. "My dear brother, you have truly found a commendable partner," Zhong Lexi murmured as she gazed out at the overcast sky. At that moment, Yi Bai stirred awake, stretching exaggeratedly and emitting peculiar sounds that captured Zhong Lexi's attention. She turned to see that Yi Bai had sat up, a look of confusion etched on his face. How could he awaken so swiftly after such a brief slumber? The exchange between herself and Xiao Qi had hardly been loud. Or perhaps this cunning creature had never truly been asleep. Feeling Zhong Lexi's scrutinizing gaze upon him, Yi Bai displayed an awkward expression. Pretending to be asleep was indeed a skill, particularly the art of feigning awakening, which required considerable finesse. "Classmate Bai, Xiaoqi just informed me that the school has denied your request for an extended leave of absence for half a month, urging you to return for military training," Zhong Lexi remarked, observing Yi Bai's reaction closely. At that moment, Yi Bai was contemplating how to concoct an excuse to venture out and deal with the Su family. Upon hearing Zhong Lexi's words, he instinctively retorted, "What nonsense! Lexi, you're trying to deceive me. What you and Xiao Qi just said was clearly." Yi Bai's voice dwindled as he realized he had been ensnared in her trap. Upon hearing his response, Zhong Lexi's lips curled into a smirk of triumph as she slowly approached Yi Bai. As she had surmised, this wily creature had indeed been feigning sleep, waiting for her to deliver herself unto him. "Well done, Bai. You truly are racking your brains to take advantage of me," Zhong Lexi said as she reached Yi Bai's side, lifting his chin with her hand and gazing down at him. Captivated by the lofty demeanor of Zhong Lexi, Yi Bai found himself utterly enraptured. She then pushed him onto the sofa and covered his eyes with a cushion. In the next moment, Yi Bai felt a soft sensation upon his lips, followed by a sharp pang of pain, evidently inflicted by a certain young lady's bite. As he pushed aside the cushion before him, he beheld Zhong Lexi, whose face was adorned with a mischievous grin. "Oh dear, Xiao Bai, isn't this precisely what you desired? In the future, you may express your wishes directly. I might consider bestowing it upon you," Zhong Lexi proclaimed with a triumphant smile before turning towards her desk. "Now, Mr. Xiao Bai, you may continue your slumber, for I truly must attend to my tasks. I shall rouse you for dinner later." Taking her place in her chair, she opened her computer. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Yi Bai lingered in the afterglow of that exquisite sensation. In truth, he yearned to convey to Zhang Lexi that his desires extended far beyond mere kisses. Rising from the sofa, Yi Bai approached Zhang Lexi. Sensing his gradual advance, she shot him a warning glance. My dear Xiaobai, please do not be insatiable. I am genuinely quite busy today. Although Zhang Lexi had devised strategies to contend with the Su family, her ambitions reached further. She aspired to dismantle the Su family as influence, or at the very least, to unseat Su Maching from his position as head of the family. This goal was formidable, requiring careful planning. Heh, Lexi, you misunderstand. I am not a greedy person. Yi Bai replied awkwardly, leaning against her desk, chin propped on his hand as he gazed at her. Zhang Lexi huffed softly. Not greedy? I wonder who it is that constantly seeks to take advantage of me. Very well, Xiaobai, speak your piece. I am all ears for your defense. As she regarded the white-haired figure swaying before her, she could not resist reaching out to ruffle his hair. A glimmer of determination crossed Yi Bai's eyes as he spoke. I came to inform you that I seem to have left some belongings in the school's locker room and wish to retrieve them. Indeed, he planned to venture out. If all went as anticipated, Su Maching and Zhong Yichen would likely be together. Even if they were not, eliminating Su Maching was still an option. Calculating the time, although it was daylight and somewhat inconvenient, Yi Bai felt that 2 hours would suffice. Zhong Lexi regarded him with mild surprise. His sudden seriousness was a departure from his usual demeanor. The big dog was not seeking sweet favors after all, leaving her with a mix of relief and disappointment. Very well, be swift in your return. I shall wait for you to dine. With that, she redirected her attention to the computer screen. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she blushed and asked, Xiaobai, you wouldn't be thinking of sneaking off to some private place to indulge in the reward I gave you, would you? There is truly no need. My office has a restroom, and I wouldn't look down on you. After all, the temptation I pose to you is quite significant. Yi Bai felt a rush of embarrassment, hastily shaking his head in denial. How infuriating it was to be perceived as a pervert. Observing his fervent refutation, Zhang Lexi could only chuckle and wave him off. Go on, hee hee. Take care of your body. Resigning himself to silence, Yi Bai grabbed the car keys from the desk, wearing a wry smile as he exited, gently closing the door behind him. Upon noticing that Yi Bai had departed, Zhang Lexi retrieved her phone and dialed Xiaoqi's number. Hello? Xiaoqi, please add a turtle soup to the lunch, with some deer antler added. However, just as she ended the call with Xiaoqi, her phone rang again. To her astonishment, it was a call from Zhong Jinhan. Hello? Father, what is it? Zhang Lexi's tone immediately turned cold. Soon, Zhong Jinhan's voice echoed through the line. Hee hee, Lexi, I am aware of the movements of the Su family. Rest assured, I have devised a countermeasure. Together as father and daughter, we shall ensure they cannot stir up any trouble. Listening to Zhong Jinhan's somewhat ingratiating remarks, Zhang Lexi was filled with confusion. Could he truly be so benevolent? Thank you, father. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful this time, Zhang Lexi replied. Though uncertain of Zhong Jinhan's true intentions, she resolved to have her subordinates ascertain his movements shortly. Hee hee, Lexi, may I ask, is Yi Bai with you? Zhong Jinhan inquired with a question that struck Zhong Lexi as rather peculiar. Her tone turned icy as she responded, he just stepped out. What is it, esteemed father? I assure you, Yi Bai has no connection to this matter. Yet, upon hearing this news, Zhong Jinhan fell silent, unable to maintain his composure any longer. This was dire. Every action of Yi Bai's tugged at his very nerves. Chapter 65. The bond between master and disciple as Yi Bai entered the vehicle and prepared to start the engine. His phone rang. Upon inspecting the caller ID, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number, prompting him to promptly hang up without a second thought. This particular number was known only to Zhong Lexi and her associates, and Yi Bai had memorized their contact details. However, the number called again, leaving him with no choice but to answer. Hello? Who is it? Yi Bai's tone was laced with impatience. On the other end, the caller exhaled deeply, a sense of urgency evident in his voice. Yi Bai, it's me, Zhong Jinhan. I need to speak with you urgently. Yi Bai frowned. Realizing that Zhong Jinhan had likely surmised his intentions, there is nothing to discuss. The Su family has already taken action, and I must eliminate those who pose a threat to Lexi's safety, he replied coldly. Zhong Jinhan felt a chill run down his spine. He now understood that Yi Bai was intent on killing Su Maching. Yi Bai, listen to me. I have mobilized all my resources. And with Lexi's connections in the Zhong family, we will topple the Su family within 10 days. The Su family is a prominent clan in Tianhai, and their downfall will have far-reaching consequences. If Su Maching were to die now, it would create a stir throughout Tianhai, and the Zhong family would face significant repercussions. Zhang Zhenhan hurriedly articulated his concerns, hoping to persuade Yi Bai to reconsider. His words were sincere. Over the years, the Zhong and Su families had been entwined in collaboration, their influences deeply interwoven, making it impossible to sever ties easily. Zhong Zhenhan also had his own interests at heart, for if Yi Bai proceeded, Zhong Yichen might find himself in danger alongside Su Maching. As Yi Bai listened to Zhong Zhenhan's words, he furrowed his brow, rapidly assessing the sincerity of his claims. Yi Bai, trust me. Now is not the time for Su Maching to perish. Once the Su family collapses, his fate will matter little to anyone. When the time is right, you may dispose of him without any objections from me. For now, he must remain alive. Noticing Yi Bai's hesitation, Zhang Zhenhan pressed on. Fortunately for him, Yi Bai finally acquiesced. Very well, I will heed your advice for now. 10 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenhan sighed in relief. Thank you for your trust. Shall we meet to discuss this further? He proposed. Zhang Zhenhan understood that as long as he could keep Yi Bai stable, Zhang Yichen's life would be spared, as he planned to plead for leniency on that front. No need, uncle. I am aware of your intentions. I reiterate, as long as Lexi does not express a desire to harm Zhong Yichen, I will refrain from taking action. Yi Bai declined Zhong Zhenhan's invitation, wishing to avoid entanglements with someone solely driven by power, even if he was Zhong Lexi's father. Very well. I shall not impose further. Goodbye. Zhong Zhenhan did not press the matter and ended the call. He shook his head with a wry smile. Realizing he had foolishly hoped to leverage Yi Bai for his own ascent in order to further develop his influence. It appears that individuals like Yi Bai exist in a realm entirely separate from his own. Zhang Zhenhan rose to his feet and commanded a figure clad in black and wearing sunglasses, who stood behind him. Hurry, bring that damned Zhang Yichen back. He should no longer be involved in this matter. If he continues to be so oblivious to the situation, I shall disregard him entirely, even if it means severing all ties. In truth, at this juncture, Zhang Zhenhan had grown indifferent to Zhang Yichen's fate. His concern was limited to the fact that Zhang Yichen was his son, and he wished to preserve his life as long as it did not implicate him. Through his encounters with Yi Bai, Zhang Zhenhan had discerned that Yi Bai harbored no intentions of eliminating him. Alternatively, one could say that Zhang Lexi wished to spare his life. After hanging up on Zhong Zhenhan, Yi Bai sat in his car, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Returning to Zhong Lexi would undoubtedly invite her scornful mockery regarding his brief absence. With this thought in mind, Yi Bai promptly started the vehicle, intending to revisit the pawnshop. He wondered whether Ken had taken a liking to Yu Shichen and whether He Wuchang had already learned of his decision, contemplating the potential ramifications. Today, Mingyi was not lounging beneath the old locust tree, but rather squatting at the entrance of the shop, grinning in a rather malicious manner. Inside, intermittent groans echoed, seemingly suppressed cries of immense agony, reluctant to escape. Yet, Yi Bai sensed something peculiar about these sounds, although they were laden with suffering. They also seemed to intertwine with a hint of pleasure. With curiosity piqued, Yi Bai ventured into the shop, making his way towards the backyard. The source of the unsettling sounds. As he entered the rear courtyard, his eyelids twitched in surprise. There lay Yu Shichen, bloodied and wielding a sharp scalpel, his countenance alight with manic delight. Wu Wang and Gui Mei stood beside him, pointing and speculating on how long it would take for Can to succumb to excessive blood loss. Master, wait a moment, I'll be right back. I need to switch to a smaller knife, this one's too large. Just bear with me, Yu Shichen remarked, reaching for a dagger resting nearby. Before him lay Can, bare-chested and drenched in blood. Yu Shichen used the dagger to slice into Can's chest, illuminating the area with a flashlight as he scrutinized the interior, his eyes brimming with frenzy. Can's complexion was pale, punctuated by intermittent cries of twisted ecstasy. At that moment, Mingyi approached Yi Bai's side, chuckling as he remarked, Ken is quite enamored with Yu Shichen and has accepted him as his apprentice. However, Yu Shichen has a knack for picking the right moment to probe into his master's anatomy and can himself enjoy such activities. Thus, Yi Bai's mouth fell agape, recoiling at the realization that neither of these two was truly sane. All right, Shichen, stitch him up. At this rate, you might just kill him, Gui Mei interjected with a laugh as she stepped forward to address Yu Shichen. However, Ken interjected, unwilling to relent. No worries. Good lad, continue. Master will teach you how to control your heartbeat. Pay close attention. Gui Mei was left utterly speechless, choosing to disengage and simply observe this bizarre interplay between master and apprentice. Nightwhite could hardly bear to look any longer, so he turned and walked into the hall. He had already learned that Kan had accepted Yu Shichen, though the peculiar behavior of the master and disciple was somewhat unsettling yet not entirely detrimental. What of He Wuchang? Night White inquired, voicing his deepest concern. The smile on Ming Yi's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a grave expression. He sighed softly and replied, He Wuchang has made no movements for the time being, but there is something of greater importance. They should be aware of your return and will arrive shortly. No sooner had Ming Yi's words left his lips than Night White beheld two shadowy figures gliding through the doorway, clad in voluminous garments. Their hoods obscured nearly all of their faces. It was none other than Qian and Kuan. Chapter 66. The terrifying Qian Kuan upon entering the shop. Qian Kuan silently removed the backpack he had been carrying and placed it on the table. Yi Bai's gaze fell upon the two bulging bags. The faint metallic scent of blood hinting at their grim contents, heads belonging to L and D Gu. Ming Yi sighed and addressed Yi Bai, who furrowed his brow and scrutinized Qian Kuan. It was evident to him that both possessed formidable strength, each nearly rivaling his own, and should they join forces, their power would be nearly indistinguishable from his. Qian Kuan spoke first, his voice deep, casting a heavier pall over the atmosphere. The master's decision has stifled the development of ZH and Ji Seicheng. These two chose to ally with the Black Wuchang, and it was I and KN who eliminated them. That is the situation. After this, Qian Kuan lapsed into silence once more. Ming Yi pointed towards Qian Kuan, stating, We monitor ZH and GSHeng, while Qian Kuan and KN oversee us. Should any betray, they will take action. They always operate in tandem, capable of eliminating any one of us, except, of course, for you, Master. Each iteration of Qian Kuan is personally chosen by the previous White Wuchang to ensure loyalty to the next. After Old Bai's demise, L and D Gu, who had already supported the Black Wuchang, began to stir. Upon learning of your decision, they brazenly betrayed us and aligned with the Black Wuchang, leading to their demise at the hands of Qian Kuan and KN. After listening, Yi Bai remained silent for a moment before stating, Now, apart from me, there are only 62 remaining. Ming Yi nodded, then gestured toward W. Ing, who had poked his head out from the backyard. Back then, even if W. Ing had bested you here, he would have ultimately met his end. Fortunately, he lost and preserved his life. W. Ing awkwardly chuckled and emerged from the backyard, positioning himself as far from Qian Kuan and KN as possible. Now I understand why you merely said you lost and called me master that day, without mentioning what would happen if you won, Yi Bai remarked, directing his gaze at W. Ing. Upon seeing W. Ing, KN declared, According to the rules, you must die. Her voice was a chilling feminine tone, causing W. Ing to shiver. He quickly retorted, You must see clearly, the master has condemned me to death, and that hardly counts as usurping the throne. Right? It was merely a friendly exchange with the master. W. Ing attempted to defend himself, retreating behind Yi Bai. KN scoffed. This is precisely why you have survived this long. Had you claimed victory and asserted your right to the master's position, you would undoubtedly have perished before L and D Gu. Yi Bai interjected to smooth things over. Let it go. That matter is past. Upon hearing this, Qian Kuan and KN immediately bowed slightly to Yi Bai and said, As you command. With Yi Bai's words, W. Ing finally gathered the courage to approach Ming Yi. Boasting, haha, I was indeed clever back then, knowing precisely what to say and what to withhold. Ming Yi was too disinterested to engage with the infamous character, who had not only clashed with Wu Wang, but had also clandestinely met with He Wuchang. After boasting in front of Ming Yi, Wu Wang leapt before Qian and Kuan, uttering brash proclamations. You can't kill me, can you? To slay me now would be to defy orders. Come on. Here I am, ready for the execution. If you dare, take my esteemed head. Wu Wang's audacious demeanor was enough to provoke even Yi Bai, who calmly remarked to Qian and Kuan, Gue Mei is present. A mere fatal wound won't bring him down. With that, Yi Bai turned to head towards the back courtyard, intending to recruit Yi Zhichun to assist Zhong Lushi, confident that this clever lad would devise numerous schemes against the Su family. As Yi Bai's words faded, Wu Wang froze, contemplating an escape, only to find Qian and Kuan flanking him, their chilling gazes fixed upon him. Wait, no, I'm still injured. Gue Mei, hurry. I'm bleeding profusely, I might just perish. The hall was engulfed in chaos, yet Yi Bai had already arrived in the back courtyard. Kan's wound had been sutured by Yu Shichen, who lay there looking pale. Yu Shichen was washing his hands, exuding an air of delight, even humming a cheerful tune. Upon seeing Yi Bai, he rushed over in excitement. Oh, Yi Bai, boss, it's marvelous. My master not only allows me to study him, but also bestowed upon me a considerable fortune, for 100 million. How fortunate I am to have such a master. Yu Shichen's face was alight with joy, his gaze scrutinizing Yi Bai keenly. Yi Bai, in a somewhat irritable tone, urged, hurry up and tidy yourself. Come with me to Zhong's building. Recently, Zhong Lushi has been overwhelmed with issues concerning the Su family and could use your help. If only Yi Bai knew that the 400 million Ken had given to Yu Shichen was merely a trap set by Zhong Lushi. He might have thought differently. However, upon hearing this, Yu Shichen's enthusiasm waned slightly. Boss, my master also mentioned teaching me many things. Miss Zhong is quite astute. She probably won't need my assistance. Ever since becoming Kan's disciple, Yi Shichen had lost all desire for school, concocting various excuses to take a week's leave. Preferring to loiter in the shop, Yi Bai chuckled, then remarked, well, being eager to learn is indeed a commendable trait, but Qian and Kuan just brought the heads of L and Degu, leaving them outside. I imagine you're too preoccupied with learning from your master to have time for such studies. I shall have Ming Yi find a proper place to bury them. With that, Yi Bai turned to leave. Just as he reached the hall, Yu Shichen dashed after him. Hey, my master is recovering. Assisting Miss Zhong is certainly my duty. I will give it my all. Let's go. I will return tonight. Boss, you see. Yi Bai laughed heartily, unsurprisingly. Yu Shichen could not resist such temptation. Tomorrow, indeed. You can head over directly then. I'll give you a night as time sufficient, I trust. Yi Bai gestured towards the 2 bags on the table. Yu Shichen's eyes brimmed with gratitude as he promptly assured, it will suffice. I shall come by tomorrow morning. Upon finishing his words, he joyfully clutched the 2 bags on the table and dashed towards the backyard. Yi Bai glanced at the time. Realizing it was nearly time to return, Wu Wang lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his breath shallow and labored, having been thoroughly subdued by Qian and Kuan. Gu Mei stood nearby, vociferously cursing as she plunged silver needles into his body. Yi Bai shook his head in resignation. Now, their modest pawn shop was unexpectedly burdened with 2 severely injured individuals. Mingyi escorted Yi Bai to the vehicle, cheerfully remarking, Boss, it would be best if you refrain from visiting too often. It is rather inconvenient. If anything arises, I shall call you. Yi Bai, perplexed, inquired. What do you mean? Chapter 67 Ms. Lishi, I presume you do not wish to. In response to Yi Bai's probing inquiries, Mingyi offered an awkward smile and remarked, it seems the shop has become quite crowded, and there are no extra rooms available. Those 2 fellows, Qian and Kuan, have expressed their desire to occupy your room. When there are no tasks at hand, they spend their days engaging in profound discussions within. That's just how they are, insatiable as ever. Listen, it's starting again. Yi Bai perked up his ears, his expression shifting to one of utter peculiarity. Well, they certainly do not shy away from prying eyes. If that is the case, returning to the shop might indeed prove inconvenient. All right, I understand. Yi Bai nodded in agreement, realizing that dissent would yield little benefit, given that the 2 had already settled into his room. Moreover, upon reflection, moving out might be a prudent choice. Under the watchful ears of these eavesdroppers, any phone call with Zhong Lushi would undoubtedly be overheard. Satisfied with Yi Bai's agreement, Ming Yi cheerfully entered the shop, emerging moments later with 2 large bags, which he placed into the trunk of the car, items belonging to Yi Bai. Yi Bai's lips twitched in silent protest, unable to articulate a single word. Well, it seems this was all premeditated. Everything has been neatly packed for me. Once the belongings were secured, Yi Bai drove away from this troublesome place, unable to endure the situation any longer, feeling an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Truly, one can be driven to despair by the comparisons. Qian has already feasted, while I remain empty-handed. Yi Bai resolved that he must move into Zhong Lushi's residence and take up residence there indefinitely. Sooner or later, he too would realize his dreams. Upon returning to the Zhong building, Yi Bai ascended directly to the top floor. As he approached the door to Zhong Lushi's office, he overheard her voice on the phone. Cease this at once. I vehemently disagree. Tell Su Mo Chung, that old dog, it is far too late for regrets now. Zhong Lushi's voice was icy cold, indicating her resolute intent to bring Su Mo Chung down. Yi Bai speculated that Su Mo Chung must have learned of the alliance between Zhong Zhenhan and Zhong Lushi, feeling overwhelmed and seeking reconciliation. Yi Bai pushed the door open, and Zhong Lushi's gaze turned towards him. Upon seeing Yi Bai's return, she ended the call, her previously frosty demeanor melting away like snow, her eyes sweeping over him before a smile graced her lips. Ah, Mr. Bai, quite impressive. 3 full hours. I underestimated you. I've prepared turtle soup for you. It will be a nice supplement. Zhong Lushi teased Yi Bai with a playful smile. Yi Bai sat on the sofa with a wry smile, feeling utterly at a loss for how to respond to her words. Zhong Lushi settled beside him, and the first thing she did was tousle his hair affectionately. Hee, Lushi, there are 2 matters I wish to discuss with you. Yi Bai leaned closer, speaking softly. Zhong Lushi firmly pressed Yi Bai's head onto her lap, gently stroking his white hair. Go on, is it yet another scheme to take advantage of me? She inquired. Yi Bai's head shifted slightly, the soft sensation bringing him immense satisfaction. Take advantage? What do you think I'm doing right now? I encountered an exceptionally intelligent individual at school, and I wish to invite him to assist you. His name is Yi Zhichen, and with his intellect, he should be capable of alleviating many of your burdens. Night White remarked with a smile. Zhang Lexi nodded gently, caressing Night White's face, and said, Xiao Bai, you truly are considerate. Since you have recommended him, let us allow him to give it a try. I shall speak to the school. Just as Night White intended to embrace Zhang Lexi's delicate waist, she swatted away his unwelcome advances. Isn't that 2 separate matters? What else is there? Zhang Lexi urged Night White off her lap, rising to approach the desk. Night White, chuckling awkwardly, followed her and casually remarked, it's not a significant issue. I merely returned to the shop earlier and gathered my belongings, preparing to relocate elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lexi seemed to discern something, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She turned to face Night White, inquiring, So, Mr. Xiao Bai, where do you intend to move? This big dog, could it be that he wishes to cohabit with her? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Should she agree? As Zhang Lexi pondered these thoughts, Night White, with an air of nonchalance, declared, of course, I plan to move into your home. I have no other place to go. Zhang Lexi was struck with realization. She had indeed guessed correctly. This fellow intended to linger in her abode and take liberties with her. Absolutely not. Dream on. I could perhaps tolerate your stay for a day or 2. But to reside long-term? What sort of ridiculous notion do you have? Her face reddened further as she voiced her refusal. In truth, Night White's desire to move to the manor delighted Zhang Lexi, yet she was reluctant to acquiesce so easily. However, Night White had anticipated her reaction and had already devised a rationale on his drive back. Lexi, let me tell you, that old man Su Mingyi is utterly outrageous. It would be one thing if he merely freeloaded off me, but now he has allowed his brother and sister-in-law to move in. Speaking of his brother and sister-in-law, not one of them is decent, reveling in nightly festivities, and their room is right next to mine. As Night White spoke, he keenly observed Zhang Lexi's expressions. Finally, he leaned closer to her ear and asked, Ms. Lexi, you wouldn't want to hear their noises every night, would you? Zhang Lexi was taken aback and promptly pinched Night White harshly, warning him sternly, Xiao Bai, if you dare return, you will be in serious trouble. You shall stay at my home. Furthermore, that shameless fellow Su Mingyi should be dismissed at the earliest opportunity. This is utterly unacceptable. Hearing Zhang Lexi's words, Night White couldn't help but smile knowingly. My sincerest apologies, Mingyi. It seems I must sacrifice your reputation once more. Zhang Lexi crossed her arms and settled into her office chair, gazing at the smug expression on Night White's face. What are you grinning about? With that scheming look upon your face, I must warn you, residing in my home is permissible, but you must adhere to some rules, Zhang Lexi said. Her cheeks flushed as she admonished Night White. Night White nodded vigorously, though in his mind, he was already daydreaming about their future life together. Zhang Lexi picked up her phone and made a call, and before long, someone delivered the meal. Yi Bai, feeling a pang of hunger, eagerly approached to inspect the day's dishes. Upon laying eyes on a generous bowl of turtle soup, he fell into a moment of contemplation. Lexi, you truly are remarkably considerate, Yi Bai remarked awkwardly. With a mischievous smile gracing her face, Zhang Lexi settled onto the sofa, personally dishing out a bowl of soup and presenting it to Yi Bai's lips. Little Bai, be a good boy and drink it all. Your health is paramount. You mustn't tea at such a young age. As she spoke, Zhang Lexi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lexi, aren't you afraid I might end up sleeping in your bed tonight? And then perhaps, Yi Bai feigned a fierce expression, leaning closer to Zhang Lexi's face. Meeting his fervent gaze, Zhang Lexi maintained her composure and replied, do you have the audacity? If you wish to tempt fate, then by all means. Give it a try tonight. Chapter 68. Lacking credibility, Yi Bai. Does this really alleviate fatigue? Indeed, Lexi, do indulge in more, Night Bai urged. That evening, Night Bai and Zhang Lexi returned to the estate. Nightby placed a bowl of simmered tremella and lotus seed soup before Zhang Lexi, asserting its restorative properties. After a day filled with the demands of managing the company, Zhang Lexi felt utterly exhausted. "Staobai, aren't you going to eat?" she inquired, spoon in hand. Gazing at Nightby chuckled. "Hee, I prepared rice for myself. I shall eat later. Please, enjoy yours first." Yet, upon hearing his response, Zhang Lexi set down her spoon, regarding him with suspicion. "Xiaobai, confess honestly, have you secretly drugged me?" She propped her chin and asked. Nightby was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her vivid imagination. "Lexi, look at you, what are you saying? Do I seem like such a person?" He replied with a wry smile. Seeing his expression, Zhang Lexi began to eat. "Humph, just because you haven't done anything this time doesn't mean you haven't considered it. After all, your desires for me aren't new," she remarked, taking a bite and savoring the flavor, nodding in approval. Nightby found himself at a loss for words, as she indeed had a point. Zhang Lexi ate elegantly, in stark contrast to Nightby's voracious appetite. By the time she finished her bowl of soup, Nightby had already devoured 3 bowls of rice. "Humph, you glutton," she muttered before turning to ascend the stairs. Nightby, filled with anticipation, promptly followed her. Hearing footsteps behind her, Zhang Lexi turned her head and remarked, "Dear Mr. Staobai, I did not invite you into my room tonight. What is your intention in following me?" Recalling her earlier boldness during lunch, she wondered if he had taken her words to heart. "Well, how about we go to my room?" Nightby inquired, as if it were the most natural thing. Wasn't the young lady quite audacious at noon, challenging him to try? "Try? I'll show you." Zhang Lexi scolded the oblivious lad. "Pooh, pervert, I meant we should sleep separately. What are you dreaming about?" As she spoke, she cautiously approached her room, preparing to swiftly enter and close the door behind her, leaving the big dog outside. Nightby's disappointment was palpable as he replied boldly, "Oh, Lexi, I was merely your pillow. Wasn't everything fine last time? I didn't misbehave, and you seem to hold on quite tightly." Hearing his flowery words, Zhang Lexi's cheeks visibly flushed. "Ah, silence. When I say no, I mean it. That was a one-time occurrence. You are not allowed to come over again," she declared, reaching her room's threshold. What did he mean by last time was fine? That instance was merely due to her emotional turmoil and fatigue, which had prevented him from making any advances. Though they had shared a bed, nothing inappropriate had occurred. However, this time was different. Zhang Lexi had an ominous premonition. If this fellow succeeded tonight, she would undoubtedly be consumed. Yibai still wished to negotiate, believing that once he entered, everything would be negotiable. "Lexi," I promised. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Lexi. Covering her ears, she shouted, "I refuse to listen. Your assurances hold no credibility. I know you too well. Once inside, you will." As she spoke, Zhang Lexi swiftly opened the door and slipped into the room. "Mr. Bai, I never claimed I would allow you to devour me, so you might as well give up on that notion," she exclaimed, peeking her head out before firmly shutting the door. Frustrated by his thwarted intentions, Yibai lingered outside for a moment, only to find the door stubbornly closed, compelling him to retreat to his own room. Dispirited, he resolved that after their next dinner, he would take the initiative. Entering Zhang Lexi's room and laying in wait for his opportunity. Leaning against the door, Zhang Lexi exhaled softly, relieved to hear the footsteps fade away. She did not harbor a strong aversion to Yibai. Rather, she was enveloped by an innate fear, a primal dread of the unknown lurking within the depths of her heart. Despite having come to understand Yibai's character and recognizing his affection for her, Zhang Lexi still felt she had not fully grasped the essence of him. Each embrace and kiss shared with Yibai felt intensely real. Yet she always sensed a barrier between them, a barrier that instilled in her a sense of anxiety and uncertainty. "Xiaobai, grant me a little more time to understand you better," Zhang Lexi murmured, retreating into her blankets. Her gaze fell upon a large rabbit plushie on her bedside, a gift from Yibai during their last visit to the amusement park. She clutched the plushie tightly to her chest as she drifted into slumber. In the adjacent room, Yibai lay on his bed, his eyes flickering momentarily before turning to the tranquil night sky outside. How he longed to lay bare his entire self to Zhang Lexi. Yet he struggled to find the right moment. Previously, she had been skeptical, but circumstances had shifted. The presence of the Black Wuchang weighed heavily on him. He feared that revealing his true identity to Zhang Lexi could embroil her in significant troubles, though the Black Wuchang had been relatively inactive of late. Yibai understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. The Black Wuchang adhered to a fervent ideology for the prosperity of all beings. Everything could be sacrificed. Once the Black Wuchang acted, the existing peace would be shattered in an instant. I should prepare in advance. Should the Black Wuchang escalate to that point? Yibai murmured, gradually closing his eyes as he pondered strategies to break the impending crisis. Outside the window, a waning moon was slowly shrouded by dark clouds, and after casting its final glimmer, it vanished completely into the night sky. At the southern border of Long Country, a figure cloaked in black gradually entered an abandoned train station, enveloped in shadows. His gait diverges from that of ordinary individuals, suggesting a possible affliction of the right leg. Moreover, with each step he takes, a series of metallic clangs reverberates against the ground, amplifying an eerie atmosphere within the otherwise silent train station. Chapter 69. We are not the deadly warriors in the abandoned train station. A tangle of weeds thrived, with wild shrubs growing waist-high between the decaying wooden sleepers. Swaying gently in the night breeze, Hei Wuchang turned to glance at the rusted tracks he had traversed, now bearing a striking resemblance to the current state of existence. Just like the living, he muttered, before stepping into the dilapidated structure that once served as a waiting hall. He ventured deeper, the harsh sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness of the hall. Descending the ancient, worn stairs, Hei Wuchang ultimately entered a narrow corridor, where the outside world's clamor faded into silence. He continued along the passage until he came upon a dimly lit room illuminated by a flickering oil lamp. Inside, a long table was flanked by 14 chairs on either side, totaling 28. However, only 16 figures occupied the seats, silently awaiting Hei Wuchang's arrival. "It is a pleasure to see you all," Hei Wuchang stated, positioning himself at the head of the table and gazing at the 16 individuals. He spoke slowly, yet received no response, only the oppressive stillness of silence. "Not taken aback," he continued. "I recall our gathering here 50 years ago. Including myself, there were 29 of us, most of whom were your masters. At that time," his voice dropped, reminiscing the past. One figure trembled slightly, projecting a robust voice. "Leader, we are all quite busy. Please, get to the point." "Ah, Do, you remain as impatient as ever, just like your deceased master," Hei Wuchang replied, unperturbed by the interruption. He casually selected a chair, brushing off the dust before sitting down. "The current Bai Wuchang, like the previous one, disagrees with my perspective." Hei Wuchang removed the black robe that shrouded his head, revealing an exceedingly aged visage. Upon hearing this, the 16 figures stirred, and a few whispered among themselves. Observing their reactions, Hei Wuchang spoke again. "I have grown old and can no longer afford to wait. I witnessed the passing of the previous Bai Wuchang, but I may not live to see the next. The current Bai Wuchang is remarkably young." After this declaration, Hei Wuchang fell silent, waiting until the surrounding stillness enveloped them before resuming his discourse. "Once, the 28 constellations each commanded tens of thousands of assassins, yet now, not only have your ranks diminished, but there are merely 16 of you left." As he spoke, he observed the subtle shifts in their expressions under the dim light. One figure rose, addressing Hei Wuchang. "Let us not dwell on past grievances. What are your plans?" "We will follow your command." "Wei, you are commendable." "Truly deserving of the title of my brother," Hei Wuchang replied with a smile, standing up and leaning forward on the table. His voice deepening. "With Bai Wuchang and the 64 hexagrams immortal, we cannot restore the living to their former glory, but only you here possess the means to eliminate them. And your ranks still harbor numerous assassins." His eyes resembled two sharp daggers, scanning the 16 individuals surrounding him. No sooner had he spoken than every body trembled violently. Even Wei, who had just stood, sat back down. Black Wuchang, witnessing this scene, saw his expression darken progressively. "Leader, we are assassins, not death warriors, rather than taking lives. We cherish our own." Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, a voice finally broke the silence, an elder man's voice. Black Wuchang swiftly turned, his gaze fixating on the speaker, rage simmering in his eyes. "Ah, it's Kong. I remember you. When I succeeded Black Wuchang, you were but a child. Your master was still alive then, until he was slain by White Wuchang, paving your ascent to this position." Black Wuchang glared at Kong, his face contorted with intense fury. Under the weight of Black Wuchang's terrifying presence, Kong lowered his head, refraining from uttering another word. Black Wuchang then directed his gaze back to the assembly, coldly stating, "I cannot offer you a reasonable price for White Wuchang's life, but I believe this should suffice." As he spoke, he yanked a peculiar object from around his neck and forcefully slammed it onto the table. Upon seeing it, everyone immediately rose, their eyes brimming with insatiable greed. On the table lay an ancient copper coin, glimmering with a faint golden hue under the dim light. Black Wuchang's eyes sparkled with madness as he coldly declared, After they are slain, I shall abdicate. Whoever kills White Wuchang shall claim Junction. His voice reverberated through the space like a wailing specter. The following morning, Yi Bai, as was his custom, arose early and roused Zhong Lexi from slumber. Zhong Lexi, too fatigued to respond with ire, merely squinted as she opened the door, then retreated back under the covers, cocooning herself in the blankets to continue her sleep. Yi Bai approached, attempting to lie beside her, but she gently pushed him away. Little Bai, don't bother me. Let me sleep a bit longer. After you wash up, go call the servants for breakfast, or you can make it yourself. Clearly, Zhong Lexi appeared to have had a restless night, her voice somewhat muffled. Yi Bai chuckled, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her cheek before exiting the room. Zhong Lexi had indeed been quite weary these past few days, spending nearly all day managing company affairs, with the phone on her desk ringing incessantly. One could only hope that Yi Zhichen's arrival might alleviate some of her burdens. As Yi Bai pondered this, he descended to the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast. When Zhong Lexi, still in a daze, made her way downstairs, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Yi Bai was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Upon approaching, she overheard him watching a story about an idle trainee who achieved fame after 2.5 years of hard work. Noticing Zhong Lexi's approach, Yi Bai set down his phone, smiling as he said, "Hey, Lexi, you're awake. Breakfast is warming in the pot. I'll serve it up." Zhong Lexi glanced at Yi Bai's disheveled hair, realizing he had refrained from grooming himself to avoid waking her. "Are you foolish? Your room also has a bathroom," Zhong Lexi said, gently tousling Yi Bai's hair. Yi Bai, with a playful grin, replied, "Oh dear, I've grown accustomed to your habits." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lexi playfully pinched Yi Bai's cheek and urged, "Hurry and freshen up. I don't want you embarrassing me at the office." With that, she entered the kitchen, intending to prepare breakfast to take to the company, as she had woken up rather late and lacked time to eat at home. After Yi Bai finished washing up, he found Zhong Lexi already ready, waiting for him in the living room. When they arrived at the base of the Zhong Corporation building, Yu Shichen was squatting at the entrance, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Upon spotting Yi Bai and Zhong Lexi, he stood up, his eyes adorned with dark circles, and rushed over. Yi Bai immediately discerned that this fellow had likely spent the entire night engrossed in those two items, neglecting sleep entirely. "Lixin, allow me to introduce you to Yi Zhichen, the person I mentioned," Yi Bai said, gesturing towards him. Zhong Lexi nodded politely and shook hands with Yi Zhichen. She then gazed at him for a considerable moment before glancing at Yi Bai, leading both of them to the top floor. As they walked, Yi Zhichen whispered to Yi Bai, "Boss, just you wait. Once I familiarize myself with the situation, the Su family will soon be a thing of the past." Yi Bai, fully confident in Yi Zhichen's capabilities, remarked with a hint of displeasure, "Next time, ensure your hands are clean before stepping out." Startled, Yi Zhichen quickly examined his hands. "Boss, they are spotless. There's no issue," he replied, puzzled. Yi Bai, visibly irritated, muttered, "I meant the scent, the smell of blood. You can eliminate it by washing your hands with a mixture of white vinegar and water in a 1:1 ratio. Didn't your master teach you that?" After all, Yu Shichen had spent the night tinkering with those items, merely washing his hands wouldn't suffice. Just moments ago, Yi Bai had noticed Zhong Lexi subtly wrinkle her nose while observing Yi Zhichen. Chapter 70. Is this gentleman reliable? After bringing Yi Zhichen and Yi Bai to her office, Zhong Lexi settled herself at her desk. Occasionally, she would reach up to touch her nose and steal glances at Yu Shichen, yet she remained silent. Observing Zhong Lexi's demeanor, Yu Shichen felt an involuntary sense of tension. Indeed, those who ascend to positions of power within the Zhong family are not to be underestimated. Had he known, he would have refrained from shaking hands earlier. "Ms. Zhong, may I first familiarize myself with the situation? I hope to be of assistance to you." Yi Zhichen finally broke the silence. Zhong Lexi nodded in response and summoned Shao Qi to guide Yi Zhichen in understanding the circumstances surrounding the Su family. Once Yu Zhichen was escorted away, Zhong Lexi slowly rose from her chair and took a seat beside Yi Bai. "Shao Bai, do you think Yu Zhichen is a reliable individual?" Zhong Lexi suddenly inquired. Besides her unwavering trust in Yi Bai, she maintained a guarded attitude towards everyone else, a habit cultivated over the years. She was acutely aware that the scent lingering on Yu Zhichen's hands was that of blood, distinctly not that of any livestock. Typically, the odor of animal blood is overwhelmingly foul, whereas the scent on Yu Zhichen's hands was markedly briny, devoid of any unpleasantness. It bore a striking resemblance to the aroma within her estate's basement. After considerable contemplation, Zhong Lexi had drawn parallels between these two scents. Yi Bai, upon hearing her query, felt a jolt of unease. Though his exterior remained composed, inwardly, he had mentally scolded Yu Jichin several times already. This fellow is remarkably clever, albeit with rather peculiar interests. I've heard that he has a fascination with human anatomy and often pesters one of the teachers during military training to learn about such topics. I don't perceive him as a villain, Yibai casually remarked, before asking, Lexi, why do you ask? Zhong Lexi shook her head and replied, it's nothing. I was merely curious. He gives off an odd vibe. If Yu Jichin frequently encounters corpses, then the scent on his hands would be understandable. My dear Mr. Bai, do you have nothing to say to me today? Zhong Lexi suddenly laughed, playfully resting her legs upon Yibai's lap. Hearing this, Yibai felt a pang of alarm. Had Zhong Lexi already sensed something? Was she that astute? Why are you in a daze? Speak. Zhong Lexi leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Yibai's ear, leaving him in a state of distraction. Just as he contemplated revealing everything to Zhong Lexi, she interjected once more. Letra Xiaobai, don't you want to discuss which looks better on me today, the white stockings or the black ones? Zhong Lexi asked with a playful smile, swaying her legs. Yibai, momentarily taken aback, shifted his gaze to the alluring legs before him. He had indeed noticed that Zhong Lexi's attire today was markedly different from her usual regal style. She had opted for a casual outfit instead of high heels. However, combined with the mischievous smile gracing her face at this moment, she resembled a mischievous girl next door. Yibai, having experienced a tumultuous emotional roller coaster, could no longer contain herself and, bending down, enveloped. Lushi, whatever you wear, I adore it. Although it doesn't appear as slender as black does, I find your softness equally delightful, Yibai exclaimed, rubbing her face against her. Zhong Lushi gasped repeatedly. Perverted Xiaobai, I merely let you see. Who permitted you to touch? Quickly let me go. After considerable effort, Zhong Lushi finally escaped from Yibai's grasp, awkwardly retreating to her desk where she shrank behind her computer, refusing to look at Yibai again. She touched her flushed face, cursing under her breath. Damn it, I only intended to tease the big dog playfully, yet it backfired spectacularly. Yibai laughed heartily, rolling around on the sofa. At that moment, Xiaoqi entered the office, instructing Yu Jichin to wait outside. Once Zhong Lushi noticed Xiaoqi had arrived, she steadied her emotions and inquired, Xiaoqi, how is he? Upon hearing Zhong Lushi's question, Xiaoqi cast an uneasy glance at Yibai. Miss, this fellow is rife with malevolence. The strategies he proposed are utterly perilous. After a lengthy silence, Xiaoqi recounted the general plan that Yu Jichin had just suggested. Previously, Xiaoqi had detailed the current situation to Yu Jichin, elaborating on the strengths of the Zhong and Su families. Realizing the formidable power of both factions, Yu Jichin swiftly devised several interlinked schemes. He first proposed that when the strengths of both parties are comparable, one must not rush to absorb the other's power. In confronting the Su family, the optimal approach would be to isolate them. The Zhong family should sever all ties with the Su family, fully exploiting their own authority to isolate all of Su's enterprises, rendering any collaboration with Su tantamount to declaring enmity with Zhong. Consequently, the Su family, entrenched in Tianhai for many years, would find themselves akin to a dismembered entity, gradually losing their limbs. Nonetheless, given the Su family's substantial foundation, they could endure for an extended period. Thus, it was imperative to devise a means to shorten this duration, preventing the Su family from regaining their breath. For such a scenario, Yu Jichin also had methods of resolution, including but not limited to various forms of defamation, false accusations, and even assaults on the Su family's higher-ups, alongside publicizing their unsavory deeds to incite widespread condemnation. In essence, the goal was to exhaust the Su family, perpetually wearing them down. Ultimately, when the Su family's endurance reached a critical threshold, the Zhong family would feign a truce, with the condition that Su Imocheng abdicate. Mr. Zhong, by that time, the Su family will be like lambs led to slaughter. We can then employ coercion and inducements to lure some mid-level members of the Su family, who are more acutely aware of their own family's plight. Dealing with their kin will certainly be second nature for them. Once we have utilized them, they can be discarded, left to be hunted down by the remnants of the Su family. Yu Jichin peeked in from the doorway, addressing Zhong Lushi within the office. Zhong Lexi gazed at the beaming Yu Jichin, struggling to comprehend how a university student could conceive such a cunning stratagem. While she too harbored methods to contend with the Su family, none were as ruthless as those of Yu Jichin. Yu Jichin's scheme not only aimed to topple Su Moching but also sought to leave the Su family utterly obliterated. Xiaoqi, having observed Zhong Lexi's expression, called out to Yu Jichin outside the door, "Come in, you've passed the test." Earlier, Zhang Lexi had instructed him to bring Yi Shichen down to assess the situation, intending for Xiaoqi to evaluate whether Yi Shichen was worthy of further utilization, even if she found him unsuitable for the sake of Yi Bai. Zhang Lexi would still secure a leisurely position for Yi Shichen. However, she had not anticipated that Yi Shichen would indeed prove to be a pleasant surprise. With a smile, Yi Shichen entered and inquired of Zhang Lexi, "General Zhang, I've heard that your father possesses considerable influence. If he were to join our cause, the downfall of the Su family would surely accelerate." Yet, upon hearing this, Zhang Lexi furrowed her brow, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Chapter 71. What reward do you desire? Upon the mention of Zhong Zhenhan, Zhang Lexi fell into a contemplative silence. Deep down, she harbored a reluctance to place her trust in him. Despite Zhong Zhenhan's declaration to ally with her against the Su family upon his return, Zhang Lexi remained hesitant to place her hopes in her father. Observing the expression on her face, Yi Shichen quickly discerned her apprehensions. "Zhong, this is manageable. We can proceed with our plan. Your father will undoubtedly perceive our intentions. Whether he chooses to assist us will become apparent in due time. If you remain uneasy, I can devise a way to gauge his stance," Yi Shichen remarked. Casting a glance at Yi Bai, among those present in the office, only he and Yi Bai were privy to the fact that Zhong Zhenhan was steadfastly aligned with Zhong Lexi. Yi Shichen had previously heard from Mingyi that Zhong Zhenhan had visited a pawnshop, leaving him quite shaken. Upon hearing Yi Shichen's words, Zhong Lexi eventually nodded in agreement. "In that case, let Xiaoqi assist you for the time being," she suggested, glancing at Xiaoqi. Yi Shichen was indeed a prodigy, a fact Zhong Lexi recognized. However, she could not extend the same level of trust to him as she did to Yi Bai, despite him being Yi Bai's choice. Keeping Xiaoqi close would alleviate many of her concerns. Yi Shichen smiled, expressing no dissent regarding Zhong Lexi's decision. He did not expect her to trust him unconditionally. After all, he was merely there to lend a hand. After Xiaoqi escorted Yi Shichen out of the office, Zhong Lexi leaned closer to Yi Bai. Yi Bai, eyeing the opportunity before him, was eager for affection, yet was playfully pushed back onto the sofa by Zhang Lexi. "Xiao Bai, have you spoken with him? What sort of reward does he desire?" Zhang Lexi inquired. Yi Bai paused, taken aback by the mention of a reward. Hadn't he already provided one? Furthermore, the young man was now quite wealthy, even more so than himself, having received a staggering sum of 400 million from his illustrious mentor. Nonetheless, Yi Bai responded, "He just seeks a support system at school, wishing to avoid being bullied by those privileged young masters." Zhang Lexi nodded. This was indeed manageable. "Oh dear Xiao Bai, you've brought me such a talent. Speak, what reward do you wish for?" she teased, playfully lifting his chin with her finger. Yi Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to voice his desires. However, he was met with Zhang Lexi's warning. "Hold on. Let us agree first. It cannot involve sleeping with me. Don't think I'm unaware of what you're contemplating." Yi Bai's mouth opened, but the words were swallowed back. He lamented how Zhong Lexi seemed to possess foresight. He had indeed been contemplating the notion of spending the night together. Well then, Lexi, a kiss should suffice, right? He settled for, gazing at her with anticipation. Zhang Lexi let out a playful huff, proudly declaring that can indeed be considered. With that, she slowly closed her eyes, awaiting Yi Bai. However, after waiting for quite some time, Zhang Lexi found herself bereft of the familiar sensation she had anticipated. Opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Yi Bai, grinning mischievously as he gazed at her. "Ah, you little rascal, daring to tease me like this. Don't even think about touching me." Enraged and flustered, Zhang Lexi rose to leave. Yi Bai swiftly seized her hand, pulling her into his embrace. Zhang Lexi's face flushed crimson. Her eyes lowered, yet she stubbornly declared, "Xiao Bai, I shall not forgive you." Yi Bai held her tightly, chuckling, "Hey, don't be upset. I want a kiss. But I haven't finished my sentence yet." Only then did Zhong Lexi direct her gaze towards him, awaiting his continuation. With a playful smirk, Yi Bai announced, "I want a kiss for an hour." "What? An hour? Are you out of your mind?" "Ugh." Zhong Lexi gasped, but her protest was swiftly silenced. She struggled lightly for a moment before wrapping her arms around Yi Bai's neck. Yi Bai was inwardly delighted, recalling who had proclaimed a prohibition against office romances just the day before. Naturally, their kiss did not last for the duration Yi Bai had suggested. Barely 10 minutes had passed before Zhang Lexi felt breathless. "Ugh, let go." She gently pushed Yi Bai away, turning her head to the side as she gasped for air. Rewarding a big dog like this often left her in a state of disarray. Yi Bai, with a cheeky grin, held onto Zhang Lexi's hand and said, "Lexi, don't be in such a rush to flee. Now that Yushichin is around, you shouldn't be so busy anymore. In truth, Yibai's intentions were quite simple. He merely wished to remain close to Zhong Lexi. Humph, you lecherous fool. Learn to be satisfied instead of always wanting more. Understood? Zhong Lexi poked Yibai's forehead with a finger before standing up and releasing his hand. Her concern was that if such rewards were given too frequently, the big dog would cease to value them. Yet, seeing the disappointment etched on Yibai's face, Zhong Lexi's resolve softened, and she relented, saying, "All right, once I manage this pile of troublesome affairs in the next few days, I will take you out to play. Anywhere you wish." With a blush, she walked towards her desk. Yibai's face lit up with joy as he immediately pulled out his phone to search for suitable places for couples to enjoy in Tianhai. As he was selecting activities for their upcoming outing, a message arrived on his phone. It was from Ming Yi. Yibai opened it to find a brief note. "Boss, look outside." Yibai promptly turned his gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office and walked over. Standing before the window, he saw Ming Yi and Chu Li on the rooftop of the adjacent building, waving at him. Beside them lay a corpse, its throat slashed open, blood pooling around it. Next to the body rested a sniper rifle. Yibai took out his phone and messaged Ming Yi. "Who is it?" Ming Yi fiddled with his phone for a moment before replying, "A hired assassin from the Su family, targeting Miss Zhong. We couldn't intercept this job." Yibai's countenance darkened, for he comprehended Ming Yi's implication. Given that the Su family's orders had not been intercepted by Ming Yi and his companions, only one possibility remained. The command must have come from He Wuchang, mandating the execution of this directive. He Wuchang had finally taken action, causing alarm bells to resonate within Yibai's heart. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of dread. Fortunately, today, Zhong Lushi had not stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. After calming his emotions, Yibai approached Zhong Lushi and, with a smile, said, "Lushi, I shall step out for a moment and will return shortly for dinner." Chapter 72. I am not an ordinary person. Yibai casually concocted an excuse to leave the office. His intention was not to eliminate Su Maching, but to inquire about the specifics from Ming Yi. Seeking a relatively tranquil spot, Yibai placed a call to Ming Yi. The line connected swiftly, accompanied by a cacophony of wind in Ming Yi's voice. "Boss." Yibai inquired, "Pray tell, what is the current situation?" He hoped that today's events would not be repeated. According to the rules of all beings, when one assassin fails, another takes the contract. Ming Yi's tone bore a hint of gravity as he replied, "Hai Chang has completely severed ties with us. Since this morning, some assassins from all beings are no longer under our surveillance. Thus, further assassination attempts are inevitable." A cold smile flickered across Yibai's face. It appeared that Hai Chang was resolutely intent on war. "Since you have chosen to escalate matters to this extent, do not blame me." His eyes gleamed with a frigid light as he coldly instructed, "Inform everyone that while preserving their own safety, those assassins beyond our oversight are to be treated as traitors. I am eager to see how many are unafraid of death." After disconnecting the call, Yibai fell into contemplation. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. Hai Chang's operatives could easily locate him, launching relentless assassination attempts. This precarious state would not change anytime soon, especially due to his connection with Zhong Lexi, leaving him unable to conceal himself. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. He had initially wished to keep Zhong Lexi out of this turmoil, yet it seemed that fate had other plans. With such complex emotions, Yibai returned to Zhong Lexi's office. Upon entering, his first action was to push the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The assassins, aware of his presence, would not opt to infiltrate the building or enter through the office door. Only this window presented a potential risk. Zhong Lexi observed Yibai's seemingly perplexing behavior and inquired, "Xiaobai, what are you doing? Are you simply idle?" Over the past few days at the company, Yibai had been rolling around on the sofa, appearing exceedingly bored. "Hiki, Lexi, I intend to move the sofa here to bask in the sunlight while enjoying the view," Yibai replied playfully. Zhong Lexi rolled her eyes at him. "You certainly know how to indulge yourself. Fine, fine, if you're truly bored, then play your flourishing game. Today isn't too busy, and we should be able to head home by the afternoon." With that, she resumed her work. Yibai reclined on the sofa, his gaze penetrating the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the scene outside. The corpse atop the opposite building had vanished, leaving no trace of blood behind. With Yushichin's presence today, the phone on Zhong Lexi's desk had noticeably quieted. Apart from significant decisions requiring her consultation, there were hardly any interruptions. Thus, Yibai lay on the sofa, occasionally glancing outside, occasionally watching Zhong Lexi. Every now and then, Zhong Lexi would steal a moment from her busy schedule, turning to Yibai. unable to resist the urge to tease him. Each time she observed him languidly sprawled out, resembling a lethargic Great Pyrenees, a sense of imbalance stirred within Zhong Lexi. While she was ensnared in a whirlwind of tasks, he remained utterly idle. To exacerbate her frustration, he truly lay there, oblivious to the world around him. It was not until after 4 in the afternoon that Zhong Lexi finally stretched, concluding her day's endeavors. Just the previous day, she had toiled until dusk before returning home. Today was, in comparison, quite leisurely. Once the troubles with the Su family were resolved, the Zhang family would reign supreme in Tianhai, allowing Zhong Lexi to assume a more relaxed role. "Get up, you lazy pig. Let us go home." Zhong Lexi approached Yibai, ruffling his hair with a playful irritation. Yibai chuckled and rose, lazily leaning into her embrace. "Oh, you lecherous fiend, how impertinent. Go away," she teased, gently pushing him aside as she made her way to the door. After descending the stairs, Yibai drove them back to the estate. In the car, Yibai fell silent for a moment before tentatively broaching, "Lexi, have you ever considered that I am not an ordinary person?" Yibai contemplated confessing his true identity to Zhong Lexi, recognizing that even if she remained unaware of his origins, her presence would inevitably attract the attention of the dark forces lurking nearby. Zhong Lexi, engaged with her phone in the passenger seat, paused at his words. "You are certainly not an ordinary person. What average individual would dare pursue me? You are nothing short of an audacious rogue, far beyond the realm of normal humanity." Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a barrage of mockery upon him. Yibai could only manage a wry smile, mentally pondering a more suitable way to reveal his true self. Just as Yibai was deep in thought, an unexpected crisis erupted. A large truck barreled towards them, showing no signs of evasion, heading straight for their vehicle. Yibai cursed under his breath, recognizing the relentless intent of these wretched individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, he understood that assassins were once again attempting to eliminate Zhong Lexi. Zhong Lexi's expression turned grave, her previously elevated leg falling back to the ground. "Lexi, brace yourself. It's going to be all right," Yibai reassured her, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he veered into a shop on the roadside. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, pedestrians screamed and scattered, and chaos ensued. "Lexi, are you all right?" Yibai asked, glancing at her in the passenger seat. The force of the impact had jolted Zhong Lexi's head against the seat. Regaining her composure, her face turned icy. She recognized that the attack was aimed squarely at her. "I'm fine. Xiaoqi will be here with reinforcements soon," she replied coldly, a murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Outside the window, the truck, having failed in its mission, sped away without a moment's pause. Yibai's expression darkened considerably. Typically, if an assassin refrained from finishing the job with a collision, they would disembark to finish what they started. However, this one had evidently recognized Yibai's presence and, having missed its mark, chose to flee promptly. Before long, Xiaoqi hurried over, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Miss, are you unharmed?" he exclaimed as he opened the car door. Only upon seeing that Zhang Lushi was unscathed did he finally exhale in relief. Yibai kicked open the driver's side door, approaching the passenger seat to assist Zhang Lushi out. Once she had alighted from the vehicle, Zhang Lushi turned to Xiaoqi, commanding, "Investigate and apprehend that individual, regardless of the consequences." Yibai opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, opting instead to send a message to Mingyi. He understood that, relying solely on Xiaoqi and the others, their efforts would likely yield no results. Following such a significant incident, Zhang Lushi was immediately placed under stringent protection. Yibai no longer needed to drive. He took a seat in the back of the car alongside Zhang Lushi as they headed towards the estate. After some time spent in the vehicle, Zhang Lushi finally quelled her fury and turned to gaze at Yibai. His demeanor was remarkably composed, which took her by surprise. "Xiaobai, I am at fault for involving you in this," she confessed, resting her head against his shoulder. Chapter 73. No idle thoughts upon hearing Zhang Lushi's words. Yibai's body involuntarily trembled. He gazed at the remorseful expression on Zhang Lushi's face as she leaned against his shoulder and enveloped her in his embrace. "Fool. Those words should be mine," Yibai tenderly murmured, stroking Zhang Lushi's silky hair. Zhang Lushi, nestled in Yibai's arms, lifted her head in confusion. "Xiaobai, you were speaking nonsense again. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be so anxious," she replied softly. Yibai shook his head and leaned closer to her ear, saying, "Lushi, once we return home, I have something important to discuss with you." However, upon hearing this, Zhang Lushi appeared visibly flustered. She immediately straightened up and looked at Yibai, stating, "Xiaobai, give me a few days, and I will resolve the Su family issue. Such a situation will not arise again. Zhang Luxi's greatest fear was that after experiencing today's events, Yi Bai would hesitate to be with her. Yi Bai promptly tightened his hold around her, saying, "Do not entertain such thoughts. Be obedient." Zhang Luxi's arms clung tightly to Yi Bai's neck, as though fearing he might escape. A crimson hue began to spread across her eyes, and her grip tightened further. "Tonight, I shall keep Yi Bai close. And once the Su family is dealt with, all will be well." This notion took root in her mind, and she could not suppress it any longer. Sensing Zhang Luxi's anxious demeanor, Yi Bai immediately surmised that she was on the brink of losing her composure. Without a moment's hesitation, he kissed her passionately, fervently, until she gently tapped his shoulders, prompting him to relent. "Do not indulge in idle thoughts. Should you disobey, beware of my reprimand." Yi Bai feigned a fierce expression as he spoke, playfully biting the tip of her nose. Zhang Luxi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she melted into his embrace, breathing heavily. "You rascal," she murmured softly, relieved that she had not spiraled into madness once more. The journey ahead unfolded without incident, and under the escort of numerous vehicles. Yi Bai and Zhang Luxi safely returned to the estate. As they entered through the grand gates, Fong Lin hurriedly approached Zhang Luxi. Initially part of the team responsible for the estate's security, he had not been replaced after Zhang Luxi took full control of the Zhang family, owing to his role in teaching Yi Bai to drive. Fong Lin's expression was somewhat tense as he glanced toward the villa before whispering, "Miss, the master is inside." Zhang Luxi furrowed her brow. The master Fong Lin referred to as naturally Zhang Zhenhan. However, she found it peculiar that Zhang Zhenhan's presence would elicit such alarm from Fong Lin. Noticing her puzzled expression, Fong Lin added, "The young master is also inside." This revelation immediately provoked a strong reaction from Zhang Luxi. Her demeanor shifted dramatically, and her gaze turned icy. Without delay, she returned to the car, retrieving a firearm and preparing it for use. For Zhang Yichen, Zhang Lexi had long harbored murderous intent. Today, with Zhang Zhenhan present, even if she did not intend to take Zhang Yichen's life, it was imperative that he be rendered incapacitated. Holding a gun in one hand and dragging Yi Bai with the other, she approached the villa. Yi Bai could not help but admire Zhang Yichen's audacity. How bold he was to confront the barrel of Zhang Lexi's gun. Did he truly believe that Zhang Zhenhan could protect him? Upon entering the villa, the sight that greeted Zhang Lexi caused her to hesitate momentarily. There stood Zhang Yichen, bound and bruised, his face marred by the marks of a severe beating. Zhang Zhenhan sat on the sofa, sipping tea, and upon noticing Zhang Lexi's arrival, he rose to his feet. "Lexi," he began, "I have brought this fellow to apologize on his behalf. He colluded with the Su family and leaked a considerable amount of information about the Zhang family, which has caused you much distress lately. I ordered him to be brought back and soundly punished. I hope, for my sake, you will let him off this time. I assure you, he will never set foot in Tianhai again." Zhang Zhenhan pleaded with an unprecedented humility. The state in which Zhang Yichen now found himself was entirely Zhang Zhenhan's design. He understood Zhang Lexi's character well, faced with a powerless Zhang Yichen, and with his own presence still looming, it was highly unlikely that she would execute him. Had Zhang Yichen been sitting or standing when she entered, he would likely have been shot on the spot. As expected, gazing upon the pitiful state of Zhang Yichen, coupled with Zhang Zhenhan's words, Zhang Lexi found it difficult to strike. However, she had no intention of sparing him. If she could not kill him today, she would certainly do so eventually. For one who wished to eliminate her, Zhang Lexi resolutely refused to yield. Surely, Zhang Zhenhan could not remain by Zhang Yichen's side forever. There would come a time when he was absent. Seeing Zhang Lexi pause, Zhang Zhenhan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once he managed to placate Zhang Lexi, Yi Bai would likely cease to trouble Zhang Yichen. "Ah, indeed. We are all family. Lexi, put away your weapon," he said with a smile. Then, kicking Zhang Yichen, he barked, "Aren't you going to apologize to your sister?" Yet Zhang Yichen remained silent, his malevolent gaze fixed on Zhang Lexi. Little did he know that such defiance only solidified her resolve to see him dead. With a cold laugh, Zhang Lexi replied, "Father, if my brother does not wish to speak, then an apology is unnecessary." With that, she casually tossed aside her gun and strode toward the sofa, her expression ice-cold. Zhang Zhenhan seethed inwardly, cursing Zhang Yichen for his utter lack of awareness. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Zhang Lexi's actions, he realized she had chosen to spare Zhang Yichen for the time being. Now, all that remained was to placate her and swiftly send this rebellious son abroad to ensure peace. Yi Bai took a seat beside Zhang Lexi, aimlessly picking up a fruit knife to peel a pear, which he then offered to her. Although her mood was far from pleasant, she complied with Yi Bai's gesture and took a bite of the pear. As Zhang Zhenhan began to untie the ropes binding Zhang Yichen, He intended to exchange a few polite words before hastily making their escape. Freed from his restraints, Zhang Yichen slowly rose from the ground, standing silently behind Zhang Zhenhan with his head bowed. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zhenhan, Zhang Yichen's face was etched with resentment. His peripheral gaze remained fixated on Zhang Lexi, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Upon noticing the handgun that Zhang Lexi had carelessly discarded upon entering, his resolve solidified. If he could eliminate Zhang Lexi, he would become the sole heir of the Zhang family, and the entirety of the Zhang estate would belong to him. As for that pretty-faced assassin by her side, he could never outrun a bullet. Lost in these dark thoughts, murderous intent surged within Zhang Yichen. Yet he failed to notice the fleeting glance that Yi Bai cast in his direction. After finishing the pear that Yi Bai had given her, Zhang Lexi rose and stated, "Father, if there is nothing further, please do proceed. I trust you will handle matters regarding the Su family with diligence." Having uttered this perfunctory remark, she took Yi Bai's hand and ascended the stairs. Earlier in the car, Yi Bai had mentioned he had something to discuss with her, and she was reluctant to waste time on Zhang Zhenhan and Zhang Yichen. In high spirits, Zhang Zhenhan nodded repeatedly and then led Zhang Yichen towards the villa's exit. As they approached the door, Zhang Yichen's heart raced with mounting trepidation. Just as they reached the threshold, he broke free from Zhang Zhenhan's grasp, swiftly retrieving the gun from the ground and turning to aim it at the ascending Zhang Lexi. "Zhang Yichen, you seek death," Zhang Zhenhan bellowed in anger, attempting to intervene. But it was too late. A gust of wind brushed past him, and he witnessed a crimson line suddenly appear on Zhang Yichen's wrist, where he gripped the weapon. Then, Zhang Yichen's arm fell limply to his side, while his other hand clutched his neck, blood gushing forth. His eyes widened in terror, reflecting an abyss of fear. Ultimately, the light in Zhang Yichen's eyes slowly faded away. The setting sun streamed through the villa's entrance, casting an orange-hued glow upon Yi Bai standing at the doorway. A drop of blood trickled from the blade of the fruit knife he held, splattering onto the ground. Chapter 74. Two Geniuses Within the Villa. An enduring silence enveloped the atmosphere. Zhang Lexi remained poised with one foot on the staircase, her entire being frozen in place. Zhang Zhenhan, as if drained of all vitality, collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant. In the hushed hall, only the sound of Yi Bai's footsteps echoed. He slipped a fruit knife into his pocket and approached Zhang Lexi with deliberate slowness. Upon reaching her, Yi Bai gently clasped her hand, his clear eyes locking onto her astonished face. "Lexi, it's all right," he reassured, tenderly squeezing her icy fingers. Gradually, Zhang Lexi returned to herself, her gaze now focused on Yi Bai's countenance. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had completely lost consciousness. The vivid scene she had witnessed had left an indelible impact on her. Her hand instinctively recoiled, as if her mind struggled to accept the reality of the situation. Yi Bai, however, resolutely held her hand, refusing to grant her any chance to withdraw. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Lexi's voice trembled as she inquired, "Who are you?" In that instant, she had felt Yi Bai, who had accompanied her up the stairs, vanish without a trace. Then she heard Zhang Zhenhan's furious roar. And when she turned back, she beheld the specter-like figure with white hair illuminated by the setting sun. Yi Bai suddenly smiled, responding with an air of nonchalance. "I am Xiaobai, your Xiaobai? Here, let me rub your head." Zhang Lexi's expression was complex as she instinctively reached out to touch his hair. Yet, at the moment of contact, her hand recoiled as if electrified. Yi Bai's gaze softened as he spoke. "I had intended to gradually reveal everything to you tonight, but it seems circumstances have forced my hand." He led Zhang Lexi to where Zhang Zhenhan sat slumped on the ground and said, "Some fates are predetermined. I apologize." This apology was merely a gesture directed towards a father mourning the loss of his son. Zhang Zhenhan managed a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. He could not blame anyone else for his predicament. He bore responsibility for the path that had led him here. From a young age, he had instilled in Zhang Yichen the belief that the Zhang family belonged to him, a notion that had culminated in this tragic turn of events. With trembling limbs, Zhang Zhenhan rose to his feet and addressed Zhang Lexi. "Please, summon a few people to assist me in taking his body away." Zhang Lexi nodded and called upon a few individuals to help Zhang Zhenhan transport Zhang Yichen's lifeless form to the vehicle. Throughout the process, her movements were stiff and mechanical, as the harrowing image of Yi by taking Zhang Yichen's life replayed incessantly in her mind. Once Zhang Zhenhan departed, Zhang Lexi tentatively reached out to touch Yi Bai's hair, grasping a few strands. Noticing this, Yi Bai inclined his head closer, rubbing against her hand affectionately. After they settled onto the sofa, Zhang Lexi finally relaxed and softly remarked, "Xiaobai, you must have so much you wish to share with me, don't you?" Yi Bai smiled and nodded, then embraced Zhong Lexi, beginning to recount everything about himself. As he spoke, a vague narrative began to take shape in Zhong Lexi's mind, with many details gradually piecing together. Zhong Lexi suddenly realized that there were so many intricate details about Yi Bai that she had never noticed before, perhaps due to their close relationship. She had never paid much attention to such trivialities. The two were tightly embraced, and before they knew it, night had fallen. When Yi Bai spoke of the assassination attempt by the sentient beings against Zhong Lexi, he wore an expression of deep remorse. "Lexi, I'm so sorry. It's actually my fault that you were involved." Zhong Lexi rested her chin on Yi Bai's shoulder and gently shook her head. "No, if it weren't for you, I might have already been killed by the assassins hired by Xinyu. According to your rules, both Xinyu and I are considered to be people who have committed numerous wrongdoings. The sentient beings had no reason to protect me. That billion would not be wasted." After Zhong Lexi finished speaking, Yi Bai looked puzzled. He tilted his head slightly to gaze at her profile and asked, "A billion? What cost $1 billion?" Yi Bai felt something was amiss. He distinctly remembered it being 500 million. "Huh? You killed Xinyi, and that guy named Kan came to me for money, 1 billion. "Oh. Xiaobai, you need to feel embarrassed. That's your rule, after all. Besides, my life is worth far more than $1 billion, Zhong Lexi said earnestly. Recalling that at that time, she and Yi Bai had not yet begun their relationship. Given his identity as the White Wuchang, his direct involvement was indeed worth that price. Yi Bai's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and he inwardly cursed Ming Yi and Kansas. Well, what a clever Ming Yi and Kan, treating me like a black slave." Noticing Yi Bai's sudden change in demeanor, Zhong Lexi inquired, "What's wrong, Xiaobai? Is there a problem?" She observed that since Yi Bai heard that price, his countenance had shifted, indicating there was more to the story. Yi Bai, left with no choice, explained the heinous actions of Kan and Ming Yi, which were truly shocking. "I've worked so hard to earn 1 billion, and you two just exchanged a few words and pocketed 9 billion. Upon hearing the entire story, Zhong Lexi burst into laughter. These two are geniuses. No, they are simply extraordinary. Watching Zhong Lexi's joyful expression, Yi Bai's mood began to lift as well. "Ah, Lexi, aren't you worried about living in fear every day from now on?" Yi Bai asked with a smile. Zhong Lexi shook her head, wearing an indifferent expression. She replied earnestly, "With you by my side, why should I be afraid?" Yi Bai was momentarily speechless, then leaned in to kiss Zhong Lexi deeply. Xiaobai, we haven't had dinner yet, and your hands shouldn't wander," Zhong Lexi said shyly, gently pushing him away. Yi Bai chuckled and released Zhong Lexi. Now that he had confessed everything, he felt an immense sense of relief. "Hiki, Lexi, I'll go cook. What would you like to eat?" Yi Bai asked tenderly. Zhong Lexi wrapped her arms around Yi Bai's and beamed brightly. "I want to eat everything. I'll help too." The two entered the kitchen, playfully teasing each other, and it took a full hour to prepare the meal. During mealtime, Zhong Lexi constantly lifted her head to observe the ravenous Yi Bai, who seemed to have been consuming his meal for quite some time. At last, she realized why the large dog had never feared her from the very beginning, boldly teasing her without restraint. As such thoughts crossed her mind, a charming blush gradually graced her cheeks. Initially, she had intended to train this big dog, but it seemed the tables had turned, and she had unwittingly fallen head over heels in love with him. "Dear little Bai, though you are the white impermanence of all beings, I shall still take delight in teasing you. How do you feel about that?" Zhong Lexi leaned closer to Yi Bai's ear, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Yi Bai gazed at her with indulgence and replied, "Hee, as long as you are happy, Lexi. Haha, tease me? When has it not been you who approached me first?" Only to scurry away in the end, Zhong Lexi burst into laughter, continually serving him dishes from her bowl. After they finished their meal, Yi Bai, with a clear intention, asked, "Lexi, shall we take a rest now?" Chapter 75. Finding oneself listening to Yi Bai's nearly explicit words, Zhang Luxi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This large dog truly had an insatiable desire, always contemplating devouring her. "You lecherous little creature, absolutely not," Zhang Luxi reproached him. Upon uttering these words, she lowered her gaze, feeling too bashful to meet Yi Bai's eyes. Yi Bai, slightly disappointed, inquired, "Huh? Luxi, why not?" As he spoke, he drew ever closer to Zhang Luxi. Feeling his warm breath drawing near, her heart began to race tumultuously. "Oh dear, this won't do. I am not prepared yet. It is all too sudden. I need time to process this. You must not follow me." After saying this, Zhang Luxi covered her face and dashed upstairs. Her steps were frantic, nearly causing her to stumble several times as she ascended the staircase. "Luxi, take your time. Don't fall. Yi Bai called out with a wry smile, standing at the foot of the stairs, offering his gentle admonishment. He realized he had been a bit too eager. The revelation of her true identity had profoundly impacted Zhang Luxi's psyche, and it was wise to allow her some space. Zhang Luxi hurriedly reached the door of her room and swiftly opened it. Just as she was about to enter, she hesitated momentarily. Turning back to the bewildered Yi Bai downstairs, "Xiao Bai Yu. Good night." And with that, she quickly slipped into her room, shutting the door tightly behind her before Yi Bai could utter a word. In truth, he had merely wanted to express his desire to simply enter and sleep, without any ulterior motives. However, he soon found himself amused by this absurd notion. Having entered, how could he refrain from doing anything? Since Zhang Luxi was not yet ready, he decided to wait patiently. After tidying up the dishes, Yi Bai returned to his room and lay down. Now that Zhang Luxi was aware of her true identity, there was no need for subterfuge. It certainly alleviated a great deal of tension. The only lingering threat was from He Wuchang, which required vigilant caution. In just this one day, Zhang Luxi had faced 2 assassination attempts, and there could potentially be more in the future. Only after the destruction of the Su family and the demise of Su Imochin would the targeting of Zhang Luxi cease, as the sentient beings would lose their solitary client. Yi Bai pondered for a moment before straining to listen for any sounds from Zhang Luxi's room. Inside, she rolled around on her bed, clutching a rabbit plush toy, unable to fall asleep. Naughty Xiao Bai, keeping secrets from me for so long. Humph. Tomorrow I shall wear black stockings and withhold any rewards. That will infuriate you, she mumbled, shaking her little fist at the rabbit toy. Hearing this, Yi Bai shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Outside the outskirts of Tianhai, a shadowy figure stealthily slipped into a dilapidated factory. Within, only one room was illuminated, its light dim and flickering. The furtive figure glanced around cautiously before quickly darting into that room. Inside, an elderly man with graying temples sat upon a worn sofa. He was known as Wei, one of the 28 constellations of sentient beings. Upon seeing the man enter, turned his head and glanced at the newcomer, furrowing his brow before slowly speaking. "Xiao Chuxing, what a flustered state you find yourself in." The shrillness of S' voice made it hard to believe it belonged to a man. The assassin named Xiao Chuxing appeared relatively youthful in his 20s. As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "My lord, you nearly frightened me to death." That was none other than the white impermanence. If I hadn't driven away swiftly, I would have met my demise. As he spoke, Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but glance apprehensively over his shoulder, clearly still shaken. After failing to complete his mission while driving the truck, he sensed impending doom and realized he needed to flee immediately. A flicker of anger crossed S' face as he inquired, "So, does this mean you have failed? As one of my most distinguished subordinates in recent years, having been in the profession for 4 years without a single failure, how could this happen?" Faced with S' interrogation, Xiao Chuxing found himself at a loss for words. "You insufferable old dang, you lack the courage to confront the situation yourself and constantly urge us to risk our lives. How is that fair?" However, the next statement from sent Xiao Chuxing into a silent rage. As a competent assassin, when a mission fails, you must reflect upon your own shortcomings. Asserted, as if it were a matter of course. Xiao Chuxing was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard. Reflect on my own shortcomings? Shouldn't the third-tier cursed spirit reflect on its inability to slay Satoru Gojo? Shouldn't the naval soldiers contemplate their failure to take down Whitebeard? I have only been in this profession for 4 years. You expect me to eliminate that person? I could easily take care of you, you foolish old dang. Rather than the white impermanence. That is the white impermanence, the possessor of that bone ring. A death god who can instill fear in me with just a glance. If I could kill him, would I still be under your command? I would have already become the black impermanence by now. I narrowly escaped death. And you want me to reflect on my own shortcomings? The only reason I'm still alive is due to my ancestors pulling strings from beyond. Observing the indignation etched on Xiao Chuxing's face, snorted coldly and remarked, "Very well, I shall not hold this against you this time. I will devise another opportunity for you. Next time, you must ensure the elimination of those 2 individuals." At S' words, Xiao Chuxing's heart raced. What is this? Another chance? You won't be satisfied until I am dead, will you? Ah, you wish to impose such hellish key performance indicators upon me? Then do not blame me for seeking an alternative path. With this thought, Xiao Chuxing maintained a facade of calm and replied, "Ah, I am grateful for your trust. My lord, I shall strive to perform admirably next time." Upon hearing Xiao Chuxing's response, S' expression softened somewhat, and he waved his hand, signaling for him to take his leave. Xiao Chuxing feigned respect as he exited the room, stepping out of the dilapidated factory. Betrayal. I must betray them. I shall seek out the white impermanence to pledge my allegiance, persuading him to eliminate this old ding. What a remarkable achievement that would be. Xiao Chuxing stealthily made his way, quickly vanishing from sight. The following morning, Zhang Lexi awoke groggily. She could not recall the exact hour she fell asleep last night. All she remembered was the initial discomfort that gradually subsided. Strangely, today, the usually boisterous Xiaobai had not stirred to wake her. Zhang Lexi shifted slightly, yearning to stretch, only to discover that something had nestled in her arms. Blinking sleepily, she glanced down and soon spotted a tuft of fluffy white fur that seemed to be moving. Instantly, Zhang Lexi realized what it was. Who else could it be but the big dog? She let out a sharp scream. Xiaobai, you are too much. No wonder she had slept so well in the latter half of the night. It turned out this rascal had snuck in. Yabai lifted his head with a playful grin and said, Lexi, I'm innocent. I came over because I saw you were restless and couldn't sleep well. I am quite honest. Indeed, Zhang Lexi had tossed and turned until the wee hours, speaking in her sleep. As she listened to Yabai's excuses, she instinctively wanted to ask how he had entered, but recalling his agility rendered the question unnecessary. Get off me this instant. Still lingering, are you? From now on, I will sleep with my eyes wide open. Zhang Lexi managed to utter after a moment of contemplation. She pushed Yabai away with her foot and promptly dashed into the bathroom. Yabai erupted in laughter, sitting up in bed and patiently awaiting her return. After they had both freshened up, Yabai prepared a simple breakfast and brought it to the table. While they ate, Yabai looked at Zhang Lexi and said, Lexi, let us not rush to the office today. Accompany me to my shop instead. I have some accounts to settle. With Yi Zhichen assisting at the company, Zhang Lexi knew that a slight delay would not pose much of a problem. A smile graced her lips as she guessed Yabai's intentions and nodded in agreement. She too wished to confront that vixen named Gui Mei and inquire about the man who was far away on an island. Chapter 76. Dyeing this thing green. Yabai drove with Zhang Lushi to the pawn shop. Mingyi was reclining on a chair beneath an old locust tree, swaying slightly as if engaged in a phone conversation. Yes. All right. Those who know the times are the true heroes, rest assured. After a lengthy discourse, Mingyi hung up the phone and turned to the unexpected visitors, Yabai and Zhang Lushi. The two were hand in hand, clearly indicating a closer relationship lately. Yet, for reasons unknown, Mingyi was engulfed by an ominous premonition. Zhang Lushi gazed at Mingyi, a subtle smile gracing her features as she said, Mingyi, truth be told, red hair suits you quite well. Upon hearing this, Mingyi chuckled, responding, Zhang General, you flatter me. I'm merely keeping up with trends. Just as he spoke, his voice abruptly ceased, shock registering on his face as he stared at Zhang Lushi. She had just addressed him as Mingyi. According to his publicly disclosed identity, she should have referred to him as Su Mingyi. He then glanced at Yabai beside Zhang Lushi, who wore a smile that concealed a dagger, and Mingyi immediately reacted. This was bad. Before Yabai could utter a word, Mingyi sprang from the chair like a shadow, dashing into the shop. He could still hear Mingyi shouting, Don't take too long to recover. You've been exposed. We need to run and hide for a while until the boss calms down. However, there was no sign of Can within the shop. He had long vanished the moment Zhang Lushi called out to Mingyi. Mingyi silently cursed Can's ancestors. That wretched fellow truly lacked loyalty. At that moment, a hand landed on Mingyi's shoulder. He stiffly turned to see Yabai, whose face bore a smile that did not reach his eyes, staring intently at him. Boss, allow me to explain. I only feared that you might have too much money and be unable to handle it. I came with good intentions. Mingyi forced a smile, desperately attempting to justify himself. Yabai chuckled, eyeing Mingyi's nearly faded red hair, and remarked, Mingyi, I think we should dye this thing green. No sooner had he spoken than Gui Mei appeared beside him, carrying a bucket of green paint as if she had teleported. Behind Gui Mei, Chuli peeked out from the doorway, timidly saying, Boss, you've come at the right time. My master was just saying yesterday that he wanted to change his hair color. Mingyi's complexion changed drastically, and he sought to escape, only to be firmly grasped by Yabai. Oh, isn't this Sister Gui Mei? Why haven't you returned to the island yet? Have you forgotten about your man? A teasing voice chimed in as Zhang Lushi stepped forward, joining Gui Mei. Gui Mei shuddered, realizing her oversight, in her eagerness to see Mingyi in trouble. She had neglected that she had also offended this proprietress. I'm just back. Men are but trifles. Gui Mei forced a smile, swiftly placing the paint at Yibai's feet before darting into the room. Before long, a piercing scream echoed through the room, intermingled with the frantic voice of Gue Mei. "You bastard, I'm going back to the island. If you keep this up, no one will care about you anymore." Yi Bai picked up a can of green paint from the floor, a smile lighting up his face. Gue Mei had even thoughtfully prepared a brush. "Boss, please. My red hair is finally on the verge of fading. How about I return the money to you instead?" Mingyi pleaded for mercy. Yi Bai was utterly unmoved. Skillfully lifting the paintbrush, now coated in vibrant color, and swiping it across Mingyi's head. Before long, a brand new, middle-aged, green-haired Ming-Yi appeared before Yi Bai and Zhong Lushi. Zhong Lushi struggled to suppress her laughter as she gazed at Ming-Yi's vacant expression, feeling that green suited him far better than red. Just as Yi Bai completed this transformation, a melodious tune wafted into his ears. The sound was loud, and Zhong Lushi, upon hearing it, turned to Yi Bai's room, her face flushing instantly. Yi Bai regarded his room with a peculiar expression. Have Qian and Kuan already begun so early in the morning? How intense! Zhong Lushi hurried forward, grasping Yi Bai's hand and dragging him outside the shop. Warning him as they ran, "Xiao Bai, don't listen." It wasn't until they were back in the car, the doors and windows securely closed, that Zhong Lushi finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they were in a place where such exhilarating sounds could not reach them. Zhong Lushi found it hard to believe. With so many people residing in the shop, how could those two be so audacious? Yi Bai wore a strange smile, secretly wishing to inform Zhong Lushi that, with his keen hearing, he could still hear everything even from inside the car. However, he refrained from sharing this tidbit, thinking to himself, after all, a man must keep some secrets. "Xiao Bai, why are you just sitting there? Drive. What are you waiting for?" Zhong Lushi exclaimed, her face flushed. Urging him in a flustered manner, Yi Bai burst into laughter, and at Zhong Lushi's insistence, he started the car, heading towards the Zhong Corporation building. Zhong Lushi remained silent for a considerable time, her blush slowly fading. She turned to Yi Bai and warned him fiercely, "Xiao Bai, I warn you. If there is nothing particularly important, don't come back." Even now, the indescribable sounds of Qian and Kuan still echoed in her ears. Yi Bai stifled a laugh, nodding repeatedly as he assured her that even if he returned, he would cover his ears. "Xiao Bai, drive properly, and don't let your mind wander too. That kind of scene involving me." Zhong Lushi glanced at Yi Bai's face in the driver's seat, noticing his peculiar smile, and immediately began to scold him. Upon hearing her, Yi Bai looked at Zhong Lushi with a grin, feigning ignorance. "Huh? Lushi, what are you talking about? It's so hard to guess. Are you thinking about it?" Having finally regained her composure, Zhong Lushi blushed furiously and found herself at a loss for words. The big dog had become increasingly bold. She needed to devise a way to punish him. He must never be allowed to sleep in her bed again. No, wait. He shouldn't be allowed to sleep in her bed at all. The more Zhong Lexi contemplated, the more she felt a sense of embarrassment. Her long legs flailed about. And had it not been for Yi Bai's focus on driving, she would have seized the opportunity to playfully torment him. Yi Bai, in a splendid mood, navigated the vehicle while stealing glances at the picturesque scenery beside him. The car gradually came to a halt at the base of the Zhong Corporation building. After stepping out, Yi Bai opened the passenger door and gently grasped Zhong Lexi's outstretched hand. As she swung one leg out of the car, whether intentionally or not, her shoe unexpectedly slipped off and fell to the ground. "Oh dear, my beloved Bai, I apologize for the trouble," Zhong Lexi giggled, gesturing towards the fallen high heel. Her foot, still poised outside the vehicle, playfully wiggled at Yi Bai. Chapter 77. I never yield to threats. Yi Bai gazed at the mischievous smile adorning Zhong Lushi's face. After a moment's hesitation, he crouched down, gently grasping her ankle before assisting her in slipping back into her high heels. "Lushi, do confess, was it intentional or merely an accident?" Once he fastened her shoe, his hands lingered, giving a soft squeeze. With a flirtatious smile, Zhong Lushi responded, "What do you think?" She playfully shook her leg, shaking off Yi Bai's hand. And with laughter, she alighted from the car, striding towards the entrance of the building. Yi Bai shook his head with a wry smile, aware that he had once again fallen prey to her teasing. Zhong Lushi was far too cunning, astutely aware that in public, Yi Bai would refrain from any audacious actions, which emboldened her. Observing her graceful figure ahead, he hastened his steps to catch up with her. And amidst the scrutiny of numerous employees on the first floor, he boldly wrapped his arm around her waist. Zhong Lushi's delicate form quivered slightly, her stride becoming momentarily unsteady as she gazed at Yi Bai with wide eyes. Such intimacy had never been displayed before in front of so many witnesses. Under the silent reproach emanating from her expressive eyes, Yibai merely grinned unapologetically, teasingly stating, "Lu Shi, who gave you the audacity to tease me? Be careful, or I might just kiss you right here in front of everyone." Indeed, upon hearing his playful threat, a flicker of panic crossed Zhang Lushi's eyes. Yet, in mere moments, she regained her composure, adopting the demeanor of an ice queen. With a frigid expression, she reached out, tilting Yi Bai's chin upward. The next instant, her warm, crimson lips met his. Yi Bai stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. With a haughty huff, Zhang Lushi wiped her lips and declared, "Please understand, I never yield to threats." With that, she disregarded the astonished Yi Bai and the equally stunned employees on the first floor. Striding gracefully, she entered her private elevator, extending a hand to prevent the automatic doors from closing on Yi Bai. Blinking in disbelief, Yi Bai watched her silhouette within the elevator, nearly drooling at the sight. He was utterly captivated. Taking 2 steps at once, he hurried into the elevator just as the doors began to close. As they sealed shut, Zhang Lushi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, she pulled Yi Bai's head close, ruffling his hair fiercely, and still not satisfied, she pinched his waist. "Ah, you bad boy, in front of so many people, I almost lost my composure. You're incorrigible." Zhang Lushi vocally lamented Yi Bai's misdeeds, her small hands relentlessly assaulting him. Yi Bai chuckled foolishly, holding her petite form tightly, allowing her to squirm in his embrace. "Humph, as punishment, I've decided to deny you kisses for 2 hours, no hugs either. Well, considering your pitiful state, perhaps just 1 hour." Zhang Lushi buried her head in Yi Bai's embrace. Immediately, Yi Bai began to negotiate. "No, Lu Shi, how about just 5 minutes? Zhong Lexi's head shifted slightly. It was not entirely impossible. Inside the pawnshop, everyone's attention was drawn to Mingyi's new appearance. The gravely injured Wu Wang, supported by Chu Li, emerged just to catch a glimpse of Mingyi's visage. In an effort to avoid exacerbating his wounds, Wu Wang suppressed his laughter to the point of internal injury. Guimei, observing Mingyi's green hair, erupted into peals of delightful laughter, collapsing onto a chair in sheer amusement. The busy figures of Qian and Kuan also joined the fray, with Kuan gesturing at Mingyi's head and remarking to Qian, "If you don't improve, I wouldn't mind turning your head green as well." Mingyi sighed repeatedly at the sight of the beaming crowd. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Chu Li, who was shrinking behind Wu Wang, and he exclaimed, "Xiao Li, you heartless creature. How could you kick a man when he asked down?" Mischievously, Chu Li stuck her tongue out at Mingyi from her hiding place. During her time with these individuals, Chu Li had grown more cheerful, shedding the shadows of her past. As the group reveled in their camaraderie, a furtive figure slipped into the pawnshop. The individual glanced around nervously, frequently turning his head, as if fearful of being followed. "Ah, I finally found you all, esteemed ones. Wait, are you Lord Mingyi? How fashionable." As Xiao Chuxing burst through the door, he chattered away, oblivious to Mingyi's increasingly dark expression. "Speak plainly, Xiao Chuxing, or I shall wash my hands of your matters." Mingyi interjected. Instantly flustered, Xiao Chuxing replied with an ingratiating tone, "Please, Lord Mingyi, I truly have turned over a new leaf. That old coot Wei is right in Tianhai." At the mention of Wei's name, the others in the hall turned their attention to Xiao Chuxing. Under their scrutinizing gazes, he visibly fidgeted, feeling a pressure greater than even that imposed by Wei himself. Surely, he was about to wet himself from fright. Mingyi fixed his gaze on Xiao Chuxing and commanded, "Repeat what you said over the phone, but for their ears. That old bastard Wei insists I assassinate by Wu Chang and Zhong Lexi. It's utterly inhumane. Who wants to die?" Xiao Chuxing began to hurl insults at Wei, unleashing a torrent of vulgarities. As he recounted the events, the others in the room began to grasp the situation's intricacies. The involvement of the 28 mansions in this internal strife did not bode well. "Esteemed lords," Xiao Chuxing continued, "for those of us in this line of work, while killing is our duty, this is tantamount to courting death. We are not without professional ethics. I have no qualms about eliminating others. But that wretched Wei is treating us like cannon fodder." Listening to Xiao Chuxing, the others couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. After mustering the courage to attempt an assassination on by Wu Chang, he found himself ensnared by such a despicable leader, only to be asked to do it again. "Lead us to eliminate Wei, and state your desires plainly," Mingyi said to Xiao Chuxing, his tone deliberate. Xiao Chuxing immediately spoke, "I desire nothing. I implore you, esteemed gentlemen, to allow me to stay here. I am willing to perform any task, and if there is no bed available, I can sleep on the ground. Even if he were to perish, betraying the Black Wu Chang, Xiao Chuxing would inevitably fall victim to the pursuit of the other 28 constellations, with no hope of survival. However, if he could secure residence here, everything would change. Ming Yi chuckled softly, pointing at Xiao Chuxing, and remarked to the others in the shop, "What a clever individual." A smile crept onto the faces of the crowd. Even Wu Wang could not help but twitch his lips. At that moment, a man wearing a cap, clad in tattered denim, reclined beneath the old locust tree. Upon sighting him, the expressions of several individuals in the shop varied distinctly. The subtle noise made by the man startled Xiao Chuxing, causing cold sweat to break out as he swiftly turned to look. Ming Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying calmly, "Do not be alarmed. He is one of us." He addressed the man in the chair. "What brings you here?" The man, seemingly unperturbed by the question, slightly closed his eyes and responded, "I am here to kill." Chapter 78. Family within the confines of the pawnshop. The gazes of Ming Yi and the others converged upon the man reclining on the chaise. After a prolonged silence, Gui Mei, with a graceful twist of her form, stepped outside the establishment. Her voice, imbued with an irresistible allure, chimed lightly. "Ah, is that not family? My dear brother, have you come expressly to visit your sister?" As she spoke, Gui Mei approached the man on the chaise, gracefully straddling him with her legs clad in a cheongsam, leaning her upper body onto him. The man known as Family opened his eyes and, upon seeing Gui Mei so close, furrowed his brow. "Away with you, mischievous vixen. I have pressing matters at hand. Spare me this nonsense," he exclaimed, pushing her aside. Gui Mei emitted a soft huff, her tone laced with melancholic reproach. "Oh, men can be so hurtful. You once vowed to remain by my side." Unable to contain herself, Ming Yi stepped forward and retorted sharply, "Scram. There are plenty of others who would pledge their loyalty to you. How shameless." Turning to Family, Ming Yi inquired, "Are you truly set on killing Tail?" "That is your own uncle." Family, swayed in a chaise, indifferent. "If he were my maternal uncle, I might spare him. Alas, he is my blood uncle, and I shall indeed slay him." Ming Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Even he, a master of social interaction, found himself rendered speechless. The members of the 64 hexagrams typically inherited their positions through master-apprentice relationships. When a master perished, the disciple assumed the role. However, Family's position was distinct, passed down through the lineage of blood. The previous Family had 3 sons, and the brother of his wife was now Tail. In a bid to diminish the power of the 64 hexagrams commanded by Bai Wuchang, He Wuchang had commanded Tail to slay 2 of the previous Family as sons. The youngest son, frail and sickly, survived only by staying close to his father. What they could not have anticipated was that this least favored child would ultimately inherit the title of Family, surpassing his father in strength. Ming Yi turned to Family and asked, "Do you seek vengeance?" Family replied, "Would I still care for family? Your father never sought revenge against Tail." Rising from the chaise, Family smiled and said, "That old man intended it that way. When I was a child, I nearly perished from illness. How could one live without harboring hatred? If he were to kill Tail, what would I do? If a family does not slay kin, whom shall he target?" Ming Yi's lips twitched in exasperation. It seemed this entire family was devoid of virtue. Family approached Xiao Chuxing with a smile, saying, "Take me to see Tail, and I shall ensure your safety." That night, Xiao Chuxing stealthily infiltrated a dilapidated building. Each member of the 28 lodges adhered to a singular principle: a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Thus, none would linger in the same place for too long. This night was the scheduled rendezvous between Tail and Xiao Chuxing, where plans for the next assassination of Bai Wuchang would be divulged. Throughout the day, no assassins made a move against Yi Bai and Zhong Lushi, seemingly to let their guard down. According to Tail, who informed Xiao Chuxing, the moment between tension and relaxation is the prime opportunity for assassination. As Xiao Chuxing ascended the cement staircase, he reached the 11th floor when a piercing voice halted him. "No need to climb further. I am here." Xiao Chuxing's figure trembled slightly as he turned towards the voice, catching sight of a silhouette emerging from the shadows. "I have seen the esteemed one," he said, a flicker of joy crossing his face as he bowed slightly to Tail. Tail nodded and asked coolly, "No one followed you, correct?" Xiao Chuxing vigorously shook his head, assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed one. Absolutely no one. I am meticulous in my endeavors." After hearing this, Tail scrutinized Xiao Chuxing with a hint of skepticism in his gaze. "Why does this fellow seem so spirited today? It is entirely different from last time. Poor soul. Unaware that his life is merely a pawn sent forth to test by Wuchang's resolve. Tomorrow, you will lie in wait on the path from their estate to the company, ready to strike. This time, you will not be alone. There will be another. One of Danger's subordinates. You must seize this opportunity and achieve a decisive victory. Tail proclaimed fervently, though his sharp voice betrayed no trace of passion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuxing's mind began to race. It seems the other members of the 28 mansions can no longer contain themselves. The family, lurking in the shadows, heard the news but did not rush to act, choosing instead to await further developments. True to expectations, Xiao Chuxing did not disappoint. Under Tail's watchful gaze, he took a few steps closer, ingratiatingly stating, "Esteemed one, with your profound wisdom and in collaboration with the other lords of the 28 mansions, we shall surely eliminate Bai Wuchang. It is indeed a great fortune for me to serve you." Tail visibly relished these words, smiling and nodding, finding Xiao Chuxing considerably more agreeable. Though this fellow was destined to perish tomorrow, it is said that a dying person's words carry a certain grace. Observing Tail's improved mood, Xiao Chuxing eagerly inquired, "Esteemed one, I have always held the utmost admiration for the other lords of the 28 mansions. I wonder, where might they be? Filthy beast, once I extract some words from you, your end shall come." Xiao Chuxing mused inwardly, casting a hopeful glance at Tail. In a buoyant mood, Tail blurted out, "Well, currently, only I and Danger are in Tianhai. The others shall arrive shortly." Why do you ask this? Are you seeking death? Sensing something amiss, Tail noticed the smile of uncertainty on Xiao Chuxing's face, triggering alarm bells in his mind. A normal person would be too terrified to sleep upon learning of the impending assassination of Bai Wuchang. How could one display such demeanor? "Xiao Chuxing, you." Tail pointed at him, ready to articulate something, but his voice caught in his throat. He gazed down in terror, witnessing a bloodied blade piercing through his chest from behind. A soft chuckle emerged from behind him, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. "Ah, it seems you are well, dear uncle." Chapter 79. The opportunity you missed. Zhong Lexi stood in her room, arms crossed, gazing at the scene before her, her teeth clenched tightly. "You cunning little rascal, Bai." She spat with venom. Night Bai lay sprawled on the bed, greedily inhaling the unique fragrance that permeated the air, utterly disregarding Zhong Lexi's reprimands. Just moments ago, he had devoured his meal in haste and dashed into her room, making himself comfortable on her bed. By the time Zhong Lexi realized what had transpired, it was already too late. The large dog had claimed her bed and showed no intention of vacating it. "Lexi, it's quite late. Shouldn't we retire for the night? You have so many matters to attend to at the company tomorrow, and being fatigued wouldn't do you any good." Night Bai mumbled with his head buried deep in the pillow. Zhong Lexi let out a cold laugh. "Retire early? If I were to go to bed now, would I truly get any rest? And you speak of fatigue. This rascal is surely going to wear me out tonight, leaving me even more exhausted come morning. Bye. I will warn you one last time. Get off my bed," Zhong Lexi declared sternly. She regretted allowing him to cuddle with her that night. Now he seemed to be addicted to it. Indeed, such matters either occur 0 times or innumerable times. Unperturbed by Zhong Lexi's stern warning, Night Bai continued to grin. "Lexi, trust me. I promise I won't move an inch." He nearly swore an oath to the heavens, employing every trick in his arsenal to deceive her. "Humph. Do you even believe those words?" Zhong Lexi retorted irritably. This fool was far too naive, completely oblivious to the subtlety of sneaking in during the dead of night like he had before. To lie there so brazenly on her bed was rather audacious. Was it not? If she were to approach him, wouldn't it feel as though she were offering herself up willingly? Perhaps he would return in the middle of the night, and she might find herself half-heartedly yielding as these thoughts flitted through her mind. Zhong Lexi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Seeing that she seemed impervious to his charms, Night Bai reluctantly crawled off the bed, disappointment etched on his face. "Alas, it appears tonight is not meant to be," he sighed. Observing his crestfallen demeanor, Zhong Lexi could no longer contain herself. "I'm going to sleep now. You should return to your own room." With that, she turned her back to him, sitting on the bed with her face aflame. "You insufferable Bai. I've practically made it explicit that you should head back to your own room, without outright forbidding you from sneaking in." However, Night Bai seemed unable to grasp her underlying meaning, leaving the room with a dejected gait, glancing back 3 times, and even kindly shutting the door behind him. Zhong Lexi was on the verge of losing her sanity. She grabbed a nearby stuffed rabbit and hurled it at the door in frustration. "This blockhead. He is far denser than a pig. He is usually so clever, yet when it comes to matters like this, he is utterly foolish. Must I truly take the initiative? How embarrassing." Irritated, Zhong Lexi nestled deeper into her blankets, tossing and turning, just as Night Bai returned to his own room, preparing to lie down for a while. He received a phone call from Ming-Yi. Upon connecting the call, Yi-Bai heard Ming-Yi say, "Boss, the family has been eliminated, and we have learned that tomorrow 2 assassins are lying in wait on your route. One of them." Ming-Yi briefly recounted the events of the night, informing Yi-Bai that the family wished to meet him regarding an urgent matter. Although the specifics of this urgency remained unclear, Yi-Bai instructed Ming-Yi to convey that he could come to see him the following day. After hanging up, Yi-Bai listened intently to the sounds emanating from Zhong Luxi's room, noting that she had not spoken to herself tonight, seemingly tossing and turning in bed. This behavior left Yi-Bai perplexed, prompting him to decide to wait until Zhong Luxi was sound asleep before sneaking in. The next morning, as Zhong Luxi opened her eyes, she was greeted by Yi-Bai's radiant smile. Rolling her eyes, she realized that this fellow was not entirely foolish, having stealthily entered in the middle of the night. However, his timidity was evident, as he only dared to embrace her once she was asleep. Such an opportunity wasted. Of course, she would never voice such thoughts to Yi-Bai. Her feelings on such matters were always a mix of trepidation and anticipation. She reached out and playfully pinched his waist, saying, "You naughty boy, you are quite disobedient now." Yi-Bai, enveloping her in his arms, remained silent, lazily burrowing into her embrace. Outside the window, the morning breeze brushed through the treetops, whispering softly and carrying the fresh scent of grass and foliage into the room. Sunlight filtered through the lace curtains, cascading down onto the bed. There, the two lay with their eyes gently closed, wrapped in a serene embrace. Yi-Bai reveled in the tranquility and beauty of such a morning. Xiaobai, what is that pressing against my leg?" Zhang Luxi murmured, nudging with her knee. Moments later, her movements abruptly froze, and with a startled scream, she swiftly pushed Yi-Bai away, her face flushing crimson as she recoiled to the edge of the bed. "Xiaobai, you are truly a pervert." Yi-Bai, wearing a wry smile, retorted, "Luxi, you cannot blame me. This is merely a natural response. Why don't you come back and sleep a little longer?" Unsurprisingly, Zhang Luxi rejected his request, ushering him into the bathroom before gradually regaining her composure. During breakfast, Yi-Bai informed Zhang Luxi about the impending attack on their journey, advising her to prepare mentally. However, she felt no trace of anxiety. In the past, if she had known that the multitude had set their sights on her, she would have been exceedingly cautious. Yet now, with Yi-Bai by her side, she felt no concern for her safety. Once everything was in order, Yi-Bai drove off with Zhong Luxi. He too was curious about how the assassins would choose to reveal themselves and launch their attack. Ideally, he hoped to capture one alive to extract information regarding the peril. Yet, such a maneuver proved far more challenging than simply eliminating them. Nevertheless, reality would soon prove that all of Yi-Bai's speculations were in vain. After the vehicle departed from the manor, Knight White did not travel far before he spotted a shadowy figure stealthily emerging from the adjacent woods. "My lord, do not shoot. It's one of us," Xiao Chusheng called out while rushing towards Knight White. During a conversation with Ming-Yi the previous night, Knight White had already learned of Xiao Chusheng's betrayal. Today he was lying in ambush with another assassin. Xiao Chusheng reached the front of the car and abruptly knelt down. "My lord, I was indeed blind the day before yesterday, daring to attempt an assassination against you. I implore you to forgive me." Xiao Chusheng's words were a plea for mercy. Knight White alighted from the vehicle, urging Xiao Chusheng to rise, and inquired, "What about the other person? The subordinate of danger?" Upon hearing Knight White's question, Xiao Chusheng eagerly replied, "Rest assured, my lord, that wretched soul was just dispatched by me. One strike to the head, one to the neck, and one to the rear. He is utterly deceased." With a beaming smile, Xiao Chusheng felt that as long as this lord of the underworld nodded in approval, his own life would be truly spared. Upon receiving this news, Knight White expressed a tinge of regret, saying, "Well, let it be. I had intended to extract information concerning danger from him. What a pity." Hearing Knight White's lament, Xiao Chusheng's heart immediately filled with unease. "I apologize. My lord Bai Wuchang, my ambition overwhelmed my judgment." Xiao Chusheng's face was a portrait of despair, as though he had committed an irreparable sin. Knight White found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He promptly assured him that he would not hold this against him and advised him to settle into the shop without worry. Xiao Chusheng was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Knight White before darting back into the forest. As Knight White prepared to resume his journey in the car, he suddenly sensed something amiss, halting his actions. Shortly thereafter, a figure opened the rear door and took a seat inside. "Family," the newcomer greeted, "I have seen the master." Chapter 80. I want to find a wife in the vehicle. Yi Bai and Zhang Lexi turned their heads to observe the individual seated in the back. The man donned a baseball cap, appeared quite ordinary in looks, wore a short-sleeved shirt, and sported a pair of distressed jeans. "Just call me boss," Yi Bai remarked before starting the car. The man in the back, exuding an air of familiarity, nodded with a grin. "Oh, boss, you are truly handsome. Even I, with my own blend of looks and talent, must humbly step aside." His flattery, though abundant, felt somewhat peculiar to Yi Bai. The corners of Yi Bai's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such an unusual compliment. It is rare for someone to extol another while simultaneously praising themselves. Today, Yi Bai was witnessing this phenomenon firsthand. "Ah, could this be the lady boss?" The man continued. "She is indeed stunning, possessing an unparalleled grace that complements the boss splendidly." His enthusiasm remained unabated, even in the absence of a prompt from others. Seated in the passenger seat, Zhang Lexi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, especially at the mention of Lady Boss, which left her blushing furiously. She lowered her head, offering no reply to his words. Through the rearview mirror, Yi Bai stole another glance at the man, who wore a beaming smile. Leaning forward as if to ensure his words were heard. "Ah, I heard from Mingyi that you have something important to discuss with me. What is it? Do share." Yi Bai finally redirected the conversation. He was genuinely curious about what pressing matter had prompted this visit, especially since Mingyi had revealed nothing. Upon hearing Yi Bai's inquiry, the man adopted a serious demeanor, sitting up straight. Yi Bai, mentally preparing himself, pricked up his ears, silently awaiting the man's response. To Yi Bai, the grave manner in which this individual approached him suggested a significant issue at hand. However, the words that followed left both Yi Bai and Zhang Lexi rolling their eyes in disbelief. "Boss, I want to find a wife. I am truly in a state of urgency." Yi Bai slowed the car considerably, turning to look at the man, his brow furrowing in confusion. Zhang Lexi couldn't help but glance back at the passenger seat, her expression a mix of bewilderment. "Are you jesting with me?" Yi Bai replied tersely. "Finding a wife? Is that truly a pressing matter? While it isn't insignificant, I'm not a matchmaker. Why come to me?" The man shook his head earnestly, insisting, "Boss, I'm not joking. I am 25 years old and still without a child. I have yet to find my next partner." For someone like him, who valued lineage and legacy, the issue of continuing one's bloodline was indeed paramount. However, Yi Bai pondered. Shouldn't the pursuit of a wife be something he should be personally invested in? It was unreasonable to expect Yi Bai to conjure a suitable spouse out of thin air. He sought to reason with him, hoping to dismiss this peculiar request. "Finding a wife? I have yet to manage my own affairs. So where could I possibly find someone for you?" Upon hearing this, the family member shamelessly leaned back in his seat and casually declared, "Boss, this indeed falls under your purview, for my predecessor, the former family member, was the one who found a wife for my father." Therefore, his argument was sound and left Yi Bai at a loss for a rebuttal. It now seemed that occupying the position of this white impermanence also entailed an obligation to assist subordinates in finding spouses. "Listen to me, family member. Times have changed since old Bai's era. Nowadays, we advocate for the freedom to love. You can certainly try to find someone on your own, and if all else fails, I will assist you," Yi Bai said with a hint of exasperation as he glanced at the rearview mirror. What a predicament, he mused. It felt as though he was playing the role of both father and mother. After a moment of reluctant agreement, the family member replied, "All right then. I will give it a shot myself. Just drive well." With that, he fell silent, losing the enthusiasm he had exhibited when they first met, and began to rest in the back seat. Yi Bai felt a twitch in his eye as he observed the now mute family member behind him, desperately wanting to unleash a barrage of curses. Initially, he had lavished praise upon him, but now, upon realizing there was no immediate prospect for a wife, he had relegated Yi Bai to the role of chauffeur. Zhong Liueshi, seated in the passenger seat, stifled a laugh at Yi Bai's rare expression of frustration. This family member certainly possessed an adaptable nature. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Zhong Corporation building, Yi Bai noticed that the family member remained seated in the back. "Hey, family member, are you not bored? We've arrived at the company," Yi Bai remarked, turning his head. This fellow had not indicated any desire to disembark, leaving Yi Bai puzzled about his intentions. Through the car window, the family member surveyed the bustling scene outside and replied, "Of course I have matters to attend to. I need to find a wife, so I must explore a bit." With that, he opened the car door and stepped out. Yi Bai, feeling indifferent, thought as long as he didn't cause any trouble, it was fine. As usual, Yi Bai followed Zhong Liueshi towards the elevator, but today, there was an additional tail trailing behind them. The family member trailed closely, his eyes darting around at the female employees on the first floor. Soon, his actions earned him a newfound respect from Yi Bai and Zhang Yueshi. He approached a strikingly beautiful female employee and boldly asked, "Miss, would you do me the honor of being my wife?" Yi Bai's forehead creased in frustration. This insufferable man was truly desperate. The startled female employee dropped her files in shock, realizing that this audacious suitor was associated with Yi Bai and Zhang Yueshi. Her terrified gaze shifted to Zhang Yueshi as she weakly stammered, President, I already have a husband. My monthly salary is just over 10,000. Is it possible to decline?" Zhang Yueshi was nearly rendered speechless, taken aback by her subordinate's audacity. Unable to contain himself, Yi Bai strode forward with a stern expression and ordered, "Come upstairs with me. Do not act foolishly here. I shall devise a method for you to find a wife." Upon hearing Night Bai's words, the family members finally ceased their harassment of the female employee, replacing their expressions with playful smiles as they followed Night Bai upstairs. Once the three entered the elevator, the female employee let out a sigh of relief, hastily gathering the scattered documents on the floor before making her swift exit. Inside the elevator, Night Bai maintained a grim countenance, uttering not a single word. This cursed family simply sought to coerce him into finding a wife for them. Zhang Lexi struggled to suppress her laughter, her peripheral gaze constantly darting towards Night Bai, finding the situation rather amusing. Some individuals cannot even manage their own wives yet wish to assist others in finding theirs. Upon entering the office, Night Bai, with a serious expression, inquired, "Family, do you not have a girl you fancy? I could offer some advice." Chapter 81. Are you there? Upon hearing Night Bai's inquiry, the family member surprisingly offered a bashful smile. Observing this fellow's expression, Night Bai felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that at the age of 25, he had never experienced love? After a moment of silence, the family member awkwardly confessed, to be honest, boss, there is indeed a girl I fancy." Night Bai's eyes brightened. This was splendid news and spared him the trouble of arranging a series of blind dates for this guy. If he already had someone he liked, why not pursue her? Why seek my help? Night Bai settled onto the sofa and questioned, is he foolish? He has someone he adores yet is still searching for a wife elsewhere. The family member mumbled for a while, his face turning crimson as he stammered, "Boss, it seems that woman isn't interested in me. That is why I came to you. Could you kindly issue a command?" Night Bai furrowed his brows at the mention of a command. Such matters ought not to require my orders. Could it be that? The family member continued, "Boss, I like Ming, but she is always so cold towards me. Last time, I mustered the courage to sneak into her bed, and she even stabbed me. So, could you please give a command for her to be my wife? That would solve everything." After saying this, the family member looked at Night Bai with eager anticipation, his expression almost begging him to bow down in reverence. Night Bai shook his head repeatedly. While he could indeed issue such a command, was this not an outdated practice? Arranged marriages in this day and age? Moreover, you fool, to simply invade someone's bed without prior consent, consider yourself fortunate that you weren't met with dire consequences. This family member was cunning. First, he harassed a female employee, forcing me to intervene, and now he awaited my assistance. You might as well abandon this futile hope. Such matters require mutual affection, and sneaking into someone else's bed is utterly disgraceful. You are a disgrace, unworthy of respect. Night Bai chastised the family member emphatically, declaring that this course of action was absolutely unacceptable. Zhang Lexi, seated at her desk, peeked out from behind the computer, unable to suppress her laughter as she observed the exchange between Night Bai and the family member. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Here you are, the boss, sneaking around and invading my privacy, yet you have the audacity to admonish others? To everyone's surprise, upon hearing this, the family member dramatically flopped onto the floor, throwing a tantrum while exclaiming, I don't care. I want Ming. My son will be the next family member, and she will be the mother of my child. I've even planned where we will be buried after we pass. I want Ming." Night Bai felt overwhelmed, watching the family member roll on the ground, his lips twitching in disbelief. Is this fellow truly a killer? He is nothing short of a rogue. Get up. I will help you figure this out. It's evident that your approach to wooing Ming is misguided. Night Bai, feeling cornered, decided to educate the family member on the proper methods of pursuing a woman. Upon hearing this, the family member sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, eagerly approaching Night Bai. Night Bai glanced at him and inquired, "You have Ming's phone number, don't you? If you lack even this, you might as well give up hope." The family member nodded repeatedly, pulled out a mobile phone, located a telephone number, and handed it to Yi Bai. Next, I shall instruct you on how to nurture a connection with Ming. You must engage your mind and remember the details. Do you understand? Yi Bai, seated with the phone in hand, addressed the family member. The family member leaned and eagerly, fixated on every movement Yi Bai made. Yi Bai opened the messaging interface on the family member's phone and proceeded with a series of actions. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Lexi approached, eager to discover what techniques Yi Bai would impart for wooing someone. However, upon glimpsing the message Yi Bai had sent, she could not contain her laughter. The message consisted of a mere 2 words. Are you there? Both Yi Bai and the family member looked at the uncontrollably laughing Zhang Lexi, perplexed. Ahem, Lexi. Is there a problem? Yi Bai asked, mustering courage. Zhang Lexi waved her hands dismissively, returning to the desk while still chuckling. Is there a problem? What a splendid opening line. Are you there? In the circus, you are the busiest. In a deck of cards, you are the king. Had I known that this big dog was so inept at courting, I should have chatted with him via phone for a few days from the start. It would surely have been entertaining, rather than jumping straight into gaming. Yi Bai was bewildered, believing his actions to be entirely correct. The family member looked at Yi Bai with admiration, seemingly placing all their hopes in him. Before long, a reply arrived, consisting of 2 simple words. Who are you? Yi Bai paused, turning to the family member. Are you certain this is Ming's number? She seems not to recognize you. The family member sheepishly scratched their head and replied. This is indeed her number. I obtained it from Ming Yi. Yi Bai took a deep breath before sending another message to clarify the family member's identity. Both of them anxiously watched the phone screen. After a considerable wait, Ming finally replied. Where are you? Yi Bai's spirits lifted immediately. It seemed promising, as she was clearly coming to find them. Thus, Yi Bai sent her their location, confidently preparing to return the phone to the family member. All set. It was hardly difficult. Just then, the phone chimed again. Upon opening it, Ming had sent a single sentence. Wait for me. I'm coming to kill you. Yi Bai was left utterly baffled, glancing at the family member. What exactly have you done to Ming? Meanwhile, the family member wore a blissful grin, murmuring to themselves, hee hee. She's coming to find me. She loves me so much. Yi Bai? With a face full of excitement. The family member exclaimed to Yi Bai, she has opened a funeral home in the United States to conceal her true intentions, to support her business. I have been collecting the bodies after each murder, and I finally amassed 99. Recently, while she was out, I arranged all of them at her doorstep in the shape of a heart, and at last, she understood my feelings. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai's eyes became vacant, abandoning all hope. A cure like this indeed left one salivating for destruction. Perhaps it was better not to have the next family member. Seated in her office chair, Zhang Lexi lost all interest in work and burst into laughter. Since Ming is coming to find you, you should return to the shop. I wish you good luck. Yi Bai replied wearily. The exhaustion weighed heavily on him. It would be better for Ming to come and eliminate this character. The family member, satisfied, cradled his phone and exited the office without looking back, his gestures suggesting he was composing a little essay on his device. Ha ha ha. You crack me up. Xiao Bai, to gather such a group of people, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Lexi laughed until tears streamed down her face, giving Yi Bai a thumbs up. Yi Bai collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly despondent. His subordinates were ruthless, while his own were an assortment of oddities, the greedy Ming Yi, the masochistic Can, the inseparable Qian and Kuan, the flirtatious Gui Mei, the rebellious Wu Wang, and now, a lovesick family member. This truly was a gathering of talents, albeit a chaotic one. After lying on the sofa for quite some time, engulfed in despair, Zhang Lexi approached him with a smile and said, Xiao Bai, I have good news for you. You can decide where we should go play soon, as the Su family is on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai immediately sat up, thrilled by the news. Haha, Lexi, to celebrate this, can we? Yi Bai's mischievous side surfaced. Zhang Lexi's face flushed crimson, and she playfully threw a cushion at his head. You wish. Come on, let us go out for lunch. Chapter 82. I don't want to go shopping. Zhang Lexi brought Yi Bai to a restaurant near a company, settling into a relatively quiet corner. According to Zhang Lexi, this establishment offered a diverse array of dishes, and most of the time, Xiaoqi would pick up takeout from here for the office. Having not seen Xiaoqi and Yu Zhichen all morning, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Zhang Lexi had no secrets from Yi Bai and candidly shared the whereabouts of the two. It turned out that in recent days, the Su family had been severely suppressed by the combined efforts of Zhang Lexi and Zhang Jinhan, leaving them unable to raise their heads. Not only was there an economic blockade imposed by Zhang Lexi on the Su family, but Zhong Zhenhan also did not disappoint her. He mobilized all available resources, subjecting the Su family to scrutiny not only from the upper echelons of Tianhai, but also from various forces beyond Tianhai, thereby restricting the Su family's actions at every turn. Today, Xiao Qi and Yi Zhichen, as representatives of the Zhong family, had gone to the Su family under the guise of negotiation, aiming to force Su Maching to step down. Faced with the current situation, the Su family had no choice. Once Su Maching stepped down, it would mark the commencement of the Zhang family's gradual encroachment upon the entire Su family. Yi Bai was not overly concerned about the rise and fall of the Su family. His sole interest lay in the fact that once Su Maching was no longer in power, he could finally take action. The moment Su Maching breathed his last, the assassination order for Zhang Lexi would cease, as the entity behind it, all beings, would lose its client. Although Zhang Lexi would still encounter dangers due to He Wuchang, at least she would no longer have to contend with constant assassination attempts. The food arrived swiftly, and an already famished Yi Bai began to devour the first dish with great fervor. Opposite him, Zhang Lexi nibbled delicately at her meal while observing Yi Bai. His manner of eating was rather unrefined, yet she found it irresistibly endearing. As she watched, a mischievous smile crept upon her lips, and she grew playful. Zhang Lexi subtly moved her leg beneath the table, discreetly slipping off her shoes. Then, she extended a foot, sliding it up Yi Bai's pant leg. Yi Bai caught mid-bite, froze in shock, and stared at Zhang Lexi with wide eyes. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she continued eating, though her foot became increasingly audacious. Lexi, you're playing with fire. Yi Bai gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with surprise. Zhang Lexi bit her lip, her demeanor exuding an alluring charm. What is wrong, dear Xiao Bai? With so many people around, do you really think you can punish me here? She teased playfully. Yi Bai's desperate attempt to maintain composure was immensely entertaining to Zhang Lexi. With her antics, Yi Bai lost all appetite, hastily finishing what remained in his bowl and urging to return promptly. Zhang Lexi laughed heartily, well aware of Yi Bai's intentions. If they returned together now, she would undoubtedly be left in tatters. Just as Yi Bai was on the verge of losing his restraint, Zhang Lexi halted her playful actions and slipped her shoes back on. Night Bai was suddenly engulfed in a sense of loss, only to hear Zhong Lushi laughingly say, "Oh dear, after dinner, let us not rush back to the office. Let us enjoy a bit of time outside first." Night Bai widened his eyes, observing Zhong Lushi savoring her meal, hesitating to voice his thoughts. All right, so this is how we're playing it? With no other option. Night Bai reluctantly picked up his chopsticks again and continued eating, casting a fierce glare at Zhong Lushi, his eyes resembling that of a ravenous wolf. After the meal, Zhong Lushi strolled leisurely down the street, adamant about not returning. Night Bai trailed closely behind her, anxiously inquiring, "Lushi, with the sun blazing like this, when shall we head back? I feel as though I might melt." He feigned a pitiful expression. Unmoved, Zhong Lushi gently ruffled Night Bai's hair, chuckling, "Hee hee. Dear little Bai, we shall return only when you calm down a bit." She keenly observed the shifts in Night Bai's demeanor, recognizing that he was certainly not in a state to leave just yet. Upon hearing this, Night Bai immediately retorted, "But how can you know when I will no longer be restless? I don't wish to wander anymore." With a smile, Zhong Lushi purchased 2 ice creams from a nearby shop, handing one to Night Bai. "Little Bai, when you no longer desire to return, that will indicate you are less agitated." She grinned mischievously and took a bite of her ice cream. Night Bai was left speechless, resorting to a hefty bite of his own treat. Zhong Lushi, employing her feminine charm, led Night Bai on a shopping spree that lasted 3 hours. Only when Night Bai appeared utterly dejected and drained did she finally agree to return. Unsurprisingly, these 3 hours left Night Bai burdened with numerous shopping bags. Now drenched in sweat, he had shed all other thoughts, yearning only to return to the office to bask in the cool air conditioning. Zhong Lushi, embodying the demeanor of a triumphant victor, walked ahead, guiding Night Bai back to the office. Upon their arrival, Xiao Qi and Yi Zhichun were already there, waiting for Zhong Lushi. As Night Bai entered, he unceremoniously dropped all his belongings onto the floor and collapsed onto the sofa. Yi Zhichun's eyelids twitched in disbelief, pondering what sort of torment could render Night Bai so utterly exhausted. Night Bai, disinclined to explain, felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Had Yi Zhichun known that Night Bai had been coerced by Zhong Lushi into trying on dresses, he might have understood Night Bai's plight. Within the shopping bags lay nothing but exquisite dresses, all of which Zhong Lushi had coaxed Night Bai into modeling. Zhong Lushi's reasoning was simple. She would always tempt Night Bai, saying, "Once you try on this one, We can head back. Subsequently, she settled into an office chair, listening to Xiao Qi's report along with Yi Zhichen's upcoming plans. As anticipated, under immense internal and external pressure, the Su family finally conceded, forcing Su Imocheng to relinquish his position as head of the family. Both Yi Zhichen and Night Bai shared a singular opinion regarding Su Imocheng. He must perish. Zhang Lushi had long harbored such intentions, merely waiting for Su Imocheng to step down. Xiao Qi volunteered to take on the responsibility of orchestrating Su Imocheng's assassination. However, at that moment, Yi Zhichen spoke up, asserting that although Su Imocheng had stepped down, assassinating him was no trivial matter, and thus suggested postponing the endeavor. In truth, Yi Zhichen had already devised a plan to eliminate Su Imocheng that very night. Having joined the Yabai group for some time, he had yet to engage in any actual combat, and it was the perfect opportunity for his master to mentor him. He could not involve Xiao Qi in this. After all, this was his own chance to gain experience. Reclining on the sofa, Yabai cast a sidelong glance at Yi Zhichen, discerning his intentions. This foolish boy likely remained oblivious to the fact that his so-called master had already fled, probably long gone from Tianhai. It remained uncertain whether Yi Zhichen could lure Qin back. Perhaps he would set a trap and wait patiently. Chapter 83. Is survival possible? Nightfall. The autumn breeze gently dispelled the remnants of the day's heat, ushering in a refreshing chill. Yi Zhichen strolled alone down the street, one hand tucked into his pocket, fiddling with the dagger concealed within. Hey, come here, a voice beckoned from a shadowy alley. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Zhichen followed the familiar sound into the darkness. Master, must we go to such lengths? It's merely a matter of embezzling a few billion from the boss, is it not? Why the fuss? Yi Zhichen rolled his eyes, expressing his exasperation. He had long been aware of the collusion between Kan and Mingyi, who had swindled Night Bai out of several billion. To be precise, there were no secrets left between Kan and his disciple. You know nothing, you brat. That old fool Mingyi, despite his age, still allowed the boss to dye his hair green. As for me, your master, I am still relatively young. Who knows how harshly the boss might act? If I don't lay low for a while, will I survive? Kan pulled Yi Zhichen into a more secluded corner, his shifty eyes darting around, fearful of encountering Night Bai at any moment. Yi Zhichen sighed and replied, Master, you must take me to deal with Su Imocheng tonight. You've taught me so much. Yet I've had no opportunity to practice. I don't even know my physical limits. After painstakingly suppressing Xiao Qi's desire to assassinate Su Imocheng, he knew that if he didn't act swiftly, not only Xiao Qi but also Night Bai would soon take matters into their own hands. After all, Yi Zhichen had no intention of relinquishing such a hard-earned chance to gain experience. Calm down, you fool. Do you think your master would let you suffer? I've already gathered information on Su Imocheng's whereabouts. That old man is preparing to flee abroad tonight. He's so scared that he won't even board a private jet. Using a fake passport instead, Kan whispered, lowering his voice. Then let us hurry, master. Yi Zhichen urged. Enough chit-chat. Let me make a phone call. Watch closely and learn. Inside the pawn shop, Mingyi was about to close the door when he received a mysterious call. Guess who I am? A voice on the other end spoke, deliberately altering its tone. Mingyi's ever-present smile vanished in an instant, his hand gripping the phone tightly, veins bulging. Isn't this my good brother Kan? Stop with the theatrics. You're done for. Daring to contact me again? I'll inform the boss right away. Mingyi restrained his urge to curse, speaking coldly. He harbored a deep-seated resentment for the man who had so readily abandoned him when the situation turned dire. Hey now, Mingyi, brother. I need a favor. Just hear me out. Kan's voice returned to normal, speaking quickly, fearful that Mingyi might hang up. Spit it out. Mingyi replied, visibly displeased, his patience wearing thin. Kan chuckled. I need you to get me 2 plane tickets for tonight's flight. I'll send you the details shortly. Upon hearing this, Mingyi immediately surmised Kan's intentions. What now? Do you wish to introduce your precious apprentice to the world? Why should I assist you? Offer me a price. You have but one chance to bid. Mingyi spoke leisurely, evidently intent on extracting a sum from Kansas. Upon hearing Mingyi's words, Kan, accustomed to such opportunistic behavior, chuckled and replied, Haha, what are we to each other? Discussing money seems quite distant, does it not? You know me well. If I fail to achieve my goal, my lips will utter no restraint, and it would be all too easy to divulge some of your past deeds as mere fabrications. Mingyi frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation. You dare to threaten me? He inquired, his voice laced with fury. Kan remained unperturbed. Ah, my old master was such a fine individual. Even in death, how could he not leave a single copper for his employer? If I were the boss, I would scour the shop thoroughly, certain to uncover something, especially beneath the old locust tree. As Can's voice drifted from the phone, Mingyi's face turned an alarming shade of crimson. You lunatic! I'll get you a plane ticket right away. Is that satisfactory? Mingyi erupted in a tirade. Hee. This secret shall sustain me for a lifetime. Can chuckled before abruptly terminating the call. With a scowl, Ming-Yi anxiously glanced at the various rooms within the shop. Qian and Kuan remained entwined. Wu Wang snored thunderously, while Guimei and Chu Li engaged in conversation. It seemed no one had noticed his predicament. Wait, had he forgotten someone? A newcomer, perhaps? He stiffly turned his head, only to see beneath the old locust tree a figure wearing a cap, grinning foolishly at him. Hey, Ming-Yi, honestly, how much have you embezzled from the old master? Buried right here? At Tianai Airport, a remarkably gaunt man donned a suit, accompanying a strikingly attractive young woman as they sat in the waiting area. Master, why must I dress this way? The skirt feels so empty, the woman whispered to the man. He touched his stubbled chin and replied, My dear, you are rather handsome. After much contemplation, this attire suits you best. The pair were none other than Can and the disguised Yi Zhichun. I say, master, while you are well versed in the art of killing, do we truly need to be so cautious? Must we act on the plain? Yi Zhichun, like a curious child, probed deeply into Can's plan. Sitting together, she continued to whisper in Can's ear, and to outsiders, they appeared to be a couple engaged in flirtation. Foolish boy, do you think you are truly? Do not be deceived by her gentle demeanor. She possesses a steadfast mind, unafraid of bloodshed, and is willing to kill. That is why Mingyi dared to introduce her to grand spectacles. Though you have witnessed many corpses, you have never truly taken a life. Have you felt the sensation of life slipping through your fingertips? It is quite unlike the act of slicing through a corpse with a knife. No matter how much psychological preparation one undertakes, the moment of actual experience brings an overwhelming psychological shock. The discourse began with a lengthy exposition, this time. The decision to refrain from confronting Su Maching in Tianhai was entirely due to the desire to hone Yi Zhichun's skills. If faced with the countless bodyguards surrounding Su Maching, Yi Zhichun's inaugural endeavor would inevitably result in significant misfortune. Therefore, once aboard the aircraft, it was at this juncture that Su Maching's security would be at its most vulnerable. In my earnest endeavor to cultivate my prized disciple-s experience, I have fretted incessantly. While I could certainly charge forth and eliminate Su Maching without hesitation, if I were to accompany you, even a fleeting moment of distraction could spell disaster for your survival. Do you comprehend? Respond to me. Speaking softly about the intricacies of this situation rendered Yi Zhichun speechless. Master, please refrain from scolding. Let us board the plane. Chapter 84. Liquid courage on the flight from the Dragon Nation to the United States. A woman nestled against the shoulder of a slender man beside her, appearing delicate and demure. In reality, this woman, clad in a dress, leaned in close to whisper conspiratorially into his ear. Master, I must say, Uncle Mingyi is quite competent. He has arranged for us first-class seats. Yi Zhichun murmured, experiencing a sense of novelty on his inaugural flight. The man next to him, Can, scoffed and replied, What are you saying? That smiling tiger has no good intentions. He merely fears I might expose his sordid affairs. As they conversed, they observed the other passengers around them. In front of their seats sat 3 men in suits, encircling a middle-aged man with graying temples. Beside him was a stunning woman, holding a glass of red wine, her gaze icy. Hongli, the plane has already taken off. There's no need to be so tense, the middle-aged man chuckled. The beautiful woman, still surveying the surroundings, shook her wine glass and coldly remarked, Mr. Su, caution is always prudent. This is not for you, but for my own sake. Su Maching chuckled derisively and retorted, Indeed, only if I survive can your mother live. Having attachments can be both a blessing and a curse. Upon hearing his words, the woman named Hong Li's expression grew even colder. Can, sitting behind, smirked at the exchange, thinking it ridiculous that in this day and age, some still resorted to threats to compel others to serve them. Yi Zhichun, intrigued, turned to Can and asked what he had just overheard. After learning of the conversation between Su Maching and Hong Li, he too displayed a look of disdain. Master, when will I ever be like you? An ear for whispers? Yi Zhichun inquired eagerly. Can shot him a glance and replied brusquely, What's the rush? Once you've danced on the edge of life and death long enough, you'll naturally acquire it. As long as I am alive, I can save you countless times, so indulge in reckless abandon while you can, understand? Yi Zhichun nodded, seemingly grasping the lesson. It appeared that such trivial matters required little thought. "Madam, your red wine." The flight attendant approached, placing a glass of wine before Yi Zhichen. He took the glass, murmuring a thank you. The flight attendant displayed an odd expression, glancing at him several times. Such a delicate girl, yet her voice is so coarse. What a pity. Kid, I never taught you the bad habit of drinking before a kill. Ken frowned. Yi Zhichen raised the glass and downed the wine in one swift motion, a flush quickly spreading across his cheeks. Forgive me, master, it's my first time. Liquid courage, he said, before biting down on a large shard of the glass. With a sharp crack, he suddenly sprang up, driving the shard violently into the neck of a suited man in the row ahead. Blood gushed forth from the man's neck, and a piercing scream filled the cabin. Within the first-class cabin, chaos erupted as some passengers screamed and fled. Yi Zhichen spat out shards of glass, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. He observed the individuals in the front row rising in panic, the dark muzzle of a gun aimed menacingly at his head. The youth's face turned pale. The blood splattered upon him, a harrowing sight. A smile slowly widened at the corners of his lips, his expression gradually morphing into one of madness. "Haha, good lad. Don't worry, with master here, you won't die. First, grab the gun, just as I taught you." A shadow darted across the confined space, and the bodyguards simultaneously felt a sharp pain in their wrists, causing their firearms to clatter to the floor. Yi Zhichen performed a somewhat clumsy roll, landing at the feet of a bodyguard, swiftly retrieving the fallen handgun without a moment's hesitation, firing at the assailant rushing toward him. A tingling sensation surged through his wrist, and Yi Zhichen cursed. It was time to practice his shooting, the recoil nearly overwhelming him. At that moment, a casually dressed man seated in a corner stood up, swiftly drawing his pistol, aimed squarely at Yi Zhichen. He was an undercover security officer on the flight, never expecting to encounter such turmoil today. Damn, I really ended up in an action movie. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the gun inexplicably vanished from his grasp. He turned to see a gaunt figure had appeared beside him, smiling broadly. "Buddy, earning a few thousand a month, what are you risking your life for?" With that, he knocked the man unconscious. Consumed by rage, Yi Zhichen shifted to a two-handed grip on his weapon, determined to eliminate anyone who approached him. The pace of the carnage slowed as Ken intervened only when Yi Zhichen was on the brink of a fatal injury. After expending his ammunition, Yi Zhichen attempted to retrieve another fallen handgun, but it was too late. A bodyguard lunged at him, pinning him to the ground. The blade in the bodyguard's hand plunged deep into Yi Zhichen's shoulder, nearly causing him to lose consciousness from the excruciating pain. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Zhichen's eyes as he seized the bodyguard's wrist. Enduring the agony, he struggled to raise his head and bit down hard on the bodyguard's neck, tearing at it with fervor. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the bodyguard, who collapsed forward, ultimately lying motionless atop Yi Zhichen. Blood flowed profusely, quickly staining Yi Zhichen's entire face. With his last ounce of strength, he pushed aside the weight of the lifeless body. The other bodyguards had already been dealt with by Ken, leaving only a woman named Hong Li, who protectively shielded the terrified Su Muching behind her. Yi Zhichen attempted to rise but found it nearly impossible. His body felt overwhelmingly heavy, a mere shadow of its former strength. Hong Li clutched a glimmering dagger tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Ken. Yet Ken merely returned to his seat, pouring himself a glass of wine from an unknown source, savoring it leisurely. Yi Zhichen observed Ken's actions and smiled, realizing that his master had no intention of intervening. At present, he struggled to rise to his feet, let alone confront the formidable female bodyguard before him. Gasping for breath, he addressed Hong Li with a tentative proposition. "Shall we strike a deal?" Only then did Hong Li direct her gaze towards the bloodied figure sprawled on the ground. The man was drenched in crimson, his hair matted to his scalp, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, mingling with remnants of flesh. He writhed slowly, resembling a serpentine creature battered and bruised. Amusingly, he appeared to be clad in what once might have been a pink dress. Hong Li, however, offered no response to Yi Zhichen, instead redirecting her focus onto Kansas. To her, this gaunt man posed the greater threat. Observing her silence, Yi Zhichen weakly insisted, "Ignore him. He will undoubtedly heed my words." Ken set down his cup and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the statement. "Indeed, I fear for my life, lest there be no one to collect my remains." Only then did Hong Li turn her attention back to Yi Zhichen, her voice cold and commanding. "State your terms."